Chapter 1. The Transmigration. Marvel Cinematic Universe. June 1942. United States, New York. Brooklyn. In a deserted alley, a figure materialized out of thin air. Li Chen, who had been ensconced in a cozy slumber, was abruptly jolted awake by a sudden chill enveloping him. As he turned over, he realized that the warmth of his blankets had vanished, prompting him to rise abruptly from the ground, shaking his head to dispel the remnants of sleep. Wasn't I just asleep? Where am I? Surveying his surroundings and the attire he wore, Li Chen quickly discerned that both the environment and his clothing were strikingly dissimilar to the style of 2021. What on earth is happening? Have I actually transmigrated? As a young man from 2021 who had perused countless web novels, Li Chen soon grasped the gravity of his situation. Gazing at the posters adorning the alley walls, he murmured, "This must be a location in the Western world, and it appears to be from a bygone era." In that moment, Li Chen began to accept the bewildering reality of his transmigration. I can't believe it have actually transmigrated. How is this even possible? I wonder how my parents are doing. Where exactly is this? The abruptness of it all left Li Chen feeling adrift and uncertain about his next steps. As he stared at the perplexing English surrounding him, his confusion deepened. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected. System activating. The sudden voice echoing in his ears was akin to a divine melody. The system is activating? I knew it. What's meant to arrive will indeed arrive. The system may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Li Chen transformed from a state of panic to one of exhilaration, ready to leap with J-O-Y.8T that moment. The familiar mechanical voice spoke again. Ding! System loading complete. Activation successful. Host information detected. Host, Li Chen. Age, 22. Items possessed, none. Upon reading this, Li Chen's initial excitement began to wane, replaced by contemplation. Is that all? You're telling me my age and name? What on earth is items possessed? Never mind, let's cut to the chase. Is there a beginner's gift package? Hurry and open it. Load it. Use it. Just provide me with some benefits. The system paused for a few seconds in response to Li Chen's fervent request, then promptly delivered the beginner's gift package he sought. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the physique of a junior special forces soldier. Congratulations, host. You have attained proficiency in firearms. Congratulations, host. You have mastered English. Congratulations, host. You have received $10,000. Congratulations, host. Your identity information has been arranged. The items have been allocated to the system space, and the physique and proficiencies have been loaded. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt an unexpected warmth coursing through his body. His muscles began to swell, and a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. Turning his gaze once more to the English words on the street, he was astonished to find that he could now understand their meaning. By heavens, this system is truly remarkable. I am on the path to invincibility. System, please expound upon your functionalities. Just as he was conversing with the system, a sudden growl emanated from Li Chen's stomach. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, and after some time had passed, his stomach began to grumble. I should first locate a restaurant to satiate my hunger. I feel as though I might perish from starvation. System, certainly. Host, you may communicate with me at any time within your mind. At this juncture, Li Chen finally felt a sense of reassurance. After all, possessing the system was an everlasting asset for him. No matter where he found himself, survival would not pose a problem, and it appeared that this system was indeed quite formidable. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile involuntarily spread across Li Chen's face, transforming the previously anxious individual into someone entirely different. By the way, how can I withdraw the money from the system space? System, to extract items, simply contemplate them in your mind. Is that so? Then let me withdraw $500. In the next moment, 6 banknotes materialized in Li Chen's hand, $400 bills and 2 $50 notes. Upon realizing how to operate this, he stuffed the money into his pocket and strode into a nearby restaurant, ordering a fast meal and taking a seat by the window. While waiting, he resumed his dialogue with the system. System, please elucidate the situation. What is transpiring? Li Chen inquired mentally. System, very well, host. Allow me to clarify. You currently find yourself in Brooklyn, New York, in June of 1942, that you are within the universe you recognize as the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and the present timeline aligns with Captain America, the first Avenger. Upon hearing this, Li Chen understood that he had indeed landed in 1942 New York, but Marvel. Before his translocation, Li Chen had watched all the Marvel films and a few television series. Thus, he was well aware of the implications. This world was fraught with peril, although no significant events were occurring at this moment, excluding the Red Skull, of course. At this point, the fast meal he had ordered arrived at his table, and as he began to eat heartily. He pondered the system's words. June 1942, that means the Red Skull has already located the Tesseract 3 months ago, and young Steve Rogers has failed to enlist for the 4th time. However, he is about to receive his transfer soon. After finishing his meal, Li Chen relaxed in his chair, contemplating, I wonder how far along Steve is in his journey. I must seize the moment to take action. After all, I have a fondness for every hero in the Marvel Universe, even if I am uncertain how I arrived here. But now that I have crossed over into this realm, I shall firmly establish myself and make my mark. Snapping back to the present, Li Chen exclaimed, Ah yes. System, please introduce yourself and elaborate on your capabilities. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. My function is to bestow upon the host various items from an array of cinematic or animated realms at random intervals, some of which may be enhanced. The items granted by the system can be transferred to others for use, and the manner of operation is entirely at your discretion. It is imperative to note that certain items are designated for exclusive users. No one else, including the host, may employ them. Furthermore, the system space is solely designated for the storage and retrieval of items bestowed by the system. Any non-system products are strictly prohibited from being placed or removed. Upon hearing this, Li Chen grasped the operational principles. He then inquired in his mind, what number host am I at present? The system replied, you are both the first and the last host. Even in the event of your demise, this system shall not transfer to another. Chapter 2. The Supreme Sorcerer. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's spirits were somewhat lifted. After all, the system displayed unwavering loyalty towards him. Such a system was indeed to his liking. System, please provide the host's English name and other information to complete the final aspect of the novice benefits. At that moment, a panel materialized before Li Chen, displaying name, address, Queens, New York, USA. After pondering briefly, Li Chen responded to the system, Eldendale. System, understood host. The information has been collected, and identity details have been generated. Hearing this, Li Chen felt a surge of happiness. Now he possessed an identity within the Marvel Universe. After this exchange, he grasped the situation better. Once he finished his meal, he summoned the waiter to settle the bill. Waiter, the check please. No need for change. Li Chen placed $50 beneath his plate, feeling quite content, and subsequently exited the restaurant, meandering down the street. As he strolled along a deserted alley, sparks suddenly erupted beneath his feet, forming a circle of fire, and he promptly fell through it. This entire process occurred swiftly, eluding the notice of passers-by, and even Li Chen himself was unaware of what had transpired. In the next instant, he found himself crashing onto the floor of a room, astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. The chamber exuded an ancient charm, with wooden decor dominating the space, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Li Chen hastily rose to his feet, calming his thoughts. The system had indicated that he was in the Marvel Universe, and based on his surroundings and the recent events, he deduced that he had been summoned by the Ancient One to Kamardage for tea. As if confirming his suspicion, a woman clad in a yellow robe approached him, a bald figure of serene authority. Upon hearing her voice, Li Chen turned to find the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, before him. A mix of fear and intrigue swirled within him, a tumult of emotions. The Ancient One, observing the bewilderment on Li Chen's face, smiled gently and said, There is no need to be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions towards you, at least not for now. I merely found your origins to be quite fascinating, which is why I summoned you to inquire further. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea. The Ancient One's fluent Mandarin instilled a sense of familiarity in Li Chen. Furthermore, if she intended to harm him, he had no means of resistance and could only await his fate. Coming to this realization, he decided to relinquish his tension. Moreover, the Ancient One was not a malevolent figure. Thus, Li Chen relaxed and sat down to savor the tea from Kamardage. It must be said, it was indeed delightful. The Ancient One's brew was truly extraordinary. Li Chen spoke first, addressing her respectfully. Esteemed Supreme Sorcerer, have you summoned me for a specific purpose? The Ancient One regarded him thoughtfully before replying. Indeed, I have some inquiries to make, such as, You're not from here, are you? I only recently discovered your presence, as you appeared out of nowhere on the streets of New York. Consequently, I began to investigate your origins and future, yet what I observed was a hazy enigma, shrouded in uncertainty. Ancient One shook her head, took a sip of tea, and continued with a smile, You must understand that my magical artifacts have never failed me, capable of observing both the past and future of this universe. Yet, you are an exception. This is indeed the first of its kind. With a contemplative gaze, Ancient One fixed her eyes on Li Chen. Upon hearing her words, Li Chen felt a tempest brewing within. He had only just arrived in the Marvel realm, barely settled, and already found himself under Ancient One's scrutiny. Truly impressive, the Supreme Sorcerer lived up to her reputation. Ancient One chuckled again, saying in truth, had I not considered you merely an ordinary individual, I would have dealt with you long ago to prevent any future complications. Her words sent a chill down Li Chen's spine, prompting him to stammer, respected Master Ancient One, to be honest, I truly do not understand what is happening. Observing Li Chen's flustered demeanor, Ancient One discerned his honesty and proceeded, I have formed some hypotheses, but let's return to the matter at hand. First question, what is your name? I am Li Chen, male, 22 years old, and my English name is Allendale, he replied. Ancient One interrupted, honestly, I am indifferent to such details. My concern lies in whether you will disrupt the peace of our universe and its normal operations. However, it appears you are merely an ordinary person, lacking the capability for such disruption. Furthermore, I suspect you are not from this universe, are you, Li Chen? After all, this is our first encounter, yet you already know my name and about the Supreme Sorcerer, indicating you are not as simple as you claim. Li Chen struggled to respond, realizing he had unwittingly revealed too much. However, he could not confess that he had traversed dimensions, only to be summoned for tea. Thus, he feigned ignorance, Master Ancient One. Noticing his demeanor, Ancient One made a decisive conclusion and interrupted, it seems I was correct. You are not from this universe, and may not even belong to an alternate multiverse. To me, you, Li Chen, may perhaps originate from a higher dimensional universe. It is conceivable that you hail from the source universe. Li Chen was profoundly astonished by Ancient One's insight, a tempest once again surging within him. Goodness, how astute is this Ancient One? She can deduce so much from the malfunction of the Time Stone. Indeed, in my original world, you are merely characters from comics and films. If my original world is the source universe, that would not be far from the truth. Fighting ignoranza, Li Chen inquirat. Master Ancient One, what is the source universe? Ancient One casually replied, that is merely a legend, even less credible than the multiverse itself. Feeling somewhat relieved, Li Chen hastily clarified, Master Ancient One, I mean no harm. I do not even know how I arrived here, but I assure you, I am not a malevolent person. Master Ancient One regarded Li Chen thoughtfully, I understand. Regardless of your origins, you are but an ordinary individual. My concerns may have been excessive. I shall observe you closely. Now, please return to the place from whence you came. Upon hearing this, Li Chen hurriedly inquired, Master Gu Yi, how should I contact you if I have any issues? Gu Yi pondered for a few moments before handing Li Chen a ring. Simply wear this ring and summon me with your thoughts. However, unless it is of great importance, it is best not to call, as I am quite busy, Gu Yi replied with a smile. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Gu Yi opened a portal beneath Li Chen, promptly transporting him back to the street from whence he came. Chapter 3. Little Sprout Steve. When Li Chen regained his senses, he realized he had been back on the bustling street for a few minutes. His heart continued to race, and after the amiable discourse with Master Gu Yi, he found it difficult to achieve tranquility. Meanwhile, after sending Li Chen away, Gu Yi murmured to himself, who exactly is Li Chen? It seems I shall need to observe him more closely. Once he had calmed his emotions, Li Chen resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead, adopting a mindset of resilience and forward thinking. There was no point in overthinking the situation. After adorning the ring given to him by Master Gu Yi, he turned to his system and inquired, what is today's date? The system responded, today is June 14th. A pivotal day when Captain America faces his fourth enlistment failure and embarks on various significant developments. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was instantly invigorated. I must hurry to the cinema, he exclaimed. Little Sprout Steve is about to face a beating. This is the perfect opportunity to forge a connection and become acquainted. With urgency, Li Chen swiftly located the cinema, purchasing a drink at a vantage point where he could observe the entrance, and settled in to wait. Approximately 20 minutes later, indeed, a familiar short figure purchased a movie ticket and entered the cinema. He's here. I must act quickly, Li Chen thought as he rushed to the ticket counter. Hello. May I have a ticket for the same film that little fellow just bought? The ticket clerk replied, certainly, sir. After paying, Li Chen obtained his ticket and entered the cinema. As he stood at the entrance of the auditorium, he glanced inside and was relieved to spot the familiar figure of Little Sprout Steve. The audience was eagerly awaiting the film to begin, allowing Li Chen to relax as he took a seat a few rows behind Steve. Before long, the movie commenced, revealing an animated feature that captivated Li Chen's attention. However, During the intermission, advertisements filled the screen. Noticing this, Li Chen began to stretch his arms and wrists, preparing for the upcoming heroic act. Oh no. Not merely a hero saving a damsel, but a hero rescuing Little Sprout. The advertisement on the screen resonated with a voice. The flames of war continue to ravage Europe. But reinforcements are on the way. All healthy, eligible youth are urged to enlist and serve their country. Even little Timmy is contributing by collecting scrap metal. Well done, Timmy. As Li Chen observed Little Sprout Steve, who was engrossed in the advertisement, he felt an unexplainable sense of admiration. Captain America is not merely a symbol of strength. He embodies justice. It is his unwavering spirit that compels him to enlist and strive to halt the horrors of war. Even in his frail youth, this is the essence of a true hero. At that moment, an untimely voice broke the atmosphere, exclaiming, "Who cares about this? Hurry up and play the movie." Upon hearing this, Li Chen became even more invigorated, sensing that the main event was about to unfold. Indeed, soon after, the diminutive Steve whispered, "Show some respect." The advertisements on the screen continued to play. Meanwhile, on the overseas battlefield, the same impatience echoed. "Come on, just start the movie. Hurry up with the animation." The other patrons in the cinema turned their gazes toward the man who was causing the disturbance. Finally, Steve could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Shut up." The disruptive man, upon hearing this, stood up and slowly turned to face Steve. Steve, looking up at the robust, towering figure, felt a pang of uncertainty in his heart. Subsequently, both of them exited the theater, likely heading toward that familiar alleyway. Seeing this, Li Chen hastily rose to follow them. As expected, he trailed behind and witnessed the two turn into that narrow passage. Within the alley, little Steve was gradually cornered against the wall, and the disruptive man landed a direct punch squarely on Steve's face. The blow sent Steve spinning in a complete 360-degree turn, bringing him into close contact with a metal trash can. At that moment, the system's voice inquired, "Host, why didn't you rush in to intervene? Why wait until Steve was struck?" Li Chen internally responded, "You don't understand the nuances. It's essential for others to help when they truly need it for the greatest impact. If I had intervened right away, even if successful, the affection garnered would be limited. Without experiencing pain firsthand, one cannot appreciate the value of assistance. However, now, stepping in at this critical moment will undoubtedly elevate the goodwill to unprecedented levels." The recent conversation with the Ancient One echoed in his mind, reminding him that this was the Marvel Universe, fraught with danger. Thus, fostering good relations with various heroes was advantageous for both himself and others. The system remarked, "I didn't expect you to possess such cunning." Li Chen, with no time to engage with the system, dashed forward, shouting, "Hey, stop!" He lunged at the disruptive man, seizing his shoulder and twisting him around, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch that landed heavily on the man's face. The disruptive man spun 180 degrees, collapsing face down at the alley's entrance, still struggling to rise. Before he could fully get up, Li Chen swiftly delivered 2 kicks to his backside, sending him tumbling out of the alley. This time, the prowess of his novice Special Forces physique came into play as he effortlessly subdued the disruptive man without expending much effort. However, Li Chen suddenly realized a pressing issue and remarked, "System, I've just realized, while you've granted me physical prowess, you haven't equipped me with combat skills. It's somewhat mismatched." The system replied, "That does seem to be the case." Soon, a voice emerged, indicating that the host was being equipped with basic combat mastery. Subsequently, a myriad of combat techniques and moves flooded Li Chen's mind, leaving him bewildered. Is this even possible? I can actively request skills or items. I merely mentioned it in passing, haha. While he spoke, an inner joy blossomed within him, for he had acquired yet another practical skill. At that moment, the system's voice resounded. "System, dear host, you are overly optimistic. You may indeed make requests, but the vast majority of what you desire will not be granted. Even if it is, there will be a price to pay. However, as this is your first attempt to actively request a skill or item, no cost will be incurred this time." Upon hearing the system's response, Li Chen felt a wave of relief. It appeared that his system had a touch of humanity. With a clearer understanding of the mechanics, he adjusted his mindset, setting aside any thoughts of underhanded tactics. Chapter 4. A helping hand after driving off the troublesome man. Li Chen hurried into the alley, calling out, "Hey buddy, are you alright?" Little Sprout Steve, upon seeing someone come to his aid, felt immense gratitude, for he might have faced a beating otherwise. Though he was unafraid, No one relishes the thought of being struck, after all. Steve touched the corner of his mouth and replied, "Oh, thank you, I'm fine. In fact, I could have gone toe-to-toe with him all day." Li Chen's heart raced at this proclamation. How could he not recognize this iconic phrase from Captain America? "Of course, my friend, I can see your bravery. You are a hero. What is your name?" Li Chen inquired, extending his hand to the seated Steve. Steve, taken aback that someone referred to his diminutive stature as heroic, felt an overwhelming joy as he grasped Li Chen's hand, rising to his feet. Steve Rogers. Allendale, a pleasure to meet you, Steve. Likewise, Alan. At that moment, a figure clad in military attire approached the two. It was Bucky. As Bucky drew near, he called out, "Hey, Steve, are you all right? I'm Fine. Alan here came to my aid." Bucky turned to Li Chen and said, "Oh, I see. Thank you for assisting, Steve. I appreciate it." "Not all. No need for thanks. Hello, I'm Allendale." Li Chen extended his hand to Bucky. Bucky shook Li Chen's hand and replied, "Bucky Barnes, just call me Bucky." Li Chen responded, "It's a pleasure to meet both of you." Then, Li Chen noticed a piece of paper in the corner of the alley, picked it up, and handed it to Steve. "This must belong to you." It fell on the ground. Steve, seeing his disqualification notice for enlistment, felt a tinge of disappointment as he said, "Yes, that's mine. Thank you." Li Chen then suggested, "How about we find a place to grab a drink and chat?" "My treat." Steve quickly replied, "Hey, Alan, you've already helped me. I feel terrible about you treating me." Bucky added, "Yeah, but regardless, let us find somewhere else to talk." Thus, the three individuals found themselves in a nearby tavern, each ordering a drink and gathering together for a conversation. Li Chen initiated the dialogue. Addressing Steve, "Are you planning to enlist in the military? Is that the reason you feel discontent with that disruptive gentleman's disrespect towards the enlistment advertisements?" Steve replied, "Indeed, I have always aspired to join the military." Bucky interjected, "Is it once again the parademons? You do realize that falsifying information on the enlistment form is illegal, correct?" Hearing this, Steve lowered his gaze slightly, but soon responded, "Have you received your orders?" With a hint of pride, Bucky declared, "The 107th Infantry Regiment, Sergeant James Barnes. I embark for England tomorrow morning." This news caused Steve to feel even more despondent as he downed his drink in one swift motion and remarked, "I should be going too." Li Chen then asked, "Steve, what compels you to enlist? Do you wish to engage in battle?" "I, too, have been contemplating joining the military, and it would be splendid if we could enlist together." Steve replied, "I fear that may not be possible. This is my fourth unsuccessful attempt." Noticing Steve's mood, Bucky consoled him, saying, "Come on, buddy. It's my last night before departure. Let me help you pack. Let's head to the World Expo tonight and have some fun." Bucky then turned to Li Chen and said, Alan, I only have 2 tickets. I initially had 4, but I gave 2 to 2 young ladies." Upon hearing Bucky's words, Li Chen glanced at the newspaper on the table, just as a notification chimed. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received 1 ticket to the World Expo." It is worth noting that tickets to this expo are incredibly hard to come by, making Bucky's acquisition of 4 tickets quite impressive, with 2 being used to charm girls. Li Chen reassured, "It's all right, Bucky. If it's the expo mentioned in this newspaper, I believe I have already secured my own ticket." Li Chen then produced the ticket just received from the system, still warm to the touch. He comforted Steve, saying, "Don't worry. Perhaps we might get lucky tonight." Steve responded, "It would be wonderful if things go well. Now, we should be on our way. It's getting late." As the three continued their conversation, night fell, and it was time for the expo. After finishing their drinks, Li Chen insisted on paying the bill, which improved his standing in the eyes of the other two. The trio then strolled towards the vicinity of the expo, where Bucky had arranged to meet the 2 young ladies. At that moment, Bucky remarked, "There's nothing wrong with this. There aren't many eligible men in New York. Yet there are around 3.5 million girls here." Steve replied, "I would be content with just 1. Bucky chuckled, "Fortunately, I've already secured my arrangements." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, indicating that he had indeed found the 2 young ladies. The girls responded, "Bucky, we're over here." Li Chen, Steve, and Bucky walked side by side towards the 2 young women. At that moment, Steve nervously asked, "How did you introduce me to her?" At the same time, he casually adjusted his hairstyle. Bucky remarked, "All good things are being said." After a brief exchange among the 5, they entered the exposition. Although it was merely 1942 in New York, Li Chen was utterly astonished. The technological advancements of the Marvel Universe were indeed remarkable. As he beheld the myriad of dazzling items before him, his heart surged with excitement. Such wonders were truly astonishing. Bucky held hands with his companion, seemingly content, yet regrettably. The companion's friend did not regard the petite Steve favorably. Consequently, as Bucky and his partner strolled hand in hand, The two ladies linked arms, walking ahead in a trio, while Li Chen and Steve trailed behind. Li Chen could discern Steve's slight disappointment, yet he remained captivated by the surrounding marvels. At that moment, the group halted before a display booth. Bucky's companion exclaimed, "It's starting, it's starting." She promptly tugged Bucky to the front to watch, and Li Chen and Steve followed suit. Li Chen purchased 2 buckets of popcorn nearby. "Hey, Steve, would you like some popcorn?" "Oh, sure. Thank you," Steve replied, taking a bucket. The two then proceeded to enjoy their snack while watching Bucky and his companion. Suddenly, a speech commenced from the stage. Chapter 5. Howard Stark. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Howard Stark to the stage. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. 5 elegantly dressed women adorned in black stockings struck a pose, and then a mustachioed man wearing a magician's hat stepped onto the stage. Waving to the crowd, it was Howard. He approached the front, removed his hat, and gave the female host a passionate kiss, wiping his mouth afterward. At that moment, a fan in the audience shouted, "I love you, Howard." Li Chen found the mustachioed man to be rather flamboyant for kissing on stage. Yet he held a profound admiration for Howard, the father of Tony Stark. Howard proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, what if I told you that in just a few years, your cars would no longer need to touch the ground?" Encouraged by the moment, Steve gathered his courage and offered popcorn to Bucky's companion's friend. However, she merely glanced at Steve without any intention of accepting, turning away instead. Steve faced a disheartening moment. Li Chen quietly comforted Steve. "Hey, it's all right. You'll find someone better." Steve, looking dejected, replied, "Thank you, Alan. It's okay. I'm used to it." Li Chen realized that Steve's current petite stature had likely led to numerous disappointments. People are often so pragmatic, rarely appreciating one's inner qualities. At that juncture, the individuals on stage removed the tires from the car, leaving Li Chen perplexed as to what he was witnessing. It appeared as though there were 4 exhaust pipes in place of the wheels. Howard announced, with Stark's anti-gravity technology, this will become a reality. As he slowly activated the controls on stage, the car began to ascend gradually. Although the ascent was slow, it was indeed rising. The car hovered in midair for a few seconds before sparks suddenly erupted from its tires, and moments later, with a resounding thud, it crashed back to the ground. I remarked that it would take a few more years, wouldn't it? The audience erupted into thunderous applause. At that moment, Steve abruptly turned around and noticed a military recruitment poster behind him, emblazoned with bold letters. He recalled Alan's words during their conversation at the tavern. Today still holds an opportunity. Perhaps he could tempt fate once more. He tugged at Li Chen's arm and said, "Hey, Alan, did you see that recruitment poster behind us? I want to give another shot." Li Chen, coming back to his senses and spotting the poster, understood immediately. "Sounds good. I've been wanting to enlist too, as I mentioned before. Let us go, brother." Li Chen cast a glance at Bucky, who was still engrossed in the performance with his 2 sisters, and then he followed Steve towards the recruitment center. By the time Bucky became aware of their absence, the two had already vanished, but it didn't take long for him to deduce their destination. Steve and Li Chen approached the photo booth, where Steve stood up, revealing only half of his head, which was rather comical. Suddenly, Bucky slapped Steve on the back and exclaimed, "Come on, if you're not here for a date, let us take them dancing." However, after being humiliated moments ago, Steve was reluctant to return. "You go ahead. I'll catch up with Alan shortly." Bucky replied, "Are you truly going to try again?" Steve asserted, "After all, it's a carnival. Just like Alan said at the tavern, I'll take a chance, and Alan is signing up too." Bucky countered, "This isn't just a brawl in the alley. This is war. And where will you put your information this time?" "They'll all find out. There are plenty of other jobs in New York." Steve responded, "I understand. I really do. I don't want to work in a factory, Bucky. Everyone is fighting on the battlefield. I can't hide in the rear. I'm not doing this for myself." At this moment, Li Chen interjected, "Exactly, Bucky. Since Steve wants to enlist, let him go. We'll sign up together, and if he succeeds, I'll look after him. No need to worry." Bucky glanced at Steve and then at Li Chen, just as his female companion urged him. "Are we still going dancing, Bucky?" Bucky replied, "Of course. I used 2 tickets. There's no way I'm missing out on a wild night." He added, "Don't do anything reckless. When I return, Alan, take good care of him, all right?" Li Chen assured, "Rest assured, I'll look after Steve." Steve chuckled, "What are you worried about? You're the one who might do something foolish, so be careful." "You rascal. You little scamp," Bucky retorted, and the two shared a hearty embrace. Steve declared, "Wait for my return, victorious." Bucky turned back for a moment to glance at Steve. Li Chen noticed that the doctor behind them was observing the entire scene, so there was no need for concern about any missteps. Li Chen's advantage lay in his knowledge of the storyline. so it was best to maintain his position and stay one step ahead in all matters. Subsequently, the two entered the examination room, where Steve navigated the process with ease, promptly shedding his jacket and shoes while rolling up his sleeves. Li Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy at how adeptly this little bean sprout handled the procedure, and he followed suit, mimicking Steve's actions with considerable flair. At that moment, a nurse entered and whispered something to the doctor in the room. After their exchange, the doctor instructed, "You two wait here." Steve was taken aback. This development was entirely unexpected. Such a procedure had not occurred during the previous 4 instances. Panic set in as he inquired, "Is there a problem?" "Just wait here," the doctor replied tersely. Steve turned to glance at the notice on the wall. Falsifying enlistment documents is illegal. Suddenly, he could no longer remain seated. He quickly stood and exclaimed, "Hey, Alan, hurry up and gather your things. We need to leave this place at once." Now it was Li Chen's turn to be bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't everything been progressing smoothly? He promptly asked Steve, "What is wrong?" In hushed tones, Steve responded, "The process was never like this before. There must be an issue with my documents. We need to leave fast." Li Chen then understood the gravity of the situation, realizing that Steve had already slipped on one shoe. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, a soldier in a white helmet lifted the curtain and entered. Both Li Chen and Steve turned to face him, and Steve felt a wave of despair wash over him, as if all hope had vanished. His heart raced furiously. Li Chen was also taken aback. Where's the doctor? Could this be some dreadful butterfly effect? Before they had time to process their shock, an elderly gentleman entered, none other than the familiar Erskine doctor. At last, Li Chen felt a sense of relief. After all, with so many Marvel films and series, it was impossible to remember every detail, only the general plot. Meanwhile, young Steve was consumed by dread, thinking, "Am I about to be imprisoned?" Though he felt like crying, he managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Chapter 6. Dr. Erskine. Upon entering the examination room where Li Chen and Steve were, the doctor addressed the soldier, saying, "Thank you." The soldier promptly exited, drawing the curtain with thoughtfulness. Then Dr. Erskine turned to Steve and Li Chen, smiling gently, and asked, "So, you both wish to go abroad? To fight in battle?" Before Li Chen could respond, Steve snapped back to reality and said, "What did you say?" The doctor replied, "I am Dr. Abraham Erskine, representing the Strategic Scientific Reserve," and extended his hand to shake hands with both of them. Steve Rogers, Allendale. At this moment, Steve understood that the elderly doctor likely harbored no ill intentions, and he gradually relaxed, internally grateful that he would not be facing imprisonment. The doctor then asked Steve, "Where are you from?" As the doctor noticed Li Chen about to speak, he interjected, "Oh, I know you, Allendale, correct? You reside in Queens, just like me. And as for you, Steve Rogers, you have several addresses. Does that make you uneasy?" Li Chen realized how impressive the system was, effortlessly resolving his identity issue, while Steve stood there, feeling quite embarrassed. At that moment, Steve, whose true identity had been thoroughly exposed, feigned composure and responded, "No." The doctor inquired, "Then, Mr. Rogers, where do you hail from? Is it New Haven or Palisades? 5 documents indicate 5 different cities. You certainly have a knack for this." Steve retorted, "The documents may have been mixed up." The doctor interrupted his defense, stating, "I am not concerned with the documents. What intrigues me is your 5 attempts. However, you still have not answered my question. Do you wish to engage in battle?" Steve glanced at Li Chen beside him, then, somewhat bewildered, turned to the doctor and asked, "Is this a test?" Li Chen interjected, "I believe it is." The doctor concurred, "In a sense, yes." Steve then calmly contemplated before declaring, "I do not wish to take a life, but I have no fondness for bullies, regardless of their origins. Both Alan and I enlisted to prevent war." The doctor remarked, "I can offer you both an opportunity. Many towering giants have already joined the fight. Perhaps a small stature is precisely what is needed now." Upon hearing this, Steve's eyes brightened, and he excitedly turned to Li Chen, clenching his fists. The doctor, lost in thought, pulled aside the curtain and exited. Steve then exclaimed to Li Chen, "Hey, Alan, we did it. My goodness, this is exhilarating. 5 attempts, and I finally succeeded." Li Chen replied, "Yes, Steve, we did it. I am genuinely happy for you. Now, let us hurry and catch up with him. I have a feeling this old man is quite remarkable." Thus, Li Chen and Steve hurried after Dr. Erskine. As they walked, the doctor remarked, "It's merely an opportunity." Steve promptly declared, "I accept." "So, where does this small fellow come from? Speak the truth." He looked at the doctor and stated, "Brooklyn." Despite his words, a smile lingered on his lips, impossible to suppress. The doctor responded, "Very well, Congratulations to both of you. Soldiers. He handed each of them a document before departing. Steve quickly opened his document, revealing the word qualified. In disbelief, he inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "My heavens, this is real. Alan, I truly succeeded. It's incredible." The reality before him filled Steve with overwhelming joy. Li Chen also opened his document, which bore the same word, and closed it. "Indeed, we have succeeded. Now, we ought to find a place to celebrate, should we not? As for Bucky, he probably doesn't know where to revel at the moment." Steve joyfully suggested yes. "Let us go find a place to have a drink and a bite to eat to properly celebrate." They soon located a restaurant, ordered food and drinks, and engaged in animated conversation as they dined. Li Chen felt a surge of excitement, relishing the experience of sharing dinner with Captain America. Conversing with his beloved superhero, a delight beyond compare. Steve was elated by his successful enlistment and the fact that Li Chen had come to his rescue today. The two found themselves in delightful conversation. As they opened their hearts and engaged in heartfelt discourse, Steve recounted his past experiences to Li Chen. After finishing their meal, the hour had grown late, yet Li Chen insisted on paying the bill, for money was a mere trifle, and with the system at his disposal, he had no financial worries. Once the payment was settled, Li Chen and Steve exited the restaurant, strolling side by side. "Steve, would you mind if I stayed over at your place tonight?" Li Chen inquired. "Oh, not at all, my friend. You're most welcome," Steve replied warmly. The events of the day had fostered a budding camaraderie between them. They continued their conversation as they made their way back to Steve's home. That night passed in silence. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed laboratory, two figures, one tall and the other diminutive, prepared for their endeavors. "Are we ready, Dr. Zola?" The shorter of the two queried. "I must meticulously calibrate my instruments. Please forgive my caution," Zola responded, focused on his apparatus. "Are you certain your device is reliable? Can it withstand the surge of power necessary for the transfer?" The shorter individual questioned. "To be honest, I cannot guarantee its efficacy. This artifact has considerable age, and I fear it may prove ineffective," Zola admitted. At that moment, the Red Skull presented a small box, and as he opened it, a brilliant blue light erupted forth. Mesmerizing and enigmatic, the diminutive Zola hastily donned protective goggles, fixated intently on the machinery. Red Skull then produced a clamp, extracting the entire cube and placing it within the device. The machine responded with an increasing intensity of blue luminescence as Zola activated it. 20, 30, 40, stabilizing at 70%. Zola announced. The Red Skull, however, was impatient. "Enough. I have squandered too much time and energy for mere safety, Doctor." With that, he abruptly cranked the machine's power from 70 to 100%. One could not deny the Red Skull's audacity, unafraid of potentially detonating both himself and Zola. Fortunately, Zola's expertise proved robust, or perhaps it was the fortuitous aura surrounding Captain America that shielded them from chaos. As the power surged, the machine emitted an increasingly brilliant blue glow, with electric currents coursing through its wires. The energy flowed throughout the room, leaving Zola and the Red Skull utterly speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. Chapter 7. Agent Carter at that moment, the adjacent machine, unable to withstand the strain, erupted in sparks and ceased operation. "What is this?" Zola inquired, bewildered. Ignoring Zola, the Red Skull turned his attention to the container behind him, which was now brimming with vibrant blue energy. "I must congratulate you, Arnim. You have succeeded. Your design has not disappointed me, though it may require a bit of reinforcement," the Red Skull declared, eyes wide with excitement as he approached the filled energy reservoir. At this moment, Zola caught sight of the energy container and approached, wide-eyed, exclaiming, "How extraordinary! The conversion process is remarkably stable. The energy we have collected can power all my designs. This will revolutionize the war." Red Skull interjected, "No, Dr. Zola. This will transform the entire world." The following day, Li Chen and Steve rose early, consumed a modest breakfast, and proceeded directly to the military camp. After receiving their uniforms and changing, they gathered at the training ground. All the new recruits stood in a line, awaiting the arrival of their instructor, while glancing around or engaging in light conversation with their peers. Steve appeared somewhat bewildered, gazing ahead in a daze. At this juncture, Li Chen remarked, "Hey, Steve, isn't your helmet a tad oversized?" He felt that Steve's helmet could easily be knocked off with a gentle touch. It was simply ill-fitting. Steve replied, "Oh, brother, this is already the smallest size available." Li Chen retorted, "My apologies, forget I said anything. It's quite all right, Alan." Suddenly, A female voice resonated from behind the group. Attention, the drill begins. New recruits, stand at attention. Upon hearing this, Steve and Li Chen hastily straightened up and faced forward. Approaching them was a poised female officer, accompanied by a burly soldier carrying a box. Gentlemen, I am Agent Carter, responsible for overseeing all affairs in this department. Upon seeing Carter, Li Chen felt a surge of energy. She was Steve's lifelong love. Unfortunately, their fate in the film was rather tragic, prompting Li Chen to silently resolve to assist Steve in any way he could. Steve stood transfixed, unable to tear his gaze away from the striking Agent Carter. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. What S with your accent? Queen Victoria? Li Chen recalled that a certain Na'vi recruit was about to get into trouble and whispered to Steve, Hey, Steve, there's about to be some entertainment, haha. Still captivated by Agent Carter, Steve did not notice Li Chen's teasing until he lightly tapped his hand. Startled, Steve turned and asked him, What's up, Alan? Watch closely. That Na'vi recruit is in for a rough time. Upon hearing this, both Steve and Li Chen redirected their attention to Carter and the oblivious recruit, eager to witness the unfolding drama. I thought I was serving the U.S. Army. Carter inquired, What is your name, soldier? Gimel Hodge, your Royal Highness. Hodge, displaying a lack of decorum, dismissed the situation, and Li Chen silently applauded Hodge's audacity. Arriving at the camp without any semblance of restraint, he was bound to face consequences. As anticipated, Carter commanded, Step forward, Hodge. Hodge, with an air of nonchalance, sauntered up a couple of steps and declared, Are we going to spar? I know a few moves you might find appealing. As he said this, he shot Carter a suggestive glance. Meanwhile, Li Chen and Steve received the forms that were being distributed, and Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Hodge's audacious demeanor. Before Li Chen could indulge in laughter for long, he witnessed Carter deliver a powerful straight punch that struck Hodges squarely in the face. Carter's actions were executed with remarkable swiftness and devoid of any hesitation. As a result, Hodges collapsed to the ground, having been thoroughly overwhelmed by the blow, his face meeting the earth and inevitably tasting the dust. Li Chen quietly remarked to Steve, Wow, see? I told you so. That punch certainly gave the naive Hodges quite the experience. Steve chuckled, his gaze toward Agent Carter becoming increasingly captivated. At that moment, a vehicle came to a halt before the group, from which an elderly officer and the familiar Dr. Erskine emerged. The officer addressed Carter, Agent Carter, to which she replied, Colonel Phillips, it seems you and our new recruit have engaged in some friendly interaction and have gotten quite chummy, haven't you? As the colonel spoke, he glanced at the young and naive Hodges, who was propped up on one hand on the ground. Get up off the ground. Stand tall. With blood streaming from his nose, Hodges hurriedly rose, wiping his face and exclaiming, Yes, sir. Having received a solid punch, Hodges was now subdued, no longer daring to boast, while all the others stood at attention in the ranks. The colonel then commenced a fervent speech, stating, A general once proclaimed that while warfare relies on weaponry, victory depends on the soldiers. However, he abruptly faltered upon noticing the diminutive Steve Rogers. After a brief pause, the colonel resumed, Soldiers, casting a glance at Erskine, and they will only improve. The strategic scientific reserve is. His address concluded, and the assembly dispersed. Afterward, Steve, Li Chen, and the other recruits returned to their tent quarters to tidy up. Li Chen possessed minimal belongings, merely a few articles of clothing. Once organized, he settled onto Steve's bed. Hey, Steve, why do you have so many books? And a deck of cards? I didn't realize you indulged in life's pleasures. Steve replied, I enjoy reading in my spare time. Li Chen continued, All right, Steve, you don't smoke, do you? Or drink? Steve responded, Yes. I enjoy a little drink now and then, but I don't smoke. What about you? I haven't seen you smoke. Li Chen replied, I used to smoke, but I quit about 2 years ago. Do you want me to bring you some of the free cigarettes and alcohol distributed in the camp? Steve said, Just bring me a bottle of alcohol, please. Thank you. With that, Li Chen rose and exited the tent, making his way toward the distribution point for tobacco and alcohol. Along the way, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host, are you prepared for the battlefield? Upon hearing this, Li Chen paused to contemplate. Indeed, warfare was no trifling matter. A single bullet could claim one's life. Despite possessing the system, he was not invincible. He remained flesh and blood. Just a reminder for the host, the system continued. Skills produced by the system can be upgraded through personal effort. For instance, physical attributes can evolve from basic to intermediate through training. It solely depends on the effort you invest, and so forth. At this moment, Li Chen finally regained his composure. Indeed, he had merely stepped into the narrative, but was he truly prepared for the battlefield? Was he ready to take lives? Each life was vibrant and precious, with parents who loved them. Contemplating this, a heaviness settled in Li Chen's heart. The shift was monumental. Just days prior, he had been a mere recluse, and now, in the span of 2 days, he faced the prospect of combat, even the specter of death looming over him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Chen felt increasingly unsettled. Chapter 8. A heart-to-heart with Steve. As Li Chen pondered, he walked and soon arrived at the provision area for alcohol and tobacco. "Hello, what can I assist you with?" Li Chen replied. Could you please fetch me 2 bottles of wine?" After a moment of contemplation, he added, "And a pack of cigarettes." "Thank you." The attendant complied, handing him 2 bottles of wine and a pack of cigarettes. Yet, as he made his way back, he remained troubled by his earlier thoughts. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. "Host, do not place excessive pressure upon yourself. If you wish to become strong, then strive for it. The path towards enlightenment is fraught with thorns." Hearing this, Li Chen snapped back to reality, deciding to abandon his fixation. He stood still, inhaling deeply, and said, "Thank you, system. I just need some time to gather my thoughts." The system continued, "May I inquire which cinematic universe you currently inhabit?" "Captain America." "Why do you ask?" The system responded, "Then why not confide in Captain America regarding your thoughts?" Li Chen experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, his good friend Steve, Captain America, one of the fated children of the Marvel Universe, possessed a heart of justice. Why not seek his counsel? Although he was still a fledgling, after all, with the system's prompting, Li Chen strode back to the dormitory. At that moment, Steve lay on his bed, engrossed in a book. "Hey, Steve, I brought back the wine," Li Chen announced, offering him a bottle. Steve accepted it, saying, "Oh, thank you." Noticing the cigarettes in Li Chen's hand, Steve raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's going on?" "Alan, didn't you quit smoking? Why did you bring back a pack?" Li Chen confessed, The truth is I'm feeling quite overwhelmed, Steve. I'm lost. Can you help me?" Steve's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he set his book aside and sat up, asking, "What is troubling you, Brother Alan? If you don't mind, share it with me. Perhaps I can assist." Li Chen looked at Steve's resolute face and managed a wry smile, saying, "It's just that." Upon hearing Li Chen's concerns, Steve began to reflect calmly. Li Chen opened a bottle of wine, pouring a glass for himself and another for Steve, then patiently awaited Steve's response. After a moment, Steve turned to Li Chen and said, "Alan, do you remember what I said that night at the carnival? I expressed that I do not wish to kill anyone. I only desire to prevent war. The continuation of war subjects countless innocent lives to suffering. While the architects of such conflicts, those ambitious tyrants, feast on lavish banquets and sip fine wines in the shadows, many people cannot even afford a meal. And the continuation of war is merely a manifestation of the selfish desires of a few, driven by their insatiable ambition. In this brutal and bloody conflict, it is the ordinary civilians who suffer the most. My father perished on the battlefield of the Great War. Yet every day, countless innocent lives are lost. I am determined to do my part. I would willingly sacrifice my life if it could halt the war. As for killing the enemy, if slaying one villain could save a multitude of innocent souls, is that not a worthwhile trade-off? Moreover, those soldiers of the opposing forces are exceedingly ruthless. If you show them mercy, they will not spare you. Ellen, my friend, you must accept this reality and gradually adapt. At least you possess a strong physique. Do you not?" Steve remarked with a smile as he looked at Li Chen. Steve's optimistic outlook and perspective profoundly influenced Li Chen, who took a sip of his drink and began to contemplate calmly. Indeed, prior to my crossing over, the protagonists in novels were always fearless, slaying thousands without hesitation. Bidding no worth. It was only when confronted with such stark reality that Li Chen realized those tales were mere fabrications. The thought of a young man, just 22 years of age, possibly heading to the battlefield to kill, was a jarring contrast. However, Li Chen's advanced mindset gradually led him to accept this truth. Simultaneously, he recalled the system's words. To become strong, one must exert commensurate effort, which undoubtedly includes elevating one's philosophical understanding. Just as a character from a game Li Chen adored, Sikong Jun once said, "To tread the path of light is to navigate through thorns." Indeed, if success were easily attained, what would define a true warrior? At this moment, Li Chen came to terms with the situation. Having traversed to this realm, he resolved to unleash his potential. With the system's assistance, he was certain he could carve out his own destiny and become formidable. Those circumstances may not always align with our desires. One must strive to remain true to oneself. Turning to Steve, Li Chen genuinely admired his spirit. Reflecting on the film's dialogue, He recalled Steve's actions. When a grenade was thrown, no one could discern its authenticity. Yet Steve fearlessly leaped forward without a moment's hesitation. Such valor is truly admirable. This is the essence of Captain America. Li Chen questioned whether he could ever muster the courage to charge into uncertainty like Steve, risking his life without a second thought. This realization deepened his respect for Steve. At that moment, Li Chen finally unlocked his emotional barriers, experiencing a profound sense of relief as the burdens on his heart dissipated completely. With a smile, he addressed Steve. "Thank you, Steve, for being willing to listen and for helping me resolve my doubts and emotional turmoil. I apologize for bringing up your father's situation. It was not my intention." Upon hearing this, Steve smiled as well, recognizing that Li Chen had emerged from his metaphorical dead end. He raised his glass towards Ellen and said, "No worries, Ellen. You are one of my few true friends. Cheers. May we soon bring an end to this senseless war." Li Chen felt a surge of emotion and raised his glass, clinking it with Steve's. "Thank you, Steve. Cheers." He downed his drink in one gulp, and as the alcohol coursed through him, clarity replaced his previous confusion, leaving only an unwavering determination in his eyes. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of healing spray." Snapping back to reality, Li Chen examined the item description. Healing spray. Accelerates the healing of wounds and possesses antibacterial properties. Precautions. If you have been shot, it is advisable to remove the bullet before use, and so forth. Understanding the usage instructions, Li Chen acknowledged that he needed to extract any bullets or shrapnel from his body prior to application. After all, the potion would not assist in removal unless he wished to have the foreign objects lodged within his flesh. In his mind, Li Chen mused, after such a long time, "I've finally been granted a useful item. Thank you, system." He then wondered, by the way, can this potion be sent for testing to allow for mass replication? The system replied, "Items produced by the system cannot be replicated or deciphered. If they could, I would share a surname with them." Realizing the system's rules, Li Chen proceeded to inquire, what is the capacity of the system's storage space? Is there a limit? The system's voice resonated once more. The storage space for items produced by the system is limitless. For instance, even if I were to provide you with a planet, you could store it within the system's space. There are no usage restrictions on items stored as rewards from the system. However, how you retrieve them or where you place them is solely your responsibility. Li Chen grasped that theoretically, the system's space was boundless. It could only accommodate items produced by the system, regardless of their size. He silently commended the system. Infinite. Just as expected, impressive. Yet, he chuckled to himself. I suppose I won't be receiving a planet in this lifetime. His concerns seemed unwarranted. Feeling enlightened, Li Chen turned to Steve and said, "Once again, thank you. My dear friend, I shall return to my bed to rest. For tomorrow we commence our formal training." Steve, though strong in spirit, felt a twinge of apprehension at the mention of training, his expression betraying his feelings. Noticing the shift, Li Chen reassured him, "It's all right, Steve. I will be right there with you. You need not worry. I will support you, and everything will be fine." Steve smiled at Li Chen's words and replied, "Thank you, Alan. There's no need for formalities," Li Chen said as he stood up, exchanging a playful slap with Steve. "We're good friends." "Indeed," Steve affirmed. "Well then, I shall return to rest." With that, Li Chen made his way back to his bed and soon fell asleep. The following morning, awakened abruptly by the sound of a horn, Li Chen hurriedly donned his clothing. Meanwhile, Steve had also suited up, and together they ventured out to assemble and form ranks. Colonel Phillips, standing before the assembled troops, declared with fervor, "Gentlemen, today marks the commencement of your training. I expect you all to muster your spirits. Sweat in training means less blood on the battlefield. Do you understand?" In unison, the crowd erupted. "What are we waiting for? Charge towards the climbing net. Hurry." A cacophony of eager voices surged forward as they rushed to the net and began their ascent. "Are you ready, Steve?" Li Chen inquired, confident in his own nascent Special Forces attributes, which rendered such training relatively manageable. Steve, with a resolute gaze fixed upon the climbing net, replied, "Absolutely. I might even scale it faster than you." Without hesitation, Steve commenced his climb, his body twisting as he ascended. Li Chen chuckled and followed closely behind. Steve glanced back at Li Chen and exclaimed, "Hey, Alan, this isn't too difficult. Watch me." Attempting a double jump to hasten his climb, Steve miscalculated, his foot landing awkwardly and causing his leg to become ensnared in the netting. His momentum faltered, rendering him momentarily powerless. Observing Steve's misstep, Li Chen sprang into action, extending his hand to support Steve's rear, exclaiming, "Hey Steve, hold on." Feeling the reassuring grip from behind, Steve quickly extricated his leg, regaining his footing on the rope and averting public embarrassment. "Oh, my heavens, thank you, Alan," Steve remarked. "No need for thanks," Li Chen replied, as Steve resumed his ascent, now taking each step with caution. After an arduous morning of training, each participant was drenched in sweat, their shirts thoroughly soaked, Li Chen included. He found himself breathless. While the system had granted him physical prowess, it did not equip him with the finesse of training techniques. His lack of experience had led to a needless expenditure of energy, yet the morning had yielded significant gains. As midday approached, the two sat together for lunch. Li Chen asked, "Steve, how are you feeling?" Steve poked at his food with a fork and replied, "Oh, it's not looking great. My limbs feel utterly drained and sore." However, he then fixed a determined gaze upon Li Chen and declared, "But it's all right. Rest assured, Alan. I will persevere until the end." Li Chen, reassured by Steve's unwavering spirit, knew that the tenacity of Captain America was never in doubt. His words carried the promise of accomplishment. In the afternoon, a new training exercise awaited, crawling under barbed wire, colloquially known as tactical crawling. Traversing a muddy path with weapons in hand, participants had to remain low to avoid the perilous wire above, which could easily inflict injury if one rose too high, an experience born from the rider's own trials. The afternoon training proceeded methodically, with Li Chen navigating ahead of Steve, his body caked in mud, which proved somewhat uncomfortable. "How are you holding up, Steve?" Li Chen called back. "I can endure," Steve replied. After a morning filled with physical training, Li Chen sensed that Steve might require some assistance. Upon hearing Steve's resolute response, Li Chen felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. At that moment, the previously reckless Hodge glanced back at Steve with a mischievous grin and, with a swift kick, struck the wooden pillar along the climbing path where Li Chen and Steve were situated. Instantly, Li Chen felt a tremor run through the barbed wire surrounding him. He turned to Hodge and exclaimed, "Hey, do you seek trouble? Watch yourself, you scoundrel." Hodge retorted, "Oh, what do you do to me? Is this little guy your girlfriend?" Li Chen's anger flared at the insult directed towards his dear friend. He was infuriated. Without hesitation, he accelerated and climbed out of the obstacle. Meanwhile, Steve was still struggling to make his way up. Li Chen emerged and stood atop the climbing path, awaiting the fool's arrival. Before long, Hodge did emerge, and Li Chen stepped forward to confront him. "What? Do you want to fight? Huh? You coward? Do you all take pleasure in bullying the weak? Let me tell you, 10 of you are worth less than one Steve, understand?" Over the time they had spent together, Li Chen had genuinely come to regard Steve as his closest friend. Even before this journey, he had few companions, making him cherish this bond even more. Unwilling to back down, Hodge stepped forward defiantly. "What? Shall we have a brawl?" Li Chen replied, "Bring it on. I'm more than willing." Joking. 8 Hodges wouldn't be enough for me to handle. Basic combat skills are not mere decoration. At that moment, the instructor noticed the palpable tension between Li Chen and Hodge and shouted, "You two, Dale, Hodge, get back to training immediately." Li Chen was reluctant to let the matter rest, continuing to glare at the fool Hodge, who defiantly returned the stare. Just then, Steve managed to crawl out and pulled Li Chen aside, saying, "Alan, calm down. It's nothing, just a minor issue." Li Chen responded, "That scoundrel insulted you. I cannot tolerate him belittling my good friend." As he spoke, his anger intensified, and he felt an overwhelming urge to dash back and deliver a punch to that fool. Steve, touched by Li Chen's fierce defense of him, felt a warmth in his heart as he observed his friend's unwavering support. Chapter 10. The Super Soldier Program. At this moment, Colonel Phillips also noticed the commotion and shouted, "Everyone, return to training at once." Li Chen shot a few more glances at the fool Hodge before he and Steve returned to the training ground. However, after such an incident, Hodge dared not provoke further trouble. That evening, Li Chen initially intended to confront Hodge for retribution, but Steve intervened, stating, "Alan, don't stir up trouble. This is a military camp. It's just a trivial matter." With Steve's words, Li Chen found it difficult to pursue the confrontation any further and resignedly returned to his bed to sleep. Steve, too, retired to his own bed, reading for a while before drifting off to slumber. After a night of silence, the following morning, everyone gathered on the playground. At that moment, Colonel Phillips stepped forward and declared, "Our objective is to establish the finest army in history. Every army has a pioneer, and by the end of this week, we shall select that individual who will become the first of a new generation of super soldiers. He will personally send the enemy commanders straight to hell." Hearing this, Li Chen felt a surge of excitement. This was Steve's opportunity, a crucial factor for transformation. the super soldier serum. At that moment, Li Chen addressed the system within his mind. System, are you there? Can I also inject this super soldier serum? He was cautious regarding genetic alterations. For the affluent relied on technology, while the impoverished depended on mutations, a hallmark of the Marvel Universe. Yet, the concept of mutation is fraught with intricacies. For instance, when a spider bit Peter, he transformed into Spider-Man. But if it bit someone else, they might not achieve the same fate and could even die on the spot. The Hulk and the super soldier serum are also intertwined with genetic and destiny-related matters. Li Chen was unwilling to take such risks without certainty. If something went awry, the consequences could be dire. The characters in question often bore the mark of destiny, which allowed for their successful mutations. Li Chen, however, believed he lacked such extraordinary fortune and preferred to tread cautiously, advancing step by step. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Host, you are correct. Each individual's genetic makeup is unique, leading to various possibilities. Of course, one cannot overlook the matter of fate. That being said, if you wish to survive, I strongly advise against pursuing the local mutation route within the Marvel Universe. Thank you. Cherish life. It is everyone's responsibility. Hearing this, Li Chen completely abandoned the idea of injecting the super soldier serum. Moreover, the energy and resources required for a single injection were substantial, and the military certainly could not afford to manage two candidates. Li Chen had no intention of competing with Steve for that singular opportunity. Furthermore, the success of such experiments was uncertain. To put it plainly, Steve succeeded and thus became memorable. Had he failed, he would likely have faded into obscurity, forgotten as a mere test subject, such as the reality. However, Steve possessed a remarkable fortune, and thus he would undoubtedly succeed. Otherwise, how could he fulfill his role? Excluding the absurdity of the animated series What If, Captain Carter, Li Chen snapped back to reality and spoke to Steve. Did you hear that? Super soldier? I believe there's potential. Steve replied, I'm more concerned about the upcoming long-distance run. At that moment, Li Chen heard the instructor's command. Move out. Hurry up. Keep pace, ladies. The old lady next door is running faster than you. Li Chen began to leisurely follow Steve as they ran, indifferent to whether he could keep pace with the group. His primary concern lay with Steve's well-being. He had promised Bucky to look after Steve, and besides, Steve was his dearest friend. As Steve gasped for breath, struggling to maintain his speed, Li Chen noticed his fatigue and gently advised, Steve, slow your breathing, adjust your stride and rhythm, relax, and take your time. Hearing Li Chen's words, Steve recalibrated his pace and breathing, soon feeling a bit more at ease. Li Chen, too, engaged in a light jog to enhance his physical fitness, for the system had indicated that skills could be upgraded through diligent effort. Thus, he had no reason to be idle. Before long, the two found themselves distanced from the main group. Observing this, Steve urged, Alan, you should hurry and catch up with the others. I'll be fine here. Li Chen promptly declined, saying, Come now. Is this our first day together? How could I possibly leave you to chase after them alone? He shook his head with a smile. Steve regarded Li Chen, a complex emotion swelling within him, feeling that his own lack of stamina was hindering Alan's progress. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly exclaimed, Do you see that flag? It signifies we VE completed half the distance. Let us push on. Upon hearing this, Steve felt a renewed surge of energy and pressed forward. Meanwhile, the main group was urged on by the instructor's shouts. Hurry up. Move faster. Get going. Upon reaching the flag, the instructor suddenly commanded halt. This flag marked the halfway point. Whoever retrieved it first would ride back with Agent Carter. Having just caught up, Li Chen and Steve paused, watching as a throng of people rushed towards the flagpole, desperately scrambling to ascend. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Steve, I must say, they resemble a bunch of monkeys, he laughed. Steve, having caught his breath, responded, They do resemble monkeys, but I suspect it won't be so simple. The instructor shouted, Is this all you're capable of? This troop is doomed. Get up there, Hodges. Yet, the clumsy Hodges promptly slipped and tumbled down the flagpole. Li Chen asked, Steve, what do you think we should do? Clearly, climbing is not the solution. So many have tried, yet no one has succeeded. Steve acknowledged, Indeed. It's apparent we must seek an alternative approach. After surveying the flagpole from top to bottom, he declared, I believe I have found a solution, Alan. We should tackle it from the bottom. Li Chen replied, Exactly, you figured it out? Then go for it. Retrieve the flag and ride back. I'll run back with the others. Steve cast a glance at Li Chen, then proceeded without further hesitation to prepare for the flag retrieval. The instructor exclaimed, No one has taken that flag in 17 years. Enough of the theatrics. Get back in formation. Fall in. After giving Steve an encouraging glance, Li Chen returned to his place in the line. The instructor barked, "Rogers, fall in. Didn't you hear me?" Yet, Rogers disregarded him, bending down to extract the bolt from the flagpole, which promptly collapsed. With purposeful strides, Steve advanced, claimed the flag, and handed it to the instructor. "Thank you," he said. Having said that, he got into the car without a second thought. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Steve. Steve had successfully played the part. Li Chen also smiled at him and took the lead in applauding. The sound of thunderous applause resonated through the ranks. Agent Carter in the car began to chuckle, glancing back at Steve in the back seat. Steve felt a surge of joy within him as the soldiers in the vehicle started the engine and drove away, relishing the scenic journey home, which was truly delightful. Chapter 11. Grenade testing. When lunchtime arrived, Li Chen returned to the dormitory, where Steve was already lying on his bed, engrossed in a book. "Steve, have you had lunch yet?" "Back to reading, I see." Steve looked up at Li Chen as he entered the tent and replied, "I've eaten. How about you, Alan?" "Just finished. I came to ask you something." With that, Li Chen sat on Steve's bed and quietly inquired, "So, how was the ride back? Was it pleasant?" Steve looked puzzled and said, "Is that what you came to ask? What kind of question is that?" "Well, that's not the only thing I wanted to ask. At this point, Li Chen leaned in closer and whispered in Steve's ear, "Agent Carter." Upon hearing this, Steve's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he became slightly anxious, responding, "What about Agent Carter? Are you playing dumb with me, Steve? I'm asking what you think of her." Li Chen clarified, making his intentions clear. Steve lowered his head and stammered, "I think Agent Carter is wonderful. She's beautiful and possesses remarkable military skills. She's an exceptional woman. Are you planning to pursue her? I can certainly help you," Li Chen offered. At this, Steve began to hesitate. He was well aware of his physical limitations. Throughout his life, he had never truly engaged with girls, often facing rejection, such as at the expo. "Alan, I appreciate your good intentions, but you understand my physical issues," Steve said, his voice tinged with frustration. Li Chen recognized Steve's sentiments. He too admired Agent Carter. But due to Steve's physical constraints, he lacked the courage to take the next step. Placing a reassuring hand on Steve's shoulder, Li Chen said, "Don't worry. I believe your opportunity will come soon, and I will do everything in my power to assist you, Steve." Feeling somewhat comforted by Li Chen's words, Steve replied, "Alan, we've only known each other for a few days, yet you've been so considerate and have helped me immensely." Li Chen interrupted him, saying, "Spare me the flattery. I'm going to take a nap. We have more training this afternoon. You should rest as well." With that, Li Chen returned to his bed, took a sip of wine, and began to drift off to sleep. Steve watched Li Chen walk away, shook his head, and lay down to rest. In the afternoon, at the training ground, the session was led by Agent Carter, the object of Steve's affections. The training activity for the afternoon was push-ups. "Hurry up, ladies," Carter called out. A group of soldiers sprawled on the ground, each one grimacing and exerting themselves with great effort. Among them, Steve was the most visibly strained, his arms trembling as if they might snap at any moment. In contrast, Li Chen exhibited far less reaction, thanks to his system-enhanced physical prowess. He found the exercise to be rather effortless. As for how he might assist Steve with the push-ups, Li Chen truly could not fathom. It appeared this challenge was one Steve must face alone. Casting a glance at the grimacing Steve beside him, Li Chen felt an urge to capture the moment, envisioning it as a treasure for the future. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host's intent detected. Activating photo function. The host need only silently wish for the subject to be photographed, and the system will automatically capture an image with a clarity of 9,999. Storing it in the system's space, a veritable tool for immortalizing beautiful moments. A photo function? Such a marvel. Without hesitation, Li Chen decided to take a picture of Steve. Executing command, the system replied, and with a click, Steve's photo was captured and saved in the album for Li Chen's later perusal. Gazing at the image of the grimacing Steve, Li Chen remarked, "Wow, it's remarkably clear, and the angle is truly unique. System, did you study photography? Such clarity is merely a basic function of the system, nothing to boast about." The system replied, falling silent once more. Agent Carter's voice cut through the air again. "Even my grandmother possesses more spirit than you lot. May she rest in peace. Now move." At her command, the soldiers summoned renewed vigor and continued their exercises. At this juncture, Dr. Erskine and Colonel Phillips approached, the colonel speaking as he walked. "You can't be seriously considering Rogers, can you?" Dr. Erskine responded, "I'm not just considering him. He is an excellent choice, though I believe Alan is also commendable. When you brought a 90-pound asthmatic into my base, I didn't object. I hardly cared, thinking he might just be your little test subject. I never imagined you were serious." As the doctor and colonel reached the side of the group, Carter called out, "Stand up. Next exercise." Upon hearing the command, the soldiers scrambled to their feet, preparing for the next set of movements. The colonel remarked, "That boy's arms are so thin. a needle could pierce them. Look at that poor child. He is on the verge of tears. The doctor countered, what I require is not purely physical prowess. Do you have any idea how much effort we VE put into this project? I have to keep my head down with that committee. The doctor interrupted. I know you've exerted considerable effort. Then give me something in return. Hodgins or Allen, either one will suffice. They VE both passed all tests, obey commands, and are qualified soldiers. Hodgins is a bully. Then let it be Allen. Besides, kindness alone won't win battles, doctor. Upon hearing Allen's name, the doctor stroked his chin in contemplation. At that moment, the colonel retrieved 2 grenades from the vehicle, proclaiming, victory in battle relies on courage. As he spoke, he pulled the safety pins from both grenades, flipping the levers open, and hurled them towards the fleeing crowd, shouting, grenade. The sight of the 2 grenades left everyone dumbfounded, prompting a frantic scramble for safety. Li Chen, equally bewildered, pondered internally, wait, wasn't there supposed to be only 1 grenade? Why are there 2? Are both of them fakes? Or are they real? What is happening? However, there was little time left for contemplation, as Steve, beside him, wasted no time in leaping forward, pinning 1 grenade to the ground with all his might, curling into a ball. Without hesitation, Li Chen made a swift judgment. He took a few steps back and executed a flying kick towards the other grenade, sending it sailing to an unoccupied area. He then hurriedly glanced at Steve, who was still curled up, while Agent Carter rushed over. At that moment, Steve, still in a protective crouch, yelled, run. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Carter approaching and shouted, don't come near. He continued to hold the grenade tightly. After a brief moment, when no explosion was heard, everyone cautiously peeked out to assess the situation. Steve, still on the ground, sat up in confusion, surveying his surroundings. Li Chen rushed over to him, asking, are you all right? I'm fine, Allen. What just happened? Steve replied, equally perplexed. The colonel then interjected, it's just a training round. The alert is lifted, fall back. The doctor, observing Steve and Li Chen, wore an even broader smile. Agent Carter, gazing at the bewildered Steve, felt a spark of admiration for his indomitable spirit. Chapter 12, a shift in the narrative seated on the ground. Steve turned to the colonel and the doctor and inquired, is this a test? No one answered him. The colonel remarked to the doctor, he is still too frail. The 2 then departed the training ground, with the doctor's smile towards Steve and Allen becoming increasingly pronounced. Later that evening, during downtime, Li Chen pondered the bizarre events. What on earth just transpired? Why did 1 grenade become 2? System, can you elucidate? He queried. Is this the butterfly effect? The system responded, as a host who has perused web novels for years, you should grasp the situation. The original plot was predetermined, and your presence has inevitably altered certain aspects of the narrative. Thus, deviations from the films in your memory are entirely normal, indeed. What you refer to as the butterfly effect. Moreover, this is a tangible world, not merely a figment of your imagination. Nevertheless, there is no cause for alarm, as you have not significantly disrupted the progression, have you? Li Chen, upon hearing the system's words, began to reflect calmly. Indeed, this is a tangible world, and one cannot impose the stringent standards of pre-transmigration films upon it. His arrival has inevitably altered the narrative to some extent, thus any deviations are acceptable. Fortunately, the changes thus far have not been overly significant. However, this served as a reminder for Li Chen to exercise greater caution moving forward. Recalling the doctor's demeanor earlier that day, he greeted Steve. Steve, I shall step out for a while and will return shortly. Steve, still engrossed in his reading, replied, all right. Allen. Li Chen then made his way to the doctor's residence, knocking on the door. Is anyone there? After a brief moment, the door swung open to reveal the face of Dr. Erskine. Oh, Allen, it's you. What brings you here? Come in. Li Chen promptly entered the doctor's room and stated directly, Doctor, I am here regarding the super soldier program that the colonel mentioned. If I am not mistaken, you play a pivotal role in this initiative, correct? And it seems you are in the process of selecting suitable candidates? The doctor poured a glass of wine and handed it to Li Chen, saying, indeed, you are correct. Are you here to vie for this opportunity, or? At this moment, Li Chen took a sip of the wine and replied, no, doctor, you misunderstand. I am not here to contend for the position, rather. I am advocating for someone else, Steve, you know, Steve Rogers, the small fellow. The doctor, having taken a seat, was taken aback by Li Chen's words. Steve Rogers? Of course. I know him. You are here on his behalf. Why? He continued, you must understand that this program will alter a person's life irrevocably. To be frank, both you and Steve are on the observation list. However, I have yet to decide whom to choose. Yet, you have come to recommend Steve tonight. I am curious as to your reasoning. Li Chen thought to himself, why? I certainly do not wish to tread the path of mutation. The risks are considerable. I have not lived enough yet. He silently lamented. Although the doctor's serum has proven effective, Li Chen did not wish to take such a gamble. Despite these internal musings, he maintained a serious demeanor and said to the doctor, Steve requires this opportunity to instigate change. He is a good man, with a spirit unmatched by others. You witnessed his actions today. His selfless leap towards the grenade is something I believe I could not emulate. My moral fortitude does not rival that of Steve. Trust me. Choosing Steve is undoubtedly the right decision. Upon hearing this, the doctor, who had been weighing the merits of Steve and Alan, found himself increasingly inclined towards Steve. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, All right, I understand your perspective. However, your opinion alone does not suffice. I will personally assess Steve shortly to determine if he can earn this opportunity. He added, Oh, by the way, Alan, you are not without merit either. At least you did not flee at the first sign of trouble, did you? The doctor smiled at Alan. Li Chen, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Thank you, doctor. Steve will not disappoint you. I have faith in him. As for the doctor's latter remark, Li Chen began to ponder its implications in his mind. Indeed, under the influence of Steve, I have unknowingly grown so much. My courage, thoughts, and various other aspects have shown remarkable improvement. Although it may appear that Li Chen assists Steve more frequently, it is more accurate to say that they mutually aid each other. The doctor, noticing that Li Chen seemed somewhat distracted, said, All right, why don't you stay here for a while or wander elsewhere, granting me and Steve a moment of solitude? Upon hearing the doctor's words, Li Chen snapped back to attention and responded, Oh, all right, doctor. Afterward, the doctor took a bottle of wine and 2 glasses and departed. Li Chen began to reflect on the changes he had undergone during this period. Meanwhile, Steve, engrossed in his reading within the room, turned his head at the sound of a knock on the door. To his surprise, it was not Li Chen's face that greeted him, but rather the doctor. The doctor inquired, May I come in? Steve closed his book and replied, Of course, please enter. The doctor asked, Unable to sleep? Perhaps it is due to anxiety. Steve nodded in agreement. The doctor continued with a smile, May I pose a question? Just one question? Why choose me? After contemplating for a few seconds, the doctor responded, This is indeed the only question of significance. This bottle of wine is from my homeland. Following a brief introduction about his country and background, the doctor elaborated, Upon hearing of my plans, the F-Rare sought me out, dispatching his research division, led by Johann Schmidt of Hydra. He is ambitious and shares the F-Rare's obsession with superhuman abilities and Germanic mythology. Schmidt believes that there are powerful forces hidden in this world. So when he learned of the efficacy of my serum, he insisted on its injection. Ultimately, he succeeded, becoming formidable. Yet it came with significant side effects. The serum was incomplete and, most importantly, it amplified the personality of the injector, rendering the virtuous even more virtuous and the wicked even more wicked. The doctor looked at Steve and said, Thus, I chose you. Many possess inherent strength but do not wield it for good. They lack a sense of reverence. It is the weak who understand the value of power and possess compassion. Steve, now fully grasping the doctor's meaning, replied, Thank you. The doctor poured 2 glasses of wine and stated, Regardless of what transpires tomorrow, promise me you will always maintain your heart, not merely as a good soldier, but as a good person. The doctor pointed to Steve's modest chest. Upon hearing this, Steve's expression grew resolute as he lifted his glass to the little ones. Just as they were about to drink, the doctor suddenly became alert and snatched Steve's glass away, exclaiming, Wait, what am I doing? You have surgery tomorrow. You cannot drink. Steve stood momentarily stunned when a sound from the entrance signaled the return of Li Chen. Indeed, after wandering for quite some time, he found no place to go and had to return to the dormitory. It is worth mentioning that the dormitory has transformed from its initial state of a tent into a small room, and the environment has significantly improved. Li Chen gazed at the 2 individuals in the room, somewhat bewildered, and remarked, I thought you had finished your conversation. My apologies. With that, he made to step outside. At that moment, the doctor, holding 2 glasses of wine, looked towards Li Chen at the doorway and said, No worries. In fact, we have concluded our discussion just in time for your arrival. I must admit, I too was a bit muddled. Steve is scheduled for surgery tomorrow and cannot partake in alcohol. Haha. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt relieved and confidently approached Steve's bedside, sitting beside him. Noticing the wine in the doctor's hand, he inquired, If it's not too much trouble, may I have a taste? The doctor smiled and replied, Of course. This wine is far superior to what the army distributes freely. It is, in fact, a specialty from my hometown. He then handed over the glass that originally belonged to Steve. Li Chen took the glass and downed it in one swift motion, savoring the exquisite flavor. Steve, this wine is truly remarkable. It's unfortunate you cannot enjoy it, he jested. The doctor finished his own drink and added, No worries. This bottle is a gift for you both. Whenever you find the time, do indulge. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Rest well and prepare for tomorrow. The doctor remarked, turning to Alan, You will accompany Steve, correct? Li Chen affirmed, Absolutely. I eagerly anticipate the transformation Steve will undergo tomorrow. With that, the doctor departed the dormitory, leaving the bottle of wine behind. Steve, still somewhat bewildered, said, Alan, I must admit, I'm still a bit confused about this Schmidt and the super soldier. Is this some sort of nonsense? Li Chen responded, I do possess some knowledge on the matter. Schmidt has also been injected with the serum, but he is a blatant opportunist. To put it bluntly, he is a failure. However, things have changed. The serum's formula has been perfected, so there is no need for concern. I had a premonition during the expo, as I mentioned to you. I sensed that this old man was not to be underestimated. You see, I was right, wasn't I? Regardless, Steve, I firmly believe you will succeed tomorrow. Best of luck. My friend. Steve smiled at Li Chen and replied, Indeed, your intuition is quite accurate. Thank you, Alan. We should get some rest. Tomorrow promises to be an unforgettable day. With that, Li Chen returned to his bed, and soon both drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Red Skull and Zola were making progress on their end, having tracked the doctor's movements. Beep. Early the next morning, a vehicle arrived to pick up Steve and Alan. Upon noticing Agent Carter in the back seat, Li Chen promptly took action. He swiftly ushered Steve into the rear seat and joined them, resulting in a rather cramped space for the three of them. Li Chen whistled nonchalantly, seemingly unbothered by the closeness. Steve and Agent Carter, squeezed together due to Li Chen's maneuvering, found themselves in an unavoidable proximity that made Steve increasingly anxious. He had never been this close to Agent Carter before. As the vehicle started to move, Steve, feeling tense, fixated his gaze out the windows, taking in the familiar sights of Brooklyn. At that moment, Steve remarked, I am quite familiar with this neighborhood. I was once assaulted in that alley. But Alan came to my aid. And that parking lot, along with the restaurant behind it. Carter interjected, Aren't you opposed to running away? Once you flee, you will always flee. However, if you stand your ground and fight back, eventually an opportunity will arise. Carter continued, I can somewhat relate. Steve then expressed his confusion. I fail to understand why such a beautiful lady would enlist in the military. I mean, women. Oh no, I meant agents, not just ladies. You are indeed lovely. He stumbled over his words, causing Agent Carter to look at him in surprise. Nearby, Li Chen overheard Steve's clumsy attempt at conversation and was taken aback. It was evident that Steve was not adept at speaking with women. He quickly interjected, Oh my goodness, I apologize, Agent Carter. Steve isn't accustomed to conversing with women. As you can see, Steve took a deep breath and admitted, This is the longest I've ever spoken with a woman. Generally, women are reluctant to dance with men shorter than themselves. He spoke with evident frustration, prompting Li Chen to gently squeeze Steve's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Agent Carter's demeanor shifted as she asked, Surely you must have danced before? Steve replied, No, I've always hesitated to invite women to dance. Over the years, it has become less significant, so I thought it best to wait for a suitable partner. Carter chuckled at this, and Li Chen observed the exchange, coming to understand that Agent Carter likely harbored some feelings for Steve. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt, and the trio exited, entering an antique shop. As they approached, Li Chen scanned the surroundings and noticed two men leaning against a car, smoking. They exuded an aura of malice. Li Chen discerned that Hydra had likely set its sights on this location. With this realization, he stealthily followed them into the antique store, formulating a plan to ensure that the doctor, who would soon meet his demise, would be rescued, for this was the individual who would alter Steve's life forever. Upon entering the antique shop, an elderly woman greeted them, saying, What splendid weather we are having today. Carter responded, Indeed, but I always carry an umbrella. The elderly woman then approached the counter and pressed a button beneath the table. The trio ventured deeper into the shop, where the bookshelves suddenly parted in the middle, revealing a bustling room beyond. At this moment, Li Chen felt a surge of excitement. They were truly on the cusp of engaging with one of Marvel's pivotal developments. As they entered the core area, the doors swung open, and all eyes turned towards them. Li Chen spotted the doctor among the crowd. Carter led the two men down the staircase, and the doctor approached them with a warm greeting. Good morning, are you ready? Li Chen remained vigilant, observing the surrounding environment. While Steve nodded in response, remove your shirt and tie, and take off your hat, the doctor instructed, to which Steve complied. At that moment, the colonel arrived on the scene, engaging with others, while Li Chen noticed a bespectacled man upstairs. Initially, Li Chen found himself struggling to recall the details, but upon seeing the face of this individual, he was certain that this was indeed the spy of Hydra. The very visage exuded an air of villainy. Chapter 14. The arrival of Steve, the Mighty. At this moment, Steve was reclining on the apparatus. Is it comfortable? The doctor inquired. Steve replied, a bit large. You will soon find it rather snug, the doctor chuckled. Li Chen approached Steve and remarked, Hey, buddy, once you're done here, let us return together and savor the wine that the doctor has graciously provided us. Of course, though I hardly had a chance to relish it last time. Steve responded while lying back. At that moment, the doctor called out, Mr. Stark, how's the power level? Upon hearing this, a figure descended the staircase. None other than Howard Stark from the exposition. Howard approached Steve and stated, 100. We may need to consume half the electricity of Brooklyn, but we are prepared. Li Chen, witnessing Howard's arrival, took the opportunity to familiarize himself. Hello, Mr. Stark, he said, extending his hand. Howard appeared momentarily taken aback but reciprocated with a handshake, saying, I don't believe I know you. Li Chen replied, Oh, of course, but I am familiar with you. I saw your exhibit at the World S Fair. The hover car, right? It was truly impressive. You are a genius. Howard, pleased by the compliment, beamed, Indeed. I believe that in a few years, I will perfect the hover car. Haha. Li Chen introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Allendale. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stark. Howard responded, Howard Stark. I assume I need no introduction, right? Well, I must be off to calibrate the machine. Of course, Mr. Stark. Please, continue with your work. Li Chen replied. At that moment, the doctor's voice interjected, Agent Carter and Allen, would it not be preferable for you both to head to the control room? Certainly. Carter affirmed while casting a concerned glance at Steve. Li Chen added, All right, Doctor. I shall proceed to the control room, as it is imperative to address that Hydra spy. The two then ascended the stairs towards the control room. Meanwhile, various instruments were already positioned upon Steve, and everything was prepared. Dr. Erskine grasped the microphone, and his voice resonated throughout the room. Is it activated? Can you hear me? Today, we are not taking a step closer to extinction, but rather embarking on the path of peace. First, we will commence with a series of minimally invasive injections, administering the serum into the muscle groups. At this juncture, the machine containing the serum activated, and Li Chen observed 7 vials of serum. Only 6 were required for injection. However, Li Chen harbored no concerns regarding the surplus vial. As long as it did not fall into Hydra's hands, everything would be fine. After all, in the later events of the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, these serums would be mass-produced, resulting in a multitude of super soldiers. Nonetheless, currently, only Steve and the Red Skull had received the serum, making it a unique occurrence. Thus, Li Chen remained focused on the Hydra agent with glasses. As the two entered the control room, Carter settled into a chair while Li Chen stood behind the Hydra agent, poised to act at a moment's notice. At that moment, the doctor's explanation reached its conclusion. Inject the serum, countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2. With the doctor's command, the machinery connected to Steve began to whir into action. 1. The staff initiated the injection, and 6 vials of blood were administered into Steve's body, causing him to grimace in pain, his eyes suddenly wide with intensity. Let us begin, Mr. Stark, the doctor announced. Howard promptly activated the machine. As it powered up, the device transitioned from a horizontal position to an upright stance, resembling a colossal goose egg. Every individual present fixated on this monumental object, including Li Chen, acutely aware that they were witnessing a historic moment. The doctor tapped on the machine and inquired, Can Steve hear me? Is it too late to visit the restroom? Steve's voice came in response. Hearing this, the doctor turned to Howard and instructed, Proceed. Howard then diligently operated the console, donning a pair of goggles as he began to slowly rotate the disc. 10, 20, 30. The emitted light became increasingly blinding, compelling Li Chen to maintain his gaze on the egg while simultaneously monitoring the Hydra spy before him. 40, 50, 60, 70. Suddenly, Steve let out a blood-curdling scream. Carter, upon hearing Steve's distress, rushed out of the control room, but Li Chen, confident of Steve's resilience, remained focused on the Hydra agent. The doctor, alarmed by the sounds, rushed to the machine, calling out Steve. Steve, can you hear me? Carter urgently urged, Shut it down. Steve's cries persisted, and the doctor, in a flurry of panic, instructed Howard, Turn it off. Shut down the reactor. Just then, Steve's voice rang out, Don't stop. I can endure this. Upon hearing this, Howard increased the power. 80, 90. The brilliance of the light was overwhelming, even for those in the control room on the second floor. 100. After several seconds of energy discharge, the machines within the room emitted sporadic sparks. Simultaneously, the glow of the goose egg began to wane. All eyes were fixed on the egg as it opened, releasing a waft of warm air. Gradually, Steve emerged from within. The frail figure that had entered moments ago had transformed into a robust, muscular man. The arrival of the formidable Steve was nothing short of spectacular. Witnessing this, everyone descended the stairs for a closer view, with Li Chen following closely behind. The doctor and Howard approached Steve, exclaiming, We have succeeded. Howard, astonished, added, You truly have succeeded. Agent Carter stepped forward and asked, How do you feel? Gasping for breath, Steve replied, I've grown taller. At this moment, Agent Carter excitedly touched Steve's muscular chest, then took a nurse's towel to wipe Steve down, remarking that it appeared elevated. Li Chen did not immediately congratulate Steve, but rather observed the swaying spy before him. Suddenly, the Hydra spy retrieved a lighter from his pocket. and Li Chen initially assumed he intended to smoke. However, the very next second, the bespectacled spy pressed the lighter, and an explosion erupted from above. Everyone was taken aback. Li Chen also momentarily forgot about the explosion, as it was impossible for him to recall every detail so vividly. After a brief pause, he quickly regained his composure. And before the bespectacled spy could make his next move, Li Chen swiftly delivered a kick from behind, catching the Hydra agent off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. Seeing this, Li Chen advanced and pinned him down, swiftly subduing him. Chapter 15. An unforeseen change. Just as Li Chen firmly restrained the bespectacled Hydra agent, a sudden upheaval erupted within the crowd ahead. A figure from the throng pulled a handgun from his waist, unleashing several shots towards the doctor. Bang, bang, bang. The doctor was hit multiple times, blood gushing from his wounds, before he slowly collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, another Hydra spy, showing utter disregard for his comrade's fate, rushed forward, brandishing the last vial of super serum, and hurled a grenade into the crowd before hastily fleeing upstairs, realizing his escape was futile. The bespectacled Hydra agent bit down on the poison capsule in his mouth, foaming at the mouth as he succumbed to its effects. Li Chen and Steve simultaneously shouted, "Doctor!" Steve, quick on his feet, kicked the grenade to an unoccupied corner, where it exploded moments later with a loud bang, fortunately causing no casualties. Li Chen quickly reacted, instructing, "Steve, go after him. Don't let him escape. I'll take care of the doctor." Agent Carter also sprang into action, firing several rounds at the Hydra spy, one bullet striking his arm. In pain, the Hydra agent accelerated his frantic escape. Carter and Steve wasted no time, decisively giving chase. Meanwhile, Li Chen, shocked, rushed to the doctor's side, cradling him and urgently imploring, "Doctor, doctor, hold on." He called out loudly to those around, "Quick, get medical personnel. Hurry, we need help." The doctor, cradled in Li Chen's arms, slowly shook his head, whispering in Li Chen's ear, "Alan, I fear I won't make it. I believe you, like Steve, are a good-hearted person." He then struggled to utter, "The formula for my serum is written on the back of the label of the bottle I gave you. Ensure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Use it wisely." With that, the doctor slowly closed his eyes and departed from this world. Upon hearing the doctor's final words, Li Chen's eyes reddened, a tempest of rage igniting within him. Having believed that vanquishing the accursed Hydra agent was the end of his troubles, Li Chen was taken aback by the unwelcome news that the malevolent Red Skull had dispatched reinforcements. This deviation from the original narrative weighed heavily upon his heart. The doctor was a good man and did not deserve such a fate. In a moment of fervent resolve, Li Chen retrieved his pistol from the defeated Hydra agent and charged outside. As he approached the storefront, the elderly lady met her demise just as scripted. However, Li Chen had no time to dwell on such matters. His sole desire was to avenge the doctor. Meanwhile, Carter was positioned in the middle of the road, firing precise shots at the taxi driven by the Hydra spy. Realizing the imminent danger, the spy accelerated recklessly towards her, but at the critical juncture, Steve arrived just in time to tackle Carter. Li Chen, having rushed from the store, raised his pistol and unleashed a barrage of shots at the taxi's tires. Regrettably, his marksmanship was only rudimentary. After expending an entire magazine, he managed to strike only one tire, causing the vehicle to sway perilously. Observing this, Steve sprang to his feet and sprinted after the swerving car. Fortunately, he did not have to chase for long before catching up to the Hydra spy. Upon reaching the vehicle, Steve yanked open the door, forcibly extracting the spy and seizing his firearm. With a single, powerful punch, he struck the spy squarely in the face. The Hydra agent, reeling from the blow, collapsed to the ground, and moments later, a shallow pool of azure liquid began to seep from his body. Ignoring the liquid, Steve hoisted the spy once more, raining down blows upon his face until the agent resembled a battered panda, demanding to know his identity. At this point, the spy was gasping for breath, realizing he had little hope of survival. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he uttered, "Cut off one head, and two more shall grow. Hail Hydra." With that, he bit down on a concealed poison capsule, much like his predecessor, and succumbed in a fit of frothing convulsions. Li Chen arrived just in time to witness the spy's demise, understanding that he had chosen the same tragic end. Immediately, he knelt and began to search the agent's body for the super serum. After a short while, he discovered only shards of glass in the agent's pocket. Realizing that the vial of serum had shattered, looking at the pale blue liquid on the ground, Li Chen inquired, "Steve, did you hear a crack when you struck him?" Steve, emerging from his fury, recollected, "Indeed, there was a sound, something breaking, but I paid it no mind. That scoundrel killed the doctor," Steve exclaimed in rage. Li Chen gazed at the towering figure of Steve with a glimmer of envy in his eyes, replying, "Indeed, but we have avenged him. We dealt with him ourselves. May the doctor rest in peace." Upon hearing this, Steve finally regained his composure, reflecting on his own robust physique as he addressed Li Chen. "Alan, I have succeeded." I sensed it, this surge of power. Li Chen stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Steve's shoulder as they walked back, saying, "Indeed, you have succeeded, brother. But you would do well to find some shoes quickly." At that moment, Steve glanced down at his bare feet and replied, "True. However, my previous attire and footwear are no longer suitable. I must procure some new clothing." Li Chen affirmed, "Precisely." With that, the two began their journey back. Soon, others would arrive to clear the area and handle the remaining matters, a concern that neither Steve nor Li Chen needed to fret over. Meanwhile, Red Skull had resolved to defect from his faction, vowing to lead Hydra independently from this day forth. Upon returning to the shop, Steve's first priority was to undergo blood extraction, significant quantities of it. The three of them gradually made their way to the medical room, and Li Chen silently mourned for Steve. No one relishes being treated as a guinea pig, and Steve was no exception. Alas, it seemed that for a considerable time ahead, Steve would be unable to escape this fate of being a test subject. Once Steve had completed his blood draw, the trio returned to the base. Following these events, the military had nearly turned Brooklyn upside down in their search. Before long, they discovered an unused submarine prepared by Hydra spies. At that moment, Howard was engrossed in studying the vessel, yet he was utterly perplexed. "Humbly speaking, I am the finest mechanic in the region, but I cannot decipher the structure or operation of this contraption. We have barely scratched the surface of this technology," Howard stated. An official inquired, "Then who does understand it?" Chapter 16. Hydra. Upon hearing the official's words, Colonel Phillips remarked, "Hydra, you must have perused our briefings." The official responded, "I have numerous tasks to attend to, Colonel," implying he had not read them at all. Just then, Steve, Carter, and Alan approached slowly. Carter spoke. "Hydra is a clandestine research division led by Johann Schmidt, who harbors grand ambitions. In essence, Hydra resembles a cult, venerating Schmidt as a deity, believing him to be omnipotent." The official, upon hearing this, asked, "What do you intend to do about it?" Colonel Phillips replied, "I spoke with the president today. Our strategic scientific reserve has received a new mission. We shall engage Hydra in a decisive battle. Pack your bags, Carter, and you too, Howard." Yet, conspicuously, Steve and Alan were not mentioned at all. Steve, feeling anxious, hurriedly interjected, "If you plan to confront Hydra, Alan and I must join. Right, Alan? We wish to contribute in the fight against Schmidt." Li Chen added, "Indeed, sir. We also aspire to combat Hydra." Witnessing the demise of a good man, the esteemed doctor, before his very eyes, Li Chen felt a shift within his heart. Colonel Phillips, dismissing Steve and Alan's pleas, retorted, "You are merely a test subject. You must go to Alamo, and you, Alan, would be better off accompanying Steve." Steve, undeterred, insisted, "The serum has efficacy." "Why?" The colonel remarked, "Enough, child. What I require is an entire army, not merely an individual. One person is woefully inadequate." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Steve and Li Chen to their own devices. At that moment, an official approached and said, "I believe the colonel has overlooked your significance, Steve, whereas I have recognized it, as has the entire nation. Have you seen the newspapers?" As he spoke, the official handed the newspaper to Steve and continued, "Ever since people learned of your exploits, they have flocked to enlist. We cannot allow a soldier of your caliber to languish in a laboratory. Listen to me. Do you wish to serve your country on a more significant battlefield?" The official deftly persuaded the robust Steve, who was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing the words "Sir the Nation," his eyes sparkled with resolute determination. He promptly affirmed, "Sir, I could not desire anything more." The official replied, "Then congratulations. You have been promoted, child." Steve, elated by the news, clasped the official's hand with fervor. Li Chen, observing this exchange, came to understand the situation. No wonder their request to confront Hydra on the front lines had been denied. It all made sense now. He felt a surge of joy, almost forgetting the nostalgic actor that the formidable Steve once was. With this realization, Li Chen felt a sense of leisure. Deciding to assist Steve while seizing the opportunity to hone his own physical fitness and marksmanship, during their shooting practice in the streets, Li Chen felt a distinct lack of strength. Despite feeling well-aligned, his accuracy was lamentably poor. Resolute to improve, he resolved to train diligently. After all, survival on the battlefield was paramount. Soon, the two bid a brief farewell to Carter and Howard before being escorted back to the barracks. As they departed, Carter's gaze towards Steve became increasingly enamored. However, the oblivious rookie Steve remained blissfully unaware. After a brief conversation with Howard, the two left for the barracks. This marked their final day in the camp, as they would be dispatched to a new battlefield the following day. Upon returning to their dormitory, Li Chen immediately rushed to his bedside table. He opened the drawer and retrieved the bottle of liquor gifted by the doctor, examining it closely. Regrettably, the drink was brown. The original text described it as white, and having consumed only 2 cups, he could not discern the words on the label. As Steve settled onto his bed, preparing to organize his belongings, he noticed Li Chen with the bottle and chuckled. Alan. I never realized you were such a connoisseur of spirits. How is it that you haven't touched your luggage yet? But your first act upon returning is to indulge in a drink? Li Chen, having heard Steve's comment, pondered that the obscured text on the bottle was indeed a challenge. Although he could simply tear it off. Nevertheless, since Steve had initiated conversation, he decided to indulge in the liquor first. After all, there was no urgency for their belongings, which wouldn't sprout legs and escape. Little did he know, if the doctor were to discover Li Chen's actions, he would undoubtedly rise from his grave in exasperation. Ah. So it seems that the serum formula I provided holds less significance than indulging in a drink, does it? However, Li Chen paid little heed to such matters and directly remarked, "Haha, you have no idea how delightful the doctor's wine is." Alas, he should not have met such a fate. With that, Li Chen produced 2 glasses and continued, "Come now, Steve, we can tidy up later. Let us first toast to your success and also raise a glass in honor of the doctor." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Steve set aside his tasks and sat upon Li Chen's bed, stating, "Indeed, the doctor is a truly good man. Without him, I would not be who I am today. I am determined to eradicate Hydra and avenge him." Li Chen poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Steve, saying, "Let us drink heartily. Cheers. To the doctor. And to you, Steve." Steve accepted the glass and replied, "Cheers, my friend. To the doctor, and to the 2 of us. Brothers." The 2 laughed as their glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. They then proceeded to drink, sharing many conversations about Steve's transformation and their anticipation for the next day's plans. Before long, the bottle was nearly empty, and after consuming a good portion of it, Li Chen began to feel a bit lightheaded, the effects of the alcohol taking hold, while Steve remained completely unaffected. Realizing this, Li Chen recalled that Steve's current physique allowed him to drink without intoxication. After finishing the wine, Steve returned to his own bed to continue packing for the next day. Meanwhile, Li Chen, in a somewhat dazed state, glanced at the label on the bottle, and indeed, it was filled with formulas. It was unmistakably the super serum formula. Yet, Li Chen found little interest in it, and had no intention of carelessly disclosing or mishandling it, as such actions would serve no purpose in the unfolding narrative. Just as Li Chen pondered how to address the formula, a voice from the system, which had been silent for a while, though it was not a long wait, echoed in his mind. Chapter 17, Improvement, Optimization, and Lottery. The suddenly activated system declared, "Super serum formula detected before the host. It can be submitted to the system for improvement and optimization, and returned in double form to the host." Li Chen, lying on his bed and gazing at the wine bottle, perked up upon hearing the system's voice. He promptly sat up and inquired mentally, "Oh, such a fortunate turn of events? This formula is merely a useless piece of paper to me, as I cannot comprehend it. Improvement and optimization? How does that work?" The system's voice responded again in his mind. Improvement and optimization, as the name suggests, involves enhancing the existing formula. For instance, Steve required 6 vials and exposure to the light of life during the injection process, among other operations. The system eliminates all these steps, making evolution straightforward. The return form may vary, possibly a pill or a vial of liquid, practical and convenient. Upon hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Having previously witnessed Steve's impressive transformation, he naturally felt a twinge of envy. "Ah, is this not a serendipitous opportunity?" he mused. "As soon as I felt drowsy, someone presented me with a pillow. How delightful. System, you possess great potential." Thus, Li Chen hastily remarked to himself, "Why wait any longer? Let us promptly enhance and optimize this." Ah, but wait, if I were to develop this formula independently, I could potentially create countless servings. Yet you only provide me with 2? How deceptive. The system's voice echoed once more. Theoretically speaking, that may be true. However, considering your current circumstances, who do you intend to enlist for assistance? You are to step onto the stage tomorrow as a behind-the-scenes contributor. Setting reality aside, who could you possibly approach? Howard, you are not quite on those terms. And your approach could significantly alter the narrative. Moreover, my optimized version eliminates all unnecessary steps. It is simply a matter of consuming it directly. And it is an enhanced variant, superior to what Steve was injected with. Furthermore, with this improvement, you will have control over your senses, unlike Steve, who remains impervious to intoxication. That is not necessarily advantageous, is it? A person devoid of emotional outlets can be quite terrifying, and what I am offering is invaluable. Do you comprehend? After pondering the system's words for a moment, Li Chen found himself in agreement. Indeed, he could not manage the formula on his own. It would be wiser to allow the system to procure the enhanced version, gaining an additional serving in the process, in exchange of 1 for 2. Quite satisfactory indeed. Happiness lies in contentment. With that thought, Li Chen ceased his rambling and directly inquired, "You are correct. What should my next steps be?" System, simply tear off the formula and place it in the system space. The enhancement will occur automatically. At that moment, Li Chen recalled a previous point. Did you not mention that only system-produced items could be placed in the system space? System, strictly speaking, this does not count as placement. It is merely an enhancement. However, the system acknowledges its earlier lack of precision, which allowed you to discover a loophole. As a reward, you shall now receive compensation. The reward includes a random draw for the host. Li Chen nearly leapt in excitement upon hearing this. A stroke of good fortune? A lottery? He quickly mused. How does this lottery work? What splendid items might be available? The system, ignoring Li Chen's exuberance, continued. The lottery consists of randomly selecting skills or items. Ranging from legendary treasures to mere bronze scrap, everything is contingent upon your luck. You need only silently invoke the lottery panel to commence the drawing. At this juncture, Li Chen's heart began to race with anticipation. He had to seize every opportunity presented by the lottery. Before his transmigration, during elementary school, he had once won a substantial prize of 3 yuan by spending merely 50 cents at a lottery game by the school gate. His fortune had multiplied sixfold. Although subsequent experiences with mobile and PC game lotteries had not favored him, Li Chen firmly believed that it was not his fault, but rather the nefarious machinations of 10 cent, the wretched probability. Without a safety net, winning was nearly impossible. With these thoughts in mind, Li Chen refrained from further delay, tore off the formula, placed it in his pocket, and silently intoned for it to be stored in the system space for enhancement and optimization. Subsequently, the system commenced its operations without hesitation. Meanwhile, Steve was still busy packing his belongings, oblivious to Li Chen's actions. At that moment, a voice resonated in Li Chen's mind. Ding. Super Serum Enhancement Formula detected. Enhancement commencing. Estimated completion time, 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Li Chen ceased his idle chatter and fervently thought, hurry, open the lottery panel for me. I wish to draw. Ding. The lottery panel has been activated, and I remind the host that lottery opportunities are rare. Cherish each draw. With that, the system unveiled the lottery panel. Li Chen was astounded as a grand wheel appeared before him, adorned with an array of enticing prizes. It was a veritable cornucopia, featuring numerous items he had never encountered before. Although many were unfamiliar to him, Li Chen understood they were all treasures. For instance, there was the Imperial Armor, the Thunder Drum, the Rui Jingu Bang, Infinite Telekinesis, Elemental Power, Mastery of Supreme Fighting Techniques, Mastery of Supreme Marksmanship, and the Extraordinary Physique of Superman Clark. Among a plethora of other exquisite rewards, Li Chen felt his face flush with excitement and his heart race. In particular, the Thunder Drum. Originating from the world of Honor of Kings, it was worth noting that before his transmigration, Li Chen had meticulously researched the information on xianxia. Xianxia was originally an ordinary human, yet by sheer chance, he discovered the Thunder Drum, thus transforming into the King of Thunder, wielding unparalleled power. Fierce and divine. One couldn't help but wonder how he compared to Thor. However, every blessing has its counterpart, as the subsequent rewards left Li Chen astounded. A smartphone, $500. A case of tissues, a case of Sprite, a kitchen cookbook, a bottle of lubricant, and a single pair of underwear. Li Chen stared in disbelief, exclaiming, goodness. The disparity is monumental. Yet, this prompted a question within him, leading him to inquire, wait a moment, system, I have noticed an issue. For instance, the Imperial Armor is well known to require the bloodline of the 5 Elements village for usage. However, I am not in possession of that damned bloodline. Nor do I have some of the other prerequisites. How can I utilize it? The system responded, your concerns are indeed valid, host. However, I have previously assured you that since these rewards are products of this system, they are arranged with clarity. All lottery rewards are modified and enhanced, allowing you to use them without any prerequisites or side effects. Therefore, there is no need for concern. If these cannot be utilized, then what would be the point of calling them exceptional rewards? Furthermore, I would like to remind you that items or skills provided directly by the system may not necessarily be enhanced and could come with usage restrictions, such as limitations on frequency or requirements, among others. In simpler terms, items or skills obtained through the lottery system are guaranteed to be processed for unrestricted use. While those granted directly may carry significant limitations, though some may not, depending on the host's luck. Chapter 18. Lottery results. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Chen quickly interjected. All right, I understand. Enough with the nonsense. Let us proceed with the lottery. Following his command, the system initiated the grand spinning wheel. Li Chen watched as the colossal wheel began to whirl rapidly before his eyes, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Moments later, the speed of the wheel gradually diminished. As it slowed, Li Chen could discern the various prizes displayed upon it. Superman's physique. Passed. Imperial armor. Passed. An intelligent smartphone. Passed. Ultimately, the pointer halted in a specific section, emanating a grayish luminescence. Li Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained proficiency in chopstick usage, unrestricted. Li Chen, overwhelmed by the revelation, collapsed onto his pillow, staring vacantly at the ceiling. His spirit dimming as if he had lost the will to continue living. After several moments, he snapped back to reality. Leaping off the bed and furiously stamping his feet on the ground. Simultaneously, he seethed inwardly at the system. System, are you trying to sabotage me? You wish to drive me to despair? A worthless reward is one thing, but chopstick proficiency? As a proud Chinese. Do you think I lack the ability to use chopsticks? Curse you. The system's voice, calm and unhurried, echoed in Li Chen's mind once more. Offering an explanation, this system has made it clear that the outcome of the lottery is entirely based on the host's luck, which, it seems, has not favored you this time. Furthermore, this skill comes with a suffix. Unrestricted signifies that it can be shared with countless individuals, be it 1,000, 10,000, or even 1,000,000,000, depending on your whim. Thus, this skill is quite advantageous. Moreover, consider this. We are in the Western world, where many individuals yearn to master the art of using chopsticks. It is no simple feat, while it may not be contingent upon ethnicity. Every learner finds it challenging at first. You, however, have already traversed this arduous yet delightful journey during your formative years. For many in the West, mastering chopsticks is not only a means to enjoy a sumptuous Chinese meal but also a skill to boast about. Therefore, this ability leans towards practical application, and it cannot be merely assessed as good or bad. Are you so certain that your method of using chopsticks is the standard? Are you convinced it is correct? In my view, you simply know how to use them. Thus, enhancing that skill is not a negative endeavor. Hearing this, Li Chen gradually calmed himself while standing there. Meanwhile, Steve, who was tidying up nearby, glanced over at Li Chen, astonished by the commotion. What's wrong, Alan? Did you have a nightmare or something? You look quite upset. Have you recalled something unpleasant? Li Chen hurriedly replied. Oh, it's nothing, Steve, just a trivial matter. I'm fine now. By the way, do you know how to use chopsticks? You know, those two slender sticks? Made of wood or bamboo. Steve responded. Is it the utensils used for Chinese cuisine? I've heard of them, but I've never used them. In fact, I've never even tasted Chinese food. In this day and age, well, you understand. There is hardly any time to savor life. As Steve spoke, he continued tidying up on his own. Li Chen remarked, I see, now I understand. He then returned to his bed and began pondering in his mind. Let us load the skills for me, and also for Steve. System, understood. Initiating skill loading for the host and Steve Rogers. Instantly, Li Chen felt an influx of knowledge regarding the techniques and proper etiquette for using chopsticks. It is no exaggeration to say that his previous attempts were merely functional and lacked elegance. Now, he had swiftly ascended to mastery, comprehending various techniques and related rituals. Moreover, since everyone's usage methods vary slightly, there would be no mechanical or identical approaches. If 100 individuals were to wield them with absolute uniformity, that would indeed be dismal. Meanwhile, Steve suddenly sensed a surge of information about chopsticks and their usage methods in his mind. This left him utterly astonished. Once he regained his composure, he turned to Li Chen, recalling their recent conversation on the topic. Steve exclaimed, Hey Alan, I feel like my mind has suddenly filled with so much information about chopsticks. What on earth is going on? This is unbelievable. Li Chen, recognizing Steve's astonishment, understood that the system had completed the loading process. He calmly replied, Hey, big guy, just stay calm. This is something only the two of us should know, all right? You can now use chopsticks. As for how this happened, just consider it a bit of magic. Steve, still bewildered, retorted, Magic? Come on, that's a stretch. Li Chen then sat up on the bed and said, Steve, listen, everyone has their secrets, don't they? In this world, let me tell you, is not as simple as it seems. In fact, magic might very well exist. I won't harm you, brother. We are the best of friends, aren't we? Hearing this, Steve gradually calmed down and replied, You're right, Alan. I was just too shocked, you know? Yes, we are the best of friends. And I shouldn't doubt you. I'm sorry, but what exactly do you mean by magic? Li Chen responded, Steve, I can only tell you that magic is real. I've seen it in some documents. I only understand a little, but trust me, now you know that knowledge is not always beneficial for you. Truly. After a moment of contemplation, Steve said, That's fair. A little guy can become a strong man after receiving a serum. In that light, the concept of magic doesn't seem too far-fetched. With that, Steve accepted Li Chen's words and chose not to press further, for he trusted his friend. Li Chen, upon observing Steve's expression and listening to his words, comprehended that Steve had seemingly come to terms with everything. Consequently, Li Chen deftly shifted the conversation. Steve, let us not dwell on such matters. How about it? Do you feel you can wield chopsticks now? Steve replied, Indeed. I sense a plethora of information has spontaneously emerged in my mind. I believe I should be adept at it. I merely lack practice. Reflecting on this, Steve's heart remained unsettled for a long time. Li Chen, smiling, reassured him. No worries, my friend. I shall prepare a few Chinese dishes for you to savor. I guarantee you will be enchanted. At that moment, Steve finished tidying up and reclined on the bed to rest, cheerfully exclaiming, "That would be splendid. I have long heard of the exquisite flavors of xianxia cuisine, yet I have yet to experience it. Truly, I owe you one, brother. Your magic is indeed remarkable." Chapter 19. Strengthening. Hearing this, Li Chen stated, "All right, brother, I shall pack my belongings now. And of course, thank you, Alan. You have imparted a new skill to me." Li Chen added, "Oh, come now, no need for formality, it's bothersome." Steve, upon hearing this, burst into a radiant smile and picked up a book to read while lying on the bed. As Li Chen organized his things, a voice from the system chimed in, "Ding. As this is the host's first lottery, the host is rewarded with proficiency in basic culinary arts, encompassing all national cuisines, along with various condiments now stored in the system space." Li Chen, upon hearing this, thought eagerly, "Let us load it up quickly. I want to impress Steve tonight and truly broaden his horizons." The system promptly complied. Ding. Basic culinary proficiency has been loaded for the host. The familiar sensation, the familiar flavors, instantly manifested in Li Chen's mind as he grasped these skills. Soon after, another notification from the system arrived. Ding. The formula for the super serum has been successfully refined. It is now in pill form, stored in the system space. Please check it at your convenience. Li Chen's heart surged with excitement. He was finally ready for enhancement. Having finished packing, he was about to retrieve the pill to consume it when the system's voice intervened, strongly advising him, "It is highly recommended that the host consume the pill in a secluded area. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear." Taken aback by the system's words, Li Chen nonetheless heeded its counsel and informed Steve, "I'm stepping out to use the restroom and perhaps take a shower." Steve, having already bathed before returning, replied, "All right." Alan. Li Chen exited the dormitory and made his way to the restroom, heading straight to the furthest stall. He then retrieved the super serum pill from the system space. Observing it closely, before him lay a small pill, entirely blue and crystal clear, resembling the super serum liquid, albeit with a slightly deeper hue. Without hesitation, Li Chen swallowed the pill in one swift motion. Within mere moments, the effects of the pill surged forth. Li Chen was suddenly engulfed by a searing, excruciating pain that coursed through his entire body. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he thought to himself, "System, you have betrayed me once again." At that moment, the system's voice resonated. "System, please endure the pain. The longer you withstand it, the more successful the enhancement will be. Persist, for I must clarify. The system has never betrayed the host." Upon hearing the system's words, Li Chen refrained from further complaints, clenching his jaw tightly and enduring the torment. Suddenly, Li Chen collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, his hands gripping the edge of the toilet with fierce determination. He gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, resembling a ferocious beast. Then, with a crack, the edge of the toilet he was gripping shattered under his hands. In an instant, Li Chen found himself without support, curling up on the floor. Time passed, and he felt the pain gradually dissipating. Covered in sweat and panting heavily, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully enhancing through your exceptional willpower." In his mind, Li Chen seethed, "System, you have betrayed me. Did you not say this was an enhanced version?" The system replied, "Indeed, I stated it was an enhanced version, but I never claimed it would be painless. Physical enhancement inevitably involves various reconstructions, thus, a painless enhancement is beyond even divine intervention." The system continued, "Additionally, I must remind you that the enhancement has been successful. I recommend you check your personal attribute panel." With that, the voice faded into silence. Regaining his breath, Li Chen stood up once more and noticed the toilet had two large gashes on either side from his grip, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. In a fit of impulsiveness, he kicked the entire edge of the toilet into oblivion, shards scattering across the floor. He had effectively destroyed the evidence. After all, if there were merely two gashes, it could be traced back to human cause, but by completely shattering it, he could easily attribute the destruction to poor quality, claiming it had exploded due to its substandard construction while he was using it. Yes, that explanation was quite plausible. Li Chen gazed in astonishment at the power of his kick, utterly amazed by the sheer strength he possessed. The super serum enhancement pill was indeed terrifying. He then exited the scene of his misdeed, methodically checking each stall to ensure no one had witnessed his actions. Fortunately, after inspecting each compartment, he found the restroom was devoid of any other patrons at that moment. Once satisfied, Li Chen proceeded to the shower area, stripping off his soiled clothes. He opened his metal locker and retrieved a clean outfit, preparing to change shortly. Stepping into the shower, he turned on the faucet, warm water cascading over his muscular frame. After the enhancement, Li Chen felt an unending power surging within him. This was the effect of the enhanced super serum. After splashing warm water on his face, he recalled the system's suggestion to check his personal attribute panel. Li Chen recalled that it had been quite some time since he last accessed his attributes panel. Given the limited content, there was little of interest to behold. He promptly commanded his mind to open the Personal Attributes panel. Instantly, a familiar interface materialized before his eyes. Host, Li Chen, age, 22, items owned, various kitchen utensils, 9, 500, 1 enhanced super serum pill, skills acquired, superior physical constitution, basic mastery of combat, basic proficiency in firearms. Basic culinary skills, fluency in English. There were no significant changes, except that his initial basic soldier physique had transformed into a superior physical constitution. Upon witnessing this, Li Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. How remarkable! Without undergoing any arduous training, he had effortlessly transitioned from a basic soldier physique to a superior one. Regaining his composure, Li Chen examined his physique, noting the muscular definition that enveloped him, strong yet not excessive. Even certain areas had experienced an enhancement, resulting in significant growth. Li Chen felt an overwhelming satisfaction. It was no wonder the affluent relied on technology, while the less fortunate depended on mutations. Such a mutation could elevate an ordinary person to divine status without any effort. No wonder everyone was so enamored with mutations. They were time-efficient and labor-saving. Of course, there was the risk of fatality if a mutation failed, but he was reassured by the presence of the system. Contemplating this, Li Chen's previous dissatisfaction with the system dissipated entirely. After completing his personal grooming, he returned to his dormitory. Chapter 20. Racing with Steve. Upon returning to his dorm, he found Steve still engrossed in his studies. As Steve noticed Li Chen's arrival, he set down his book and greeted him. "Ellen, you're back." Why do I feel like you've become stronger after your outing? Is it just my imagination?" Li Chen, not wishing to conceal the truth from Steve, replied candidly. "Indeed, Steve. I underwent an enhancement. You could think of it as my form of magic." Having spent time together, Li Chen and Steve had developed a deep bond, sharing their thoughts openly. As the system's influence over Li Chen was bound to grow, he felt there was no need to withhold information from his true friend. They should engage with one another with utmost sincerity. That was Li Chen's philosophy in relationships. Upon hearing this, Steve sprang from his bed and approached Li Chen, scrutinizing his physique and even giving his arm a squeeze. "Incredible. Ellen, it's as if you two have injected the super serum. This transformation is nearly identical to mine." "My goodness," Li Chen responded. "Exactly. My enhancement is indeed derived from the same source as the Dr. S super serum, and it might even be stronger." Upon hearing this, Steve raised an eyebrow, a desire to compare their abilities surging within him. After all, he had just completed his own enhancement and was riding a wave of confidence. Moreover, it would serve as an excellent opportunity to test his current physical prowess. With this in mind, Steve exclaimed, "Really? If you have also undergone enhancement? That would indeed be splendid. How about this, Alan? Let us venture outside for a couple of laps, engage in some exercise, and perhaps even compete to see who excels more?" At this moment, Steve too was eager to challenge Li Chen. A friendly duel was in order. Upon hearing this, Li Chen became equally enthusiastic and promptly agreed to Steve's proposal. "All right, Steve, I was just hoping to compete with you as well. After we're done, I shall head to the kitchen and prepare a couple of dishes for a hearty meal as we prepare for our departure tomorrow." The two aligned perfectly in their intentions and subsequently exited the dormitory. The scene shifted, and soon they found themselves standing on the training ground. Numerous soldiers were engaged in various drills, from push-ups and sit-ups to climbing nets, everything one could imagine. Li Chen and Steve chuckled at the sight. This was the vibrant essence of military life. The atmosphere was simply exhilarating. Li Chen then suggested, "Steve, shall we commence with a 100-meter dash to test our explosive speed?" Steve readily concurred, and the two positioned themselves at the starting line. As onlookers noticed the two robust figures preparing for a contest, their interest piqued, drawing a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Upon learning of the 100-meter sprint, a volunteer dashed to the finish line to take on the role of timekeeper, while another brandished a starter pistol poised to signal the commencement. After a brief warm-up, both Li Chen and Steve took their starting stances, ready to charge forth. The starter, seeing their readiness, issued the command, and the pistol cracked sharply. At the sound, the two surged forward with all their might. To the spectators, it felt as if a gust of wind had swept by, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake. Both Li Chen and Steve exerted themselves fully, neither yielding to the other. Within mere seconds, Li Chen reached the finish line first. The timekeeper was taken aback, witnessing a flash of movement zoom past. Fortunately, his professional instincts kicked in, and he promptly pressed the timer. In less than a second, another figure sped by, prompting the timekeeper to register the time for the second runner as well. At the finish line, both Li Chen and Steve stood, gently catching their breath. Steve remarked, "You were indeed a step ahead, Alan, but I refuse to concede. Let us try a long-distance run next." "Of course, Steve. I am far from finished. This is merely the beginning." At that moment, the crowd surged forward, clamoring to check the timer. The results flashed on the display. Li Chen, 3:47 seconds. Steve, 3. 73 seconds. They had completed the 100-meter dash in approximately 3 seconds. They were nothing short of extraordinary. Everyone gazed in awe at the two competitors, who approached the timer to view their results, both astonished by their own performances. The enhanced serum was indeed remarkable. Upon seeing his results, Li Chen reminisced about the speed of Captain America in the comics, which was 268 meters per second. Indeed, it was quite similar, by this calculation. I am capable of 288 meters per second, truly an enhanced version. This velocity is remarkably swift. He then recalled the morning run between Captain America and Falcon, where Falcon remarked that Captain America covered 13 miles in half an hour. While that speed was not as impressive as now, it must be noted that was merely a morning jog, not a frantic sprint. Thus it was reasonable. In the film, it was simply depicted as a casual morning run. During that jog, Captain America's pace was 116 meters per second, while in this moment it was 268 meters, quite comparable indeed. As Li Chen pondered these thoughts, he was secretly astonished by his own performance. At that moment, the timer's voice broke through. Good heavens, are you two even human? This is outrageous. Over 3 seconds? Hearing this, both Li Chen and Steve chuckled, and Li Chen added, we intend to have another long-distance race. Will you join us? You could help us with the timing. It would be my utmost honor, gentlemen. The timer replied. Subsequently, Li Chen and Steve moved to a different location, prepared themselves, and resumed their spirited run. Gradually, the surrounding trainees were drawn to the spectacle, flocking over to observe. Li Chen surged across the finish line with a slight lead, but Steve quickly followed. They remained neck and neck. This time, they covered 3 miles, 4,828 meters, which is 5 kilometers. After completing the race, both Li Chen and Steve appeared unfazed, their faces unflushed and hearts steady. At this moment, Steve laughed and said, Alan, you truly did not deceive me. Indeed. You always managed to edge me out by a fraction, but just a fraction, so do not get too smug. Beware, I may surpass you at any moment. Li Chen responded with a smile, of course. After some training, you might very well surpass me at any time. It's all uncertain. After the race, they expressed their gratitude to the soldier who had timed them. They then headed towards the shower, eager for a refreshing wash. Chapter 21. Steve tries Chinese cuisine. Once they finished showering, the two strolled around the camp, and before long, the sky began to darken. Noticing the time, Li Chen remarked, Steve, let us head to the kitchen. I'll show you a thing or two. Tonight, we shall indulge in Chinese cuisine. Steve, intrigued since he had never tasted Chinese food before, replied, that sounds fantastic. Thanks to you. What are we waiting for? Let us not delay. We should go now. With that, they made their way directly to the kitchen. Upon arrival, it was still early for dinner, and the kitchen was not overly busy. The head chef, upon seeing them, hurried over with excitement, saying, you two are the ones who were running on the field today, right? Good heavens, you've become famous around the camp. At this, Steve and Li Chen exchanged amused glances and chuckled. We intended to keep a low profile, but our prowess simply does not allow it. Li Chen remarked, indeed. It is just the two of us. We came here to borrow the kitchen, as I intend to prepare a couple of dishes. Upon hearing this, the head chef readily agreed, recognizing that these two individuals were currently quite renowned. Moreover, it was a trivial matter. The chef then led them into the kitchen, stating, the ingredients are over here, potatoes, tomatoes, beef, onions, eggs, and so forth. Feel free to use whatever you desire. There are pots and some seasonings available. I shall not disturb you. Just tidy up once you are finished. With that, the chef returned to his post to resume his rest. Gazing at the array of ingredients before him, Li Chen pondered for a moment, and several ideas began to form in his mind. Steve, observing from the side, watched as Li Chen casually picked up a few tomatoes and onions and commenced chopping. Meanwhile, Steve took it upon himself to peel the potatoes and cut the beef. Finding a spot to sit comfortably as he diligently worked through the potatoes, Li Chen found this amusing, chuckling to himself at the sight of Captain America peeling potatoes. How delightful. Once the ingredients were prepared, Li Chen set about stir-frying, incorporating various seasonings from his system's inventory. Before long, 3 simple yet delectable dishes were ready: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy potato slices, and stir-fried beef with onions. The kitchen soon filled with the enticing aroma of the culinary creations. After tidying up, the two returned to their dormitory with the prepared dishes, setting up a table to enjoy their meal. At that moment, a voice echoed in Li Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received a case of Matai liquor and a large bucket of cooked rice. It was then that Li Chen slapped his forehead in realization. He had completely forgotten the staple. Fortunately, the system had provided it. Otherwise, sourcing rice would have proven quite a challenge in these times. Grateful for the system's assistance, he retrieved 2 bottles of Matai and 2 large plates of rice. Steve, having never encountered such intriguing items, observed intently. Li Chen, noticing his curiosity, said, all right, Steve, enough watching. If you keep staring, the food will get cold. He then produced 2 pairs of chopsticks, handing one to Steve. They both began to eat, with Steve expressing continual astonishment and compliments. Wow, Alan. I never imagined Chinese cuisine could be so delightful. It far surpasses cold milk and bread. The flavors are incredibly rich. And these chopsticks, I find them quite easy to use. How cool. Li Chen felt a surge of happiness at Steve's praise of his culinary skills, and he proceeded to open the 2 bottles of Matai on the table. Without hesitation, Steve grabbed one of the bottles and, emulating Li Chen, took a swig straight from it. Wow, Alan, this stuff is quite potent, Steve exclaimed, sticking out his tongue in an attempt to alleviate the heat. Li Chen chuckled at the amusing sight of Steve and said, "It's all right, relax. Savor it slowly. And soon it will reveal its fragrant sweetness." Indeed, before long, Steve adapted to the flavor of the Matai, enjoying its rich taste. Ah, truly sweet. The 2 began to indulge in their feast, and it was Li Chen who first spoke. "Steve, I must advise you not to harbor excessive expectations for tomorrow's itinerary. Ha ha ha, you might end up feeling disappointed." Unfazed, Steve replied, "I don't mind, Alan, as long as I can serve my country. I am willing to go anywhere." Li Chen chuckled at this and remarked, "Perhaps by tomorrow, your perspective will change." At that moment, Steve took a bite of beef and inquired, "Alan, I am quite curious about this magic you mentioned. Could you enlighten me?" Li Chen responded while sipping his Maotai. "Oh, certainly. But if it's inconvenient, that's perfectly fine. I simply find it fascinating." He continued, "In truth, I don't know much. I only understand that magic in this world is divided into white magic and black magic. The cost of using white magic is considerably less than that of black magic, which, on the contrary, is powerful but comes with a hefty price. I would never stoop to learning those cursed spells." Steve, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Shouldn't learning magic be a good thing? Why are you reluctant? And haven't you already acquired some magic?" Li Chen replied, "You could say my magic represents a third category that operates independently of both. Moreover, my magic is entirely random, and many aspects remain uncertain." Simultaneously, Li Chen mused, "The thoughts of the system master are beyond the grasp of someone as humble as I. Yet, fortunately, my system proves reliable in crucial moments. Forgetting the staple food results in a delightful serving of rice. Splendid. Additionally, the system's space boasts functions for warmth and preservation, allowing for immediate consumption while still hot. Truly remarkable." Li Chen further explained to Steve, "Steve, you are merely captivated by the term magic without considering the associated costs. These costs are substantial, and I am unwilling to pay them, hence my aversion to those damned spells." Regaining his focus, Steve took a bite of rice and asked, "What costs?" Li Chen replied, "Body organs, such as the liver, as well as one's soul, emotions, nightmares, and in some cases, even life itself, especially with black magic. Furthermore, it seems that both white and black magic are invariably accompanied by suffering during each casting." Li Chen emphasized gravely. Steve, taken aback by Li Chen's words, exclaimed, "My God, magic may sound glamorous, but the price one must pay is steep. What about you, Alan? Are your organs still intact?" he inquired with concern. Li Chen reassured him, "Rest assured, my magic differs from those. It does not require me to sacrifice anything. Well, perhaps at times it does. However, it appears that the cost of magic in this world can sometimes be borne by others, though I would never resort to such practices." "I have no interest in black or white magic," Steve agreed. "Indeed, I could not accept that either, nor do I wish for any of my organs to vanish." With this, the 2 delved deeper into their understanding of the intricate nature of magic in this world, subsequently shifting to a myriad of other topics. After finishing their dinner, the 2 retreated to their respective beds to rest. Following this culinary experience, Steve found himself utterly enamored with Chinese cuisine. This evening, he could not help but lavish praise upon Li Chen's culinary skills. Chapter 22. The performance begins the following morning. The 2 arose early, and after a light breakfast, a car arrived to take them to their new battleground. Soon, they found themselves in a new city, a new region, but awaiting them was a grand theater. Steve was taken aback upon seeing it, as it was far from the front lines he had envisioned. A sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind. Li Chen, upon witnessing the theater, silently marveled at the fact that he would have the opportunity to work behind the scenes on a stage in his lifetime. With a myriad of emotions, they entered the theater, where staff promptly ushered Steve to the dressing room to change into his costume. Li Chen was also called aside by another staff member to discuss various backstage responsibilities. Meanwhile, the theater was already packed to the brim, with eager spectators awaiting the commencement of the performance. At that moment, Li Chen and Steve encountered one another backstage. Upon seeing Steve, Li Chen burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Wow, look who it is. After just a brief absence, you've completely transformed. Captain America?" Haha. Steve, upon spotting Li Chen, felt a surge of reassurance amidst his anxiety. He quickly approached Li Chen and said, "Good heavens, they told me I would be serving my country, but I never imagined it would be like this, Alan. Please don't mock me. I truly want to be on the front lines, you know me. Li Chen, unable to suppress his laughter, replied, Indeed, they did not deceive you. This is also serving the country, selling treasury bonds to ensure our soldiers are well funded. And what else with that winged helmet? Are you Peter Pan now? Ha ha. As he spoke, Li Chen playfully touched the wings on the helmet, which, to be fair, were rather endearing. Steve, resigned to his fate, responded, Alan, be serious. I truly don't know if I can do this. Li Chen, sensing his apprehension, wiped the smile from his face and said, What do you mean you can't? The lines are right there on your shield. Just read them. What is there to fear? You are an American hero. The newspapers are proclaiming your name everywhere. Steve acknowledged this, but confessed that may be true, yet the reality is quite different from what I had envisioned. At that moment, an official approached and began to paint a grand picture for Steve. Senators hold significant power in Congress. If you perform well, you'll soon have the opportunity to build your own team. Steve, once again swayed by the official's words, felt a rush of urgency as the performance was about to begin. He hastily donned the winged helmet, grasped his shield, and made his way toward the stage. Just before stepping onto the stage, Steve glanced back at Li Chen, who offered him an encouraging look that seemed to say, You can do this. Reinvigorated by Li Chen's gaze, Steve steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and stepped out from behind the curtain to take the grand stage. Who is strong and brave, saving America from invasion? The young women on stage sing. And upon witnessing this, Steve begins reciting his lines. Not everyone can storm the beaches or operate tanks, but we still have ways to join the fight. Who stands up to battle for justice tirelessly day and night? Steve proclaims, For every series of defense bonds you purchase, a soldier's chamber will be filled with another bullet. Li Chen, watching Steve promote from backstage, finds it amusing, yet he has little leisure to focus on the muscular figure of Steve. Instead, his attention is captivated by the stunning young women on stage, short skirts and long legs, so fair and splendid, who travels for the nation, holding high the banner, touring tirelessly. As the performance concludes, Steve hurries back behind the scenes. Upon seeing Li Chen still gazing at the stage, he rushes over and asks, So, Alan, how did I do? Li Chen, distracted by the dancers, replies absent-mindedly, Quite good, very fair. Quickly snapping back to reality, he adds, Really good, Steve. I didn't realize you had such talent for performance. You should pursue a career in film. Understanding Li Chen's words, Steve responds, Come on, Alan. You weren't even paying attention, were you? Li Chen drops the pretense and candidly admits, To be honest, Steve, I still find the long legs on stage more captivating. With a resigned expression, Steve joins Li Chen at the photo area, where Li Chen takes photos while Steve poses with the visitors. Suddenly, Li Chen notices a recruitment poster on the theater wall, featuring none other than Steve himself. At that moment, Steve, cradling a baby, strikes a pose, and Li Chen snaps a quick photo, effortlessly capturing the moment. In the days that follow, the two continue this routine, and whenever Li Chen has time, he practices marksmanship with Steve. Through extensive training and the expenditure of countless bullets, Li Chen's proficiency in firearms progresses from novice to intermediate. Indeed, hard work yields rewards. If previously he could hit 4 to 5 out of every 10 shots, now he averages 5 to 6. If he were to hit all 10 shots consistently, he would undoubtedly be an unparalleled sharpshooter. For instance, Hawkeye is a master archer, hitting every target with precision. Initially, when Li Chen shot at a tire for the first time, his accuracy was lamentable, as it was his very first experience with a firearm. Then one day, the two received a new assignment to shoot a promotional short film, and this time, Li Chen would also take part. He changed into costume, diving into the filming process. Never expecting to find himself with the fate of an actor, life continued in its simple, unadorned manner, and Steve had become quite adept at performing. His lines now memorized with ease, no longer the novice who relied on scripts. Li Chen also relished the chance to enjoy the sight of those long legs for free each time. What intrigued him was that, towards the end of each performance, a sneaky villain would appear, causing the children in the audience to cheer excitedly. Following this, Steve would deliver a decisive punch, bringing joy to all. The audience consistently erupts in a chorus of fervent applause. The sound of clapping reverberates throughout the hall. Subsequently, the duo embarks on a performance tour, gracing numerous cities such as Buffalo, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Chicago, New York, and beyond, with each performance drawing a full house. The popularity of Captain America is astonishingly formidable. They even published a comic book featuring a character based on Li Chen, much to his delight, as he revels in his newfound stardom. How amusing. In the days that followed, the pair filmed several short videos, with Li Chen becoming increasingly adept, delivering vibrant and animated performances that were simply splendid. After each show, throngs of admirers sought Steve's autograph, including several enchanting ladies, which incited a twinge of jealousy in Li Chen. Alas, it appears that fame from performing comes with its perks, as daily Beautiful women clamored for signatures. Li Chen chuckled, reflecting on Steve's unrivaled success in the city, where every performance led to a surge in national bonds being sold. The promotional efforts were exceedingly effective. Chapter 23. Steve faces another challenge months later. Their city performances drew to a close. The duo received their next engagement, set in a military camp just 5 kilometers from the front lines. Li Chen understood that Steve's triumphant city performances might falter in the military setting. He promptly approached Steve to offer a word of caution. "Steve, have you heard? Our next performance is at a military camp." Steve replied, "Of course, Alan. It's been a while since we've been back to the camp. I rather miss it." Li Chen, not sharing in the same sentiment, responded, "Steve, I feel this performance could be rather disheartening. The needs of the soldiers differ greatly from those of the urban audience. It would be wise to prepare yourself mentally." Steve, undeterred, replied, "All right, I understand, Alan. It's merely another performance. We've done countless shows together. What is there to fear? Let us maintain our composure." Upon hearing this, Li Chen ceased his persuasion, and the following day, the performance troupe arrived at the military camp and promptly commenced their show. "Who wishes to join me in giving the enemy commander a thrashing?" Steve proclaimed passionately on stage. Yet, the soldiers in the audience remained unresponsive, staring at Steve as if he were a simpleton. This was the first time Steve encountered such a reaction, and after a brief moment of panic, he asked, "All right then. Are there any volunteers?" By November 1943, Steve and Li Chen had known each other for nearly 6 months, their bond having grown akin to brothers. From the audience, a soldier retorted, "If I weren't a volunteer, why would I be here?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. "We want to see beautiful women. Hurry, bring the ladies on stage." The audience jeered, reveling in the commotion. Steve, at a loss, stammered, Okay, I'll see what I can do, but it seems they only perform one song." "Go on, sweetheart. Your boots are lovely, fairy." The audience hurled crass jokes, making Steve feel uncomfortable. With a sigh, Steve implored, "Please, don't do this. We're on the same team." Just then, a voice called out, "Hey, Captain, would you mind signing here?" Then he stood up and removed his trousers, revealing his own posterior. At that moment, Steve found himself helplessly standing on stage, feeling utterly despondent. Observing this, Li Chen could no longer bear to watch and promptly rushed onto the stage. Grasping the microphone, he declared, "Hey, soldier, put your pants back on immediately, or I shall not hesitate to leave my footprints on you. Do you understand?" However, the laughter from the audience showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified. "Hey, everyone. Look, the little fairy's mother has arrived." The audience began to direct their ridicule towards Li Chen as well, yet he remained unfazed. He understood that in order to conquer these soldiers, one must rely on strength. Thus, he wasted no time and led Steve backstage. Before long, the ladies hurried onto the stage to salvage the situation. On their way back, Li Chen continuously comforted Steve, who remained silent. The days passed in this manner, and Steve altered his performance style, albeit with minimal effect, until a month later. On the afternoon of December 3rd, under a gloomy sky, Li Chen returned to the dormitory only to find that Steve was absent, prompting him to search for him. Soon, Li Chen discovered Steve sitting alone under an eave, sketching in his little notebook. "Hey, I must say, you should pursue art. Your drawing is quite impressive. I can barely draw a circle. It truly requires talent," Li Chen remarked as he sat beside Steve. He observed that Steve's drawing depicted a monkey riding a unicycle while wielding a shield adorned with stars and stripes. Clearly a metaphor for himself. Upon hearing this, Steve lamented, "Alan, I can no longer endure this. I wish to fight on the front lines rather than perform. We have been performing for 6 months. Isn't that enough?" Li Chen, noticing Steve's distress, reassured him, "I have a feeling, Steve, that an opportunity will arise soon. Everything will turn out well." Steve responded with resignation, "I hope so, sigh." Just then, a female voice suddenly called out from behind them, "Steve, Alan." They turned to see Agent Carter, whom they had not seen in quite some time, around 6 months, in fact. Steve exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Li Chen echoed, "Carter, it's been a while." Carter replied, "I shouldn't really be here, but your performance was commendable, Steve." Steve replied, It's all right. But in the military, I have to adapt. Back in the city, my audience was usually children. Every time I performed in a new state, the sales of national bonds would increase by 10%, quite optimistic." Li Chen added, "That's still impressive, Carter. Colonel Phillips even wants to confine him in the lab for experiments." Carter responded, "You were supposed to be America's New Hope. So, are you to be merely a performing monkey or a lab rat? You were meant for so much more." Steve, indeed, I share the same sentiment. I yearn to serve my country on foreign fronts. Yet, the reality is far grimmer, Steve uttered with a heavy heart. At that moment, a convoy of medical vehicles unexpectedly returned to the camp. "Steve, it appears they have endured a fierce battle. The casualties are grievous." Li Chen also witnessed soldiers being carried off the vehicles, most of whom were missing limbs, a truly heart-rending sight. Carter, it's Schmidt. He has dispatched a unit. Out of our 200 soldiers, fewer than 50 have returned. Your audience includes the remaining members of the 107th Infantry Regiment. The others have either been captured or killed. Li Chen and Steve exchanged startled glances. The 107th Infantry Regiment? Bucky. The three hastily made their way to Colonel Phillips' office. Steve rushed forward to inquire. Colonel Phillips. Colonel Phillips. Well, if it isn't the one adorned with the American stars, the mastermind behind the scenes. What brings you here? I demand the casualty list from the Battle of Azano. Steve implored eagerly. Colonel Phillips, you are in no position to command me, young man. At this moment, Li Chen interjected. Colonel, there are individuals of great significance to Steve within the 107th Infantry Regiment. I beseech your assistance. Upon seeing Li Chen, Colonel Phillips chuckled. Is that you, Alan? My star pupil. How have you been? I trust your behind-the-scenes work is going well. It is worth noting that Colonel Phillips had always held Alan in higher regard than Steve, hence his disparate treatment of the two. At this juncture, Colonel Phillips turned to Carter. I shall settle accounts with you later for having clandestinely sought out Steve. However, considering Li Chen's presence, Colonel Phillips graciously provided Steve with a response, bypassing many obstacles. I have signed numerous letters of condolence. I recall that name, if memory serves me right. It is indeed unfortunate. The colonel had effectively condemned Bucky to death. Yet, Li Chen was acutely aware that Bucky and many others remained alive, imprisoned behind enemy lines. Chapter 24. Preparing for rescue. Upon hearing the dreadful news, Steve stood frozen for several seconds, then urgently inquired, what about the others? Do you intend to mount a rescue? Colonel Phillips replied, we must prioritize the greater good. I regret to inform you that they are 30 miles behind enemy lines, and we must traverse the most heavily fortified regions of Europe. Attempting a rescue would result in even greater loss of life. I do not expect you to understand. After all, you are merely a performer. The colonel spoke with casual indifference, concluding with a jab at Steve. Li Chen was equally astonished. This is the nature of war. Even knowing there are soldiers alive, the broader strategy precludes any attempt to rescue them. For decision-makers, this may seem the correct course. However, for those captured, it amounts to a death sentence, a profound injustice. Yet, no one can change this reality, such is the nature of war. This scene likely unfolds ceaselessly. Li Chen clenched his fists, his heart resolutely desiring an end to this conflict. In the future, let it be a confrontation with extraterrestrials. Rather than this senseless slaughter among humanity, for the sake of countless innocent lives, we must put an end to war. Li Chen was profoundly influenced by Steve's spirit. And with newfound strength, he yearned to contribute positively to the world. Steve responded quietly, I believe I understand. You should take a moment to cool off. If I am not mistaken, another performance awaits you in 30 minutes. Colonel Phillips, having said this, turned and walked away. At that moment, Steve gazed at the map hanging on the wall, and Li Chen, noticing Steve's demeanor, quickly grasped the situation. Upon returning to the dressing room, both Steve and Li Chen immediately began to pack up. Observing Li Chen's actions, Steve inquired, Alan, what are you packing for? Li Chen replied, Steve, I know you too well. The moment I saw you studying the map, I realized your intentions, so of course, I must accompany you. After a brief pause, Steve responded, Alan, listen, I do not wish for you to join me. It is too perilous. I have already lost one of my dearest friends, and I cannot bear to lose another. You need not accompany me. Li Chen smiled and said, perilous? Then why do you still choose to take risks? Come now. Do not lecture me. I am not a minor. Besides, if I were to refrain from joining you in such circumstances, what kind of friend would I be? Furthermore, technically, I am stronger than you. It should be I who looks after you, you rascal. Hearing this, Steve chuckled and ceased his attempts to dissuade Li Chen. At that moment, Agent Carter burst in, questioning, are you two really planning to walk? Steve resolutely replied, if it must be so. Seeing this, Carter quickly interjected, you heard the colonel. Your friend may already be dead, and the colonel is formulating a plan. She continued to dissuade the two. Steve interrupted her, stating, by the time he formulates a plan, it may be too late. Li Chen added, indeed, Carter, and we are not only acting for Bucky. Many other soldiers also require rescue. With that, the two dashed out of the dressing room. Just then, the long silent system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired proficiency in intermediate driving skills. You can now operate all vehicles, not limited to cars. Li Chen thought to himself, wow, system, it has been ages since you last spoke, and now you grant me such a generous gift. Please load it quickly. It is urgently needed. Ding. Skills have been successfully loaded for the host. The system's voice faded back into silence within his mind. Steve and Li Chen tossed their belongings into the vehicle, and Li Chen promptly took the driver's seat, acclimating himself to the vehicle's structure, while Steve continued conversing with Carter. You say I can accomplish more. Are you sincere? I believe the time is now. Steve asserted. Carter responded, "Of course. Then let me join." Without hesitation, Steve flipped into the passenger seat, and Carter quickly followed, exclaiming, "I can do more as well." Soon after, Carter procured an aircraft to transport Steve and Li Chen, providing formidable support. As Li Chen and Steve hurried towards the aircraft, Li Chen remarked, "Buddy, I've realized that you truly struggle in the company of women. The way Carter looks at you is almost overwhelming. Don't tell me you're oblivious to it." Li Chen questioned. Steve, upon hearing this, responded nervously, I genuinely don't know. Right now, I just want to rescue Bucky and the other soldiers." Li Chen, exasperated, retorted, "Rescuing Bucky and this matter are not mutually exclusive. What are you afraid of? Listen to me. Before we parachute, give Agent Carter a passionate kiss. Just for a moment. Gather your courage, all right? Captain America?" Steve's heart began to race at this suggestion, filled with anxiety. He had never dared to think of kissing Carter directly. He had never dated any woman. Still looking for excuses, Steve stammered, "Dude, I need a moment to process this." Li Chen interrupted him. "Stop stalling and follow my lead." With that, the two fell silent and boarded the plane. On board, the pilot was Howard, the man with the mustache, to whom Li Chen greeted before donning his gear. Carter, holding a map, spoke to Steve and Li Chen about the intelligence. The Hydra base is located in Klausberg. Nestled between these two mountains is a factory. At that moment, Howard, piloting the aircraft, remarked, "We should be able to drop you at the entrance." Steve called out, "Just land as close as possible." He continued, "Once you land, you'll be in serious trouble." Carter replied, "Aren't you as well?" Steve asserted, "The place we're headed allows us to fire directly at those who shout at us." Carter countered, "They will shoot at you too." Steve replied, "Let us hope the shield proves useful," as he patted his shield. At that moment, Howard chimed in, "Agent Carter? If we weren't in such a hurry, we should definitely share a cheese fondue dinner." Howard, while flying, couldn't resist flirting, though it fell flat. Carter glanced at Steve and explained, "Stark is the best civilian pilot I've ever met. He's the only one brave enough to fly in here. Having him aboard is our good fortune." Steve, feigning calmness despite his nerves, asked, "So are you two really going for cheese fondue?" At that moment, Li Chen seized the opportunity and exclaimed, "Come on, Howard. Don't you know that Carter admires Steve? You fool, ha ha ha." As he said this, he gently tapped Steve's leg, signaling him. Upon hearing Li Chen, Steve panicked and hurriedly declared, No, Alan is just joking. Don't take it seriously." How unfortunate that Steve faltered at a crucial moment. What a foolish blunder. Meanwhile, Carter, sitting across from them, did not refute Li Chen's statement, merely lowering her gaze slightly. Howard, having overheard Li Chen, dismissed the comment with a casual, "I have a chance. Every day we collaborate, and here stands Howard Stark, as brazen as ever." At this moment, both Steve and Carter lowered their gazes, hesitant to engage with one another. Observing their awkwardness, Li Chen leaned closer to Steve and whispered, "What on earth are you thinking, you fool? Don't you hear what Howard just said? It will be too late if you don't act now. Don't you have feelings for Agent Carter? This is your moment. Gather your courage." Breaking the tension, Carter spoke first. "This is the responder. Prepare to activate it. And we will locate you based on the signal. Does this thing even work?" Steve retorted, eager to regain his composure, addressing Howard. The seasoned Howard, unperturbed, replied, "It has been tested more times than you, my friend." Chapter 25. The rescue begins suddenly. A series of explosions erupted near the aircraft, causing it to lurch violently. Witnessing the chaos, Li Chen and Steve immediately prepared to jump. Carter shouted in urgency, "Come back. We need to get you to safety." "No way. If we jump, you must leave this cursed place at once." Steve shouted back, "You cannot command me." Carter protested, "I certainly can. I am the captain." As Li Chen watched the trees rush by beneath him amidst the relentless gunfire, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Internally he thought, "Damn it. I have never encountered anything like this." At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Good luck, host." Gritting his teeth, Li Chen donned his goggles and turned to Steve and Carter, delivering another swift kick to Steve's leg. Understanding Li Chen's intent, Steve's heart raced with anxiety. With newfound resolve, Li Chen leaped into the void. Seeing Li Chen jump, Steve finally found his courage. There was no time to waste. He abruptly turned and kissed Carter, caught off guard. Carter widened her eyes in astonishment. After a few moments, they parted, and Steve grinned. It was Alan's idea. He then prepared to leap. Carter urgently called out, "Come back safely." With that, Steve jumped, finding Li Chen in midair as both opened their parachutes. Li Chen glanced up and spotted Steve, and they began to converge in the same direction. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Red Skull and Zola's factory was churning out countless energy weapons and energy magazines. Yet Red Skull ordered an increase in production, showing no regard for the lives of the suffering prisoners. To him, they were merely tools. If a tool broke, it was simply replaced. In the dimly lit forest, Steve and Li Chen reunited. Li Chen was equipped with 2 handguns and several magazines, while Steve carried a shield and a handgun. Li Chen knew that Hydra possessed energy weapons. Wouldn't it be splendid to seize one? Who needs this pathetic sidearm? It is merely a stopgap. At this moment, Steve exclaimed with excitement, I did it, Alan. I kissed her. She didn't reject me. It's incredible. Li Chen, upon hearing this, also felt a surge of enthusiasm. Really? Buddy, you finally mustered the courage. Congratulations. No longer a singleton. Yet, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort, as he himself was still single. However, he quickly reminded himself of the numerous beauties within the Marvel Universe, which rekindled his motivation. Steve continued, I must thank you, Alan. Without you, I doubt I could have accomplished this. I lack the courage. Thank you. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, replying, It's nothing, Steve. Let's prepare ourselves and rescue everyone. At this moment, Steve expressed his concerns, saying, That's right. But I must remind you, Alan. When you previously asked for my thoughts on war, I provided you with an answer. However, now that the real deal is here, you must adapt. Do not show mercy to the enemy, otherwise, you will surely suffer. Hearing Steve's words, Li Chen steeled himself. The thought of facing Hydra, their formidable adversary, instantly relieved him of any pressure or burdens. Let us fight fiercely. Let those wretched Hydra scoundrels descend into hell, he declared confidently. Shortly thereafter, the two men stealthily approached the Hydra camp, where they observed tight security. Several patrolling soldiers in black uniforms were stationed at the entrance, complemented by searchlights mounted on guard towers, illuminating the ground with unwavering vigilance. As Li Chen and Steve continued their observation, the sudden sound of an approaching vehicle reached their ears. They quickly crouched down to conceal themselves. A vehicle is returning to the camp. They exchanged knowing glances. Recognizing that an opportunity had arisen, with determination, Li Chen and Steve sprinted toward the last truck. They leaped and deftly landed in the rear compartment, where they found two bewildered soldiers staring at them. Without uttering a word, Li Chen and Steve swiftly incapacitated the soldiers and tossed them out of the vehicle. As the truck gradually entered the camp, they successfully infiltrated the base. This was merely the first step. Before long, both men sensed the vehicle had halted, and they heightened their alertness, preparing for the ensuing situation. Just then, a soldier approached the rear of the truck and lifted the curtain. What greeted their eyes was a shield adorned with the stars and stripes. Without hesitation, Steve charged forward, sending the soldier flying. After quickly assessing their surroundings, the two leaped from the truck. Li Chen, however, noticed that the soldier wielded an energy weapon. With a slight smile, he picked up the weapon, realizing that his own pistol had retired without firing a single shot. Quite impressive. The duo then began to stealthily navigate the camp. Aware that the number of patrolling soldiers was significant, they maneuvered through the area with agility, alternating between stealth and swift sprints. After wandering for quite some time, the two finally located the entrance. They ascended to the rooftop atop an armored vehicle and hurriedly made their way indoors. Following the corridor, they arrived at a door, uncertain of its destination. After assessing the situation, Steve knocked on the metal door and quickly concealed himself behind it, while Li Chen pressed closely against the wall, precisely in the blind spot of the door's observation hole. Shortly thereafter, a dim-witted Hydra soldier, drawn by the noise, approached to open the door. Li Chen even harbored doubts about whether the soldier might be an undercover agent. As the Hydra soldier peered through the opening, Steve swiftly executed a door slam, knocking the soldier unconscious. Li Chen winced at the sight. He often joked before his journey through time about someone getting their head caught in a door. Yet, the unfortunate Hydra soldier before him had indeed fallen victim to such a fate, and Li Chen silently mourned for him for a brief moment. After dragging the soldier's body aside, the pair ventured into the factory's interior. Inside, they observed numerous workers bustling about, with many Hydra soldiers patrolling the area. Each soldier was adorned with an array of energy ammunition, the ethereal blue energy clips hanging from their sides, exuding an air of mystery. Li Chen's gaze shifted to the weapon in his hand, the vibrant blue hue undeniably captivating. He recognized that these weapons, crafted from the energy of the Tesseract, possessed formidable power. He promptly cautioned Steve to remain vigilant regarding the energy ammunition, warning that being struck by it would undoubtedly be disastrous. Steve, well aware of the potency of these blue energy weapons, naturally understood the gravity of the situation and proceeded with utmost caution. Chapter 26. Energy Desert Eagle. Li Chen observed Steve's furtive demeanor and suddenly noticed that he was wearing a blue helmet, which unmistakably resembled a prop used by a performance dancer. Li Chen whispered, "You cannot be serious. Is that a dancer's helmet you're wearing? Could you not procure a proper soldier's helmet? My goodness, you look utterly ridiculous. I seriously doubt that helmet can adequately protect your head." Steve, while surveying the surroundings, responded, "Alan, I don't have the luxury of time to waste on this. I just grabbed whatever was available." No sooner had Steve finished speaking than they stumbled upon a table laden with energy clips. They examined several clips closely, surreptitiously pocketing a few to take back for thorough investigation by the research department. After much searching, the duo finally discovered the area where prisoners of war were being held. A few soldiers were patrolling above, while the captives languished in cages below. The number of patrolling soldiers in this vicinity was relatively sparse compared to other areas. After designating their targets, the two swiftly dealt with the patrolling soldiers and proceeded to search them for keys. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Li Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the dual-wield Energy Desert Eagle. This item originates from the mobile game Call of Duty, and it has now been added to the system inventory. Li Chen immediately checked the item information upon hearing this. Item: Dual-wield Energy Desert Eagle. Description: the energy magazine derives its power from the cosmic cube, with a capacity of 13 rounds, requiring no reloading, and automatically replenishing 1 round every 5 seconds. Additionally, it features a tranquilizer bullet function. Upon reading this, Li Chen felt a surge of excitement. Damn it, after so long. The dog system has finally bestowed upon me something truly useful. Before his transmigration, this was his favorite item in the game. Utterly stylish. He then turned his attention to the system space, where 2 pistols, adorned in black, white, and blue, lay silently, as tranquil as infants. The barrels and triggers shimmered with flowing blue energy. Indeed, the energy components of these guns were dynamic, unlike the Hydra energy weapons that merely emitted light. These also possessed infrared and flashlight capabilities, making them absolutely perfect. Surely, anyone who appreciated firearms would be enamored by this. Li Chen was utterly captivated by the sight. He promptly retrieved them from the system space and placed them in the holsters at his thighs. At that moment, the two had found the key and were preparing to rescue the others, when a few individuals in the cage below raised their heads and inquired about their identities. Who are you? Steve responded with a smile. Captain America. Upon hearing this, Li Chen suddenly felt a spark of interest and replied, As for who I am? Humph. The dual gun shall provide the answer. As he spoke, he drew the Desert Eagles from his holsters, striking a decisive pose. The people in the cage stared in awe at the two, completely transfixed. The pair then hurried down, splitting up to unlock the prison doors. While Li Chen was opening a door, he unexpectedly spotted a dirty, yet somewhat familiar figure in the corner. He approached and softly asked, Bucky? Is that you, Bucky Barnes? Upon hearing this, the person in the corner sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, Oh my God, Alan. It's me, Bucky, my good buddy. Hurry and get me out. Li Chen grinned in response, It really is you, Bucky. What happened? You've changed so much since we last met. Bucky, gripping the iron bars with both hands and wide-eyed, said, Don't you dare lecture me. Are you the only one who came? What about Steve? Is he here? Li Chen opened the prison door and replied, Of course, we came together. He is on the other side rescuing others, and he will be overjoyed to see you. Everyone in the camp thought you were dead. I'm truly happy to see you, my friend. Hearing this, Bucky smiled. So am I, brother. You have no idea how glad I am to see you. I thought I was done for. I need to find Steve. With that, Bucky dashed out of the cage in search of Steve. Before long, 2 loud shouts echoed from a distance. Steve, Bucky. The two immediately embraced tightly. Steve exclaimed with excitement. Thank goodness you're all right, brother. I almost thought you were dead. It's wonderful that you're safe. Bucky replied with equal enthusiasm. Steve, I'm fine. It's great to see you and Alan again. Thank you both. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between the two, everyone had been released from their cells and gathered together, turning their attention toward Li Chen and Steve, eagerly awaiting orders. Steve began to rally the troops, proclaiming, I am Steve Rogers, the Captain of America. Beside me is Alan Dale. We have come to rescue you. Now, are you all prepared to show these damned Hydra a thing or two? The crowd erupted in enthusiastic shouts. We are ready. I will take down these scoundrels. Count me in. Steve chuckled. Then let us charge forth. We shall return in triumph. With that, the group slowly advanced toward the exit. At this moment, Li Chen, standing next to Steve, remarked, Steve, you lead them out. I will take some time to explore the camp and see if I can uncover anything of value. Li Chen was acutely aware that Red Skull, Zola, and the Cosmic Cube were present in this very camp. How could he not stir up some trouble? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Steve expressed concern. Where are you going? Alan, I will accompany you. Li Chen shook his head, stating, No, this team needs your leadership. Otherwise, there will be heavy casualties. Do not worry. I can handle myself. They won't harm me. Reluctantly, Steve conceded. All right, you are right. Be careful, my friend. If things go awry, make sure to find us. Li Chen responded with a smile. Rest assured, I am merely taking a stroll. I will return with you. With that, everyone let out a roar as they swung open the massive iron doors and charged out, catching the Hydra soldiers off guard. It wasn't long before the Hydra troops regained their composure, unleashing a barrage of energy rifles and submachine guns upon the crowd. In an instant, the casualties began to mount, as they were unarmed and could only attempt to seize weapons. Steve, his eyes ablaze with fury, immediately took the lead, charging to the forefront. He effortlessly sent one soldier flying with his shield and dispatched another with a swift punch or kick, each move executed with precision and grace. The Hydra soldiers found themselves unable to contend with him, and morale surged among the crowd. Meanwhile, Li Chen, armed with dual pistols, ventured deeper into the factory. Spotting a Hydra soldier, he fired a shot, the energy bullet vaporizing the enemy on the spot. Li Chen felt no discomfort at the sight, as there was no bloodshed, just a simple elimination of a Hydra soldier. His aim grew increasingly precise, the heat of battle enhancing his skills. A clear distinction between practice and actual combat. Chapter 27. The onset of chaos. Red Skull Schmidt, observing the carnage inflicted by the two through the surveillance feeds, decisively initiated the base S self-destruct sequence. This action startled Zola, who exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Red Skull replied, "See for yourself. Our soldiers are no match for them." As he spoke, he continued to press buttons on the destruction protocol with unwavering speed. Zola, witnessing the unfolding chaos on the monitors, hurried back to his office to gather his documents. As Li Chen ascended the stairs, he encountered a diminutive figure. Upon spotting Li Chen, Zola hastily quickened his pace and began to sprint, his short legs moving with remarkable speed. Li Chen immediately recognized Zola and shouted, "Stop right there." True to his nature of being resolute and succinct, he fired 2 shots without hesitation. This startled Zola, who, in his panic, abandoned his neatly organized briefcase, tossing it into the air as he fled frantically. It seemed that fortune favored Zola, as neither of Li Chen's shots found their mark. One grazed the ground a mere centimeter from Zola's heel, while the other struck his briefcase. Li Chen chose not to pursue. Instead, he noticed a fluid on the ground where Zola had fled. He had evidently scared himself to the point of losing control. Amused, Li Chen chuckled. Well, he has what himself. Subsequently, he entered his office, where a chaotic array of documents lay scattered across the desk, incomprehensible to him. Turning his gaze, he suddenly beheld a large map, which he recognized as the strategic deployment of Hydra. Unwilling to squander his mental resources on such trivial information, he fired a shot at the glass, leaped over, and crumpled the map into his pocket. Spotting an airplane blueprint nearby, he stuffed that into his trousers as well. At that moment, the alarm throughout the base blared, signaling that Hydra had fully grasped the situation, an enemy attack. Realizing that the Red Skull was likely initiating a self-destruct sequence, Li Chen decided against lingering any longer and prepared to flee. The system's voice then resonated in his mind. Friendship reminds the host that the energy Desert Eagle can charge and unleash immense power. Please use with caution. Intrigued, Li Chen attempted to charge the weapon at the office door, watching as the barrel flickered with blue energy. After charging 6 rounds, he pulled the trigger, releasing an energy ball the size of a tennis ball. The resulting explosion obliterated half of the room, revealing a view of the outside world, shrouded in darkness and wind. The system truly proved to be formidable. If he charged it fully to 13 rounds, it would be akin to launching a missile. Enthused, Li Chen thought to himself, and then hastened to make his escape, aware that the place was on the brink of destruction. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found chaos reigning, flames and bodies scattered everywhere. As he took in the gruesome scene of blood, corpses, and severed limbs, a wave of nausea surged within him, nearly causing him to vomit. He quickly sought refuge in a nearby room and muttered to the system, "Oh no, system, as he struggled to suppress the urge to retch, the images from moments ago haunting his mind. Before long, he could no longer contain himself, and, leaning against the wall, he violently expelled the contents of his stomach. At that moment, the system candidly remarked, "Indeed, I have granted the host a robust constitution, yet I have not bestowed upon you ample experience. Such experiences must be cultivated and accumulated to reach fullness. These elements necessitate the host's personal engagement and accumulation to achieve completeness. Reliance on external forces is futile." Li Chen felt as though he might retch from the intensity of the situation, yet the system's words prompted him to reflect with newfound clarity. The system was indeed correct. True strength can only be forged through self-accumulation. With a swift wipe of his mouth, Li Chen expressed his apologies, saying, "My apologies, system, I have lost my composure. I have regained my resolve, and I thank you." With this thought, Li Chen stowed away his 2 Desert Eagles and retrieved the 2 handguns he had initially carried. He was determined to confront the bloodshed and face his shortcomings head-on. Without hesitation, he kicked the iron door aside and began firing wildly at the Hydra soldiers with both handguns. Bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot, he claimed the lives of several Hydra soldiers. This time, Li Chen no longer exhibited the earlier signs of disarray. He continued to shoot while making his way towards Steve. The cacophony of explosions and the rumble of vehicles filled the air. Emerging from his previous state, Li Chen felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. All he desired now was the thrill of battle. Bang, 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 bang. In a frenzy, Li Chen fired until the ammunition in his handguns was spent. Then he picked up a submachine gun from the ground and unleashed a barrage of bullets. He was a force to be reckoned with, vanquishing all in his path. With extraordinary precision, Li Chen's marksmanship deterred the Hydra soldiers from engaging him directly. In no time, he found himself near Steve. Suddenly, a Hydra sniper perched atop a tower trained his sights on Li Chen. In that instant, Li Chen felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He was being targeted. Stunned, he froze in place. Noticing Li Chen's peril, Steve wasted no time and tackled him to the ground just as the sniper's bullet whizzed past them. Steve rose, his voice ringing with urgency as he shouted, "We need someone to bring down that tower immediately." The gunner on the armored vehicle, having heard Steve's command, swiftly turned the cannon and unleashed a devastating blast, shattering the tower into rubble. Steve turned to the prone Li Chen, his expression laced with concern. "Alan, are you all right? Are you injured? Can you still fight?" Regaining his composure, Li Chen replied, somewhat shaken, "My goodness, I brushed with death." "Thank you, Steve. You saved my life. Don't mention it. Just be careful, my friend. And look after yourself," Steve said, extending a hand to help Li Chen up. Once on his feet, Li Chen declared loudly, "They have initiated the self-destruct sequence. It won't be long before this place is obliterated. We must accelerate our escape." With that, Li Chen set aside any bravado, retrieving his energy Desert Eagle and rejoining the fray. Upon hearing Li Chen's intel, Steve promptly issued a series of commands, rallying their comrades around him, Li Chen and Bucky, as they made a swift exit. The armored vehicle charged ahead, breaching the barbed wire and creating a passage for the main forces. Meanwhile, Li Chen, still harboring no fondness for the watchtower after the recent peril, unleashed his dual Desert Eagles, unleashing a torrent of fire that obliterated the towers entirely. In the process, he also decimated the armored vehicle that had obstructed their escape, leaving it in a state of utter ruin, which elicited exuberant cheers from the onlookers. Beside him, Bucky exhibited remarkable marksmanship, each bullet he fired claiming the life of a Hydra soldier. Chapter 28, The Triumphant Return. At that moment, the camp was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony of deafening explosions. The entire encampment was slowly being consumed by flames. Steve ordered the main forces to retreat from the battlefield, while he, Li Chen, and Bucky, along with several other soldiers, remained behind to cover their withdrawal. After a brief interval, the main forces successfully evacuated. Just then, the trio heard the ominous whirring of helicopter blades overhead. They looked up to see the Red Skull mockingly gazing down at them from his aircraft. "Ah, Captain America, I am truly elated. I am your devoted admirer, your greatest fan." "So, it seems Dr. Erskine succeeded after all," he taunted. Before the Red Skull could finish his taunt, Li Chen swiftly fired a shot at his head, executing a surprise attack. Schmidt, noticing the bullet hurtling towards him, instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding the projectile as it grazed his scalp. With a dismissive sneer, Li Chen remarked, "So you are Schmidt? Hardly impressive. How's your hair holding up?" "Haha." Schmidt, humiliated, shouted in fury, "Ah, I know you. The psychic of Captain America? The loyal behind-the-scenes worker? You shall perish." As he spoke, the Red Skull hurled a grenade toward the trio. Reacting swiftly, they dropped to the ground, and the ensuing explosion occurred without causing injury to any of them. The Red Skull continued his diatribe. "No matter how Erskine deceived you, I am the most successful and perfect creation." While declaring this, he tore off the human mask from his face, revealing a crimson skull beneath. Bucky, taken aback, hurriedly questioned Steve, "You didn't turn into that ghastly visage, did you?" The Red Skull laughed derisively at the trio, proclaiming, "You are all failures, Captain. And you, the behind-the-scenes worker, I have no hair at all." "Ha ha." As he laughed, the aircraft accelerated upward, making its escape. Li Chen attempted to fire at it, but the plane deftly evaded his shots. With the explosions at the Hydra base intensifying, the three immediately fled the camp to regroup with the main forces. Once reunited, they commenced their withdrawal. Meanwhile, at the camp, the colonel was sending a telegram. "Senator Brandt, I regret to inform you that Steve Rogers and Allendale went missing in enemy territory on the 3rd. Aerial reconnaissance has yielded no results. Therefore, I must declare Captain Rogers and Dale deceased in action." End of transmission. At this moment, Carter approached Colonel Phillips to report that the last reconnaissance aircraft had returned without any signs of activity. Colonel Phillips sighed, stating, "We cannot do anything about Stark. He is a wealthy man and the largest military contractor. As for you, Carter, you are nothing." Carter replied defiantly, "With all due respect, sir, I do not regret my actions. I believe neither do they." Since returning, Carter had been praying for Steve and Li Chen, hoping for their safe return. Colonel Phillips accused, "I do not care for your opinions. I gave you an opportunity, and now many fine soldiers of America have perished, all because of your affection for them and your selfishness." Carter retorted, "That is not the case. I am driven by conviction." Colonel Phillips scoffed, "Oh, when our department is disbanded, I hope your conviction brings you solace." Meanwhile, Steve and Li Chen were still en route, encountering small enemy units along the way. The marching speed of the main force was limited, preventing them from hastening back to the camp. After a night of travel, they finally returned. The camp was filled with soldier shouts of "Look, who has returned." Unbelievable. Colonel Phillips, noticing the commotion, inquired, "What is happening outside?" He and Carter then proceeded to the camp entrance, where they saw Steve, Bucky, and Li Chen walking side by side, accompanied by many other soldiers. They had successfully rescued all the captives, even bringing back several armored vehicles and trucks. All the soldiers in the camp stood on either side, applauding them. In that moment, they genuinely admired Steve and Li Chen, who had earned the soldiers' respect through their prowess. Seeing this scene, the three exchanged smiles, and Li Chen was the first to speak. "Hey, Bucky, did you know that Steve is no longer single? He has a beautiful girlfriend." Bucky looked at Steve in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness. I can't believe you finally came to your senses." Steve, feeling shy, touched his helmet and said, "Actually, Alan has been a great help. Without him, I think I would still lack the courage." Li Chen nudged Steve with his elbow, advising, "When you see Peggy, listen to me. Open your arms for a hug, and then give her a deep kiss, all right?" Steve encouraged himself inwardly, saying, "All right, Alan, I will." The three, accompanied by the others, slowly made their way deeper into the camp, where they encountered Colonel Phillips, who had already arrived. Steve saluted, stating, "Some of them need medical attention. I am willing to accept punishment." Li Chen chimed in, "Me too, sir. We went together." Colonel Phillips looked at Steve and Li Chen, exasperated, saying, "There is no need for that." He then turned to Carter, remarking, "Conviction, huh?" Before walking away, Carter chuckled, approaching Steve and saying, "You're late." Steve smiled, pulling out the battered communicator. "I couldn't get a car to come." Upon witnessing the scene, Li Chen promptly gave Steve a gentle push from behind. Steve was propelled directly into Carter's embrace. Gathering his courage, Steve tightly held Carter and passionately kissed her. Li Chen and Bucky, observing this, erupted into laughter and shouted, "Let us cheer for Captain America." The camp was soon filled with thunderous applause. After a moment, Steve and Carter reluctantly separated. With a tender gaze, Steve said to Carter, "Let us return and tidy up. It is quite messy here." Li Chen chimed in with a smile, "Indeed. I shall cook dinner tonight, preparing a couple of dishes for us to enjoy together." Steve agreed, "Absolutely. Alan's cooking is truly delightful." Carter, regaining her composure, added with a smile, "Oh yes, of course. Hurry along." The group then returned to their quarters to prepare. Inside, Steve spoke to Li Chen. "Have you heard, Alan? During this battle, you saved many lives, and they are all immensely grateful to you. They even bestowed upon you a nickname." Li Chen, taken aback, inquired, "What nickname?" Steve replied, "Because you wield dual pistols. Everyone has taken to calling you the Ranger, the Dual Pistol Ranger." Li Chen chuckled, "That seems quite fitting." Chapter 29, Awards. In the evening, the four gathered, and Li Chen produced 2 bottles of Maodai as they commenced their dinner. Li Chen also demonstrated the use of chopsticks to Bucky and Carter, leaving them utterly astonished. Steve took it upon himself to explain the technique to them. Carter and Bucky, upon hearing this, were left in awe but soon expressed their gratitude to Li Chen, who considered such gestures mere trifles among friends. Naturally, the 3 promised to keep Li Chen's secret, and he trusted them implicitly. For they were esteemed figures within the Marvel Universe, and he harbored no concerns about his secret being divulged. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired advanced dance proficiency." Li Chen responded with a grin, "Quickly load it for me. Do not dawdle." Loading skills for the host. The 4 continued to enjoy their meal merrily, and afterward, they all praised Li Chen's culinary skills profusely. The following day, Steve and Li Chen were informed that they had been awarded the Medal of Valor. "It is my honor to present this Medal of Valor to my good friends, Captain America and the Dual Pistol Ranger," the senator proclaimed passionately, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic applause from the audience. The 2 heeded the call and ascended to the stage, where the applause grew even more fervent. The senator personally draped the medals around their necks. For Li Chen, it was the first time receiving such accolades, and he felt a surge of joy as he gazed at the gleaming medal on his chest. Then, he spotted an elderly gentleman in the audience, smiling and clapping, none other than the father of Marvel himself, Stan Lee. This remarkable figure made an appearance in every film, embodying an extraordinary presence. On stage, the 2 individuals expressed their gratitude with a bow, while cameras clicked away from the audience, capturing their moment. The following day, they graced the front page of the newspaper. For Li Chen, it was his first appearance in print, and notably on the front page. Upon opening the newspaper, he was greeted by a large photograph that filled him with delight, swelling his pride. Subsequently, Li Chen and Steve returned to the operations room, where Li Chen took the initiative to hand over a map to Colonel Phillips, which marked 6 Hydra bases. The blueprints of the aircraft were personally delivered by Li Chen to Howard. Upon seeing them, Howard rolled his eyes and lamented, "It's all your fault, my friend. Now Agent Carter has her affections elsewhere, and I am utterly defeated." Are you pleased? Li Chen chuckled and replied, don't jest with me. Even without my help, I doubt you would have had a chance. Besides, are you truly lacking in female companionship? I think you're merely being idle. At this, Howard turned away, choosing not to engage with Li Chen further. Noticing his friend's demeanor, Li Chen hastily exclaimed, hey, Howard, don't be so petty. I brought you a gift. I assure you, it will delight you. The mention of a gift piqued Howard's interest. All right, I'll give you another chance, soldier. Let's see what you've got. Li Chen promptly presented the aircraft blueprints along with some energy magazines to Howard. As Howard took them, he glanced at the blueprints and his eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens, where did you acquire this? Li Chen candidly replied, from the office of a little fellow. Why? Howard, still in shock, exclaimed. This is incredibly useful to me. Thank you, Alan. You are forgiven. Li Chen responded, take your time to study it. I won't intrude any longer. Thus, Li Chen enhanced his rapport with Howard. He then returned to the operations hall, where Colonel Phillips was scrutinizing the tabletop model. Steve remarked, according to additional intelligence provided by Bucky, Hydra has relocated all their equipment to another location that is not marked on the map. Upon hearing this, Colonel Phillips issued various commands, and Li Chen stepped forward to listen intently to the Colonel's directives. We need to give Schmidt a taste of his own medicine. What do you think, Rogers and Dale? Do you believe you can eliminate Hydra? Colonel Phillips stated while reviewing documents handed to him by a stunning blonde. Certainly, sir. But I will need a team, Steve responded. Absolutely, sir. We are confident in our ability to take down Hydra, Li Chen affirmed. Colonel Phillips, pleased with their resolve, replied. Excellent. We are already assembling the finest soldiers for you. However, Steve had already contemplated his team and directly stated, with all due respect, sir, I have already selected my members. Following this, Li Chen accompanied Steve to a tavern, where Carter was preoccupied with other duties. Upon their arrival, Li Chen observed that the soldiers Steve had selected were those they had rescued from the Hydra base. The two joined their gathering, and after explaining their purpose, the soldiers readily agreed to their cause. They were eager to give Hydra a good thrashing. Of course, the condition was that the drinks flowed freely. Upon hearing this, Li Chen produced a bottle of Matai for their enjoyment. With only one bottle remaining from the original 6 in the case, he promptly poured the last drop into his metal canteen. Having finalized the arrangements, Li Chen and Steve made their way to find Bucky, who readily agreed to join their team without hesitation. At that moment, the entire tavern's attention was drawn to a striking figure at the entrance. Agent Carter, adorned in a red dress, entered, greeting Li Chen and Bucky before turning to Steve and saying, Howard has prepared some new equipment for you. Shall we take a look tomorrow morning? Steve, captivated by Carter's presence, stammered, of course. You look stunning. Embarrassed by his own words, he quickly added, do you enjoy music? Agent Carter replied, I do. Perhaps we could find time to dance. Steve beamed with delight. That would be wonderful. Carter stated, tomorrow at 8. In Howard's armory, Steve. With that, she turned and walked away. Bucky leaned over to Li Chen and remarked, I feel like I've become invisible. As if the roles between Steve and me have reversed. It's terrifying. Li Chen chuckled and reassured Bucky, don't worry. With your charm, you will never lack for female attention. You're overthinking it. At that moment, Steve chimed in. Perhaps Peggy has a friend, Bucky? Bucky, hearing this, could only manage a wry smile and took a swig of his drink, lost in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Howard was engrossed in studying the energy source of an energy cartridge. It appeared rather unremarkable. Everything seemed quite normal. Peering through the glass at the blue energy orb, Howard remarked to himself before maneuvering a mechanical claw towards it. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. An explosion sent Howard flying across the room. This dramatic scene was witnessed by Li Chen, who quickly instructed the system to capture a photograph for posterity. It was utterly hilarious. Li Chen hastily helped Howard to his feet and inquired, what just happened? What kind of high-tech experiment are you conducting? Howard, still in shock, replied, I didn't anticipate this thing would be so powerful. It looks so harmless. He promptly turned to the nearby researchers and commanded, make sure to document all of this. Li Chen shook his head, chuckling, be careful, Howard. With that, he resumed his own path. Chapter 30, an unexpected encounter later that evening. Having just exited Howard's lab, Li Chen spotted a blonde woman seated at the entrance, engrossed in a newspaper. She was the same woman who had delivered documents to Colonel Phillips earlier. Noticing the newspaper in her hands, Li Chen asked, is this the latest edition? May I take a look? He was aware that he and Steve had made the headlines, but he had yet to see the article himself and was eager to discover how they were portrayed. The newspaper's bold headline proclaimed, over 400 prisoners rescued. The golden-haired beauty, upon hearing Li Chen's words, looked up and said, of course. You must be the one featured in the newspaper, right? I saw you in the lobby earlier, but I wasn't certain. As she spoke, she handed the newspaper to Li Chen. With a smile, he accepted it, remarking, if I'm not mistaken, it should mention both Steve and me. Upon hearing his words, the golden-haired beauty's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at him. However, Li Chen remained oblivious to her reaction as he began to flip through the newspaper. Soon enough, he found a prominent section showcasing a photograph of himself and Steve, prompting him to smile. Indeed, Steve and I look rather dashing, he thought to himself, having undergone the enhanced super serum. Li Chen now stood at an impressive height of 187 meters. His experiences in battle had further matured his demeanor, infusing his gaze with vitality and vigor. Adorned in military attire, it would be no exaggeration to declare that Li Chen was indeed a striking figure. At that moment, the golden-haired beauty leaned in with a somewhat flirtatious tone and remarked, "I read about your exploits in the newspaper. You and Steve are truly brave to venture into such perilous places." Li Chen recalled that in the original film, this golden-haired beauty had shared an intimate moment with Steve, only to be caught by Carter. His arrival had already altered the course of many events. As he listened to her tone, Li Chen realized that this golden-haired beauty had taken an interest in him. Reflecting on this, he quickly assessed her appearance, compared to the original portrayal. He found her even more enchanting. This stirred something within him. Should he indulge in a thrilling evening with this captivating beauty? Having been transported to this world for nearly 6 months, Li Chen was far from inexperienced. He was well aware of the more liberal attitudes prevalent in Western cultures. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed intimate company, and he felt a longing that was hard to ignore. After all, they were all passionate young men, weren't they? Embracing the notion of seizing opportunities, he responded to the golden-haired beauty with a smile. "It's not that remarkable. It's merely part of my duty." At this moment, she leaned closer, whispering, "It can't be that simple. You saved over 400 lives, which is wonderful news for their wives. American women owe you a debt of gratitude." With that, she boldly grasped Li Chen's tie, drawing him into a secluded spot and kissing him passionately. Li Chen, having long yearned for such a connection, felt his desires ignite instantly. He fervently returned her kiss, realizing that tonight he was destined to make his mark for his country. Engaging in an exhilarating encounter with this golden-haired beauty. Just as the two were immersed in their fervent embrace, Steve approached from behind. Upon witnessing their clandestine rendezvous, he cleared his throat gently, causing the pair to spring apart in surprise. Li Chen turned around to find Steve, his heart brimming with indignation. Of all times, this old rascal chose now to interrupt his delightful moment. With a hint of annoyance, he inquired, "Steve, what brings you here?" Steve, somewhat awkward, replied, "Well, it's not much. Really? It's just dinner time. Buck, the other team members, and I are waiting for you to join us. It's our first group meal as a team." Upon hearing this, Li Chen's irritation dissipated. "All right, just give me a moment, you rascal, spoiling my good time." After speaking with Steve, Li Chen leaned towards the nearby blonde beauty and whispered, "Which room are you in? Leave a window open for me tonight. I would love to share my battle stories with you." The blonde promptly slipped a note into Li Chen's hand, whispering back, "Come over early. We mustn't miss each other tonight." Indeed, this was the essence of Western culture, an admiration for heroes, a sentiment shared by every woman. In the spirit of mutual attraction, it was only natural for something to transpire. Li Chen felt a deep gratitude for the simplicity of such customs. With that, Li Chen accompanied Steve to the dining hall for the gathering. On their way, he remarked, "I won't be staying in the dorm tonight. You know, I have a date." He then asked, "What about you? How are things progressing with Agent Carter?" Steve, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Ellen, our progress isn't as swift. I'm planning to dance with her and take things slow." Li Chen responded, "Of course. Your feelings for Carter are genuine love. It's only right to proceed gradually. As for me, I'm merely satisfying my own desires, as I have yet to encounter my true love." At this thought, Li Chen's mind drifted to the enchanting women of the Marvel Universe, Black Widow Natasha, Scarlet Witch Wanda, and others. He quickly recalled that both Natasha and Wanda had yet to be born. In the film Captain America, the Winter Soldier, it was mentioned that Natasha was born in 1984. As for Wanda, her parents were slain in the war, leaving only her and Quicksilver to survive, and perhaps, at this moment, her parents had not yet come into existence. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at the realization of the long road ahead. Steve shared a knowing smile, reminiscing about how he once envied Bucky, who was able to enjoy the company of various women while he remained solitary in his room. As few women appreciated shorter men. After the sumptuous feast, Li Chen arrived at the address on the note. He took a couple of steps back, then sprinted forward, leaping effortlessly to the window, which he opened before gracefully climbing inside. There sat the blonde beauty, eagerly awaiting him. Without further ado, they embraced and kissed. Confident that this time, no one would interrupt their moment. The room soon echoed with soft, hushed moans and heavy breaths. Li Chen was truly making his mark. In this moment, I shall refrain from excessive description, allowing your imagination to fill in the gaps. Chapter 31, The Shield of Captain America. Early the next morning. Invigorated and refreshed, Li Chen hurriedly dressed and set off towards the designated meeting point. Yesterday, they had agreed to convene at Howard's laboratory at 8:30 to select equipment for Steve. The famed shield of Captain America was to be bestowed upon Steve today. How could he possibly miss such a moment? After exchanging brief pleasantries with the blonde beauty, Li Chen swiftly departed. Upon reaching the entrance, he fortuitously encountered Steve and Howard, who were also making their way inside. Li Chen jogged a few steps to catch up with them. Overhearing their conversation, he discovered that Steve harbored a touch of jealousy. Howard remarked, "Cheese fondue consists of cheese and bread, my friend. You shouldn't overthink it." To which Steve replied, "Really? I had no idea you two." Howard interjected, "For now, I'm focused on ensuring your safety and that of your team." "Howard, what have you prepared for me today?" Li Chen inquired. "Come on. What more do you need? Everyone knows you have 2 handguns. I doubt you would find anything here appealing," Howard replied. Subsequently, the two followed Howard on a tour of the laboratory. "I heard you've developed an attachment to the shield?" Howard patted the battered shield previously used by Steve. "Of course. Steve adores his shield," Li Chen affirmed. "Then you've come to the right place. I have an abundance of shields here," Howard declared. Howard continued, "I've prepared a few options for you. How about this one?" Upon seeing the selection, Li Chen was taken aback by their utter ugliness, spiked, rectangular. They were indeed quite unsightly. "Buddy, we didn't come here to look at this junk. Show me your most prized treasures," Li Chen demanded. Howard appeared bewildered. "This is the best I have, my friend. I wouldn't dare deceive you," he said innocently. At that moment, Steve spotted a round shield beneath the table, still unpainted. He promptly picked it up and exclaimed, "What about this one?" Li Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. "Yes, this is it. A unique masterpiece, truly one of a kind." No, it's not finished yet." Howard hastily waved his hands. Steve asked, "What material is this?" "Vibranium, along with some other elements. It is stronger than steel, but only weighs 1/3 as much. It can completely absorb vibrations," Howard explained. Steve examined the shield from various angles, growing fonder of it by the moment, and inquired, "Why isn't this metal issued to the entire army?" Howard replied, "Well, I wish it were possible. But this metal is exceedingly rare on Earth, and there are many other factors. The one you have is the only one. I can't produce a second." Li Chen, however, disagreed internally, recalling that an abundance of vibranium exists in certain African tribes, an inexhaustible resource. Yet, in this era, vibranium was indeed scarce, and Howard's assertions held some truth. This shield was utterly irreplaceable. Li Chen observed Steve, who was still fiddling with the shield, and promptly remarked, "Hey, Steve, stop toying with it. This one suits you perfectly. You two are destined for each other. Allow me to test its strength." At that moment, Agent Carter approached, inquiring, "Steve, are you done?" Steve turned to Carter with a grin, gesturing towards the shield. "What do you think?" He then looked back at Li Chen, smiling. "Sure, let us give it a try." Without hesitation, Li Chen drew a Desert Eagle and aimed it at the shield, asking, "Do you want to hold the shield for the test? Or shall I place it against the wall?" The crowd gasped at the sight of Li Chen drawing his weapon, particularly Howard, who urgently waved his hands, exclaiming, No, this is still a prototype. Although I'm unsure how to complete it, it's quite dangerous." Steve pondered for a brief moment before declaring, "No problem. Let us test it directly. This shield resonates with me, and I have faith in it." With that, he lifted the shield. Li Chen, seeing this, wasted no time and fired 3 rounds, which were uncharged. Otherwise, the shield might have survived unscathed, but Steve would certainly have been knocked back. 3 blue energy projectiles erupted from the barrel like lightning, striking the shield head-on. To everyone's astonishment, the shield remained unscathed, showing no signs of disturbance. The onlookers were taken aback, for Li Chen's handgun was no ordinary firearm, but one that fired energy rounds, yet the shield stood resolutely intact, looking as pristine as ever. Steve, admiring the shield more than ever, proclaimed, "This is it." Li Chen smiled with satisfaction, knowing that Steve had finally found his signature shield. And he felt genuinely happy for him. At that moment, Steve handed Howard a note, saying, "I have some ideas regarding the attire." "No problem, buddy. I'm all ears." After the team composed themselves, they launched an offensive against Hydra. One Hydra base after another was dismantled through their combined efforts, infuriating Red Skull, who was left utterly powerless. Effectively a mute-tasting bitter gall, Bucky took on the role of the sniper, Steve acted as the captain, while Li Chen served as the vice-captain, responsible for close-quarters combat. The duo-wielding dual pistols struck fear into the hearts of Hydra agents. Bucky's sharpshooting, Steve's commanding presence and charge, and Li Chen's dual-wielding prowess, along with the unique strengths of each team member, led to frequent victories in battle. Through all these confrontations, Li Chen had transformed from his former naive self. The cacophony of gunfire and chaos had become mere trifles in his eyes, as he shook his head with a wry smile at the memory of his youthful innocence. The team's momentum surged, embodying the spirit of obliterating every known Hydra base. What a thrill it was. On one occasion, a camera in the vehicle captured the team as they prepared for their mission, resulting in a film that was later screened within the military camp, much to the attention of Colonel Phillips, Carter, and many others. Certainly, many individuals have also caught sight of the image of Carter on Steve's watch, a sight that rendered Carter himself quite bashful. The healing spray produced by the system was also administered to the members of the team by Li Chen, significantly reducing the casualties, for which the group expressed their heartfelt gratitude to him. On one occasion, after completing a mission and during their return journey, the system's voice resonated once more, presenting Li Chen with items that stirred a profound sense of astonishment within him. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the improved Caesar belt from the world of Kamen Rider 555. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the exclusive item, the improved Delta belt, usable only 3 times, from the world of Kamen Rider 555. Exclusive user, Howard Stark. Upon hearing this, Li Chen hastily examined the details of each item. Item name, improved Caesar belt details. This belt, having undergone enhancements, no longer requires the Orphanok gene and will not impose any negative effects on the user. However, its attributes have been somewhat diminished, providing only a slight enhancement to the host strength. Upon executing a finishing move, any life or item will inevitably turn to sand. Exclusive item name, improved Delta belt details, exclusively for Howard Stark's use. This enhanced Delta belt will not inflict any negative effects on the user and no longer requires a brainwave device to activate its power. The strength post-transformation is equivalent to the injected enhanced super serum, meaning the transformed power directly matches that of the host. However, the specifics depend on the user, and similarly, executing a finishing move will result in any life or item turning to sand. Chapter 32, accompanying Howard to battle Hydra. Upon seeing this, Li Chen was both shocked and bewildered for an extended period, marveling at Howard's remarkable fortune, as this was the first appearance of an exclusive item, and it belonged to that rascal. Simultaneously, Li Chen's thoughts drifted elsewhere. The Kamen Rider 555 series was undoubtedly his favorite, with its thrilling narrative and minimalist suit design resonating deeply with his sensibilities. However, the Caesar belt? The thought left Li Chen thunderstruck, for this belt was notoriously perilous. In the original narrative, all who had transformed using it met their demise, including the final guardian of the beach, Kazuka. This was due to the prior users lacking a robust Orphanok gene, while the latter fought valiantly to protect the beach, even at the cost of their life. Kazuka's bravery was commendable, a true man indeed. Furthermore, it is worth noting that all belts in the original story were not intended for human use, but rather for the Orphanok, making it unsurprising that humans who transformed met their end. At the very least, one could transform once, however. It was not even permissible to sacrifice one's life for that transformation. One wouldn't even qualify for such a chance. Li Chen gazed at the 2 suitcases within the system space. One a slightly larger silver suitcase and the other a somewhat smaller black one. He then reflected on the fact that the system had optimally removed numerous restrictions, otherwise he would not dare to gamble with his life. This recollection of the Kamen Rider 555 narrative led Li Chen to conclude that the Caesar belt, despite its dangers, was indeed quite remarkable. The belt, designed with elemental motifs, adorned in a vibrant orange-yellow theme and featuring a striking purple compound eye, possesses an undeniable allure. However, the true pinnacle of style is epitomized by the cross-sword gun and its ultimate technique, the Blade Storm. The mere act of transforming and piercing through foes is nothing short of exhilarating. Nevertheless, it is the Delta belt that holds Li Chen's utmost admiration, much to his chagrin, as it has been usurped by the scoundrel Howard. This is indeed infuriating, for Delta stands as the preeminent belt without contest. The photon bloodline of this belt is singular, while Caesar's boasts 2 strands, yet Delta's power eclipses both. It even ultimately decomposes into the heavenly and earthly emperor belts, highlighting its immense potential. Upon transformation, residual power lingers in the body, granting the ability to wield a faint violet lightning force, originally depicted as red. A mere jolt of electricity would send an ordinary person flying. For instance, the beach guardian, Koga, once found himself airborne from such an encounter. Moreover, the black and white color scheme is quite appealing, though it seems rather unfortunate for that rascal Howard, particularly as he is limited to just 3 uses. One can only hope he exercises restraint. Contemplating this, Li Chen decided to surprise Howard. For this item is truly a product of a new era. No one could possibly dislike such a marvel. However, secrecy must be paramount. Otherwise, the military would likely seize the belt for themselves. Although it would be futile for them, the mere exposure of such a treasure would undoubtedly incite envy. For that is human nature. During missions, Li Chen felt entirely at ease using Caesar, as he was surrounded by comrades, individuals with whom he had shared countless missions, fostering a bond of unwavering camaraderie. There was no fear of betrayal, for they were all good men. Furthermore, everyone was already aware of the Vice Captain Li Chen's remarkable abilities. Such as the healing spray, no one was oblivious to the fact that this was no ordinary item. After Li Chen elucidated its nature, all expressed their commitment to safeguarding his secret, not only because he had once saved them, but also due to his genuine dedication as their vice captain. As for the empty vial of light, it had been disposed of in the system space. Li Chen wished to leave no trace, lest someone stumble upon it. Subsequently, the group returned triumphantly, each heading to their respective quarters to tend to their affairs. Steve, Bucky, and Li Chen shared a dormitory, and the entire military camp was aware of the unbreakable bond among these three comrades. As they busied themselves, Bucky remarked with a grin, "Steve, Alan, at this rate, we shall swiftly dismantle Hydra's base. They stand no chance against us." Steve concurred, "Indeed, I share your sentiment. We are riding a wave of momentum." Li Chen interjected, "While that is true, we must remain vigilant. Caution is the mother of safety, and I suspect Hydra is not so easily vanquished." He then inquired, "Have you both finished tidying up? Let us go for a refreshing shower together." Once the two hastened to complete their tasks, the trio proceeded to the showers, indulging in a thoroughly invigorating hot water cleanse. As the warm water cascaded over them, washing away the various odors and dust, they emerged feeling rejuvenated and refreshed. After the three finished washing up, they headed to the cafeteria for dinner. During the meal, Li Chen spoke to Steve, saying, "Steve, I have something to discuss with Howard later. For our next mission, could we possibly include him?" Steve and Bucky initially had no reaction to the first part of his statement, but were utterly bewildered by the latter. Bucky exclaimed, "Did I hear you correctly? Howard? On the battlefield with us? That researcher?" Steve replied, "I'm afraid so. There's no other Howard in the camp. Alan, do you truly wish to bring him along? This is not a joke. We're going to war, not playing around. While his research skills are undeniable, I don't think it's a prudent idea for him to fight." Li Chen chuckled at their concerns, saying, "Don't worry, I'll keep him safe. Just look at him. What man doesn't crave the thrill of battle? He has been cooped up, watching us embark on missions and return victorious. Though he may not voice it, he surely yearns for it. Trust me, I will protect him." Li Chen emphasized once more, internally thinking, "What a joke. Delta needs our protection? Hydra is in for a rough time. The next Hydra base will be graced by the debut of Caesar and Delta." He mused, "Thank you to your entire family, Hydra." Upon hearing Li Chen's insistence, Steve and Bucky decided to respect his decision. Steve then remarked, "Even if we are on board, I doubt Colonel Phillips would agree. If he learns of your intentions, he might just blow a fuse. Howard is a vital asset to the military. We cannot afford any risks." Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, that kid has plenty of clever ideas. Just make sure to give a heads up to the team. I'll finish my meal and have a chat with him. Haha, trust me, everything will be fine." With that, Steve and Bucky ceased their attempts to dissuade him, understanding that Li Chen never undertook actions without confidence. Although they were somewhat puzzled as to why he was so insistent on including Howard in the next mission, they supported Li Chen's decision. Chapter 33. The astonished Howard. After the three finished their dinner, Steve and Bucky returned to their dormitory to rest, while Li Chen retrieved a small briefcase from the system space. Upon opening it, he found the contents to be just as expected: a belt, a camera, and a phone, accompanied by an instruction manual. Confirming that everything was in order, Li Chen closed the briefcase, took it in hand, and headed to the laboratory in search of Howard. Upon arriving at the lab, Li Chen discovered that only Howard was present, with no other researchers around. Howard was engrossed in some experiment that Li Chen could not comprehend. He placed the briefcase on the floor and sat quietly beside Howard, patiently waiting. At that moment, Howard was so absorbed in his work that he failed to notice the presence of another person. Just as he was about to proceed with the next step of his experiment, a sudden sound caught his attention. Li Chen, seeing that Howard was deep in thought, refrained from interrupting the genius's flow, as he noticed that Howard had yet to realize his presence and was engrossed in his experiments. Li Chen could hardly contain his impatience and gently cleared his throat. Howard was suddenly jolted back to reality, exclaiming, "Alan, when did you arrive?" Li Chen replied, "I've been seated here for quite some time. You seemed so captivated by your research that I dared not interrupt. Where's everyone else? Why are you alone?" Howard removed his goggles and said, "They left long ago. Not everyone possesses a genius mind like mine, coupled with an unwavering diligence." Seeing Howard indulge in yet another bout of self-praise, Li Chen mused that Tony must have perfectly inherited his insufferably narcissistic traits from this old rascal. "Enough boasting." Li Chen interjected, "I have something to discuss. Haven't you always yearned to fight on the battlefield? I can make that happen, next time we embark on a mission. You can join us. What do you say?" Howard was taken aback by this proposition, hastily responding, "Hey, buddy, I have no desire to charge into battle. That's your realm. I still have plenty of life left to live. Are you joking? Come on, Howard, do you think I'm oblivious to your thoughts? What true man does not yearn for the exhilarating thrill of combat? I can see the longing in your eyes. Stop pretending." After pondering for a moment, Howard sighed with a wry smile. You're right, Alan. While I wish to participate in battle, I lack the exceptional skills that you and Steve possess. I'm not suited for combat. It's far more practical for me to assist you from the rear by developing new equipment. Li Chen chuckled and said, I am fully aware of that. Everything is prepared for you. Look, this is for you. As he spoke, he patted the suitcase he had brought. Howard, bewildered, inquired, What is this? Li Chen handed the suitcase to Howard, saying, Open it and see for yourself. With skepticism, Howard opened the suitcase to reveal a belt, a camera, and a smartphone. He gazed at the belt in surprise and remarked, What is this? A child's light and sound toy? I thought it would be something worthwhile. And now I feel foolishly excited. Li Chen, struck momentarily speechless by Howard's comment, quickly retorted, Come on, brother, this is no toy. There is only one of these belts in the entire world. It's a genuine piece of equipment. You can consider it an advanced exoskeleton armor. Howard donned the belt, picked up the camera and smartphone, and examined them, saying, Dude, I really can't see how this resembles exoskeleton armor. It looks more like a thermal belt. Well, it is quite convenient to wear. Li Chen, no longer wishing to elaborate, stated, There is a manual inside the suitcase. You can look it over yourself. After saying this, he stepped aside to pour himself a drink. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Howard rummaged through the suitcase and found the manual, beginning to read. After some investigation, he grasped how to operate it, and, still somewhat doubtful, commenced to try it out. At this moment, Li Chen remained with his back to Howard, savoring his exquisite wine. The life of the affluent is indeed unique. This wine is remarkably delightful. Li Chen gently swirled the glass, indulging in its flavors, while Howard, on the other hand, was fully prepared for action. He meticulously placed the camera on the right side of his belt as instructed, and with a hint of skepticism, raised his phone to his lips, exclaiming, Transforming feels overly dramatic, so I'll just refer to it as the belt. Li Chen, upon hearing Howard mention Delta, paid no mind, as it was simply the name of the belt, thus seeming perfectly normal. However, the next moment nearly caused Li Chen to drop his wine glass in astonishment. A mechanical voice echoed through the room. Startled, Li Chen turned to see Howard inserting his phone into the camera, on the verge of completing his transformation. Li Chen shouted urgently, Stop! But it was too late. Howard had already connected the phone to the device, merging it with the belt. A subsequent sound resonated through the air. In that instant, a cascade of brilliant silver light began to emanate from Howard, enveloping the entire room in a luminous glow. Howard, astonished, gaped at the photon energy bars gradually covering his body. Within moments, the energy bars fully adorned him, and the Delta belt erupted in a blinding flash of silver light. Li Chen squinted at the display, and in an instant, the radiance dimmed. Before him stood Howard, now fully transformed. Li Chen exclaimed, Goodness, Howard, who told you to transform now? You've ruined it. That belt can only be used 3 times. And you've wasted one already. Howard remained captivated by his own form, inspecting his hands before rushing to a mirror to admire his reflection. With excitement, he replied, I know. It states in the manual that the first time is for experience, only subsequent uses count. Did you not notice? In this power, goodness, I feel as if I could soar. Li Chen, bewildered, responded, Wait, is that really the case? He hurriedly seized the manual and, indeed, it confirmed his suspicions. The transformation command had changed from transform to the name of the belt. No wonder Howard had succeeded. Li Chen addressed Howard, All right, brother, calm down. Take good care of this equipment. Don't let anyone catch wind of it. Stay low-key. Howard, brimming with excitement, replied, Of course. This is certainly not a product of this era. My goodness, brother. How did you acquire this? Li Chen then took a seat beside Howard and stated, Indeed, I trust you are aware that I am a super soldier, correct? Everyone has their own secrets, my friend. Howard, gazing at his own body, remarked, Indeed, many are aware of your race against Steve. The reason you haven't been summoned for experiments is due to your current achievements and public image, and I also provided you with cover. Otherwise, someone would have approached you long ago. Li Chen reminisced about his initial excitement and promptly remarked, Thank you, Howard. Howard chuckled in response, No need for thanks. You have aided me immensely, and it is I who should express my gratitude. This equipment, placed anywhere, could undoubtedly stir a tempest. Indeed, my enthusiasm is overwhelming. Each individual harbors their own secrets, and I should not pry so deeply. Pleased by his words, Li Chen replied, Indeed. Now allow me to elucidate the specifics of the belt. It can only be utilized 3 times, and the user must be you. Regrettably, if all goes as expected, you may be disappointed, for this belt cannot be deciphered or studied. However, should you manage to do so, that would be splendid. The strength you acquire post-transformation will roughly align with my own, equivalent to that of a super soldier, and you will also possess residual power within. You shall experience it for yourself. At that moment, Howard, having reverted from his transformation, exclaimed with excitement, I understand now. I will safeguard this equipment diligently. Moreover, The next time you embark on a mission, I wish to join and truly test the might of Delta. Li Chen responded, very well, I shall retire for the night. Until tomorrow. He then bid farewell to Howard and returned to his dormitory for rest. Once Li Chen departed, Howard hastily placed the belt back into his suitcase and secured it. He then gazed at his hand, where flickering purple currents were incessantly surging. Chapter 34. Howard takes action. The following morning, the team prepared to embark on their mission. The truck's cargo area was filled with combat personnel, yet the vehicle remained stationary. As everyone awaited one individual, Steve looked at Li Chen with curiosity. Are you truly certain he will arrive? Bucky chuckled. I believe he is too frightened to show up. Li Chen smiled and reassured them. Do not worry, he will certainly come. Let us wait 5 more minutes. If he does not arrive, we shall depart. Just then, a tapping sound emanated from the rear of the truck. Upon hearing it, Li Chen lowered the rear gate. In walked Howard, carrying a small suitcase and wearing a mischievous grin. Hey everyone, missed me? He exclaimed. Steve tapped on the window, signaling the driver, who then started the engine. And they set off. Bucky laughed at Howard. I thought you were too scared to show up. Steve then earnestly addressed Howard regarding safety concerns. Howard cast a glance at Li Chen and patted his suitcase, saying, Fear not, Captain, I possess a secret weapon. I shall undoubtedly be the star performer on this mission. At that moment, Li Chen opened his suitcase and donned the belt. Observing this, Howard also opened his box and equipped himself. Steve and Bucky watched in astonishment as the two donned their belts. Steve inquired, Alan, what is this? Howard has the same model? Li Chen replied, This is an exoskeleton armor. Its power is undeniably formidable. Shall we proceed as usual? Charge headlong into Hydra, catching them off guard once again. Steve and Bucky exchanged smiles, acknowledging that this was indeed the simplest solution. Soon after, the vehicle came to a halt, and the group arrived within 500 meters of the Hydra base. Upon disembarking, Li Chen retrieved his rotating cap phone and dialed 913. At that moment, a sound emanated from the device, prompting everyone, including Howard, to turn their attention towards Li Chen. Howard had yet to witness the capabilities of Li Chen's equipment, and Li Chen relished the moment, savoring the feeling of showcasing his prowess. He then inserted the phone into his belt, and an explosion of yellow light enveloped him. Simultaneously, Howard completed his transformation. A dazzling display of yellow and silver light radiating from both of them. Their bodies gradually became adorned with energy bars, and after a brilliant burst of light, both were fully transformed. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the sight of the two armored figures, utterly captivated by their coolness. Li Chen and Howard chuckled, and the group surged forward, eager to witness the power of the armor. Li Chen, accompanied by Howard, charged into the base from the other side, wreaking havoc. Li Chen drew his phone, switching it to gun mode, while simultaneously firing the crossblade gun at Hydra. The dual-gun stance was striking. The advantage of their transformation became evident as they no longer needed to evade Hydra's attacks, which posed no real threat to them. Howard, observing Li Chen's leisurely shooting, felt exhilarated and promptly issued a shooting command via his phone. The belt system responded affirmatively, and Howard, brimming with excitement, began firing at the Hydra soldiers. The duo caught Hydra completely off guard, while Steve and the others also stormed in, resulting in a pincer attack that left Hydra utterly flabbergasted, unable to articulate their dismay. Hydra's base quickly reacted, mobilizing numerous armored vehicles and energy gun soldiers. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar of engines could be heard in the distance, signaling the approach of something massive. Realizing that the shooting mode was ineffective against the armored vehicles, Li Chen swiftly pulled out a chip and inserted it into the crossblade. The belt system emitted a sound of readiness, and a yellow laser sword materialized in response. Li Chen then sprinted toward the armored vehicles, effortlessly slicing through one, rendering it immobile. In a matter of moments, he had incapacitated 4 or 5 armored vehicles, much to the delight of Howard and the others. After dispatching another Hydra soldier, Howard exclaimed, Hey, Alan, do I have any swords or daggers? This is exhilarating. Oh yeah, Li Chen, having just dismantled another armored vehicle, replied. You don't have swords or daggers, but you can call for 3,821. Without hesitation, Howard relayed the command. 3,821. The belt system affirmed, approaching. Shortly thereafter, a hovering motorcycle-like device soared before Howard. He shouted in excitement, Wow, a hover motorcycle. Returning to contemplate my levitation technology may indeed yield results. In an instant, Howard leaped into the jet glider, unleashing a barrage upon the Hydra base. The thunderous sounds of artillery echoed relentlessly from the Hydra stronghold, and their misfortune was palpable. Li Chen summoned his motorcycle, which, unlike in the original tale, lacked a sidecar, merely a straightforward 2-wheeled machine. Upon pressing the transformation button, a colossal robotic mech materialized before him. He then commanded it to engage in autonomous combat mode, and the motorcycle robot swiftly activated all missile launchers. In an instant, the sky filled with a flurry of small missiles, raining down and bombarding the Hydra. who longed to return to their mother's embrace for warmth. At that moment, Hydra's reinforcements arrived. 3 towering tanks, each as high as 4 or 5 stories, lumbered toward them like 3 iron titans. Li Chen, taken aback by their enormity, exclaimed to Howard, "Howard, use your ultimate move." Howard, recognizing the daunting behemoths before them, found the jet glider's shells insufficient to breach the titanic armor. After issuing an automatic combat command, he leaped down to stand alongside Li Chen. "Understood. Let me demonstrate the true power of this ultimate technique," he declared. Suddenly, 2 resounding exclamations echoed, as Li Chen pressed a button on his phone, causing beams of light to surge from their belts to their swords and guns. A sharp sound signaled that the energy transfer was complete. Li Chen fired first, launching a yellow energy orb that struck the nearest tank like a bolt of lightning, instantly enveloping it in a network of yellow patterns, rendering it immobile. Howard followed suit, releasing a purple energy orb from his gun, which transformed into a massive purple conical shape hovering in the air just before it hit the tank. With a powerful leap, Howard soared into the air, delivering a flying kick that fused him with the conical shape. The purple cone began to spin rapidly, and moments later, he emerged from behind the tank. Meanwhile, Li Chen wielded his cross-shaped sword, striking a dramatic pose before morphing into a streamlined figure that surged through the colossal tank. After they exchanged glances behind the tank, they beheld 2 symbols, one yellow and one purple, hovering above the tanks. Hammer of the Fallen Angel, Bladestorm. As the 2 enormous tanks transformed into white sand, scattering with the wind, the drivers inside met the same fate, disintegrating into dust. Howard, gleefully surveying the colossal tank he had vanquished, roared with triumph, "Oh yeah, Alan, did you see that? This is my might. Unmatched." Li Chen laughed, replying, "Indeed, you are the greatest. Now, let us continue to clear out the riffraff." The 2 resumed their onslaught against the minor Hydra operatives, dispatching them with a punch or a kick, reveling in the visceral satisfaction of each blow, a feeling that Howard found utterly irresistible. The 3rd tank was also opened by Steve, who promptly threw a bomb inside, resolving the issue from within. Before long, the battlefield was cleared, and everyone returned in triumph. Chapter 35, Bucky's Plunge. The jubilant returnees chattered excitedly in the vehicle, each brimming with exhilaration after securing a splendid victory. They gathered around to inquire about the armor, having witnessed firsthand how Howard and Li Chen had turned 2 colossal tanks into clouds of dust. Li Chen raised a hand, silencing the crowd, as they eagerly awaited his words. Clearing his throat, he feigned profundity and declared, "The name of my gear is Caesar, while Howard's is Delta. There are only these 2 sets in the entire world, and they are not for everyone. They have their limitations. It just so happens that Howard and I are compatible." Haha. Li Chen earnestly entertained the wide-eyed soldiers with his playful deception. Upon learning the names of the equipment, the crowd erupted into further discussion. At this moment, the bearded Duggan from the team remarked, "Caesar? I find that name far more appealing, 1,000 times better than Gunslinger. I always thought Gunslinger sounded off. From now on, I shall refer to our vice captain as Caesar." Seeing the laughter and banter among the group, Li Chen couldn't help but smile, and Howard was equally elated. Having brought along several bottles of fine wine before the mission, they all indulged in joyous revelry, savoring the exquisite libations. However, where there was joy, there was also sorrow. Meanwhile, the Red Skull arrived at the recently destroyed and still smoldering Hydra base, furious at Zola. "You have continuously failed. We are on the brink of launching a global offensive, yet it keeps getting postponed because you cannot handle a fool with a shield," he continued. "I hear there are 2 more armored individuals now? Are you jesting with me? This is unacceptable." Zola meekly replied, "This is not my specialty. I can only invent weapons, not wield them." The Red Skull retorted, "Fulfill your mission, Doctor. Do not allow those people to take us down first, understood?" Time swiftly passed to late December 1944. Captain America, Steve, Li Chen, and Bucky, leading the Howling Commandos, had been combating Hydra for an entire year. This mission was destined to be extraordinary. They received intelligence regarding Dr. Zola, learning he might be traveling on a train through a certain area. The team was fully prepared, with everything in place, now awaiting the right moment. As they stood on the cliff, gazing at the tracks below, they awaited Zola's train. Li Chen reflected on the original storyline, recalling that during this operation, Bucky fell off the cliff and was captured by Hydra. He hoped to avert such a fate this time. At that moment, a team member remarked, "Indeed, Zola is on that train. Hydra has just authorized him to speed up. No matter where he is headed, he must be in a hurry." The team had gathered information through Hydra's radio, showcasing their impressive skills. Meanwhile, an observer spotted the rapidly approaching train. Steve then urged, "We have only 10 seconds, otherwise we shall find ourselves in an awkward predicament. Let us move swiftly." Subsequently, Steve was the first to grasp the zip line and descended the cliff, followed closely by Li Chen and then Bucky. Time was of the essence, as only 3 could board the train. The trio leaped from the zip line onto the swiftly moving train, where the rapidly changing scenery alongside them, compounded by the wintry snowfall, left an unsettling impression. They soon located a ladder and ventured inside the train. At that moment, an ominous premonition lingered in Li Chen's mind, causing him considerable distress. He then cautioned, "Hey guys, be careful, something feels off. I have a bad feeling about this. Bucky, ensure your safety." Steve and Bucky nodded quietly, and the three advanced cautiously toward the front of the carriage. Their equipment consisted of Li Chen's twin pistols at the rear, Steve wielding a shield and a small handgun at the front, while Bucky carried a long rifle in the middle. As they gradually passed through the train door, it abruptly slammed shut, separating them. Steve and Bucky found themselves confined in the front carriage, leaving Li Chen isolated in the back. Suddenly, two heavily armored Hydra soldiers appeared, unleashing a barrage from their energy machine guns, forcing Li Chen to remain hidden behind cover. Having left his armor in the dormitory after the last mission, he knew that even if he had it, it would offer little protection against the onslaught of 4 energy machine guns. Meanwhile, the situation for Steve was equally dire. Facing 2 armored Hydra soldiers, a stark contrast to the single adversary in the original narrative, now faced with a total of 4. Li Chen was relentlessly under fire but dared not unleash his high-powered energy, fearing it might obliterate the entire carriage. On Steve's end, he charged forward with his shield, knocking down one of the armored soldiers. However, he was soon subdued by another, his shield sent flying aside. Seizing the moment, Bucky retrieved the shield and dispatched the Hydra soldier with a single shot. Just as they turned to check on Li Chen, another Hydra soldier opened fire on them. Hearing the charging sound, Bucky instinctively attempted to block with the shield, but was instead blasted out of the train, his shield falling helplessly to the ground. Witnessing this, Steve's fury ignited, and he picked up the shield, executing a flying throw that incapacitated the armored Hydra soldier. Meanwhile, Li Chen, utilizing a moderate power setting and strategic cover, managed to eliminate the 2 Hydra soldiers. Without the protection of his armor, he was cautious, aware of the devastating potential of an energy blast. Subsequently, Li Chen shot through the iron door and spotted Steve, who was slowly moving toward Bucky outside the train. At that moment, Bucky clung to an iron railing, battered by the explosions, which began to give way under his weight. Then, in a tragic turn, he plummeted over the cliff. "Bucky!" Li Chen shouted in despair. "No!" Steve roared, lowering his head in helplessness. Li Chen's heart was heavy with mixed emotions, unable to fathom that Bucky had indeed fallen from the cliff, leaving him profoundly saddened by the sight. Enraged, Steve and Li Chen stormed towards the train's cockpit, with Steve forcefully kicking the door open. Upon entering, they found Zola alongside the train conductor. Li Chen, upon sighting Zola, was consumed by fury and swiftly dealt him 2 resounding slaps, shattering the little man's glasses and leaving 2 vivid red handprints upon his face. As Li Chen prepared to continue his assault on Zola, Steve managed to regain his composure and interjected, "Enough, Alan. Though I share your anger, his life holds greater value to us. We must take him back for thorough interrogation." Hearing Steve's words, Li Chen reluctantly released his grip on Zola, who collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Never before had he endured such brutal treatment. In a less conspicuous area, a puddle of liquid began to form. Zola had involuntarily wet himself from the sheer terror of Li Chen's blows. Chapter 36. The eve of confrontation. By afternoon, the news of Bucky's unfortunate demise had incited great anger among the group. On their return journey, they did not hold back from physically assaulting Zola. By the time Zola arrived at the camp, he was a pitiful sight, yet no one felt any sympathy for him. Colonel Phillips promptly prepared for interrogation, and Zola was placed in a solitary confinement cell. Li Chen and Steve had changed into appropriate attire, standing by the colonel, awaiting orders. Upon learning that the colonel had even procured a new pair of glasses for Zola and intended to bring a steak for the interrogation, Li Chen could no longer contain his indignation, exclaiming, "Colonel Phillips, with all due respect, such a scoundrel deserves a harsh slap rather than a refined steak dinner." Phillips glanced back at Li Chen, aware that it was rare for him to display such emotion. The colonel replied, "This is for my own consumption, young man. You are overthinking it, and you cannot command your superior." With that, he entered the room to conduct the interrogation while Li Chen and Steve waited outside. Meanwhile, the Red Skull had made extensive preparations for an all-out assault. In an airplane hangar, he began his mobilization speech. "Tomorrow, Hydra shall dominate the world. Victory shall be ours through the wings of Valkyrie. The enemy's weapons stand no chance against us. One plane may fall, but hundreds will retaliate." As he spoke, the Red Skull raised a glass, proclaiming, "Cut off one head, and 2 shall rise in its place. Long live Hydra." The soldiers, raising their arms in unison, echoed, "Long live Hydra." Steve and Li Chen found themselves in a destroyed tavern, where they secured 2 chairs, poured themselves a bottle of intact liquor, and began to drink. Just as they settled in for their first toast, the long-awaited voice of the system chimed in, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a love pill. A love pill? Li Chen mused, intrigued by the concept, and promptly accessed the information panel for further details. Love pill, designated target. Allows the host to genuinely fall in love with the specified target for 5 minutes, after which the effect will automatically cease. Li Chen observed the object before him and deemed it utterly worthless, merely a trinket, and a poor one at that. It suggested love from others rather than reciprocated affection, leaving him to ponder the futility of employing such a device for his own desires. With a dismissive gesture, he cast it aside into a corner of the system's space, choosing to disregard it entirely. Subsequently, Li Chen engaged in a desultory drinking session with Steve. Both men were enveloped in sorrow. Yet Steve's unique constitution rendered him impervious to intoxication, which only added to his discomfort. At that moment, Agent Carter approached the two, and upon seeing the woman he cherished, Steve felt a flicker of uplift in his spirits. He then spoke to himself. The doctor once mentioned that the serum not only enhances muscle strength, but also impacts cells, forming a complex system. This means I cannot become drunk, you see? Your metabolic rate is 4 times that of an average person. The doctor believes this may be one of the side effects. It is not your fault. We can only blame Hydra. Carter settled into a chair and asked Steve, "Did you see the report?" At the time, Bucky and I were trapped together, and I failed to protect him. The primary responsibility lies with me. It was I who caused his demise. Li Chen, observing Steve's self-reproach, felt a pang of sorrow himself. Do not dwell on it, Steve. I share the blame. Had I resolved the situation with those 2 soldiers more swiftly, perhaps this outcome could have been avoided. Carter, with compassion in her voice, reassured them. You both did your utmost. We can only hold Hydra accountable. Her words jolted the 2 men into realization. This was not the moment for self-blame. Steve declared with determination, I will capture Schmidt. As long as Hydra remains at large, I shall not relent. Li Chen concurred. Indeed, let these accursed Hydra members atone for Bucky's fate. I have a feeling that he is still alive, Steve. He placed a reassuring hand on Steve's shoulder. Yet, internally, Li Chen grappled with conflicting thoughts. While it was true that Bucky had survived, he would undoubtedly face certain challenges. Was that truly in his best interest? Li Chen continued to question himself, feeling powerless to alter the course of events. Unbeknownst to him, however, his instincts were correct. The timeline must remain intact. The Winter Soldier, Bucky, would play a pivotal role in the future. Should he attempt to modify the timeline, the Ancient One would surely intervene to preserve its integrity. Thus, if he were to save Bucky, the Ancient One would manifest to uphold the timeline. Carter comforted the 2 men, stating, You are never alone in this fight. With that, the trio returned to the camp to hear Colonel Phillips' strategic briefing. Colonel Phillips asserted, Schmidt deserves to be locked away in an asylum. He fancies himself a god and seeks to destroy half the world, which proves his madness begins with us. Howard Stark arrived promptly, adding, The power Schmidt wields far surpasses our own. If he crosses the Atlantic, he could devastate the entire East Coast within an hour. After speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Chen. Their bond had grown strong following their previous encounter. Li Chen and Steve set aside their reports. How much time do we have? Li Chen inquired. Colonel Phillips responded, According to our new ally, less than 24 hours. He is currently located in Hydra's final stronghold, deep within the Alps, 500 feet below the surface. A member of the Howling Commandos queried, What shall we do? We cannot simply knock on the door. Why not? Steve declared, Let us proceed. As the meeting concluded, everyone began their preparations. Li Chen returned to his room, placing the Caesar belt into the system space for convenient access. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Howard waiting outside. Is there something you need, Howard? Come in, Li Chen invited. He poured a glass of wine and handed it to Howard, who took a sip and said, Actually, I was wondering if I could join this mission. I'm increasingly enamored with that exhilarating feeling. The thrill of battle is simply intoxicating. Li Chen, taken aback by Howard's enthusiasm, replied, Enough of that. You only have 2 chances left. Save them for a more opportune moment. This time, Steve and I are more than capable. Howard, reluctantly conceding, said, All right, you make a valid point. I suppose I should return to studying anti-gravity technology. I've gained quite a bit of inspiration from the hover motorcycle on the belt. With that, Howard returned to his laboratory to continue his research. The following day, the team finalized their strategy. Li Chen and Steve would lead the charge, with the main force following closely behind. Chapter 37. The final battle. Steve and Li Chen mounted their motorcycles, racing through the forest. Before long, they were pursued by numerous Hydra soldiers. The duo split up. Steve rode a high-end motorcycle modified by Howard, equipped with a plethora of features, swiftly dispatching the soldiers behind them. Meanwhile, Li Chen activated his transformation mode, unleashing a volley of tracking missiles that obliterated the pursuing Hydra troops. The two soon infiltrated the Hydra base, wreaking havoc as Li Chen fired his dual pistols, claiming the lives of countless soldiers. Just then, They were cornered by two heavily armored flamethrower soldiers. Exchanging glances, they decided to surrender. For soldiers restrained both Steve and Li Chen and brought them before the Red Skull. With his back turned, the Red Skull slowly pivoted to face them, condescendingly remarking, "You two are exceedingly arrogant, but I must admit you are quite remarkable." Li Chen retorted boldly, "You will undoubtedly fail, you fool." Enraged, the Red Skull shouted, "It's you again, that insufferable brat. I've truly had enough." He then delivered a powerful punch to Li Chen's abdomen, causing him considerable pain. Turning to Steve, the Red Skull taunted, "And you? What makes you so special?" "I am the best." He then unleashed a flurry of blows on Steve's face and a final punch to his stomach. The Red Skull's animosity towards Steve far surpassed that directed at Li Chen, as evidenced by the differing treatment. Li Chen received 1 punch while Steve endured 3. Perhaps it was due to jealousy over Dr. Erskine's favorable treatment of Steve. The 3 punches left Steve in considerable discomfort as he gasped. "I can last all day with you." Red Skull, "Oh, of course you can, you two scoundrels. But alas, I do not have much time." With that, he drew his pistol and aimed it at Steve, while the soldier beside him took aim at Li Chen. Suddenly, a noise came from the window. And in a moment of panic, Red Skull fired his weapon, only for the soldier, unexpectedly pulled by the suddenly energized Steve, to absorb the shot, disintegrating into smoke. Li Chen swiftly broke free from his restraints and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, sending the 2 Hydra operatives flying. Meanwhile, the team members who had burst in through the window began to unleash a barrage of gunfire at the Hydra soldiers. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Red Skull attempted to flee. At that moment, Li Chen donned his belt, which erupted in a burst of orange light, signifying his transformation, and he dashed out in pursuit. Faced with 2 divergent paths, he was unsure of which way Red Skull had escaped. Steve emerged shortly after, and in a moment of urgency, they decided to split up. Li Chen took the left path, while Steve pursued the right. At that juncture, a multitude of Hydra soldiers were converging, and the teams signaled to the larger force in the forest, prompting them to charge forth. Inside the base, the squad was successfully pushing back the Hydra forces. Albeit the main contingent suffered substantial casualties, with many soldiers struck down, vanishing in a flash of blue light. Agent Carter was among those charging into the fray. Before long, bolstered by their numerical superiority, the main force breached the base, launching a fierce assault against the Hydra soldiers. Li Chen, pursuing down the left corridor for what felt like an eternity, found only endless minor foes. Frustrated, he thought to himself that he might have taken a wrong turn and hurriedly retraced his steps towards Steve's route. As fate would have it, Steve spotted the fleeing Red Skull, who, turning back, fired 2 shots that Steve deflected with his shield. In a swift motion, Steve hurled his shield. Although it did not hit its mark, it became lodged in the doorway, preventing the iron gate from closing. At that moment, a heavy Hydra flamethrower soldier appeared, and without his shield, Steve was forced to press against the wall to evade the flames. Just in time, Li Chen arrived and eliminated the lumbering foe advancing towards Steve with a well-placed shot. "Hey, Steve, looks like I arrived just in time," Li Chen quipped. "Thanks. Red Skull has fled further ahead. We must pursue," Steve replied. As they prepared to chase, the main force arrived on the scene, and Li Chen's armor was now fully exposed. Carter approached Steve, who smiled and remarked, "You're late." Li Chen responded, "Hey, buddy, I don't mean to interrupt, but we need to chase after Red Skull immediately." Realizing the urgency, Steve readied his shield, and together, they exited through a small door in pursuit of Red Skull, who had already boarded a plane, installed the Tesseract, and activated the aircraft's weapon systems, initiating its operations. Li Chen and Steve arrived at a vast square where soldiers from both factions were engaged in a furious exchange of fire. They caught sight of an aircraft that was starting to take off, and hurriedly sprinted toward it. However, their legs could not match the speed of the aircraft. After running for some time without success in catching up to the plane piloted by the Red Skull, they suddenly heard the screeching sound of a sudden brake. It was Colonel Phillips and Agent Carter arriving to assist them. "Get in the car," Colonel Phillips urged. The 2 men promptly leaped into the vehicle, and Phillips pressed a button on the dashboard. The car surged forward with remarkable speed, quickly closing the distance to the Red Skull's plane. Li Chen was the first to leap onto the aircraft, and just as Steve prepared to follow suit, Carter called out to him and bestowed a heartfelt kiss. "Go and catch him," she encouraged. Steve cast a lingering glance at Carter before vaulting onto the plane. After both had boarded, Colonel Phillips executed a sharp stop, bringing the car to a halt. Meanwhile, Carter and Phillips gazed intently at the aircraft, silently praying for their success. Upon entering the plane, Li Chen and Steve were met with several large bombs, each inscribed with names of various cities such as New York and Chicago. These were intended to be dropped upon unsuspecting urban centers. If successfully deployed, countless lives would be gravely endangered. At that moment, several Hydra soldiers rushed forward, preparing to enter the cockpit to initiate the bomb release. Observing this, Steve and Li Chen swiftly set about neutralizing the Hydra soldiers. Nevertheless, two managed to infiltrate the cockpit and had already activated the bomb-laden aircraft. Each man took control of a separate plane, striving to thwart the impending disaster. Li Chen found himself alone in his aircraft, while Steve was engaged in a struggle with a Hydra soldier who had followed him aboard. Seeing this, Li Chen drew his crossbow and fired a shot that struck the Hydra soldier, sending him hurtling out of the plane, his body meeting a gruesome end in the propeller. With a moment to spare, Steve forcefully lifted the cockpit cover and activated the parachute mechanism, sending the Hydra soldier flying out as he seized control of the aircraft. Just as Li Chen was about to open the cockpit cover and board the bomb-laden plane, he realized the Red Skull, in a desperate act, had unleashed a barrage of fire upon their positions, showing no concern for the fate of the two aircraft. Steve adeptly dodged the incoming fire, but Li Chen was not as fortunate. The inept Hydra pilot was struck by a powerful blast, causing his plane to billow thick black smoke as it began to descend. Chapter 38. Epilogue. Seeing Li Chen's aircraft engulfed in smoke, Steve felt a surge of anxiety and called out his name, helpless to assist. He recognized that if he rushed to save Li Chen now, the Red Skull would succeed, leading to the deaths of countless innocents. Resolutely, Steve turned and charged directly toward the massive aircraft piloted by the Red Skull. Li Chen, with resolute determination, hurled the Hydra soldiers from the lofty heights, then leaped into the cockpit. The aircraft was spiraling uncontrollably, plummeting rapidly. With no alternative, Li Chen opted to plunge the plane into the icy ocean below and activated his parachute for escape. With a resounding splash, the aircraft's bomb descended into the frigid waters without detonating. As Li Chen floated in the sky, he caught sight of the base's direction and called for a motorcycle, preparing to make his way there. Gazing up at the receding aircraft, Li Chen realized that he could no longer assist Steve. Subsequently, he descended to the ground, his feet sinking into the thick ice. At that moment, the motorcycle arrived, and Li Chen mounted it, racing furiously towards the base. Meanwhile, Steve had returned to the aircraft, bereft of time to mourn for Li Chen, and hurried to the cockpit, only to find it devoid of a pilot. Upon entering the cockpit, Steve heard the ominous sound of an energy gun charging behind him. He swiftly turned, using his shield to block the Red Skull's ambush. The Red Skull, undeterred, fired several shots. Although none found their mark, the energy projectiles struck various parts of the plane, causing smoke to billow and cold gusts of wind to rush in through shattered windows. Red Skull, you simply refuse to give up, don't you? Steve, of course. The two then clashed, grappling fiercely, each evenly matched in combat. At that moment, the Red Skull drew his handgun, firing as he exclaimed, I just can't comprehend you. The three of us could easily dominate the world together, yet you insist on opposing me. Steve, evading his shots, retorted, joining you in your corruption would be akin to embracing death. Meanwhile, Li Chen arrived at the base, reverting to his normal form, where the battle had nearly reached its conclusion. The Hydra soldiers lay defeated, with many now engaged in clearing the battlefield. Li Chen hastily dismounted the motorcycle and rushed towards the central control room. Steve retrieved his shield and launched it, striking the Red Skull, who was sent crashing against the Tesseract apparatus. The device began to emit a volatile blue energy, and the Tesseract became visible. In a reckless moment, the Red Skull seized the Tesseract, which began to radiate energy, forming a cosmic star map. As the energy surged, the Red Skull screamed in agony, while Steve watched in stunned disbelief. In an instant, the Red Skull transformed into a beam of light, transported into the cosmic star map. The spent Tesseract then plummeted from the air, crashing onto the aircraft's surface, scorching a large hole into the floor. The Tesseract subsequently tumbled from the plane. Seeing this, Steve had no time to concern himself with the Tesseract. He hurriedly took his seat in the cockpit, where the aircraft's target was marked, New York, and it was hurtling toward the city. Li Chen reached the control room, where Colonel and Carter were present. Upon seeing Li Chen's return, everyone eagerly inquired about the outcome. On board the aircraft, numerous explosives were present, and two soldiers leaped into the cockpit. Steve and I rushed to intervene. However, my plane was struck by the Red Skull's attack and plummeted into the icy ocean. Steve piloted the bomber back to the aircraft, leaving him alone within the cockpit. Li Chen urgently exclaimed as the radio suddenly crackled to life. This is Captain Rogers. Do you read me? Upon hearing Steve's voice, Carter and Li Chen hurried over. Carter was the first to speak. Steve, is that you? Are you all right? Steve replied, I'm fine, but Alan was hit while trying to help me. He may have already sacrificed himself. Steve's voice was heavy with despair. Li Chen quickly responded, It's me, Steve. I'm all right. I parachuted out in time. I'm fine, brother. Hearing Li Chen's words, Steve's spirits lifted. Really? Alan, that's wonderful. I nearly thought I had lost Bucky, and then you too. Perry, Alan, now that Schmidt is dead. The plane is out of control. Carter urged, tell me your coordinates. I'll find you a safe landing spot. Steve replied, there is no way to land safely, but I will attempt a crash landing. Carter, panicked, said, I'll get Howard to listen. He'll know what to do. Steve anxiously replied, there's no time. The plane is rapidly heading towards New York. I must make it crash into the sea. Carter pleaded, please, don't do that. Let us think of a solution. We still have time. Li Chen, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency, exclaimed, Steve, you fool, come back to me. Do you hear me? Come back. With unwavering determination. Steve stated, I am in an uninhabited area. If I do not act immediately, many lives may be lost. I'm sorry, Peggy, Alan, this is my choice. Alan, it has been my fortune to have a friend like you. Please take care of Peggy. Li Chen felt tears welling in his eyes, unable to contain them. No. Don't even think about it. Come back and tell Peggy yourself. Steve placed a picture of Carter on the aircraft's dashboard, gazing at it before resolutely diving the plane downward. With a heavy heart, Steve murmured, I'm sorry, Alan. Peggy, tears streaming down her face, choked out, I'm here. Steve smiled faintly. I suppose that dance will have to wait for another day. Carter, her voice thick with emotion, responded, all right, next Saturday at the Stork Club, promptly at 8. No tardiness. Understood? Steve chuckled, no problem. Although I still can't dance. Carter reassured him, that's all right. I'll teach you. Just showing up is enough. Steve suggested, let us have the band play something soothing. I'd prefer not to step on your toes. At that moment, static filled the radio, and Steve had already plunged into the icy ocean. Li Chen, listening to Steve and Carter's final words, sank to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Realizing that his arrival had not altered Steve's fate, he loathed himself, feeling powerless in the face of such tragedy. Carter too shed tears, choking out, Steve? Steve? Only an endless stream of indistinct sounds responded to her. Colonel Phillips silently walked away, observing the two sorrowful individuals shedding tears. Having experienced numerous farewells between life and death, he understood that the pair before him required time to heal. In due course, victory in battle was achieved, and Li Chen's contributions were indispensable. He was awarded various honors and heralded by the government as a paragon of virtue akin to Captain America. The team mourned their fallen leader. Yet Li Chen assured them that Steve still lived, instilling hope within their hearts. However, the recovery team dispatched afterward merely located the Tesseract, with no trace of Captain America. Steve Rogers, to be found. Allow me to address some of the discussions that have arisen. Firstly, this book has never been a traditional tale of invincible rampage, nor has it been a mere showcase for the protagonist. Otherwise, I would not have penned a narrative that involves traversing realms alongside others. Surely, embarking on a solo journey would be far simpler. This work depicts the authentic experiences and reflections of an ordinary young man in his 20s after his extraordinary journey. Regarding the system's design, I did not intend for it to be overwhelmingly powerful. Many have voiced their concerns about power limitations. However, if there were no restrictions on power enhancement, many worlds would lose their significance. For instance, in a world akin to that of zombies, one could simply obliterate everything with a single move. Moreover, concerning the inability to bring items from other worlds, the resources within the Marvel Universe are ample. Additionally, should the protagonist find himself lacking anything, the system provides it, rendering the need to procure items from other worlds unnecessary. As for the concept of traversal, the essence of this book is not to flaunt superiority or for any ulterior motive. It is purely a manifestation of the author's interests, wishing to alter the trajectories of certain films or to forge friendships with beloved cinematic characters. The crux of this narrative revolves around the protagonist's daily interactions with various superheroes and the small stories that unfold therein. This work eschews flamboyance, opting instead to portray the genuine emotions of each character. As a seasoned reader of a decade, the author is well acquainted with the prevailing styles of traditional fan fiction. However, having chosen to write, I aim to present something distinctly different. Thus, this book diverges significantly from conventional system-based narratives. Those who are averse to such a departure may wish to refrain from reading. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if readers would refrain from engaging in nonsensical debates. Some comments are downright perplexing, making me reluctant to respond. The current performance of this book is subpar, and I have little patience for certain detrimental behaviors. Simply put, if one does not enjoy the narrative, they need not read it, and there is no need for further discourse. Regarding the storyline, the plot of Captain America, the First Avenger, has not undergone substantial alterations, which has drawn criticism from some. To clarify, if you find the system weak, the plot unchanged, or are dissatisfied for any reason, I kindly suggest that this book may not be suited for your tastes. Most of the events in Captain America, the First Avenger, serve as a foundation for subsequent developments, and therefore have remained largely intact, such as the Doctor's demise and Bucky's fall from the cliff. To address some of the more thoughtless critics, if the Doctor survived, the serum would lose its value, leading to chaos. If Bucky did not fall, there would be no plot for Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Therefore, refrain from expressing your misguided notions here. I have already contemplated all that you have suggested. Admittedly, a portion of the shortcomings does stem from my own limitations as a novice author, and the lack of coherence in certain plot lines is indeed my oversight. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that the overarching narrative is fundamentally sound. Should you seek a tale replete with indiscriminate carnage or an invincible protagonist acting at will, I advise you to look elsewhere. Beyond this, there is little more to convey. Currently, these are the primary issues at hand. I extend my gratitude to all who have persevered to this point, and I hope this book brings you even a modicum of joy. Should you have any inquiries regarding the storyline or other matters, I warmly welcome you to join the discussion in the book circle. I sincerely thank everyone for their viewership and support. Chapter 39. 1 year later since Steve's plunge into the icy ocean, the government has dispatched countless vessels for recovery efforts, yet only the Tesseract has been unearthed. With no trace of Steve to be found, it was at the moment Li Chen engaged with the Tesseract that the system unexpectedly delivered unprecedented information. Subsequently, all believed that Captain America, Steve Rogers, had perished. However, Li Chen knew he was not dead. He had merely descended into the icy depths, ensconced in slumber. Li Chen struggled to accept the profound grief of losing two dear companions in quick succession. As others prepared to abandon hope, Li Chen petitioned Colonel Phillips to continue the search. Observing Li Chen's current state, Colonel Phillips recognized that he was unfit for any action and required time to reconcile with this harsh reality. Acknowledging Li Chen's remarkable contributions, he acquiesced to Li Chen's request. Agent Carter wished to accompany Li Chen, but was resolutely denied by Colonel Phillips. Lacking Li Chen's influence and distinguished service, Carter could only intermittently reach out to Li Chen for updates, regrettably receiving little in the way of good news. Colonel Phillips provided Li Chen with a reconnaissance team at his disposal. Recalling his memories from before his journey, Li Chen believed Steve had fallen near Greenland. Thus he established a base camp, tirelessly searching for Steve's whereabouts. In 1946, 1 full year had passed since Steve's descent into the ocean. At the Arctic Exploration Station, Li Chen continued to scrutinize the map meticulously. Although he had examined this map hundreds of times, everyone believed the operation should conclude. A few days prior, Colonel Phillips had issued Li Chen an ultimatum, mandating his forced withdrawal within a few days. This was the utmost effort Colonel Phillips could extend on Li Chen's behalf. Li Chen could only reluctantly express his understanding, recognizing that Colonel Phillips had exerted himself to the fullest. After a year of searching without success, he knew Steve must be nearby. Initially, Li Chen's team had been filled with enthusiasm for the expedition, and Carter frequently reached out to inquire about progress. Yet now, a year later, with no results, Li Chen's team had grown dispirited, languishing through each day in a haze of despondency. The motivation to search has completely dissipated, and it seems that Carter has also become preoccupied with new matters, seldom reaching out to Li Chen. Howard appears to be engrossed in his own pursuits, reportedly generating numerous new inventions, yet Li Chen holds little interest in them. What on earth is happening? Despite having scoured every conceivable location, he remains at a loss. Is it possible that the technological advancements of this era are insufficient? Li Chen, alone in the detection station, took a sip of alcohol and cursed in frustration. At that moment, he was the sole occupant of the station. The rest of his team had ventured out to conduct their own explorations. The system echoed in Li Chen's mind. It is highly probable that the inertia of the plot and the intricacies of the timeline are hindering the host from locating Steve. The level of technological advancement could also play a significant role. It is difficult to ascertain. Defeated, Li Chen pounded the table, then recalled, wait. What was the situation when I encountered the cosmic cube? Can I still draw energy from the Infinity Stones? The system replied, indeed, but your understanding is somewhat inaccurate. The cosmic cube is a space stone, possessing the purest spatial power, which greatly assists certain functionalities of the system. The system had already absorbed ample spatial energy and was gradually activating new features. However, the specifics remained unclear. Based on the system's estimations, it was likely that only the space stone would benefit the system, while the other 5 stones would provide little assistance. Li Chen understood. All right, I do not care about energy absorption. What concerns me is that I will soon be leaving, and I hope to uncover some useful clues before that. Such would be ideal. After a year of exploration with no tangible results, Li Chen felt disheartened every day. The only achievement was his culinary skills progressing from beginner to intermediate. Indeed, practice makes perfect, and his cooking had notably improved. Li Chen lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, closing his eyes to reminisce about the days spent fighting alongside Steve and Bucky. Where were they all now? Peggy, Howard, and he wondered about Bucky's well-being as well. Damn Hydra. Steve remained in slumber, utterly unreachable. Feeling a surge of melancholy, Li Chen poured himself another drink and downed it. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a lottery opportunity. This announcement diverted Li Chen's attention. This marked his second chance at the lottery. The first time, he had drawn a mundane life skill that left him quite vexed. He hoped for better fortune this time. Before him appeared the grand prize wheel, adorned with an array of enticing items and skills. Let us draw now. I hope to win the thunder drum. I wish to embody the god of thunder and obliterate Hydra completely. Li Chen exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. The system interjected, a friendly reminder, host. The thunder drum may not be as formidable as you think. If you ponder carefully, you will realize that the major attack of Xikongzhen lasts only a few seconds. How long is that? While it may appear impressive, the energy it unleashes is indeed quite limited. Upon hearing this, Li Chen came to a realization. Indeed, a burst of energy lasting mere seconds. I do not wish to be a fleeting man. It turns out to be rather trivial. Upon reflection, Li Chen decided he no longer desired this object. He thought it best to leave things to fate, believing that whatever may come, would come, for prayer seemed futile. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the system activated the grand wheel. Instantly, the wheel began to spin at a dizzying pace. Li Chen, indifferent, closed his eyes, opting for ignorance as he awaited the system's announcement. After a short while, the wheel gradually came to a halt, erupting in a resplendent golden light. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of regenerative healing. Li Chen felt a surge of interest. He lacked any healing abilities and eagerly examined the skill description. Skill, regenerative healing. This ability allows the user to designate a target and gradually heal all their injuries, as well as eliminate any internal afflictions, scars, and impurities, including the regrowth of severed limbs, restoring the chosen target to their healthiest state. Note: cannot be used on individuals near death. Duration: 15 days. Li Chen found this to be quite satisfactory. Although there were numerous limitations, it was at least a medical skill capable of healing anyone who wasn't on the brink of death, with the most significant feature being the regeneration of limbs. Additionally, while the duration was somewhat lengthy, it was of little concern. Please load the skill at once, he urged. The system complied, and as the skill was activated, a faint green aura enveloped Li Chen for several seconds before returning to normal. He sensed the newfound ability and lay on his bed, selecting himself as the target to demonstrate the skill. A delicate green energy emanated from his hand and gently infused his body. The hue was captivating, reminiscent of the essence of life itself, vibrant and full of vitality. At the moment the energy entered his being, Li Chen experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation, warmth enveloping his entire body. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into slumber as the energy continued its work within, meticulously repairing and cleansing various hidden injuries and impurities. Chapter 40. A call from Howard. Meanwhile, Li Chen was still in pursuit of Steve's whereabouts, while Carter had been reassigned to the Strategic Scientific Reserve in New York. However, during this era, the status of women was rather low, resulting in limited opportunities for her. She frequently found herself relegated to the role of a secretary, tasked with answering phones and deciphering codes during missions. Howard, on the other hand, had been engrossed in various projects. Recently, he had invited a lovely woman for drinks, and under the influence of alcohol, he became rather exhilarated. Men, it seems, have an inclination to show off, and thus, in his inebriated state, he took this woman to his private hangar, even to his personal vault, showcasing his autopilot aircraft and numerous cutting-edge weapons. Although Howard later realized his folly, he assigned J.A.R.V.I.S. to construct a private vault specifically designed for safeguarding his advanced weapon inventions. Following this, he nonchalantly set off on vacation. During this time, he attempted to contact Carter and Li Chen to collaborate on forming the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, but unfortunately, he was delayed by other matters. Upon returning from his vacation, Howard discovered a massive hole in the floor of his vault leading directly to the sewers of New York. Howard realized the gravity of the situation. His inventions had been stolen. Each of his creations held considerable power, prompting him to urgently summon Jarvis to contact Li Chen for assistance. Jarvis, quickly bring me the phone, call Alan. He is the only one who can save me now. My God damn it, Howard exclaimed. Jarvis, upon hearing this, hurriedly fetched the phone and nervously inquired, Sir, the phone is here. What is Mr. Dale's phone number? Howard, hands on his hips, glared at the entrance and replied, 913. 913. Never mind, give it to me. I'll dial it myself. Confused, Jarvis handed the phone to Howard and remarked, Sir, as far as I know, phone numbers do not consist of 3 digits. Howard retorted, You are unaware of many things. Jarvis. Meanwhile, Li Chen, awakened from his slumber by the persistent ringing of his mobile phone, groggily answered. Only 3 individuals possessed his phone number, Colonel Phillips, Carter, and Howard. Others were completely unaware of his contact details. The Caesar belt phone was also quite remarkable, boasting global connectivity. Hello, Peggy or Howard? Li Chen mumbled, as Colonel Phillips seldom contacted him. Upon hearing Li Chen answer, Howard felt an immediate sense of relief and quickly exclaimed, It's me, Howard. We're in big trouble. Li Chen, sensing Howard's anxious tone, sat upright and asked, Howard, what is going on? What has happened? Howard withheld the full truth about being deceived by a woman and declared, "My vault has been attacked. All my inventions, my secrets have been stolen. Delta is among them. And my inventions hold immense power. The consequences are dire." Realizing the gravity of Howard's words, Li Chen understood that the timeline had progressed to the era of Agent Carter. He was taken aback, but chose not to expose Howard's subtlety. Instead, he responded, "You lost Delta? Damn it. Did you only contact me? What about Peggy?" Howard replied, "I contacted you first. I was about to reach out to her. My good brother, you must help me. I can't carry such a large briefcase every day. Can I? Moreover, I am aware that some of my inventions have already found their way to the black market. I might face charges." Li Chen sighed and replied, "All right. I understand. What can I resolve when I step in? You always have your share of troubles." He then continued, "I have also received an ultimatum and must return. Unfortunately, I have not found Steve. Where is Peggy?" Li Chen inquired about Peggy's whereabouts once more. Howard informed him. "She is at the Strategic Scientific Reserve's New York branch." Li Chen took a sip of his drink and said, "Fine. I'll head to the New York branch to clear my mind, and I'll help you sort out your mess alongside Peggy." Upon hearing Li Chen's assurance, Howard chuckled. "Wonderful. My good brother, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I adore you." Li Chen, upon hearing Howard's trademark sneer, felt an overwhelming surge of anger and barked, "Get lost." He promptly hung up the phone. Indeed, just as one wave of trouble receded, another surged forth. Fortunately, the matters at hand were few, and none posed a genuine threat to me. I can now spread my wings, indulge in some bravado, and perhaps find a moment of respite for myself. Steve, rest assured. I shall safeguard Peggy. Await my return. I will seek you out again, brother." Li Chen silently vowed within his heart. He then dialed Colonel Phillips' number. "Hello, Colonel. It's Alan. I am preparing to set sail back home in the next few days. I've heard that Carter is stationed at the New York branch, and I would like to join her there. Is that permissible?" "Of course, my boy. You and Steve are our heroes. We deeply regret the situation with Steve. Just report to the New York branch directly, but keep a low profile and avoid causing any disturbances." "Naturally, Colonel. You know I am the most honest of individuals." Li Chen replied with a mischievous grin. On the other end of the line, Colonel Phillips shook his head with a rueful smile before ending the call. Truly, what a handful. Li Chen then called his team over the radio. "Everyone, return. We are preparing to set sail." As anticipated, during Li Chen's return, Howard's cutting-edge technology began to flood the black market, and his absence from the congressional hearings led to accusations of treason. Consequently, he became the #1 target for the Strategic Scientific Reserve, making headlines as a wanted criminal. That evening, Peggy, residing in her apartment, glanced at the newspaper featuring Howard's story and felt a sense of disbelief. Just days prior, he had invited her to establish a Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Agency. The following morning, Peggy continued her routine and headed to the Bell Telephone Company in New York. On the surface, it was merely a telephone company, but in reality, it served as the New York branch of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. At this moment, the New York branch was abuzz with activity, and alarms blared, signaling a gathering. "Agent Carter, we have received urgent cases from Washington, and everyone must be involved," Director Dooley announced. This meant she was expected to handle the calls. However, Carter was disinclined to do so and promptly picked up the phone, saying, "Rose, direct all calls to the briefing room." Director Dooley cast a resigned glance at Carter, and soon everyone began reviewing the materials, which primarily consisted of footage related to Howard. After viewing the videos, Director Dooley remarked, "Currently, 6 Stark weapons have fallen into the black market or enemy arsenals, and he has evaded inquiries in Congress, treating the whole affair as a joke. Moreover, he failed to attend the last hearing yesterday. We have searched extensively, yet he remains elusive. Now, not only is he in contempt of Congress, but he is also a fugitive. We must locate him and ensure he no longer finds humor in this situation. Thompson, you take it from here." Director Dooley gestured toward Agent Thompson, who would later become the head of the New York branch, a good man, though tragically. Agent Carter would meet her end in the 2nd season. Chapter 41. Li Chen arrives. Agent Thompson stated, "I will ground his aircraft and freeze his bank accounts," among other measures. At that moment, Carter, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Sir, I disagree." He continued to defend Howard when Director Dooley abruptly interrupted. "I am not the least bit surprised. We are all aware of your background, Agent. As the liaison for Captain America, I trust you are acquainted with a myriad of individuals. However, the war has concluded, so let us professionals decide whom to apprehend, shall we?" Meanwhile, on the bustling streets, Li Chen strolled with his hands in his pockets, gazing up at the New York Bell Telephone Company. Reminiscent of the television shows he used to watch, its pristine architecture was indeed quite impressive. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. "Wow. The Ranger. It's the two-gun Ranger. Can you give me an autograph?" A young boy dashed up to Li Chen, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Of course, kid. I'm intrigued by how you recognized me. Considering the war has ended, Li Chen replied, taking the paper and pen from the boy. I'm your and Captain America's biggest fan. I'd recognize you even if you turned to ashes, the boy exclaimed, jumping with enthusiasm. Li Chen, taken aback by the boy's fervor, returned the paper and pen, saying, thank you for your support, my loyal fan. However, the ranger has a mission to attend to now. Goodbye. The young boy scampered off, exhilarated. Li Chen then entered the telephone company's grand entrance. Upon ascending in the elevator, he observed a row of women fervently operating the machines before him. As he reached the innermost section, a plump woman inquired, excuse me, sir, how may I assist you? Do you not recognize me? I'm here to report for duty. Could you please open the door for me? Thank you, Li Chen smiled. Oh my goodness. The ranger. You are the ranger. The woman exclaimed, her excitement palpable. One could only imagine the same reaction if Captain America were to arrive. The influence of both Li Chen and Captain America was immense, making it nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. Everyone turned to catch a glimpse of Li Chen's handsome visage. Indeed. But I prefer the nickname Caesar, though I doubt you are aware of that. Now, could you assist me in opening the door? Thank you. Li Chen replied with a smile. Of course, sir. It would be my honor. The plump woman promptly opened the secret entrance, allowing Li Chen to step inside as he pressed the elevator button, heading towards the New York Division's office area. Just as Li Chen stepped in, chaos erupted in the lobby as everyone fervently discussed him. His influence was so significant that maintaining a low profile was nearly impossible, especially since he was one of the most sought-after bachelors in the nation. Every single woman yearned to marry Li Chen or at least share a fleeting moment with him. Little did these Na'vi girls know that Li Chen's heart had already drifted far from any of them, having already been captivated by the yet-to-be-born Natasha and Wanda. Ding! The elevator chimed, signaling its arrival at the designated floor. Li Chen reached the office area, surveying his surroundings only to find it devoid of people. After taking a few steps and listening intently, he realized that everyone was in a meeting in the adjacent room. Without knocking, he opened the door and entered, instantly drawing the attention of Director Dury and all others present, who were engaged in animated discussion. Carter was astonished to see Li Chen, his mouth agape in disbelief. Today, Li Chen had arrived without greeting anyone, intending to surprise Carter, and it seemed the mission was accomplished. My goodness, Alan, what brings you here? Aren't you still in the Arctic? Carter exclaimed in astonishment. Actually, I set sail for home a few days ago. I wanted to surprise you. Li Chen replied with a smile. Dear Peggy, have you missed me? He then approached Carter and embraced him warmly. Meanwhile, everyone in the room was left speechless, gazing at Li Chen in confusion, completely unaware of his identity. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Li Chen cleared his throat and said, ahem, gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alan Dale. Although you may know me better as the Dual Gun Ranger, I have been appointed as a supervisor by headquarters, and I am now responsible for overseeing everyone's daily work. I hope for your cooperation moving forward. Thank you. Director Dooley was the first to react, applauding Li Chen, which prompted others to follow suit, creating a thunderous applause. Li Chen waved his hand to acknowledge them, then glanced over a report before continuing. Director Dooley, I have a general understanding of your operational plans. Please disregard my relationship with Peggy and Howard. Let us keep matters professional. I propose that Carter and I conduct a separate investigation. We know Howard, and perhaps our combined insights will uncover different leads. What do you think, Director Dooley? Director Dooley, well aware of Li Chen's esteemed reputation, recognized that Li Chen was not seeking his input, but rather issuing a directive. Reluctantly, he replied, very well, Mr. Dale. I hope you are correct. Thus, the welcome ceremony and operational briefing conclude here. Everyone, let us get to work. The men in the office found it challenging to accept the sudden arrival of a supervisor who could potentially overshadow their director. And with the apparent camaraderie between Li Chen and Carter, they realized they might no longer be able to command Carter as they once did. After the meeting, Carter led Li Chen to his desk and excitedly exclaimed, my goodness, Alan, it's such a joy to see you. I've been here for a year, and things haven't been going well. Meeting an old friend is a true blessing. I still can't believe this is real. Li Chen, equally delighted to reunite with his old friend, replied with a smile, rest assured, Peggy, this is indeed real. I'm here now, and no one will dare to look down on you again. Shall we go for a drink? It's been ages since I had someone to share a drink with. Carter whispered, while I would love that. Alan, it's still working hours. Upon seeing Carter's timid demeanor, Li Chen burst into laughter. What working hours? If you wish, you could lie at home every day. Come on, let's go. We need to have a good chat. Without waiting for Carter's consent, Li Chen took him by the hand and led him out of the building, heading to the self-service restaurant that Carter frequented. Once they arrived at the restaurant, they found a spot to sit. Li Chen poured them both a glass of wine, and the two began to engage in conversation. Li Chen elucidated the application regarding Colonel Phillips to Carter, who grasped the situation and felt elated at the prospect of working together daily. At that moment, Carter's close friend, a waitress at the restaurant, caught sight of the two, her eyes widening in surprise. Carter had never before visited this place alone with a man, let alone shared a drink. She promptly approached and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with, sir?" Taken aback, Li Chen thought to himself, "I clearly do not require assistance. I am thoroughly enjoying my drink." Carter hastily introduced her friend, saying, "Alan, allow me to introduce you to my friend, Angie, who works here." Li Chen, recalling the character of Carter's close friend from the television series, smiled and replied, "Ah, I see. Hello, Angie, you may call me Alan." Chapter 42. Howard arrives after Angie, having familiarized herself, resumed her duties amidst the bustling crowd. Li Chen turned to Peggy with a solemn expression. "I apologize, Peggy. I've searched for Steve for a year without any trace. Yet, I firmly believe he is still alive. We must hold on to hope, all right? I will return to seek him again. Rest assured, Peggy." Carter responded dejectedly, "It's all right, Alan. A year has passed, and I am gradually coming to terms with the reality. However, like you, I too hope that Steve is still alive." Li Chen then recounted the details of Howard's call, and Carter comprehended the situation at hand. "Peggy, if all goes as anticipated, Howard will soon be looking for us," Li Chen remarked. Carter pondered for a moment before responding, "That is quite possible. Your predictions are generally accurate." The two then rose to fetch some food, only to find a note on their table upon their return, which read, "Meet me in the alley in 5 minutes." Realizing that Howard had come to find them, Li Chen said to Carter, "Let us go. We may have to postpone our meal, as Howard has arrived." They proceeded to the alley to await his arrival. Shortly after, a magnetic voice emerged from the shadows. Addressing them, "Miss Carter, Mr. Dale." A figure stepped forward, and Carter, puzzled, asked, "Do I know you?" The figure approached them and stated, "You two have not yet had the pleasure of meeting, but that opportunity is at hand. You must come with me." Sensing something amiss, Carter instinctively prepared to throw a punch. Just then, Li Chen interjected, "Enough of the theatrics, Jarvis. Where is that scoundrel Howard?" Carter was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Howard's car pulled up to them, and he exclaimed joyfully, "Oh ho! Did you miss me, my friends?" The three of them climbed into the vehicle, with Jarvis at the wheel. During the ride, Howard elaborated on various specifics, yet Li Chen recognized that much of it was mere nonsense. Ultimately, it stemmed from Howard's inability to control that particular stick, which had been exploited by those with ulterior motives. Howard, however, continued earnestly detailing particulars, which, while true, were not the crux of the matter. At this moment, Carter inquired, "Your invention is perilous. What purpose does it serve?" Howard, with an air of innocence, replied, "I cannot control my inspiration, yet I can dictate what I sell." Carter pressed on, "Then why not seek assistance from Congress?" Howard retorted, "Peggy, do you not comprehend them? They would merely assume I am profiting from this all for my own nefarious gains. I urgently require both of you to help exonerate me. Truly, you are my only hope. My friends, I place my utmost trust in you, and I shall ensure Jarvis remains to assist you." Howard lamented pitifully. Carter remarked, "You are asking us to betray the organization for your sake. How ironic." Li Chen, overhearing their exchange, found it utterly unproductive and preferred something more tangible. "Enough of this chatter, Howard. Hand over what I need." "You scoundrel." Howard, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean?" Li Chen responded, "Your villa key. I know you possess numerous properties. While I aid you, I expect some comfort. Or do you wish for me to sleep under a bridge?" Howard, resigned, replied, "Jarvis has the key. It's a secret villa, unbeknownst to anyone, and quite secure. I must admit, Alan, you truly understand me." He then suggested, "Let us cease here. Turn off the headlights." Suddenly, Howard whispered to Jarvis, and the group disembarked at a dock. There, Howard stealthily produced a briefcase and scurried away, reminiscent of a young man fleeing a factory with his belongings in tow. Upon boarding the vessel, Howard implored, "Alan, Peggy, you must assist me. I have many items scattered overseas that I must check on. The rest remain here. Recently, one is up for sale, highly potent, so tread carefully. It is a formula that, once produced, could devastate an entire block. I owe you a personal debt." He then embraced each of them before setting sail. "Peggy, did you know? The moment that scoundrel called me, I sensed trouble," Li Chen remarked, gazing at Howard's receding figure. Carter responded, "It seems we have no choice but to aid him, does it not?" They exchanged knowing smiles. Carter then advised, "If you approach a lady in a dark alley again, I suggest you introduce yourself first. Had it not been for Alan, I would have already landed a punch on your face." Jarvis replied, "Oh, how fortunate I am. I shall make every effort to remember." He then produced 2 business cards, stating, "Should you require anything before 9 p.m., do not hesitate to contact me." Carter, puzzled, inquired, "And after 9 p.m.? Jarvis matter-of-factly responded, "My wife and I shall retire for the night. A drink at 7, music at 8. Carter, exasperated, remarked, "Is this your first time as an agent?" Li Chen chuckled. "It appears Mr. Jarvis possesses quite the zest for life. Now, please convey Peggy and me to Howard's villa. Thank you, for I too desire a restful slumber. Oh, and first, let us make a stop at Peggy's apartment, immediately, if you would be so kind, Mr. Jarvis." As Li Chen settled into the car, Carter and Jarvis followed suit, with Jarvis taking the wheel and steering towards Carter's apartment. Confused, Carter inquired, "Alan, what brings us to my apartment?" Li Chen shook his head in response, saying, "Peggy, I have a foreboding sense that this matter harbors certain dangers. I have heard that you have a roommate. It would be wise for you to vacate the premises to prevent any innocent individuals from becoming entangled in this affair. You should accompany me to Howard's villa." In the original narrative, Carter's roommate tragically perished, leaving Carter in tears by the bedside. Li Chen, motivated by a desire to avert unnecessary casualties and to shield Carter from sorrow, felt compelled to act. After a moment of contemplation, Carter agreed, "You are right, Alan. I will pack a few things and return shortly." Carter ascended the stairs to gather her belongings and bid farewell to her roommate. The three then set off for Howard's villa, with Jarvis handing the keys and villa manual to Li Chen before driving home. Upon entering the villa, they began to organize their new surroundings. Li Chen, perusing the villa manual, exclaimed, "Wow, it bears the essence of the Renaissance yet maintains a distinctly French elegance. The affluent truly know how to indulge." Carter chuckled, "I must admit, this is my first experience in such opulence." Li Chen continued, "Every morning, they provide fresh fruits and pastries, or one can request the chef to prepare something delightful. How splendid. While I can cook, having someone else do it is a luxury I relish. And look, the bed is adorned with Russian sable fur. How exquisite. Peggy, we are indeed fortunate. We ought to take this time to rest well, for I am utterly exhausted, both in body and spirit." Peggy smiled at Li Chen, who lounged on the sofa, and replied, "Indeed, we both need to unwind. This villa is truly impressive. However, our primary objective remains to assist Howard in resolving his troublesome affairs." Chapter 43, Carter's Enhancement. Once the two retreated to their respective rooms for rest, Li Chen pondered the predicament of if he were unable to locate Steve. It would not be until 2011 that he could do so. By that time, the opportunity would have long passed, and Peggy would have aged considerably. How could he reunite with Steve then? How frustrating. Lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling, reflecting on the missed connection between the two in the original story. Feeling a deep sense of regret, the events of Avengers Endgame loomed large in his mind. For instance, regarding Captain America's shield, if he took it, what would his past self wield? It was a conundrum. In the normal timeline, Carter had clearly stated that her husband was saved by Captain America during a mission, and it was not Captain America himself. Could it be that he would save himself? Li Chen did not wish to dwell on such complexities. In the present, he had the power to rectify all that was illogical. He could transform it into something reasonable. Contemplating the tragic fate of this suffering couple, Li Chen resolved to change everything. Gradually, his gaze fell upon the long untouched blue pill within the confines of the system space. Without hesitation, he sprang from his bed, retrieved the blue pill, and knocked on Carter's door. 3 resolute knocks echoed through the hallway. Lying in bed, Carter hesitated. Acutely aware that she was merely clad in a camisole, she quickly donned a jacket and inquired, "Alan, is there something urgent at this late hour?" Li Chen, cognizant of the potential misunderstandings that the late hour might provoke, replied, "Peggy, it's me. I have something significant to discuss." Carter promptly opened the door, revealing Peggy, who had simply thrown on a jacket. The sight of her ample curves was undeniably captivating, prompting Li Chen to mentally acknowledge Steve's remarkable fortune. He swiftly averted his gaze and cleared his throat. "Ahem, Peggy, I have something important to tell you. May I come in?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Carter opened the door, trusting Li Chen's character. "Alan, what is it?" "I believe we could discuss this tomorrow," she asked. Li Chen, seated with gravity, responded, "I apologize, Peggy. I have pondered this for quite some time, and I am resolute that this matter must be addressed as soon as possible." Hearing his words, Carter's expression shifted, leading her to misconstrue his intentions. "No, Alan, we cannot," she stammered. Understanding her misunderstanding, Li Chen quickly clarified, No, Peggy, it's not about that. It pertains to me, my condition. You've misunderstood." Embarrassed, Carter chuckled awkwardly, realizing her error. My apologies, I misinterpreted. What is wrong with your condition, Alan?" Li Chen looked at her earnestly and stated, "I am a super soldier, just like Steve. Many are aware of this, correct?" Carter bowed her head, responding, "Indeed. Primarily due to your race against Steve, and the rumors suggest you may have even outpaced him, indicating your abilities are superior." She continued. Colonel Phillips, upon hearing this, immediately took measures to keep it under wraps, along with your extraordinary armor. Hence, no one has approached you until now. He holds you in high regard, treating you as a son, especially since he lost his own in the war. Li Chen, realizing the depth of the colonel's feelings. Understood why all his requests were met with such willingness. Very well, Peggy, I confess I was unaware of this. However, I did not come merely to discuss that. Since you have a general understanding of my condition, I must tell you that my enhanced abilities stem from this small pill. He slowly retrieved a blue pill from his pocket, and Carter, upon seeing it, stood up in shock. Alan, you cannot be serious. We both know that Steve underwent several injections and exposure to the light of life to achieve his enhancements. And you claim that a single pill can achieve all this. Especially a version that is enhanced? That is utterly unfathomable. Li Chen, observing her astonishment, urged, Peggy, please, remain calm. I am here to tell you that I possess only 2 of these pills. I have consumed one myself, and I intend to give you the other. Carter's eyes widened as she gazed at Li Chen. Alan, if what you say is true, do you comprehend the significance of this pill? I cannot accept it. It is far too precious. You are giving it to me just like that? Li Chen smiled gently. Of course, I understand. This pill was a serendipitous acquisition of mine. Imbued with randomness, irreplicable, unbreakable, a unique masterpiece. I have not located Steve, and I deeply apologize for that. Carter shook her head. There is no need for your apology. Alan, everyone knows you have done your utmost. You should not burden yourself with such pressure. Li Chen offered a bittersweet smile. It's all right, Peggy. As you know, I promised Steve I would look after you, and I firmly believe he is still alive. This pill will significantly extend your lifespan, granting you ample time to seek him out or await his return. Then you can dance to the tune you both had promised. As he spoke, Li Chen handed the pill to Carter, who was captivated by the enigmatic blue hue of it. The mention of Steve stirred something within her. Li Chen, noticing Peggy's hesitation, urged, hurry, don't dawdle. Is this the Carter I know? You seem like a shy young girl. At that moment, Carter could no longer contain her tears and stepped forward, embracing Li Chen tightly. Indeed, for so many years, she felt unappreciated. This era's disregard for women was profoundly disheartening. She found herself mired in trivial matters, with no one caring about her feelings. Though she maintained a facade of indifference, the sorrow within her was profound. And only Li Chen had genuinely considered her, even offering such a valuable gift to aid her. In that instant, Carter felt that all her years of suffering were justified. With a true friend like this, Carter was filled with heartfelt joy, simultaneously releasing the burdens she had borne. Alan, Steve was right. Meeting you is his fortune. And it is mine as well. Thank you, she exclaimed through her tears. Li Chen placed a gentle hand on her back, softly comforting her. There, British girl. Do not cry. This is not like you. Quickly compose yourself and take this pill. You will soon become as formidable as I am. Chapter 44. Enhancement effects. Li Chen was not particularly adept at comforting others, yet Carter swiftly regained her composure upon hearing his words. She returned to the bed, wiping her eyes and said, I apologize, Alan. I lost my composure. You know how it has been all these years. Li Chen chuckled. Indeed, I know all too well. Rest assured, while I am here, no one shall belittle you again. If I fail to look after you, I fear Steve might come back and give me a thorough scolding. Carter couldn't help but laugh at Li Chen's words. Yes, you did promise Steve. Li Chen placed the pill in Carter's hand. The process of enhancement may be somewhat painful, but you must endure. The longer you persist, the more successful the enhancement will be. Carter gazed at the pill in her hand, hesitating for a few seconds before swallowing it whole. Almost immediately, excruciating pain coursed through her entire body. In that fleeting moment, Carter's eyes widened as she valiantly endured the agony, while Li Chen grasped her hands, offering encouragement. Before long, Li Chen sensed that the strength in Carter's grip was intensifying, and to her astonishment, she too began to feel pain. After approximately 5 minutes, the torment brought on by the enhancement subsided. Observing the sweat-drenched Carter before her, Li Chen felt a surge of happiness. At least now, Carter possessed a semblance of self-defense in this world. It was likely that few could best her in this era. As Li Chen looked at Carter, who was panting heavily like she once had, she examined the effects of the enhancement. To her surprise, Carter's physique had not transformed into a bulk of muscles. Instead, her form accentuated the right curves, becoming more slender and alluring. The effects of the pill had rendered her body more voluptuous and full. Although Carter's arms and legs did not exhibit pronounced muscles, Li Chen had no doubt about the immense power contained within them. She realized that in close combat, she would likely not stand a chance against Carter, a seasoned agent with years of experience in various fighting techniques. While she herself had merely achieved a basic proficiency in combat, it seemed that if she had time, she should seek Carter's guidance and learn more fighting techniques, as she had neglected her training for far too long. At that moment, Carter had regained her composure, slowly sitting up with a smile as she remarked, Ellen, it is indeed a bit painful, but I feel much better now. Suddenly, Li Chen noticed the scar on her back left by a bullet and inquired about it. Carter replied, this is from long ago, it has been quite a while. Li Chen reassured her, don't worry, I'll help you with it in a few days. In about 10 days, it will heal completely. Take some time to rest and perhaps take a shower, but be cautious with your movements. You are no ordinary person now. I shall take my leave now. Good night, Peggy. Good night, Ellen, Carter responded. As Li Chen opened the door and returned to his room, he lay on his bed. Smiling as he thought, Steve, I will ensure you and Carter are reunited. I promise, brother. With that, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in another room, Carter was unable to find tranquility. The events of the night were simply surreal. She had now become a super soldier. Moreover, she was fundamentally stronger than Steve. Laughing softly, she shook her head at the thought and approached the mirror in the shower room to examine herself. The reflection revealed a more slender and alluring figure, and she felt an abundance of energy coursing through her. Carter removed her clothing, preparing to take a shower, as the previous enhancement had left her drenched in sweat. Just as she was about to turn on the shower, she inadvertently broke the entire handle, having forgotten Li Chen's warning to be careful with her strength. After turning off the faucet, she moved to another room to wash up. However, the slumbering Li Chen remained blissfully unaware of these antics. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have a good laugh at Carter's expense. On the following day, after a hearty breakfast, the two individuals boarded the waiting vehicle of Jarvis, setting off early for their day at the telephone company. Throughout the journey, Carter appeared remarkably invigorated, his spirits noticeably elevated, prompting Jarvis to exclaim that he felt as though he were in the company of a wholly different person compared to the previous day. Li Chen and Carter exchanged knowing smiles. Aware of the transformative events of the previous night, Carter had been reborn, so to speak. Yet, a particular concern weighed on Li Chen's mind. His newfound fame made it challenging to maintain a low profile, as he was frequently recognized, complicating the execution of various tasks. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a disguise mask. Ah, the system is truly a timely savior. I am beginning to suspect you are eavesdropping on my innermost thoughts. Li Chen chuckled inwardly while examining the item panel. Disguise mask, customizable for altering appearance and voice. Facilitating concealment. Note, gender cannot be altered. One cannot transform a male visage into that of a female or vice versa. What a splendid item. Li Chen gazed at the mask within the system's inventory, its ethereal, translucent quality reminiscent of transparent plastic. He promptly instructed the system to affix it to his face. Upon wearing it, Li Chen felt no immediate change, only a sense of empowerment in manipulating the mask to modify his visage and voice, a remarkably practical tool. Subsequently, Li Chen and Carter arrived at their destination, disembarking the vehicle and entering the company to commence their duties. As they passed by rows of female operators, they boarded the elevator, where the women exchanged glances, having witnessed Carter and Li Chen leaving together the previous day and now returning as a duo. This sparked whispers among them, speculating on a potential romantic liaison between the two, juicy gossip circulating amongst the vigilant operators. The first floor ladies, the veritable source of the latest news and rumors, always seemed to be in the know. During the elevator ride, Li Chen turned to Carter and inquired, So, Peggy, does it feel different? Did you sleep well last night? Carter, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, I fear you may find this amusing, Alan. I accidentally broke the shower switch in my room last night. I inadvertently pulled it off. I still need time to adjust to my increased strength. Li Chen laughed, haha, I did warn you. But that's entirely normal. You'll get the hang of it. When I first enhanced my strength, I smashed a toilet in the men's restroom. I kicked it to smithereens. Carter gasped in surprise. What? You were responsible for that toilet's destruction? Ha ha ha, that is hilarious. You know, for a while, that incident became quite the sensational tale in the barracks. Li Chen, feeling a bit sheepish, admitted there was no helping it. I had already crushed both sides of it, so I figured I might as well finish the job. With laughter and conversation, the two entered the office area, where a multitude of agents were busily engaged with matters pertaining to Howard. That rascal Howard had certainly added a significant amount of workload for everyone. Chapter 45, Theft of Nitrate Weapons. As Agent Carter gracefully made her way through the office, all eyes were drawn to her. She was simply captivating. Though Carter donned a loose, long coat, it could not conceal her newly accentuated, alluring figure. Observing this, Li Chen cleared his throat a couple of times, prompting the others to disperse. Hey, Peggy, your charm is now irresistible. These young fellows are utterly captivated by you. Li Chen remarked with a smile. Stop teasing me, Alan. Let us return to work, Carter replied. Heeding her words, Li Chen made his way to his new desk, settled down, and began organizing his materials. The space was limited, and no dedicated office had been prepared, but Li Chen was indifferent to this. Meanwhile, Carter discovered some clues regarding Howard's experiments and initiated a conversation with Agent Souza. Souza, who had been diligently working through the night, was momentarily enchanted by Carter's presence before regaining his focus to engage with her. Suddenly, Carter received new information. Agent Jack Thompson had uncovered fresh leads regarding today's transaction location. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Chen, she seized the opportunity under the pretext of fetching coffee and entered the room where discussions were underway. Shortly thereafter, Carter returned to Li Chen, exclaiming, "Alan, I believe I have a lead. Let us go." Li Chen promptly rose to follow her outside. Carter informed him that someone intended to sell Stark's invention that very night at the Spade Raymond Martini Club. Once they reached the car, she continued, "Alan, I've learned that Raymond has two weaknesses, blonde beauties and money. I plan to disguise myself tonight to acquire Howard's invention formula." Reflecting on Carter's strategy, Li Chen recalled the original storyline, where this Raymond would meet his demise shortly, proving to be merely a pawn. In fact, to Li Chen, everyone presently seemed like mere pawns, save for that bald, robed sorcerer. In the original narrative, Carter sacrificed her allure, kissing the detestable Raymond. And although she successfully obtained the weapon, she inadvertently left behind evidence when caught on camera. Moreover, the lascivious advances of this scoundrel toward Carter were something Li Chen wished to avoid. Therefore, he suggested, "Peggy, I believe you ought to reconsider your approach. What you propose is the method of a female agent, while tonight, I shall teach you the ways of a super soldier, if you will. I have little fondness for plans. As you know, our past battles were won through direct assault, and we emerged victorious each time. Those damn plans have only led us to misfortune. Once we lost Bucky, and another time, Steve. So, to hell with planning. Just watch me tonight." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Carter acquiesced. Having endured so much, she had grown somewhat reliant on him and did not protest further. The two waited in the alley of the club as night descended, and Li Chen sensed it was time to act. "Peggy, wait for me in the car. I'll return in 5 minutes," he declared before exiting the vehicle, gazing up at the illuminated window on the second floor. "Hold on, Alan, take this. It can unlock the safe." "Be careful," Carter advised, watching him intently. "Do not worry, Peggy. It's a trivial matter," Li Chen reassured her. Li Chen took the wristwatch-like device, smiling as he activated the disguise mask to alter his appearance. With a swift run-up, he leaped effortlessly onto the fire escape, reaching the second-floor windowsill in a mere moment. Carter sat in the car, staring at Li Chen, somewhat astonished by his audacity. Peering through the window, Li Chen noticed a solitary figure inside, a bespectacled individual seated at a desk, seemingly engrossed in some task. Without hesitation, Li Chen opened the window and vaulted inside. Hearing the commotion, Raymond turned to see a handgun pointed directly at him, and before he could react, Li Chen fired. However, instead of lethal intent, he employed a tranquilizer round, rendering Raymond unconscious with the incapacitating function of the energy Desert Eagle. After all, he would soon meet his end. And Li Chen preferred not to soil his hands with unnecessary bloodshed. Almost immediately, Raymond began to convulse in his chair, succumbing to profound dizziness and silence. Li Chen wasted no time. Aware that the weapons were locked in a safe, he placed the decryption device upon it and swiftly unlocked the mechanism. As the safe opened, an orange glow emanated from within, revealing Howard's nitroglycerin weapon. Recalling the details from his memory, Li Chen realized it was still active and posed a risk of detonation at any moment. Cautiously, he lifted it before leaping out of the second-floor window, landing gracefully on one knee with a flourish in front of Carter. Carter, witnessing Li Chen's descent, hurriedly inquired, "How did it go, Alan? Are you all right? Is the item secured?" With a grin, Li Chen climbed into the car, proclaiming, "Of course. I said, no plan is the best plan. Now, let us hurry back to the villa." Carter, taking heed, started the vehicle, steering towards their destination. "Alan, you've truly opened my eyes. This is outright theft." Carter chuckled. Li Chen merely shrugged, appearing nonchalant. He then revealed Howard's nitroglycerin weapon, an orb of translucent material radiating an orange-yellow glow. "My heavens, Alan, what is this? What's the molecular formula?" Carter gasped in astonishment. Li Chen replied, "Peggy, I fear the molecular formula isn't available, and they have produced this weapon in bulk. What we have here is indeed active, and we must dispose of it swiftly, otherwise it could explode at any moment." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they promptly returned to the villa. Placing the nitroglycerin weapon carefully on the table, Carter then dialed Jarvis. As Li Chen had forgotten how to handle such an item, he settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a drink while Carter made the call. Jarvis answered, "Hello, Jarvis here. It's me, Carter. They've weaponized the molecular formula. Do you know anyone who deals with explosives at this hour?" Jarvis paused, taken aback. I don't know anyone, and I promised to make a souffle for my wife. If I don't get it in the oven soon." Jarvis was still preoccupied with preparing dessert for his wife. Carter, upon hearing this, was left speechless and began to articulate the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, Jarvis went to retrieve Howard's notes. After a while, Jarvis returned, stating that a solution of sodium bicarbonate and acetic acid could render the bomb inert. No sooner had Jarvis finished speaking than his wife called for him, prompting him to hastily end the call. Frustrated, Carter felt a surge of exasperation. He then set about dealing with the explosive device, while Li Chen, lacking any knowledge of chemistry, refrained from intervening. Chapter 46. Journey to Roxon Oil Refinery. Meanwhile, Agent Thompson from the Strategic Scientific Reserve also arrived to investigate. At that moment, Raymond on the second floor had already met his demise. The scene was subsequently cordoned off, leading to an inconclusive outcome. In the original narrative, Carter would have been followed tonight, resulting in her roommate's untimely death. However, Li Chen's presence had altered the course of events, saving an innocent life. The following day, after the three convened in the dining hall, they resolved to seek out an expert to examine the now-cooled nitro weapon. Thus, they made their way to Stark Industries, where Jarvis's contact turned out to be Anton Vanko, the father of Whiplash from Iron Man 2. This was a type of alloy, ingeniously crafted yet highly unstable. And prior to World War II, only 3 refineries had the capability to produce such material. Currently, 2 of those had ceased operations, leaving only rocks and oil. Anton Vanko remarked, "This place is vast. We cannot possibly conduct a thorough search." At this juncture, Li Chen interjected, "Not to worry, as far as I know. This substance still emits beta radiation." To which Peggy responded, "Indeed, you are correct." Anton Vanko acknowledged, "Precisely. This gentleman speaks with utmost accuracy." Carter then had a revelation. "I know what to do." Following this, Li Chen and Carter returned to the Strategic Scientific Reserve to procure a radiation detector, while Jarvis returned home to spend time with his wife. Upon their return, the duo proceeded directly to the storage room, where they encountered rows of iron shelves laden with various boxes containing an array of documents. Under Carter's guidance, they arrived at the file box belonging to Steve Rogers. The box bore the inscription, Rebirth Program, Medical Records, Vita Ray Research, Photographs, Equipment, Steve Rogers Files. Carter promptly took the file box and placed it on the table, opening it to reveal a photograph of the frail Steve. Carter's mind drifted back to the scene in the control room, while Li Chen reminisced about their days fighting side by side. Just as they were gazing at the diminutive photograph of Steve, Agent Souza entered the archives, interrupting their reverie. Apologetically, Agent Souza said, "I'm sorry, I haven't quite mastered this yet," gesturing towards his cane. Li Chen regarded Agent Souza thoughtfully, contemplating the unfolding circumstances. In the original narrative, Souza shared a subtle, unspoken connection with Carter, culminating in a kiss, and it is rumored that they even embarked on a romantic entanglement. Ultimately, he is portrayed as a good man, who, despite facing death, has returned to life in a rather chaotic manner. Li Chen observed Souza's cane, contemplating whether he should offer him treatment if the opportunity arose. Notably, in the original work, Carter has indeed shared kisses with several individuals, engaging in a few unfulfilled romances. This includes the present Souza, a nightclub owner who met his demise, as well as the spy Dottie and the African-American doctor from the second season, all of whom have shared a kiss with Carter. Per Steve. However, this can be understood. After all, Carter is a woman, and as humans, we are all subject to emotions and desires, none are exempt. Furthermore, in this era, women are greatly undervalued, often needing a man to rely upon. Yet, it is of little concern, for Li Chen is present, and he shall ensure that Steve's interests are protected. Li Chen mused to himself, "Damn it, Steve. You'd better be prepared to work for a lifetime to repay my kindness. Is there something you need?" Li Chen inquired as Souza, quick to respond, stood before him. Sir, it's nothing important. I just came to check on a few things. I'll return later," Souza replied, laboriously leaning on his cane as he departed. Li Chen felt a pang of sympathy for him. At that moment, Carter produced a device from her briefcase, the Vita Ray detector, a relic of Dr. Erskine. Later that evening, the trio arrived near the Roxon Oil Refinery, ready to investigate. The refinery, ostensibly out of operation, was heavily patrolled. Li Chen recalled that within its confines, someone had betrayed Leviathan and intended to operate independently. Nonetheless, he held little interest in this individual, as he was already well informed of the intelligence they possessed. Jarvis and Carter remained in the vehicle, observing, while Li Chen sat nearby, arms crossed, resting his eyes. Jarvis appeared eager to join the infiltration, but was met with a harsh refusal from Carter, who deemed him too unreliable, given his prior blunders that had nearly compromised their mission. Li Chen then suggested, "Jarvis, you might want to calibrate the radio." To his surprise, Jarvis casually spoke into the radio, causing an overwhelming feedback noise to erupt from Carter's communicator. Mr. Jarvis, you are aware this is a stealth operation, aren't you? What were you thinking?" Li Chen remarked, while Carter shot an exasperated glance at Jarvis for his rookie mistake. Jarvis sheepishly smiled, "My apologies, both of you. This is my first time participating in such an operation, and I'm a bit nervous." Once the radio was properly adjusted, Li Chen and Carter exchanged disapproving looks with Jarvis before exiting the vehicle. They found a secluded spot where they effortlessly vaulted over the iron fence, making no sound. Carter then activated the detection device, and together they ventured into the refinery, following the device's guidance as the signal grew increasingly stronger. As the two ascended the stairs, they suddenly caught sight of a shadow against the wall, one of the patrolling guards. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chen incapacitated him with a single shot, a mere interlude. Shortly thereafter, they encountered two individuals clad in white lab coats, engrossed in their work at a table. One of them was affiliated with Leviathan, though he had since defected. However, Carter, having yet to interact with any members of Leviathan, remained oblivious to this fact. Li Chen, not one to linger, swiftly subdued both individuals with 2 more shots. Upon the table, they discovered a nitrate weapon. Peggy, behold this. We have indeed arrived at the right place. And look at this man's throat. He lacks an Adam's apple. He may prove useful to us. We ought to interrogate him first, and then take him back, Li Chen asserted. Very well, Alan. But I suspect there may be more nitrate weapons. The instruments indicate a higher energy index, Carter replied. Thus, the two, bearing the unconscious Bannies, proceeded towards the area of elevated energy readings. Following the guidance, they arrived at a vehicle belonging to Yujia Dairy, and upon opening the door, they were met with an overwhelming sight. Inside lay a plethora of nitrate weapons. Carter's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, Peggy, you take this person back to the villa. I'll handle these items. They must not fall into the wrong hands. I intend to obliterate this refinery to assist Howard in destroying the evidence. If word gets out that his inventions are being mass-produced, it would spell his ruin, Li Chen declared. Carter, finding merit in Li Chen's reasoning, cautioned him to be careful. She then took Bannies back to the villa with Jarvis. Meanwhile, Li Chen, feeling the time was ripe, hurled the nitrate materials towards the factory. As they detonated, the entire structure erupted into a colossal iron sphere. Li Chen then sped off in a vehicle laden with nitrates towards the sea. Just before reaching the water, he leapt from the vehicle, discarding it into the depths. Moments later, the sea surged with tremendous waves. Not long after, agents from the Strategic Scientific Reserve arrived at the refinery, meticulously investigating the scene. To date, all nitrate weapons had been eradicated by Li Chen. Once everything was settled, he returned to the villa. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Jarvis. Mr. Allen, what transpired was utterly terrifying, Jarvis exclaimed, his voice trembling yet tinged with excitement. Li Chen, seated on the sofa, shot him a look. It was merely to clean up Howard's mess. Otherwise, why would I blow up the refinery? We have no enmity. Jarvis chuckled awkwardly and poured Li Chen a glass of wine. Chapter 47. Interrogation. Li Chen took a sip of wine to soothe his throat. Carter sat beside him, while Jarvis stood at their side, all three awaiting the awakening of Bannies. Before long, Bannies gradually awoke before the three individuals, gazing at them in astonishment. As he regained consciousness, Li Chen spoke first. All right, the time for pleasant dreams has come to an end. Now, divulge everything you know without omission, otherwise, my patience is quite limited. As he spoke, Li Chen drew a gun and aimed it at Bannies' head. The man seated opposite him, Bannies, was thoroughly intimidated by Li Chen's demeanor. In a hurry, he produced a device and placed it against his throat, exclaiming, "Calm down, please. I possess considerable information. But once I reveal it, who can guarantee my safety?" Bannies began to negotiate with Li Chen. No one was a fool, and he understood that disclosing information would certainly lead to his silencing by the organization, even though he was currently being pursued. At this moment, Carter interjected. "We will ensure your safety. If you speak truthfully, we will escort you to a secure location." After pondering for a few seconds, Bannies realized he had no alternative but to trust the three before him. "Very well, I hope you keep your word," he replied. Having already betrayed the Leviathan organization, he decisively chose his life over allegiance to the organization. "I hail from an organization called Leviathan. To my knowledge, our leader has fixated on an invention of Stark's, thus dispatching a female operative to probe his vulnerabilities. As you might expect, the outcome was as you all know. I infiltrated his vault through the sewers and made off with everything. The items are currently aboard a ship. Moreover, I had already defected, intending to operate independently and sell Stark's weapons for some quick cash, but then I was apprehended by you." Meanwhile, on the other side, a male operative from the Leviathan organization was systematically eliminating all individuals who had procured nitrates, searching for Bannies to silence him. Listening to Bannies' account, Li Chen compared it to the narrative and found no discrepancies. Everything aligned with the storyline. He continued, "Now tell me about your throat." Bannies hesitated for a few moments, seemingly engulfed in some terrifying memory. "This matter is quite horrific. It stems from a battle, the final battle. We received some supplies, but after using them, we all began to turn on one another. Everyone perished, save for a few survivors, of which I am one. Naturally, the price for my survival was the removal of my Adam's apple. It was only by sacrificing it that I managed to live. Moreover, to my knowledge, these supplies were provided by Stark. He even visited the scene afterward." As Bannies recounted this, his emotions flared with anger. Carter looked on in shock at Jarvis, who, upon hearing Bannies' words, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. unable to meet the gaze of Li Chen and Carter. Li Chen, already familiar with the narrative, was not overly surprised and remarked, "That clarifies things. Now, where specifically are Stark's items located on the ship?" Vanny's replied, "The heartbreak, adorned with a heart emblem. All of Stark's belongings are there. Please, I've shared everything I know. Just don't kill me, all right?" Li Chen smiled, realizing that this young man, Banis, had indeed made up his mind to betray Leviathan. His information and the original plot remained unchanged, prompting him to stow away his Desert Eagle. "Very well, Mr. Banis. Congratulations. Your prudent choice has spared your life. Now, let us depart immediately to that accursed heartbreak, for I wish to personally ascertain the safety of the cargo." Upon hearing this, Banis appeared somewhat hesitant, reluctant to proceed, fully aware that he was being hunted. Li Chen reassured him, "Do not worry. I assure you that no harm will come to you. Now, let us hurry." Carter and Jarvis, upon hearing such a valuable lead, quickly gathered their belongings and set off. Knowing that Jarvis had worked late and would likely forego sleep until 9 o'clock, Li Chen, seething internally, thought, "Damn Howard, your meddling has severely disrupted my precious sleep. You shall owe me millions or even tens of millions in damages." The four of them drove to the dock under Banis's guidance. During the journey, Jarvis explained his unwavering loyalty to Howard, attributing it to the significant assistance Howard had rendered during his time of need, particularly for him and his girlfriend, who was now his wife. Based on Banis's intelligence, Carter, leveraging his understanding of the sewage system, accurately deduced how Banis had made his escape. Carter had spent a week in the sewers. He concluded that Banis had taken advantage of the torrential rain to steal Howard's invention, navigating a raft through the sewers to flee the scene. Li Chen felt a deep admiration for these audacious individuals. Navigating the sewers, as one might imagine, was far from pleasant given the filth and odor. What was most audacious was that Banis, this brazen fellow, had managed to paddle his raft amidst the muck and iced tea, frantically rowing for his life. "I would dub him a true master of chaos." Reflecting on this, Li Chen sincerely remarked, "You all have such fascinating stories. Unlike me, I have no affinity for sewers. Regardless of the mission, truly. Not a second longer in the sewers will I endure. I refuse." Carter laughed. "Not everyone possesses your kind of glamour, Alan. You certainly do not need to venture into the sewers. However, many are diligently attending to their tasks, and as long as the mission is accomplished, any means may be employed. Wouldn't you agree?" Hearing this, Jarvis, Li Chen, and even Banis nodded in agreement, with Banis, the master of chaos, nodding more vigorously than anyone, strongly affirming his agreement, having experienced it firsthand. As their conversation continued, they arrived at the dock, and sure enough, the heartbreak was moored there. Banis had not deceived them. Observing that the heartbreak still had power, Carter suggested that there might be someone aboard and urged everyone to exercise caution. Yet, Li Chen was undeterred and boldly paved the way for the three others, moving as if strolling through his own garden, leaving the others speechless behind him, especially Banis, who found himself questioning whether this seemingly carefree man could truly safeguard him. He found the lady beside him far more reliable than Li Chen. Subsequently, the four of them entered the ship's warehouse, where they were greeted by numerous boxes of various sizes, all affixed with labels, revealing Stark's lost inventions. Carter and Jarvis eagerly opened one of the boxes to begin their inspection, but Li Chen had no interest in these items. He was in search of Delta. He began to scour the area, and sure enough, in a dark corner, a small suitcase was quietly placed. "Oh, my treasure, father has found you." Li Chen opened the suitcase to inspect its contents. Everything was intact, nothing was missing, and he was naturally unconcerned about anyone else using it. Produced by the system, the quality was impeccable. Li Chen's only worry was whether any components were missing, but fortunately, everything was there. Chapter 48. Astonished agents. Li Chen exchanged a glance with Carter, confirming their unspoken understanding that everything was in order. He then prepared to notify the Strategic Scientific Reserve. During this time, Jarvis attempted to dissuade Li Chen, suggesting they discreetly return these inventions to Howard, and then wait for someone else to steal them. Li Chen retorted. Jarvis was rendered speechless, awkwardly lowering his gaze. Li Chen then pulled out his phone and dialed the office of Director Dooley of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Before long, Director Dooley answered the call. Due to Li Chen's intervention, the Strategic Scientific Reserve had no leads whatsoever. They were as frantic as ants on a hot pan. Consequently, everyone had begun to work overtime. And Director Dooley was no exception, as he faced immense pressure from above. "Hello, is this Director Dooley? This is Alan. Agent Carter and I have discovered all of Stark's stolen inventions. Please send someone immediately." Upon hearing this, Director Dooley leapt from his chair. "Are you sure? Alan, where are you?" "We'll be there right away," he exclaimed excitedly. After enduring such prolonged overtime, the prospect of a significant breakthrough thrilled him. "We're currently at the South District docks, Dock 12, aboard a ship named Heartbreak. Hurry, I'm eager to get home and sleep," Li Chen said nonchalantly. However, His casual remark infuriated Director Dooley, who was well aware that everyone at the office was exhausted. You seem unaffected by this at all. Incredible. This agent is truly something else, a two-gun ranger, as expected. Director Dooley then hung up, hastily calling everyone to rush to the docks. After ending the call, Li Chen leaned against a box, drawing out a Desert Eagle. At that moment, Jarvis interjected, Mr. Allen, I advise against leaning on these inventions. They can be quite dangerous. What? Are they going to blow me up? Li Chen replied, exasperated, and then ignored Jarvis, striking the ship's hull forcefully with his handgun. Bang, bang, bang. The loud banging startled Carter, Jarvis, and Bannies. Carter hurriedly inquired, Allen, what are you doing? What is this? Li Chen smiled softly without uttering a word, gesturing for the three to glance towards the entrance. Before long, a robust man clad in a white tank top adorned with two black suspenders approached, drawn by the sound. Observing the scene, Li Chen swiftly dispatched a tranquilizer dart in his direction. The familiar convulsions and dizziness ensued, leaving Carter and Jarvis in a state of astonished silence. Captivated by Li Chen's display of skill, this maneuver was aptly termed luring the serpent from its den. It saved him the trouble of a prolonged search, as Li Chen preferred to minimize his exertion whenever possible. Bennis stared in shock at the unconscious figure before him, his mouth agape. Noticing Bennis' momentary lapse, Li Chen inquired, What's wrong? Would you care for another trial? Bennis promptly shook his head like a rattle, exclaiming, Nonsense. While tranquilization is indeed painless, the experience itself is far from it. I have no desire to undergo that a second time. Subsequently, Jarvis, acting as Howard's steward, discreetly maneuvered the vehicle to a hidden spot, waiting for Li Chen and Carter. Not long after Jarvis departed, the sounds of several vehicles filled the air as Director Dooley and his team arrived. Good heavens, it's truly one of Stark's inventions. Young man, you've achieved something remarkable. Quickly, let us get moving. Ladies, ensure every crate is meticulously logged for transport back. Hurry, Director Dooley exclaimed, gesturing towards the crates aboard the ship. The agents behind Director Dooley were left in stunned disbelief, astonished that Li Chen had indeed uncovered Stark's creation. Li Chen yawned, stating, Director, you arrived far slower than I anticipated. This individual beside me is a vital informant. It is thanks to his intelligence that we located this site. As for accolades, I am indifferent. Let them be attributed to Peggy. We shall take our leave now. You may take your time to tidy up. Director Dooley, beaming with satisfaction, offered a token farewell to the two before returning to direct operations. This was a significant boon for the Strategic Scientific Reserve's New York division, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, which in turn invigorated their spirits as they busied themselves with their tasks. Later, Jarvis conveyed Carter and Li Chen back to the villa for some rest, while he returned home. Once back at the villa, both Carter and Li Chen retired to their respective rooms for a night of undisturbed slumber. The following morning, after rising and freshening up, Li Chen made his way to the hall, where he found Carter already awaiting him in the dining room. Good morning, Peggy. I didn't expect you to rise so early and prepare breakfast for me. I am truly honored. Li Chen greeted her with a smile, switching on the radio. Alas, in this era, entertainment options were quite limited. Before his crossing into this time, Li Chen had been accustomed to having his phone in hand daily, indulging in games and videos. Now, he could only listen to the radio or watch films, which felt rather dull. Of course, there were women, but Li Chen was not one to indulge like Howard. Good morning, Alan. I've prepared some oatmeal with milk, fried eggs, bacon, and bread. I'm sure it pales in comparison to your culinary skills, so please forgive me. Carter chuckled as the broadcast delivered rather shocking news, detailing how a young nurse had been captured by enemy forces. You wretched bastards, once Captain America and the Ranger arrive, you will be in serious trouble, proclaimed the female announcer with a mocking tone. You're doomed. You'll see stars. A male announcer pretended to adopt a mature voice, mimicking Steve's manner of speaking. Subsequently, there was a sound of slapping, as if a hefty piece of pork was being ruthlessly struck in the studio. Honestly, Peggy, I don't think the female nurses back then spoke in such a derogatory tone. Everyone was quite normal. Why does it sound so distorted on the air? Li Chen remarked. Biting into a piece of bread, Carter shook her head in exasperation. I hear this tedious content nearly every day. It's all about sensationalism. People seem to relish such plots. I'm utterly fed up with it, but there's nothing else to do but listen. Li Chen replied, if the captured woman had that tone, I would certainly turn around and leave. But Steve probably wouldn't mind. I, however, can't tolerate it. Captain America and the Ranger. Ugh, is this truly the epitome of our era? After years of evolution, it has transformed from a mere glitch into a genuine farce. Mentioning Steve caused Carter's expression to grow somber once more. Noticing this, Li Chen said, Hey, Peggy, don't look so glum. Once we get through this busy period, we will search for answers together. Don't lose heart. Hearing Li Chen's words, Carter managed to smile again. Chapter 49. Howard returns after finishing breakfast. The two set off in Jarvis's car towards the telephone company for work. The triumph from the previous night had significantly brightened the department's atmosphere, with everyone smiling at Li Chen and Carter. The male agents no longer regarded Carter with such disdain. To Li Chen's astonishment, the Leviathan typewriter had been seized, indicating that they had indeed made some progress. Shortly after taking a seat, Director Dury summoned Li Chen into his office for a discussion. "Director, what do you need from me?" Li Chen inquired as he settled onto the sofa. Director Dury poured a glass of wine for him, smiling. "Well, Alan, as you know, last night's findings were substantial. After reporting to headquarters, they expressed great admiration for our swift progress. You have also proven your capabilities. Could you share how you located this Bannies?" Li Chen smiled and responded. "I have my own methods of investigation, Director, which I cannot disclose. Bannies is here now. Feel free to question him. He has many secrets." Director Dury, amused, recognized that this young man was quite shrewd and difficult to handle, so he opted for a more straightforward approach. "All right, I understand. Let me be candid, Alan. Your abilities have astounded me. The impact of Stark's incident will be significant. We both know the extent of your contribution. But you have also stated that you are not interested in such accolades. I harbor no ulterior motives. However, I kindly request that in your future endeavors and plans, you consider bringing along some agents. Our bureau would be more than willing to cooperate. While you are undeniably formidable, one must acknowledge the necessity of having support. Do they not?" Li Chen grasped the implication behind Director Dury's words, his assertion that the resolution of this matter was as good as settled, with no doubts cast upon Li Chen's capabilities. Though Li Chen would undoubtedly receive the lion's share of the credit, he hoped that amidst his success, the agents under his command would also be afforded a measure of recognition, ensuring a favorable report to superiors. Understanding that Li Chen was indifferent to accolades, Dury proposed to assign some personnel to assist him, facilitating his operations and allowing him to access the Bureau's resources at will. Although Li Chen was capable of such arrangements, the endorsement from the director would undoubtedly ease the process significantly. Li Chen readily acquiesced, considering it a minor matter that would also serve his interests. Director Dury, upon hearing this, was beaming with joy, unable to contain his delight. In that moment, Li Chen glanced at the razor and toothbrush on Dury's desk and remarked, "Director Dury, you want to spend more time at home with your family, rather than confining yourself here all day." Reflecting on the tragic fate of Director Dury in the original narrative, Li Chen felt a pang of sympathy, knowing that he had ultimately sacrificed his life without ever sharing a meal with his loved ones. Dury hesitated, absorbing Li Chen's words in silence. Li Chen continued, "Rest assured, the Earth will continue to turn regardless of who is absent. The Strategic Science Corps will not crumble. It would be wise to devote some quality time to your family. I believe Agent Susat can manage things in your stead." With that, he nonchalantly opened the door and returned to his desk, unabashedly resuming his leisurely pursuit of fishing. Left alone in contemplation, Director Dury pondered Li Chen's words for quite some time before arriving at a decision. He would return home tonight to surprise his family. Later that evening, Li Chen and Carter received a call from Jarvis, informing them that a seller was offering Stark's weapons. The three convened at the arranged location to commence the transaction. Jarvis produced the agreed sum of $50,000, only for the seller to abruptly raise the price to an outrageous $200,000. This audacity infuriated both Carter and Li Chen. Li Chen exchanged a glance with Carter, preferring not to resort to violence in this instance, as there were merely three minor adversaries to contend with, leaving the matter to Carter. While Jarvis engaged in negotiations, Carter unexpectedly launched a punch at each of the two men before her. The impact of their weight sent them hurtling several meters backward, crashing against the wall, where they subsequently slid down, rendered unconscious. Poor souls. Li Chen observed the comical sight of the two hefty men as they were sent flying, their bodies jostling painfully. Carter then executed a swift run, leaping to deliver a decisive kick to the remaining scrawny assailant, whom Li Chen surmised was unlikely to recover from such an encounter. Jarvis gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events. "Miss Carter, how on earth did you manage to dispatch those three men so effortlessly? It's truly remarkable," he exclaimed. Carter, maintaining her aloof demeanor, replied with her head bowed, "With ample practice." This display of prowess reignited Jarvis's excitement. Meanwhile, Li Chen chuckled inwardly, thinking, practice, indeed. It must be an abundance of pills, or perhaps an excess of mutations. Unfortunately, Jarvis remained blissfully unaware of such nuances. The trio soon arrived at the large cargo container, and Jarvis approached to open its door. Inside, the space was lavishly decorated, featuring a billiard table, where a man sporting a small mustache was engrossed in a game, none other than Howard. Upon noticing the three, Howard looked up with a broad grin and exclaimed, "Ah, my favorite people have arrived." He had just smuggled himself back in. The four then boarded a vehicle and set off towards the villa, returning shortly thereafter. As soon as Howard disembarked, he dashed into the villa, seeking out a fine bottle of wine and drinking heartily. "I depart in 3 days for Rio. How many of my inventions have you located, my friends?" Li Chen, pouring himself a glass, replied, "Here is the list. Take a look, you little rascal." "Ah, splendid. You've managed to secure everything," Howard remarked, his tone teasing. Carter inquired, "But what about?" Howard, pointing to a spherical device with a serious expression, stated, "You must assist me in retrieving this. It's active, and only I can deactivate it. Moreover, it is perilous. Do not activate it, or the entire tri-state area will be plunged into darkness for years to come." Watching Carter hang on Howard's every word, Li Chen nearly burst into laughter. Fully aware that the so-called dangerous device was merely a vial of Steve's blood. However, he refrained from exposing Howard's ruse, knowing it would only increase Howard's indebtedness to him. Yet, it seemed Howard already owed quite a bit: airplane schematics, Delta gear, hunting down his experimental subjects. And now this blatant deception. As Li Chen pondered how to handle this rogue, Howard turned to him, noticing his distracted demeanor. "Alan, did you hear me? This is a replica. You just need to switch it out, and no one will notice." He produced a small plastic ball. With a smile, Li Chen replied, "I heard you, Howard, and I will see to it." Howard, suspecting it might have been his imagination, felt that Li Chen's tone had taken on a weighty quality. Chapter 50, Steve's blood. After a brief respite, Li Chen, Carter, and Jarvis set off towards the agency, with Jarvis at the wheel while Li Chen sat in the back, admiring the enchanting nightscape. It must be said that each era possesses its unique charm, and the beauty of the evening vistas is always captivating. During the ride, Carter inquired about various details from Jarvis, who responded hesitantly, frequently touching his ear. Clearly not adept at fabricating tales, even a pig could discern that Jarvis was spinning a yarn, let alone the astute Carter. Upon their arrival at the bureau, the two effortlessly replaced the plastic sphere. During their return journey, Carter expressed to Li Chen, "Alan, something is definitely amiss. Jarvis is lying. He and Howard are concealing something. I doubt this little ball is as they claim." Li Chen responded, "Indeed, Jarvis's demeanor and his stammering speech make it evident that he is not being truthful. What? Do you wish to examine this device? If so, go ahead." With a knowing glance from Li Chen, Carter wasted no time in pressing the switch on the plastic sphere. The lid of the small ball popped open, yet nothing occurred. A chill emanated from within, and a plastic tube sprang forth. As Carter retrieved the tube, he observed the contents, a vibrant red liquid, the nature of which he could not discern. "Alan, what on earth is this?" "This certainly isn't the switch Howard described," Carter inquired, astonished. Li Chen replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, this scoundrel has deceived us. We must return and settle the score." It then dawned on Li Chen that after Steve had injected the serum, he indeed underwent a blood draw. Initially, Li Chen had assumed it would take a considerable amount of time, yet only 12 vials were drawn, 11 for military research and 1 for Howard, who had significantly contributed to the Super Soldier program, also known as the Rebirth Project. The military had derived little from their research. Thus providing Howard with a vial was merely a gamble. The two then returned to the villa, while Jarvis went home to be with his wife. Upon seeing their return, Howard, seated on the sofa with a newspaper, immediately stood to inquire, "Did you obtain it?" Li Chen ignored him, pouring himself a glass of wine and savoring it. His fondness for wine had grown, especially since Howard's was quite expensive. Expensive must equate to quality. After indulging in foreign wines for some time, Li Chen had begun to appreciate them. Noticing Li Chen's dismissive demeanor, Howard sensed something was amiss. Li Chen had never treated him this way before. Meanwhile, Carter edged closer to Howard. "What is in the small vial?" she asked coldly. Howard feigned ignorance. "What small vial?" Carter reiterated her question. "You opened it? Do you realize how dangerous that is?" Howard continued to deflect. Li Chen observed the exchange from the sofa, aware that Howard was about to face consequences. "What is in the small vial, Howard?" Carter's impatience was growing. Howard, recognizing Carter's anger, desperately signaled to Li Chen for assistance. Unfortunately, Li Chen remained indifferent. After all, Howard had deceived him as well. Although Li Chen was aware of the vial's contents, the sensation of being misled was unpleasant. At that moment, Howard, undeterred, looked directly at Carter and said, "You know, we all know." Carter retorted, "I do not know. You tell me." Finally, Howard admitted the truth. "It is the blood of Steve Rogers." After a fleeting moment, Carter unleashed a powerful punch that struck Howard squarely in the face. Howard crumpled to the ground in response. Despite his fury, Carter had considerably restrained his strength. Had he not, Howard likely would have been sent soaring. With a heart full of sorrow and anger, Carter exclaimed, "You manipulated both me and Alan, deceiving us." Struggling to rise from the ground, Howard retorted, "But you hit me." To which Carter replied, "That was merely a reaction to your lies. Alan, your turn." At that moment, both men ceased their quarrel and turned their attention to Li Chen. Li Chen, with an air of indignation, proclaimed, "If I were to take action, you would fare far worse, you scoundrel. How dare you deceive us? Both Peggy and I devoted ourselves to assisting you, cleaning up your mess, and this is how you repay us." He feigned sorrow, casting a serious gaze upon Howard. Recognizing the weight of Li Chen's words, Howard expressed remorse. All right, I admit my faults, my friends. However, you must understand, I was born into a humble family. And in my quest for ascension, I inevitably acquired some vices, such as dishonesty. I acknowledge that I should not have deceived you. He sank into the sofa, applying an ice pack to his eye. Thus, Howard resumed his banter with Carter, but Li Chen interjected, enough of the chatter. This vial of blood belongs to Peggy. As compensation for your deceit, Howard hastily protested. This vial may be used to create vaccines, medicines, and more. Carter retorted angrily. It seems you are merely intent on profiting from it. Seeing Carter's wrath, Howard fell silent. Carter continued, your words lack credibility. Had Alan spoken them, I might have believed him. But you, Howard, your primary objective is not to benefit society, but to amass wealth. Alan and I have become mere commercial errand runners for you. I've had enough. With that, Carter stormed out of the villa, with Li Chen quickly following. Before departing, he turned to Howard and said, you have truly overstepped this time. The Delta is in the wardrobe of the third room on the second floor. Retrieve it yourself. You scoundrel. Now left alone, Howard contemplated his actions towards his two friends, realizing he had indeed crossed a line. After all, Steve was Carter's Achilles heel. And Howard had foolishly exploited that vulnerability. Li Chen caught up with Carter and offered consolation. They found a bench to sit upon, and Li Chen spoke first. Hey, Peggy. Howard may be a bit of a jerk, but he is fundamentally a good man. However, he has indeed gone too far in this instance. I understand how much Steve means to you. Carter, her eyes brimming with tears, looked utterly forlorn. I know, I just need some time to gather my thoughts. Moreover, Howard seems to take our assistance for granted. It's time he reflects on his actions. Li Chen recognized the wisdom in Carter's words. After a while, Carter felt somewhat rejuvenated by a stroll outside, and the two eventually returned to the villa. Howard felt a profound sense of emptiness as he watched the two departing figures return. His heart instantly filled once more. He rushed forward, embracing each of them in turn, exclaiming, my dear friends, Peggy, Alan, I was wrong. It was only in your absence that I realized how significant you are to me. Please forgive me. I shall never act thus again. With heartfelt sincerity, Howard apologized, and in turn, his friends granted him forgiveness. He then entrusted Steve's blood to Carter, willingly relinquishing the opportunity for a Nobel Prize. Chapter 51. Return to the 107th Infantry Regiment that night, as the three reconciled. The typewriter of the Strategic Scientific Reserve began to operate on its own, producing a coded message that baffled everyone in the office. The following day, Li Chen and Carter arrived for work as usual, while Director Dooley was busy directing the team in deciphering the mysterious code produced by the typewriter the night before. Upon seeing Li Chen and Carter, Dooley hurried over to discuss the matter, eager to know if they could assist. You've come to the right people. Peggy excels in this area, Li Chen remarked. The three gathered around a table where Carter picked up a sheet of paper and began to decode the message. It revealed a set of coordinates: latitude 53 degrees 72 minutes, longitude 27 degrees 37 minutes, with a confirmation for an exchange on April 27th at 8 a.m. The message indicated the purchase of a prototype for a destructive reactor with a payment of 100,000 due to Howard Stark upon delivery. Sousa interjected, the coordinates point to the Marienburg Forest in Belarus. Payment to Howard Stark? That is utterly preposterous, Li Chen exclaimed. Director Dooley gestured for Li Chen to remain calm. Alan, everyone is aware of your connection with Stark. Perhaps you should consider stepping back? Absolutely not. I intend to see firsthand what awaits me there. Agent Thompson, you shall accompany us to Russia with two others, Li Chen asserted. Understanding the unspoken directive, Thompson began to prepare. Carter, smiling, remarked, Alan, the 107th Infantry Regiment is well acquainted with that area. It seems we are destined to reunite with old friends. Li Chen recalled the Howling Commandos and felt a surge of anticipation. Of course, Peggy, please make the necessary arrangements. We are preparing for an adventure in Russia. An hour later, the group boarded a plane headed for the rendezvous point. While others equipped themselves for the journey, Li Chen carried nothing but 2 bottles of fine wine, specifically chosen as gifts for the commandos. This display left Thompson and several other agents momentarily speechless. Notably, Li Chen hadn't even donned a helmet. Thompson couldn't help but voice his concern. Sir, you haven't brought any equipment. ISNT that rather unsafe? Perhaps you should consider taking something with you. Li Chen simply glanced at him and replied, There's no need. I require no equipment to deal with mere lackeys. He put on an air of bravado, while Carter was fully outfitted and prepared for the mission. Subsequently, Thompson fell silent, focusing on his breathing, inhaling and exhaling steadily. Li Chen observed his comrade and suspected something was amiss, prompting him to inquire, Buddy, what troubles you? Are you all right? Thompson responded, Sir, it's nothing. It's just that this is my first real parachute jump. I've only trained 8 times before. Hearing this, Li Chen chuckled. It's all right. This is only my second jump as well, and it's rather exhilarating. Just relax. However, Thompson seemed to grow even more anxious upon hearing Li Chen's words, and Li Chen's attempts to ease his tension were in vain. At that moment, Carter, who was nearby, began to reassure Thompson, gradually helping him to relax. Soon, the group parachuted into a dense forest, their rendezvous point set 8 kilometers to the east, after which they commenced their journey. It wasn't long before a loud shout rang out. Deputy Leader. The burly Duggan, disregarding any signals, called out directly to Li Chen, startling the agents in the team, who instinctively raised their weapons. Li Chen burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Hey, Duggan, have you missed me? You little rascals, have you thought of your beloved leader?" At that moment, the agents recognized each other. They were the Howling Commandos, who had once fought alongside Captain America. The group then boarded their vehicle, and Li Chen generously distributed the fine wine he had brought along. "Wow, such exquisite wine. Captain, have you struck it rich?" Li Chen replied with a smile. "If you wish to drink, just let me know. There is plenty to go around. Ha ha." He thought to himself that it was not his expense, but rather that of Howard, the scoundrel. As night fell, the group gathered around a bonfire, sitting in a circle to rest. Conversations flowed freely, and stories were shared, with Thompson recounting his own experiences. He spoke of 6 Japanese soldiers he had dispatched, to which Li Chen clapped in approval, suggesting he should have claimed even more. This left Thompson somewhat stunned, as Li Chen was well aware that those soldiers had come to surrender. Nonetheless, it mattered little. When dealing with the Japanese, there was no need for leniency. The following morning, the group stealthily infiltrated a building. Li Chen recognized it as part of the infamous Red Room, where the female agent Dottie had undergone training, which was also the organization that would later train Natasha. As they navigated through the labyrinthine halls, they suddenly heard the sound of a girl crying. Following the sound, they stumbled upon a large room, which could also be described as a bedroom, furnished with iron-framed beds. Each bed was equipped with a pair of handcuffs, creating an unsettling atmosphere. In the center, a young girl sat on the floor, her head buried deep as she wept. Duggan approached her, greeting, "Hello there. Are you all right?" Yet, before he could reach the girl, a faint sound echoed through the room. It was Li Chen firing a tranquilizer dart. The shot was quiet due to the nature of the dart. Almost immediately, the girl was struck and began to convulse before losing consciousness. Li Chen's decisive action shocked the onlookers. "Hey, what are you doing?" one agent exclaimed, taken aback by Li Chen's willingness to fire at a child. Duggan looked at Li Chen with confusion etched across his face. Li Chen surveyed the crowd surrounding him, who were all gazing intently in his direction. And with a sense of exasperation, he remarked, "What? Am I the only one who finds the atmosphere here rather peculiar? Do you all truly believe it is normal for such a young girl to be weeping in a place like this? Why are you all staring at me? Damn it. And you, Duggan, are you really so utterly unguarded at this moment? Huh, check that girl for any weapons yourself, you fool." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the group finally relaxed. The burly Duggan, prompted by Li Chen, began to search the girl, and as expected, he discovered a sharp dagger concealed on her person. A regular individual would likely succumb to fatality if ambushed unexpectedly. The others regarded Li Chen with newfound respect, acknowledging the sharpness of his instincts. In the midst of their admiration, Li Chen maintained a facade of nonchalance. "Captain, you are as formidable as ever, truly impressive. Otherwise, I might have sustained injuries." Duggan admitted sheepishly. Li Chen replied, "Spare me the flattery, continue your search. This indicates that we have been detected. Everyone, stay vigilant." Chapter 52, Psychologist Yevchenko. Subsequently, the group commenced a cautious investigation, and following Li Chen's warning, they recognized that this location was far from ordinary. Thus, they heightened their alertness. Although they encountered numerous soldiers, the casualties were significantly reduced compared to the original narrative. Before long, they arrived at a cell block containing 2 individuals. One was the psychologist, Yevchenko, a key figure from the first season of the Carter series, and the other was a disposable scientist who would soon meet his demise at Yevchenko's hands. Yevchenko inquired, "Who are you?" Carter responded, "We are the good guys." Consequently, Carter began to interrogate the psychologist Yevchenko, who resorted to deceitful tactics. Had Li Chen not been aware of the plot, he might have fallen victim to Yevchenko's ruse. It seemed that the scientist had been under Yevchenko's manipulation for a prolonged period, hence in the original storyline, he eventually broke free but was subsequently killed by Yevchenko. At that moment, a loud commotion erupted outside. Someone was approaching. In a state of urgency, Carter could not afford to ask further questions, and he shot at the cell door, freeing the 2 individuals. The group fought while retreating until they reached the boiler room, engaged in a fierce battle when the scientist suddenly regained consciousness and took an agent hostage, negotiating for his release. During this chaos, Yevchenko attempted to reassert control over him, but to no avail. True to the original narrative, Yevchenko eliminated him and feigned a dramatic lamentation. Witnessing this scene made Li Chen feel nauseated. He longed to confront the fool and deliver a few blows. As enemy soldiers multiplied, Thompson unexpectedly froze, succumbing to his affliction, what they called battlefield syndrome. Fortunately, Carter managed to rouse him in time. In truth, Li Chen perceived that all of this could be effortlessly resolved. However, he preferred to allow the plot to unfold naturally. Just then, Duggan detonated a bomb from outside, breaching the wall, and everyone hastily retreated through the newly created gap, with Li Chen bringing up the rear. Observing that everyone had evacuated, Li Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. At long last, the ordeal had concluded, and I was relieved of my role. With a decisive shot, I dispatched each of the enemy soldiers to their heavenly repose. Subsequently, Li Chen emerged and leaped into the evacuation truck. As everyone prepared to return with Yevchenko, at the airport, farewells were exchanged. The members of the commando unit wished to persuade Li Chen to remain and continue leading them. And there was also Carter, who merely needed a fitting nickname. Yet, both Li Chen and Carter were destined to return home. As they were about to depart, the bearded Duggan interjected, "Wait a moment, Peggy, your nickname." "Miss Missy, the Union Jack Miss," he chuckled, for Carter was British. Carter smiled wryly and embraced everyone in farewell, while Li Chen also shared heartfelt hugs with each individual. The group then boarded the plane for their journey home. The psychologist Yevchenko was also taken aboard. En route to the Strategic Scientific Legion, unbeknownst to Carter that this elderly gentleman was indeed significant. Meanwhile, Yevchenko, clutching a bottle, was sound asleep. Observing him, Li Chen succumbed to slumber as well. Performing had proven quite exhausting. Upon their return to the Strategic Scientific Legion, Li Chen promptly ordered the detainment of that insufferable old man in the interrogation room. In a state of utter bewilderment, Yevchenko was escorted away by 2 agents. Carter, perplexed, questioned, "Alan, why proceed in this manner? Dr. Yevchenko could aid us in combating Leviathan." Li Chen retorted, "Come now, Peggy, have you ever witnessed me err in judgment? I have my reasons, and you shall understand them shortly." Refraining from further argument, Carter followed Li Chen to a designated location. Before departing, Li Chen cautioned his colleagues, "Do not engage Yevchenko in conversation within the interrogation room." At that moment, Carter, still bewildered, inquired, "Alan, where are we headed?" "We should interrogate Yevchenko and ascertain the intelligence he possesses." Li Chen evaded her question, responding, "Do you know where in the opposite building one might have a clear view of Director Dury's office? Your answers will soon be revealed, Peggy." After a brief contemplation, Carter replied, "It's a dental clinic within this edifice." Li Chen affirmed, "Correct. Our visit there will yield fruitful results." Carter remained confounded, questioning the purpose of visiting a dental clinic. She suspected Li Chen was merely jesting, yet she accompanied him nonetheless. Upon entering the clinic, a male doctor emerged, stating, "Hey, we do not employ men here." Li Chen, uninterested in the fool before him, retorted, "Be silent. This is a matter of the Strategic Scientific Legion. Return to your quarters and do not emerge unless I permit it, otherwise." As he spoke, Li Chen brandished his desert eagle, prompting the lascivious doctor to hastily retreat to his room and shut the door. In the original narrative, this male doctor had exploited his position to engage in unsavory acts, only to be dispatched by female agent Dottie. Lust is a blade upon the head. Li Chen and Carter then took their seats near the entrance. "Hey, Peggy, I understand you find my current actions somewhat nonsensical, but soon you will comprehend the situation. The next woman to come for an interview is, without a doubt, associated with Leviathan. Do you believe me?" Li Chen asserted with unwavering conviction. Carter was taken aback by Li Chen's declaration. "How do you know this? Can you foresee the future?" Li Chen replied, "I've noticed something amiss with that Dr. Yevchenko for quite some time. Otherwise, why would I be concerned about him? So, if anyone wishes to contact Yevchenko, this place is undoubtedly where they would come. Understand, Agent Carter, do not question my methods. There is always rationale behind my actions." Li Chen, with his firearm aimed toward the doorway, spoke softly, while Carter was still processing the information he had just provided. The volume of revelations was overwhelming, and she needed a moment to gather her thoughts. After a brief pause, Carter hesitantly inquired, "Ellen, I still don't grasp how you discerned there was something off with Yevchenko." Li Chen responded, "You certainly did not notice. You were engaged in a fierce battle when he killed his long-term patient, the scientist. Think back carefully. Furthermore, if he were to reach the Strategic Scientific Reserve, he would undoubtedly seek access to the director's office, as the director holds the greatest power, allowing him to act with ease. This location is indeed the most strategic for contacting his accomplices." Carter pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Good heavens, Ellen, your reasoning is entirely sound. However, one thing still eludes me. What could he possibly achieve by getting to the director's office? Why would the director heed his words?" Li Chen queried, "What is his profession?" Carter replied, "A psychologist." "Why?" Li Chen chuckled, "Isn't it reasonable that a psychologist possesses some knowledge of hypnosis?" Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Carter felt as though her entire worldview had been upended. His insights were remarkably advanced and imaginative. Li Chen continued, "If you doubt me, just wait and see, Peggy." Witness whether my deductions hold true. As Carter continued to sort through Li Chen's statements, the two waited in anticipation. Chapter 53, The Red Room Agent. Dottie, sure enough. Before long, a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Carter felt a surge of tension and rose to her feet, ready to spring into action. Li Chen, too, perked up at the noise and cleared his throat, calling out, "Come in." Li Chen remained fixated on the doorway, prepared to fire and apprehend this Red Room agent. The door swung open, revealing a stunning blonde beauty who entered, carrying a small handbag. As Dottie stepped into the room, Li Chen recognized her face immediately. Indeed, it was the Red Room beauty from the original narrative, Dottie. Without wasting any words, Li Chen fired a shot. The blue stun round struck Dottie like a bolt of lightning. She had no time to react. The moment she was hit, Dottie collapsed to the ground, convulsing before succumbing to a profound daze moments later. Carter stood in astonishment, gazing at the scene before him. Indeed, a person had arrived here just as Li Chen had surmised. Still reeling from the shock, Carter exclaimed, "Ellen, I genuinely fear you might inadvertently harm a civilian. If that were to happen, even the Strategic Scientific Reserve would find it difficult to manage." Li Chen, holstering his Desert Eagle, replied, "Relax, Peggy. If you take a look inside this lady's suitcase, you'll understand." As he spoke, he rose and whistled nonchalantly. Watching the carefree Li Chen, Carter felt a twinge of anxiety for him. Hastily, she opened the portable case that Dottie had been carrying, revealing a meticulously disassembled sniper rifle. Carter's eyes widened in disbelief, and she swiftly assembled the weapon before approaching the window to observe the director's office. Indeed, every corner of the office was visible. "My heavens, Ellen, you were right. Everything you deduced was accurate," Carter exclaimed, overwhelmed by the countless revelations Li Chen had presented her with. With a smile, Li Chen said, "All right. Let us tidy up and swiftly take this female agent back for detainment." The two then carried the unconscious Dottie back to the agency. Upon their return, the staff watched in confusion as Li Chen and Carter brought back a beautiful woman. Li Chen unceremoniously tossed Dottie onto the ground, commanding, "Quickly, someone secure her using the most stringent measures. Do you understand? This woman is not to be underestimated." The two agents then escorted the unconscious Dottie to the holding room, where they secured her. At that moment, Carter, puzzled, inquired, "Where is Director Dury?" To which Susha hesitantly responded, "Agent Carter, the director has gone to interrogate that psychologist. He has likely been gone for about 5 minutes." Li Chen, nearly spitting out the water he had been drinking, exclaimed, "What? Didn't I expressly state that no one should meet with Yevchenko before my return? What on earth are you all thinking?" Embarrassed, Susha replied, "Sir, we heard your orders, but we all felt we couldn't contribute much to this matter. So Director Dury thought he might assist you in alleviating some of the burden." Realizing that Director Dury had grown impatient and sought to secure some glory for the agency, Li Chen felt a wave of calm wash over him. After all, with him present, nothing major could go awry. He leisurely resumed his seat and took a sip of water. Sensing something amiss, Carter approached Li Chen and asked, "Ellen, is something not quite right?" Li Chen, with a smile, reassured her, "There's nothing amiss. However, the time for the show should be approaching shortly. Hadn't we discussed this? It's quite normal for the psychologist to possess some hypnotic abilities. You should soon witness the remarkable prowess of Yevchenko's hypnotic skills. It is worth noting that Yevchenko is indeed quite accomplished in the field of psychology, so just sit tight and await the spectacle." As he spoke, Li Chen pulled out a chair for Carter, gesturing for her to sit and enjoy the unfolding drama. Carter promptly took a seat. Having become utterly convinced of everything Li Chen had just articulated, Li Chen then called out, "Hey, Agent Susat, come over here. I have a task for you." Agent Susat, upon hearing the call, leaned on his cane and approached. "Sir, what are your instructions?" Li Chen replied with a smile, "It's simple, Agent Susat. If Director Dury and that Yevchenko emerge together shortly, without hesitation, deliver several resounding slaps to Director Dury, will you?" Agent Susat was taken aback by Li Chen's words. "Sir, are you certain you want me to strike Director Dury?" Li Chen assured him, "I am quite certain. If my predictions hold true, act without delay." The personnel in the office overheard Li Chen's declaration and stared at him in astonishment. Observing their reaction, Li Chen continued, "All right, everyone. Set aside your tasks and stand behind me, awaiting the spectacle." With that, he propped his feet up on the desk, and the crowd, responding to his command, gathered behind him. A substantial number of individuals standing in solidarity behind Li Chen filled him with a sense of importance. However, Carter grew restless and whispered, "Alan, this is getting too serious. What if you misjudged the situation?" Li Chen chuckled reassuringly, "Don't worry, I am confident." After approximately 5 minutes, a commotion finally emerged from the corridor before them. Hearing the noise, everyone, including Carter, widened their eyes, fixated on the corner of the corridor. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, Director Dury indeed emerged alongside Yevchenko, Both Director Dury and Yevchenko were bewildered to see all the personnel facing them, standing behind Li Chen. Director Dury, bewildered, bellowed. "What are you all doing? Get back to your posts and work." At that moment, Agent Susat turned to Li Chen, his eyes filled with astonishment. And Li Chen returned a knowing glance. Subsequently, Agent Susat, using his cane, stepped forward toward Director Dury, drawing the astonished gazes of everyone present, including Yevchenko and Director Dury. Agent Susat then glanced back at Li Chen, silently questioning whether he should indeed proceed. Li Chen responded with a resolute look, urging him to act swiftly, without hesitation. Agent Susat delivered 2 sharp slaps to Director Dury's face. The impact of those 2 resounding slaps jolted Director Dury awake. After a few moments, he gradually regained his senses. What is happening? Why is everyone staring at me? At this juncture, Director Dury was fully alert. Chapter 54, The Truth Revealed in a Daze. Director Dury looked at the crowd, and Li Chen declared, "All right, the show is over. Quickly escort Yevchenko back to his cell." 2 agents swiftly seized the bewildered Yevchenko and escorted him back to the prison. The unfortunate Yevchenko had barely been out of his cell for 5 minutes before being returned. Congratulations to the psychologist Yevchenko for earning a 5-minute prison release experience card. At this moment, Li Chen remarked, "Director Dury, I have already stated that you should refrain from interrogating Yevchenko before my return. As you can see, he has just hypnotized you." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Director Dury lowered his head in contemplation, muttering, "I felt as if I had returned home, enjoying dinner with my family. Everything thereafter is a blur." Carter and the agents were taken aback by Director Dury's revelation, gazing at Li Chen with astonishment. Truly remarkable. It was as if Sherlock Holmes had been reborn. Li Chen clapped his hands, chuckling, "All right, this farce should come to an end. Everyone, return to your positions. I declare the Stark case solved." Director Dury, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean it's solved? When did that happen? How was I unaware?" The others were equally bewildered, awaiting Li Chen's elucidation. "It is quite simple," Li Chen explained. "Yevchenko and the female agent we encountered are both affiliated with Leviathan. They orchestrated the theft of Stark's weaponry. Yevchenko devised this entire scheme as a means of retribution against Stark, and you will soon comprehend the full scope of this situation." Subsequently, Li Chen dialed Howard's number. "Hello. Howard, you need to come to the office immediately. I have resolved your case. Hurry." At that moment, Howard had returned from Rio. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, he sprang up from the sofa, astonished. "What? Is it true, Alan? You must be joking. I'm currently a wanted man. Arriving at your location would be tantamount to walking into a trap." Li Chen reassured him, "Do not worry. We have just apprehended 2 individuals, both of whom are your old acquaintances, though you likely do not remember them. Come quickly to make your accusation. Move it, you rascal." With that, Li Chen ended the call. The agents in the office were stunned to witness Li Chen making a direct phone call to their number 1 wanted criminal. Their perspectives were utterly overturned, particularly Director Dury, who thought, "Is it really necessary to be so brazen?" Li Chen, observing the crowd's disbelief, explained, "Rest assured, you will soon grasp the truth of the matter. Now, who wishes to accompany me to see Yevchenko?" With that, Li Chen headed toward the cell where Yevchenko was confined, and Carter along with Director Dury hastily followed, eager to uncover the truth. Upon entering the room, Li Chen smiled at the despondent Yevchenko. "Is revenge against Stark truly your desire? Old man, while Howard is indeed at fault, I believe the greater blame lies with the general who supplied you. It should be an 80-20 split." Realizing that Li Chen had accurately discerned the situation, Yevchenko dropped his facade. "I did not expect you to understand this matter so well. Then you must also be aware that those soldiers are dead. Everyone. All of them. Only a few survived. I seek vengeance for them," Yevchenko exclaimed with fury. Carter and Director Dury listened to their exchange, utterly perplexed, as they had no understanding of the circumstances. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Carter stepped out to investigate and discovered Howard's arrival. At that moment, all agents in the office had drawn their firearms, aiming at Howard. Li Chen stepped outside to witness a scene unfold before him. "Hey, everyone, relax. I called Howard here not to be your target." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the crowd gradually lowered their weapons. "Hey, Howard, come on, enlighten everyone about what transpired. Bring Yevchenko out." 2 agents soon escorted Yevchenko into view. Yevchenko was out of prison once more. Upon seeing Howard, his fury ignited, and he attempted to charge at him with all his might, but was firmly restrained by the 2 agents. Li Chen took a sip of his drink and said, "Come on, Howard, share the truth about the final battle." Howard, taken aback for a moment by Li Chen's request, began to recall the painful memories and spoke. "In 1944, at the military's behest, I developed a drug designed to enhance soldiers' alertness and vigilance in combat, named Nightlight. I succeeded in my research, but the side effects were dire. Soldiers lost their sanity and turned on one another. Even those who survived succumbed to strangulation. I deemed the product a failure and locked it away in the lab. However, As you know, those lunatics are capable of anything. The general sent people to raid my laboratory and seized Nightlight, directly ordering the Air Force to deploy it to the soldiers on the final battlefield, resulting in the tragic deaths of all 247 men who turned on each other. I visited the scene afterward, and it was indeed a horrific sight, leading to a confrontation with the general. Li Chen responded, "Indeed." Yevchenko was serving in that unit at the time. He was the first to notice the anomaly, promptly donned a gas mask, and managed to save a few by swiftly inserting a tube into the throats of Bannies and others. Thus, this explains why Bannies in the cell lacks a trachea. Carter and the others grasped the situation. Ultimately, Howard's weapon had been stolen due to Yevchenko's desire for vengeance. Upon hearing the truth from Howard, Yevchenko furiously declared, "That's right. I seek revenge, whether against you or the general. You all must perish. I will make you pay." Li Chen looked at Yevchenko and urged, "Calm down, my friend. While Howard is not blameless, you must understand that the weapon itself is not at fault. It is the wielder who is to blame. Strictly speaking, Howard is also a victim, is he not?" Yet, Yevchenko was beyond reason, relentlessly striving to attack Howard, with the two agents holding him back. In response, Li Chen fired a shot, rendering him unconscious, and the atmosphere fell silent once more. Yevchenko was subsequently escorted back to his cell. Carter then inquired, "What about the woman in that cell? What was her purpose?" Li Chen chuckled and replied, "That's a question for Howard. She is one of his old flames." Li Chen then guided Howard to the cell, whereupon Howard immediately recognized Dottie and exclaimed, "Ada? It's you? I remember now. It was her. I took her to my vault." Li Chen shook his head and said, "Actually, her name is Dottie. She is a female agent, Howard. I have come to understand the situation. In essence, you have failed to control your brilliant intellect, leading to the invention of a plethora of perilous devices. Furthermore, you have been unable to manage your desires, resulting in today's predicament." Howard pondered for a few moments upon hearing Li Chen's words. "Indeed, Alan, you are correct. All of this has arisen because of me. I have made my decision. I shall destroy all my dangerous inventions." Chapter 55. A New Beginning. Li Chen smiled and replied, "Very well. Your inventions are stored here in the laboratory, and when the time comes, you can execute your destruction plan." Meanwhile, Dottie remained oblivious in her cell, unaware of how she had been captured. Truly a case of being thwarted before her rise to success. At this juncture, the truth was laid bare. No one was harmed, save for Yevchenko and Dottie. Barnes exhibited commendable conduct and received leniency, while another male agent from the Leviathan organization was successfully apprehended. Subsequently, the Strategic Scientific Reserve held a press conference to elucidate the events, leading to the cancellation of Howard's wanted status. True to his word, Howard proceeded to destroy all of his inventions. However, as Li Chen was aware, the energy cartridges he and Steve had retrieved, upon Howard's investigation, revealed themselves to be a form of super energy. This research gradually uncovered a new element on Earth, one that could replace palladium, as seen in Iron Man 2. Yet, due to the limitations of contemporary technology, it could not yet be synthesized. Thus, Howard began to utilize the findings from the Manhattan Project to advance his studies on the arc reactor. It must be said, Howard is indeed a super genius. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Li Chen and Carter were met with applause from their colleagues, a testament to their accomplishments. The entire Leviathan case had nearly been resolved solely by the efforts of the two, and their true capabilities were recognized by all. Agent Thompson and Agent Souza, thanks to Director Dooley's vigorous recommendation, were also promoted. Thompson became the head of the New York branch, while Souza ascended to the role of Los Angeles director. And Director Dooley himself received a promotion. However, Li Chen and Carter were notably overlooked for advancement. Carter, being a woman, was not given due recognition. Despite Li Chen's efforts on her behalf, the impact was minimal. Consequently, Li Chen chose to share his accolades with the department, as he was indifferent to personal glory, much to Director Dooley's delight. Hence, it was only through this selflessness that Souza, Thompson, and Dooley were able to rise in rank. Otherwise, they would have remained inconsequential, merely bystanders in Li Chen's endeavors. In the aftermath, Carter expressed a similar indifference to accolades as Li Chen. The two then sauntered to the Brooklyn Bridge. At that moment, Li Chen smiled and remarked, "Indeed, this is my dear Peggy. Who cares about those matters, right?" Carter chuckled in agreement, saying, "Absolutely, who cares about those? Alan, did you know this is Steve's hometown, Brooklyn?" Li Chen gazed silently at Carter, who continued, "Perhaps I should let him go. Farewell, my dear." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face as she poured Steve's blood into the river. Li Chen refrained from stopping her, for he understood that no matter what he said, Carter would not believe him. It was better to demonstrate through action that Steve was still alive. Witnessing Carter's sorrow pained Li Chen as well, prompting him to gently embrace her as they turned to return home. Upon arriving at the villa, the two indulged in wine, seeking solace in intoxication. Later, Li Chen learned that psychologist Evchenko and the diminutive Zola were to be incarcerated together, leading him to hastily request the Strategic Scientific Reserve to reassign their cells, ultimately ensuring their separation. Thus concluded the first season of Agent Carter. While reflecting on the storyline in the villa, Li Chen pondered whether he had overlooked anything. During this time, he also called Colonel Phillips to strengthen their bond. To his surprise, Phillips expressed considerable concern for him. The colonel was delighted to receive Li Chen's call and commended his recent actions. Their conversation flowed freely. In a casual chat with Carter, Li Chen discovered that prior to this, she had led the Howling Commandos to annihilate the last Hydra unit in Austria. General White, the leader, was captured. Although he divulged information regarding the obelisk and the Kree, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Carter single-handedly thwarted the Zodiac plan. Li Chen understood that the Zodiac was merely a virus, not a significant concern. However, he was less informed about the obelisk and the Kree. Having never finished the first season of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. due to its lackluster appeal. In contrast, he had persevered through the entirety of Agent Carter's second season and grasped the context of events. In Li Chen's view, matters involving Zero Matter should be left to the professionals. Thus, a year passed uneventfully, with Li Chen and Carter stationed at the New York branch, where nothing of note transpired daily. Howard, on the other hand, embarked on a new venture of filmmaking. He invited Li Chen to star as the lead in a movie. Having only acted in a short film previously, Li Chen found the prospect intriguing and spent his days on set with Howard. Carter accompanied him, managing related affairs with an air reminiscent of a talent agent, even bringing Li Chen water, though not for Howard, who looked on with envy. At Li Chen's suggestion, they produced a film about a cold-blooded gangster love story, culminating in the protagonist's redemption and union with his beloved. The film was titled The Godfather. Initially, Li Chen merely intended to create a gangster film, with the romantic subplot being Howard's addition, as he claimed that women would appreciate such elements. However, during the final scene when Li Chen kissed the female lead, Carter inexplicably felt a surge of frustration. Ultimately, Howard seized the opportunity presented by Li Chen's moniker, the Gunslinger, to fervently promote the film, garnering significant media attention with headlines such as "The Gunslinger himself stars. The mob boss plays the hero saving the damsel." This title, conceived by Howard, left Li Chen quite astonished. When the film was released, Li Chen harbored little confidence, acutely aware that a poorly received movie could irreparably tarnish his reputation. Fortunately, the audience's response was overwhelmingly positive, resulting in a substantial box office triumph for Howard. During filming, Li Chen consistently executed a series of challenging stunts, exuding the aura of a martial arts superstar that captivated viewers. The enthusiastic reception made Li Chen feel as though he were on the brink of stardom, prompting Howard to encourage him to undertake additional projects. However, Li Chen declined, finding little joy in the process, while watching films was exhilarating. The act of making them was far less so. Shortly thereafter, news arrived from Los Angeles. The newly appointed chief of the Los Angeles division, Souza, sought Li Chen and Carter's assistance in a joint investigation into the Lady of the Lake murder case. In July, an unexpected occurrence saw the surface of the lake in Los Angeles freeze over. During this time, a second corpse was discovered, exhibiting radioactivity, and the detective Henry, having accepted bribes to fabricate evidence, fell victim to the icy demise. Li Chen realized that the second season of Agent Carter was commencing. However, he had no intention of dawdling. He yearned to cut through the chaos decisively. The original television series had a tendency to meander, bogged down in obscurities that merely represented dark energy from another dimension. The drawn-out narrative left one wondering if Venom had descended, when in reality, the two bore little resemblance, merely a superficial similarity. Of course, for an ordinary person, dealing with such matters proved to be quite challenging. Chapter 56, Journey to Los Angeles in 1947. One day, Li Chen was idly passing time at the bureau when Director Thompson received a call from Chief Souza in Los Angeles. Souza faced several bizarre cases in his jurisdiction, feeling utterly helpless, and thus reached out for assistance, requesting that Thompson send Li Chen and Carter to Los Angeles. Thompson glanced at Li Chen, who was lazily reclining with his feet on the desk and arms crossed, dozing behind his workstation, and reluctantly agreed to the request. After hanging up, Thompson approached Li Chen and said, "Sir, wake up." Li Chen, not in a deep slumber, stirred at the sound and inquired, "What's the matter, Thompson? What do you need from me?" "If there's nothing pressing, I was about to head out for a stroll." Thompson replied, "If you're looking to explore, Los Angeles should suit your taste quite well." "Sir, I just received a call from Souza. He is dealing with a few cases that have him stumped. So he hopes you and Carter can lend a hand. Is that possible?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen contemplated the situation. It seemed that the plot of Agent Carter's second season was already underway. In summary, The series revolved around a bit of dark matter intertwined with conflicts involving government officials and Carter's tumultuous romantic entanglements. It was nothing insurmountable, and Li Chen was disinclined to follow the original narrative's meandering path, promptly agreeing to Thompson's request. The presence of dark matter in the world is undeniably concerning. It necessitates careful handling. Li Chen exchanged pleasantries with Carter, recounted the events leading to their journey, and soon, the two were en route to Los Angeles. On the airplane, Li Chen admired Carter's red-framed sunglasses, exclaiming, "Peggy, those glasses are exquisite. They are strikingly avant-garde. The color is truly vibrant." Carter responded, "Alan, you cannot fathom the heat of Los Angeles. A pair of sunglasses is essential, and I too appreciate this bold hue. It's quite radiant. Let us hope our journey goes smoothly." Li Chen, with a smile, contemplated as he touched his ring, assuring her, "Fear not. This mission will not be prolonged, and I promise to leave everyone astounded." Intrigued, Carter pressed for details, but Li Chen merely smiled, maintaining an air of mystery. Before long, they arrived in the sweltering midday sun of Los Angeles. Li Chen promptly shed his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and loosened the buttons on his shirt. Observing his well-defined physique, Carter felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks. Shortly thereafter, they spotted Jarvis, who was waiting under an umbrella. Upon seeing them, Jarvis greeted with a smile, "Mr. Dale, Miss Carter." Li Chen responded cheerfully, "Jarvis, I didn't expect such thoughtfulness. Thank you for coming to greet us." Carter added, "I hope we are not imposing." Jarvis replied, "Not at all. I am delighted to see you both." The trio then proceeded to Howard's villa in Los Angeles, where Li Chen was astonished to discover a flamingo perched in the back of the car. Jarvis explained, "This is Bernard, the newest member of the Stark Mansion Zoo." Li Chen chuckled, shaking his head. Wealthy individuals certainly have their peculiarities. Were it up to me, I would abstain from such antics. I cannot abide the sin of those animals. Along the way, Jarvis volunteered to serve as their driver, expressing that since their last mission, his days had been filled merely with waxing floors and cleaning pools, leading him to feel quite bored. Li Chen, amused, remarked, "Jarvis, you resemble a child, seeking adventure and excitement. In that regard, you are quite like Howard." Jarvis replied, "Well, Mr. Dale, if one must draw such a comparison, it is not entirely inaccurate. I revel in that thrilling sensation." Soon, they arrived at the address of the Los Angeles Bureau, which appeared outwardly as a talent agency. Upon entering, they found two women rehearsing a dance within, the sounds of their movements echoing. The receptionist was none other than Rose, a familiar face from the New York telephone company. Warmly welcoming them, she politely declined the two ladies and escorted Li Chen and Carter to the entrance. There, Rose opened a metal cabinet, revealing a bustling scene within the Los Angeles Bureau, where numerous individuals were diligently attending to their tasks. Before long, they located Sousa, and after a brief overview, they learned that another officer was assisting the Los Angeles Bureau with ongoing cases. Li Chen promptly dismissed the officer, deeming his presence unnecessary. Subsequently, he, along with Sousa and Carter, arrived at the Los Angeles coroner's office to examine the corpse. Upon entering the autopsy room, they were immediately struck by a significant drop in temperature. The coroner remarked, "Despite the array of heaters here, it remains chillingly cold." Li Chen, donning his coat once more, felt a surge of excitement within him. Excluding the ring on his finger, this was his first encounter with something from the magical dimension. However, he reminded himself to proceed with caution. The coroner continued, "You should have called ahead, as the autopsy cannot proceed." As he spoke, he lifted the white sheet covering the body, revealing a pale corpse adorned with ominous black markings. Li Chen's eyes widened. Indeed, this was the very body he had sought. It contained a certain amount of zero matter, posing a considerable danger. The coroner began to explain the mix-up regarding the footwear and the implications for the autopsy. Sousa and Carter were in a state of urgency, believing this to be the prime opportunity to apprehend the perpetrator. At this juncture, the coroner demonstrated the body's luminescent properties. Yet, Li Chen, fully aware of the situation, interjected, "That's enough. There is no need to examine it further. Ensure the body is properly secured and transported back to the villa." Carter, Sousa, and the coroner gazed at him in astonishment. The coroner, visibly taken aback, exclaimed, "With all due respect, sir, why would the body leave the morgue for a villa?" Ignoring the coroner, Li Chen turned to Sousa, stating, "This matter is beyond your capabilities. Let me and Peggy handle it." Sousa, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from arguing and instructed the team to secure the body for transport to Howard's villa. As Li Chen exited the building, Carter hurried after him, inquiring, "Alan, what is the meaning of this? What do you intend to do with the body?" Li Chen lit a cigarette and replied, "Peggy, do you recall my mentioning the magical dimension some time ago? This incident is intrinsically linked to it, so it's best left to the professionals. Our task is merely to collect these cursed items. Others will deal with them in due course." Chapter 57. A Third in Energy. Carter, observing Li Chen smoking, asked, "Alan, when did you start smoking?" You never used to. He was so taken aback by Li Chen's smoking that he forgot to pursue the previous topic. Li Chen smiled and replied, Peggy, there are many things you are unaware of. I require an outlet for my frustrations, as you can understand. Lowering his gaze, Li Chen reflected on his parents and the myriad of memories from his past. Having spent 2 years in the Marvel Universe, he often wondered about their well-being. A man burdened by sorrow naturally seeks a means of release. He turned to the silent Carter and said, Peggy, let us not dwell on this. We must return to the villa promptly. You wouldn't want to miss what is about to unfold. Having spoken, Li Chen returned to Jarvis's car, prompting Carter to hastily join them as the trio set off towards the villa. Upon learning of Li Chen's actions, Jarvis remarked, Mr. Dale, transporting a corpse to Mr. Stark's residence in such a manner will surely not meet his approval upon discovery. Li Chen nonchalantly replied, You are mistaken, Jarvis. In fact, I am not merely delivering a body to him. I intend to compel him to cease his film production immediately and return to the villa post-haste. Jarvis, observing Li Chen's commanding demeanor, timidly responded, Mr. Dale, that may depend on how long Mr. Stark intends to assess those actresses. Li Chen reassured him, No worries, Jarvis. I will personally call him shortly to insist he return without delay. Trust me. Turning to Carter, he added, Peggy, I acknowledge that smoking is an undesirable habit. I apologize. I shall quit. Is that satisfactory? Please do not be upset, Peggy. You know this vice holds no detrimental effect on me. Li Chen's enhanced physiology allowed him to metabolize harmful substances effectively. Carter shot him a disapproving glance, stating, I find that scent unpleasant. It would be best if you could abstain. In response, Li Chen produced a cigarette from his pocket and discarded it from the car. Recognizing that respecting a lady's preferences is a fundamental quality of a good man, and indeed, it was not a commendable habit, Carter's expression softened at his gesture, and she wore a gentle smile. Jarvis, listening to their exchange, remained silent, diligently driving. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Howard's luxurious estate. Upon entering, Li Chen poured himself a glass of wine to soothe his throat and proceeded to call Howard. After a few rings, the call connected, and Howard's voice erupted, Hello? Alan, I hear you've brought a corpse to my villa. What on earth are you doing? Li Chen responded with a chuckle, Calm down, my friend. It's merely a temporary arrangement. It will be returned in a few days. Listen to me. You must return to the villa immediately and halt your entertainment pursuits. Trust my words. You will regret it if you do not act swiftly, or you may miss your opportunity. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Meanwhile, Howard, who had been amicably engaged with the ladies, was left bewildered by Li Chen's cryptic message. He quickly dismissed everyone and halted the filming, hastily making his way back to the villa. As Li Chen and the others were resting in Howard's home, they soon heard a commotion at the entrance, followed by the sounds of footsteps. In due course, Howard and Jarvis entered the villa, walking into the foyer one after the other. Hey, Alan. You had better have a pressing matter for summoning me. Do you have any idea how many auditions I've postponed for actresses? You scoundrel. Howard exclaimed in anger. Li Chen, smiling, replied, You returned just in time, you rascal. The body is here. Come quickly and help me examine it to ascertain the situation. And be cautious. Just a minor incision will suffice. Do not disturb anything else. At this moment, Howard was gasping for breath. Uncertain whether it was due to anger or the urgency of rushing back after receiving a call from Li Chen, yet he remained breathless. Subsequently, gritting his teeth, Howard exclaimed, You scoundrel, did you summon me back to serve as your coroner? There are countless individuals in Los Angeles capable of performing this task, yet you specifically chose me. I am truly exasperated. Do not call upon me for such matters in the future. Although Howard grumbled, his actions were swift. Within moments, he donned his gloves and mask, promptly commencing his work. Li Chen, observing Howard's diligence, couldn't help but chuckle, but soon the room was filled with Howard's exclamations of surprise. Goodness, Alan, this corpse emits light. Incredible. The results were in, and within 5 minutes, he had it all sorted out. Upon hearing this, Li Chen and Carter approached Howard to inspect the findings. Howard gazed at the small fragments before him and explained, The luminescence of the corpse is due to the presence of radioactive isotopes, which have ionized the nitrogen molecules in the air and blood, resulting in this glow. Li Chen cast a resigned glance at Howard and said, Speak in layman's terms. Unfortunately, both Li Chen and Carter were utterly bewildered by the technical jargon. Howard removed his gloves and mask, exhaling deeply as he stated, Well, the only thing that could cause this phenomenon is the creation of radioactive isotopic rods. After washing his hands, Howard looked at the two and remarked, To my knowledge, Ether and Energy has won. Li Chen affirmed, Indeed, that's the place we need to go to retrieve this item. He added, Howard, if you wish to witness an intriguing spectacle, stay home and don't wander off. Otherwise, I shall not be held accountable for anything you might miss. After exchanging glances, Li Chen and Carter set off for Ether and Energy, with Jarvis hastily jogging to act as their driver. Observing the group, Howard sighed. Hey, you're not planning to leave me here with this corpse, are you? Li Chen turned back and instructed, Howard, tidy up this mess. And for the time being, do not allow anyone else to come here. Jarvis then started the car, driving the two away from the villa, while Howard helplessly began to clean up the aftermath within the estate. Upon arriving at Etherden, the receptionist denied their inquiry, stating they lacked an investigation warrant. In a moment of quick thinking, Carter used the pretext of needing the restroom to slip inside the Etherden energy facility, allowing Li Chen to engage the receptionist in conversation to buy Carter some time. Shortly thereafter, Carter emerged, and upon seeing him, the two retreated to a discreet location where Li Chen anxiously inquired, What did you find? Peggy, did you encounter a black scientist? Carter, surprised, replied, Alan. How did you know? Indeed, there is one, and he even left me a business card. Li Chen smiled and said, Exactly, he is pivotal. You must contact him shortly. Tonight we shall set our plan in motion. Chapter 58, Zero Matter. Carter, bewildered, asked, Is he truly that crucial? Li Chen replied with a smile, Indeed. Tonight. Let him guide us into Etherden energy, and we shall acquire what we desire. As night fell, the trio awaited, and Carter reached out to the black scientist, Jason. Jason had initially believed that he was to embark on a date with Carter tonight, dressed impeccably in a formal suit. However, upon arriving at the designated meeting place, he was taken aback to find two individuals awaiting him. Li Chen stepped forward and greeted him. Dr. Jason, good evening. I trust you can assist me in clarifying some inquiries regarding Etherden energy, correct? With a smile, Li Chen brandished his Desert Eagle, pointing it at Jason. The sight left Jason utterly bewildered. Indeed, the threat of violence loomed large. All right. As long as you do not harm me, I shall comply with your requests. Jason quickly responded. At this moment, Carter interjected, Rest assured, Jason, we have no intention of causing you harm. Alan was merely attempting to intimidate you. Now, could you provide us with an introduction to Etherden? Li Chen, also smiling, holstered his weapon, and Jason exhaled in relief, realizing there was no choice but to cooperate with their demands. Thus, he led the two men into a room equipped with a projector. After activating the machine, Jason commenced his presentation. During the war, Etherden Energy, like its competitors, was deeply engaged in atomic reaction research, conducting experiments of a similar nature. Observe. The screen illuminated, revealing footage of an explosive charge detonating, which astonishingly created a black fissure in space. Subsequently, all surrounding vehicles and objects were inexorably drawn into the void, only for tranquility to return as if nothing had transpired. Jason continued. All vehicles and personnel vanished, leaving behind only a pool of black liquid, which we refer to as zero matter. Li Chen gazed at the screen, observing the viscous substance akin to a parasitic entity. Yet he could not fathom why the female antagonist in the original narrative sought to seize this seemingly worthless material. It was utterly perplexing. Zero matter is unlike anything we have encountered before. It is far more perilous than anything we know, Jason asserted. Li Chen agreed. Indeed, Dr. Jason, you are correct. This substance is indeed hazardous. Our strategic scientific legion is precisely tasked with managing such materials, and thus we require your assistance in extracting it from Etherden Energy tonight. Of course, we will accompany you, and I apologize for my earlier behavior. Hearing this, Jason took a moment to contemplate before eventually acquiescing to Li Chen and Carter. Very well, I shall assist you in handling zero matter. However, Etherden Energy possesses two additional charges that also require attention, lest they potentially produce more zero matter. Regrettably, I am unable to assist with the charges themselves. Li Chen replied, No matter, we will devise a solution for that. Now, without further ado, let us set forth immediately. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the Etherden Energy building, where the zero matter was stored. Within a transparent cylindrical container, a massive black liquid writhed continuously. Jason promptly commenced his work, positioning prepared vials and activating the machinery to siphon the zero matter into the small containers. Subsequently, he placed the vials into a box and handed it to Li Chen, stating, I trust you will manage this appropriately. This substance poses an immense danger to all. Li Chen assured as he took the box, Rest assured, the most professional individuals will handle this matter. Oh, by the way, Dr. Jason, you are a commendable person. Should you wish to pursue a different career, do not hesitate to call this number. Stark Industries would be fortunate to have someone of your caliber. Jason accepted the number from Li Chen and tucked it into his pocket, replying, Thank you, but I shall not see you off. I have some pressing matters to attend to. Farewell. Subsequently, Carter and Li Chen made their way to the villa. Along the route, Carter inquired, Alan, what exactly is this? It feels as though it does not belong to Earth. Li Chen responded, Indeed, what you perceive is dark energy from the dark dimension. Do you understand why I sought that corpse? It is because the black substance upon it is also this primordial matter, that is, dark energy. Carter, astonished, exclaimed, Are you implying this is the legendary product of magic? Li Chen clarified, strictly speaking, it is energy from another dimension, the dark dimension. Yes, it is essentially the realm of magic, which is perilous for ordinary individuals. However, fortuitously, I am acquainted with the most reliable person in this world. She will assist us in managing these matters. At that moment, Carter was equally taken aback, silently processing all that Li Chen had conveyed. Before long, the two returned to the villa, where Howard was still awake, seated on the sofa with a drink, anxiously awaiting their return. The corpse had been resealed, and Jarvis, who had returned early, stood nearby. Howard glanced at the two and exclaimed, "What time is it? You return now. I have waited so long." He turned to Li Chen. "Alan, what do you have in hand? Any discoveries?" Li Chen smiled and said, "Let Peggy explain. I need a proper shower, a drink, and a good night's rest. Peggy and I have other matters to attend to. Oh, by the way, everyone listen closely. I mean everyone. You must present yourselves neatly tomorrow morning. For a distinguished guest will be visiting. Maintain decorum, especially you, Howard. Do not be lackadaisical." After saying this, Li Chen ascended the stairs to bathe. Howard, hearing Li Chen's words, waved his hand in resignation, grumbling, "This is my house. I am the one in charge. Who can dictate my actions?" Humph. At this juncture, Jarvis interjected, "Sir, I would advise you to heed Mr. Dale's counsel. He is seldom mistaken." Howard retorted, all right. I shall extend some courtesy to Alan. It is merely a guest, after all. And you, Jarvis, it is not the first time we have entertained guests at home. What is there to fear?" He then leaned closer to Carter, asking, "Now, Peggy, do enlighten me on your discoveries." Carter promptly opened the box for Howard to see. Howard gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! What is this? It appears so enigmatic." He scrutinized the primordial matter within the vial. Carter explained, "This is dark energy from the dark dimension. The corpse also possessed a trace of this energy, which is why Alan brought it here. According to Alan, this is a product of the magical realm, fraught with peril, and should not be trifled with." Chapter 59, Summoning the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. This was the first time Howard had ever heard the term magic. "What? Magic? Little Pay? Are you conspiring with Alan to fool me?" Carter took a sip of his drink to moisten his throat and replied, "I am not deceiving you. Alan truly said so. And furthermore, he possesses some magical abilities. Are you not aware? He can enable individuals to grasp certain skills instantaneously." Carter glanced at the astonished Howard and remarked, "Your expression suggests you have yet to experience this? No, you must have encountered it in another regard. Wasn't it Delta? Reflect on it." After saying this, Carter ascended the stairs to rest, leaving Howard, who was still bewildered, and an anxious Jarvis behind. Howard was the first to respond, saying, "Jarvis, what on earth is happening in this world? What is this about magic? Goodness, do you believe what they are saying is true?" Jarvis stammered, "Sir, I believe Mr. Dale and Miss Carter are not deceiving us, and I sense that Mr. Dale might create quite a stir tomorrow. Therefore, I think you should heed his advice. Attend to your appearance and be mindful of your conduct and demeanor." Howard downed another drink, saying, "All right, I am eager to see what Alan can conjure." He then glanced at the swirling zero matter, shivering as he exclaimed, "Alan has brought so many dangerous items into my home. This is truly outrageous." With that, he returned to his room to rest, all the while anticipating the arrival of the morrow. Meanwhile, as Jarvis observed that everyone had departed, he moved closer to the zero matter, his eyes wide with curiosity. Before long, he joyfully hopped into his car and sped home, exhilarated by the unprecedented thrill. At the same time, in the evening at Kamar Taj, the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One was in her chamber, manipulating the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone. Seated in meditation, Ancient One's form swayed intermittently. However, it was not long before she stilled, and the Eye of Agamotto upon her chest closed once more. "Li Chen, why is your future still so nebulous? Where do you truly hail from?" Ever since Li Chen departed from Kamar Taj 2 years ago, the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One had occasionally attempted to delve into his past. Yet, to her dismay, she could not pierce the veil. Even with the utmost effort to activate the Time Stone, she could only glimpse fleeting and indistinct images of the upcoming days, lacking any detailed clarity. Moreover, Li Chen's past remained shrouded in obscurity, impervious to scrutiny, regardless of her attempts with the Time Stone. As time progressed, however, she could discern slightly more about his future. Yet it was merely a matter of a few additional days or images. From initially perceiving mere seconds to now glimpsing days, there had been a significant transformation. This led Ancient One to conclude that Li Chen was not of this universe, yet he was gradually merging with it, which allowed the Time Stone to unveil more over time. Meanwhile, Ancient One sensed a subtle shift in the timeline, albeit a minor one. From the moment Li Chen arrived, she felt that what was once a singular timeline had diverged into two distinct paths. However, the entirety of the alternate timeline remained obscured and unobservable. One pivotal factor lay in her forthcoming actions. Should she choose the nebulous timeline centered around Li Chen, the other would undoubtedly collapse. How then should she navigate this duality? Should she embrace the unknown or adhere to the originally established path? Gently stroking her chin, Ancient One contemplated Li Chen's endeavors over the past 2 years, meticulously weighing the impending events. The following morning, Li Chen, having completed his morning routine, entered the hall, only to be taken aback by the presence of Jarvis, Howard, and Carter, who were evidently awaiting him for quite some time. Surprisingly, Howard had also arrived punctually. Approaching them, Li Chen gravely declared, "You must be curious about my intentions. Correct? Allow me to clarify. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, a significant figure will soon arrive. I urge you to conduct yourselves with utmost decorum. Otherwise, well, I shall leave that to your imagination." Upon hearing this, Howard inquired, "A significant figure? How significant? The president?" Li Chen replied, "In comparison to her, the president is irrelevant. So, gentlemen, please maintain a low profile. And stand up, do not sit. Moreover, refrain from disturbing me." With that, Li Chen offered no further explanations, believing that they would soon comprehend the situation. At this point, he stood still, closed his eyes, and gently caressed the ring on his left hand, silently uttering, "Esteemed Supreme Sorcerer, I, Li Chen, request an audience. Honorable Ancient One, I, Li Chen, seek your presence." Li Chen continued to repeat this in his heart. Meanwhile, Howard and the others stood by, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. On the other side, Ancient One too heard Li Chen's invocation, yet remained within her chamber, pacing back and forth in contemplation. After a night of reflection, she still struggled to make a decision. Was she truly willing to gamble the original timeline on the faith of a person she had met only once? As Li Chen silently repeated his plea for an extended period without any sign of response, he finally opened his eyes, feeling a growing sense of urgency. What is happening? Why is there no reaction? The others, noticing Li Chen's awakening, quickly inquired. Carter asked, "What is going on? Alan, is there a problem?" Li Chen responded, There might be a slight issue. Please don't panic. I will try again." With that, he closed his eyes once more, beginning to chant internally, observing this unfolding scenario. Howard scoffed, reclining casually on the sofa and taking a sip of his drink. I expected something grand, and here I am, dressed so formally. Typically, I would still be in my bathrobe at this hour." Li Chen, overhearing Howard's grievances, had no time to engage him, as he continued to silently beseech Ancient One. At this moment, far away in Kamartosh, the Ancient One finally paused, resolutely making a decision. Indeed, she chose to trust Li Chen, which signified her embrace of the unknown. The Ancient One, having lived for so long, had grown weary of everything, yet Li Chen's arrival shattered the status quo. She was eager to witness the tumult that the future held for Li Chen. Thus, the Ancient One slowly conjured a portal right where she stood. Meanwhile, Li Chen remained with his eyes closed, lost in contemplation, completely unaware of the scene unfolding behind him. Chapter 60. The arrival of the Supreme Sorceress before Li Chen, Carter, Jarvis, and Howard, who was seated with a drink, observed the phenomenon clearly. Sparks began to emanate from behind Li Chen. Initially, they were but a few small sparks, but they soon burgeoned into a dazzling display. Alarmed, Howard hastily set down his glass and sprang to his feet. The three widened their eyes, watching as the portal behind Li Chen grew larger and more vibrant with sparks. Before long, a bald woman clad in a deep blue robe emerged from the portal, holding a small folding fan. Li Chen remained with his head bowed in silent contemplation. Jarvis, trembling, said, "Mr. Dale, behind you." Just as Li Chen was about to turn, he felt a hand rest upon his shoulder. The Ancient One smiled and remarked, "I heard your call, but I was momentarily delayed." Startled, Li Chen turned to see the Ancient One cheerfully fanning herself with her small fan. He bowed deeply and said, "Esteemed Supreme Sorceress, it is truly an honor for you to grace us with your presence." Howard and the others were taken aback by Li Chen's demeanor, for he had never shown such reverence to anyone before. The Ancient One replied, "Li Chen, there is no need for such formality. Just be yourself." Li Chen, smiling, responded, "You may call me Xianxia. Allow me to introduce my friends. This is Howard Stark, Peggy Carter, and Howard's butler, Jarvis." With that, Li Chen cast meaningful glances at the trio. Jarvis was the first to respond, bowing slightly, "Greetings, Supreme Sorceress." Before Howard and Carter could react, the Ancient One interjected, "All right, no need for that. So, Xianxia, you did not summon me merely to introduce your friends, did you?" Li Chen replied, "Indeed, Supreme Sorceress. We have discovered some substances that I believe to be dark energy from the dark dimension, and I think it is best entrusted to you." With that, Li Chen opened the box resting on the table, revealing the swirling dark matter within. Howard and the others quietly followed behind. The Ancient One, upon seeing the contents, picked up a vial for closer inspection. "Indeed, this is unmistakably energy from the dark dimension," she confirmed. Li Chen continued, "Supreme Sorceress, there is also a body over here that likely contains similar material." With that, he opened the refrigerated compartment where the corpse was stored. The Ancient One approached the corpses to inspect them. Indeed, the same dark energy emanated from them. "Xianxia, where did all this come from?" Li Chen exclaimed in surprise. Do you not know, Ancient One? Have you not been observing me all along? The Ancient One chuckled in response. I am merely human, not omniscient. I do not watch over you 24 hours a day. I am not a voyeur. I only observe when necessary. So there is no need for you to be overly concerned. Upon hearing this, Li Chen understood and replied, I see. As far as I know, this dark matter originated from Etherian energy, which conducted nuclear tests that ruptured the fabric of space, leading to the release of this energy. It seems to be a fortuitous coincidence. However, there are 2 more similar axis bombs from Etherian energy, and I will take care of them, Ancient One. Ah, I see. The Ancient One acknowledged. It appears that the spatial barrier was inadvertently breached. It is not a significant issue. I will strengthen the repairs shortly. With that, the Ancient One performed a spell before the assembled crowd, conjuring an orange magical circle adorned with intricate patterns. The dark energy from the corpses was drawn into a small vial, merging with the dark matter inside. With the separation of the dark energy, the corpses returned to their normal state. After completing this task, the Ancient One smiled at everyone. Thank you for assisting me in handling this matter. I must take my leave now. I need to stabilize the spatial barrier. Li Chen offered. Ancient One, let me see you off. The Ancient One waved his hand dismissively. No need for that, Xiaochen. Remember, I look forward to your future endeavors. With that, he opened a portal and departed from the villa. Though this event lasted about 10 minutes, Howard and the others felt as if a considerable amount of time had passed. Everything was simply too astonishing. The Ancient One then arrived in a desert, levitating into the air to perform another spell. A rift reappeared in the sky, and seeing this, the Ancient One hurled the vial filled with dark energy into it, declaring, Dormammu, you best take care of your own domain, or I shall not hesitate to engage you in battle once more. With that, the Ancient One closed the rift and reinforced it to prevent any further disruptions. Meanwhile, deep within another dark dimension, Dormammu, fuming at the sight of the vial cast into his realm, shouted in fury, Ancient One. It is worth noting that Dormammu had once descended upon Earth but was repelled by the Ancient One. However, the events in the villa were unknown to Howard and his companions. As they watched the Ancient One gradually depart, Howard, still in a state of profound shock, exclaimed, Magic. It has truly manifested before our eyes. Howard was the first to recover, urging, Alan, quickly, sit down and explain to us what just transpired. Li Chen took a seat and sipped his drink, replying, What is there to explain? It is all laid bare before us. That individual was the supreme sorcerer of Earth, a being of great renown and respect throughout the universe. My respect for the Ancient One is genuinely heartfelt. Otherwise, who in today's world could compel me to bow in deference? Carter inquired eagerly, Alan, what is a supreme sorcerer? Li Chen explained. A supreme sorcerer is a title denoting a practitioner who has existed in this universe for thousands of years, safeguarding Earth from incursions by foreign magical dimensions. The Ancient One has lived for centuries and is the current supreme sorcerer, akin to a patriarch among sorcerers, with unparalleled prowess. Howard, standing by in astonishment, remarked, So this is all real. How magnificent. Moments later, Howard suddenly sprang to his feet, pointing skyward and exclaiming, I, too, wish to learn magic. I aspire to become a supreme sorcerer. Li Chen, observing his comical demeanor, replied, Come now, you are unlikely to become the next supreme sorcerer. You should focus on your research. Moreover, the cost of learning magic is not trivial. You will come to understand this in due time. With a smile, Li Chen added, Well, today has indeed been enlightening for you. Allow me to present you with a small gift, Howard, and you too, Jarvis. Chapter 61, New Features of the System. With that, Li Chen issued a command, bestowing Howard and Jarvis with mastery of chopsticks. He then addressed Peggy. Recline on the couch and close your eyes. I shall mend your bodily injuries. Having witnessed the recent events, Howard and Jarvis quietly absorbed the information and skills Li Chen imparted, refraining from any loud exclamations. As they processed the knowledge flooding their minds, they heard Li Chen was about to showcase another skill and hurriedly gathered to observe. Howard shouted, Hey, Alan, be sure to fix me up too. You know I engage in extensive physical activity daily, and I am in dire need of restoration. Li Chen, somewhat exasperated, replied, Each spell I cast requires many days to regenerate before I can perform again, so you'll have to wait your turn. With that, Li Chen began to cast a regeneration spell, and a gentle emerald energy flowed from his hand into Carter's body. Howard and Jarvis were taken aback by this display. The day had been filled with an abundance of astonishment for them. Subsequently, Carter fell into a deep slumber as the healing energy worked its restorative magic within her. Once everything was accomplished, Li Chen turned his attention to breakfast. At that moment, the long-absent voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. New features unlocked. System. Please check at your convenience. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the latest model 2080. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining intermediate mastery of combat. Ding. New feature unlocked. Space-time traversal. Please review at your leisure. Listening to the system's announcements, Li Chen began to peruse the information. The system stated, at appropriate times. Suitable music will play in the minds of all present, adding a touch of color to the host's battles. Note: cannot be manually triggered. Li Chen found himself at a loss for words. This seemed a rather frivolous feature. The latest Model 3 seemed promising, at least for the ability to listen to music. Intermediate combat mastery. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly recalled that he had not diligently trained in combat techniques for quite some time, having instead squandered his days idly within the strategic science core. What a transgression. Even the system could no longer bear to watch and proactively upgraded my status. Quite commendable. I must say, thank you, dear system. However, the final new feature, spatial transmigration, it seems rather impressive. Spatial transmigration. This function allows the host to randomly bring selected individuals to traverse into other film or anime worlds. Upon arrival, the system will issue relevant tasks that, when completed, yield various rewards. Limitations will be imposed on the host and accompanying individual's strength, skills, and equipment to prevent any overpowering phenomena. This feature enables the host to frolic freely and showcase their prowess in new realms. Note: items and individuals from other cinematic worlds cannot be returned to the Marvel Universe, with the exception of system rewards. Before transmigration, the system will randomly select individuals to accompany the host, although it is possible that no selection will occur. Li Chen gazed at this new function in astonishment. Other cinematic worlds? How exhilarating! With plentiful beauties and abundant opportunities. With this thought, Li Chen felt a surge of excitement. System, when can we commence the transmigration? I can hardly wait. The system replied. The spatial transmigration feature will occur at random. Please remain patient, host. Hearing this, Li Chen's heart began to race with anticipation at the prospect of exploring other worlds. How utterly fascinating! With joy swelling within him, Li Chen began to contemplate his next steps while enjoying breakfast. The zero material had already been dealt with, thus. The next task was to stealthily acquire the 2 Axis bombs from Etherdon Energy. With this in mind, Li Chen addressed his companions, Howard, Jarvis. Are you interested in joining me for a little operation tonight? Howard perked up at the mention. Jarvis, nearby, was equally enthused. What kind of operation? Howard inquired. Is it one of those grand, sweeping assaults? Li Chen replied nonchalantly. Not quite. It's a stealth operation, a heist, if you will. Why do you always think of grand assaults, Howard? No wonder you're in the arms trade. Ignoring Li Chen's teasing, Howard insisted. Let us go. It should be safe with you around, right? Li Chen waved his hand, saying it's fairly safe, but there is a degree of risk involved. As we're attempting to steal 2 Axis bombs. If they explode, we'll all be in dire straits. Aside from that, it's not too perilous. Howard gulped nervously. Then I'm going too. It's been ages since we've worked together. Li Chen smiled. Very well, we'll wait for Peggy to awaken before we set out tonight. Before long, Carter roused from her slumber, and Li Chen called the 3 together, stating, Tonight, we shall steal these 2 Axis bombs. For they are the very devices that detonated the zero material. Thus, our endeavor will also contribute to the world. Jarvis, please prepare some masks and the like. Strictly speaking, we are committing theft, so it's wise to be well disguised. Howard and Jarvis, you 2 will follow Peggy and me closely during the operation. We shall ensure your safety. Does anyone have any questions? The 3 men shook their heads and proceeded to prepare for the task ahead. As night fell, Jarvis distributed 4 Captain America masks, and the quartet then boarded a small van, en route to the Etherdon Energy Company. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the side of the Etherdon facility, where numerous patrol personnel were still on duty, traversing the vicinity. Through the window, Li Chen observed 3 security guards patrolling behind the iron fence. He then remarked, There are 3 guards. I will take care of them. Just as Li Chen was about to exit the vehicle, Howard halted him. Hey, buddy, use this. Press the button and toss it over. Howard handed Li Chen a small disc, which he accepted before disembarking and tossing it over the fence after pressing the button. The disc landed and began to spin vigorously, releasing a powerful electric current that rendered the 3 guards unconscious. Seeing this, Li Chen knocked on the car door, signaling. All clear. It's done. The 4 men then officially entered Etherdon. While dealing with the guards, Jarvis remarked, those shoes are noteworthy. Venetian leather, the finest quality. Howard lifted one guard's sleeve, exclaiming, a Rolex. Haha, I have this model too, though I'm not particularly fond of it. But I doubt a security guard could afford such a watch. Li Chen interjected, of course, Etherdon Energy is no simple matter. Let us be swift in our actions to avoid prolonged complications. With that, the 4 entered through the side door and made their way to the elevator. Chapter 62. The Axle Bomb. It was only after they stepped into the elevator that Li Chen realized, oh no, in the original story, this elevator requires a key to operate, and we have no key. Thus, the 4 Captain Americas stood in the elevator, momentarily bewildered. Li Chen then sheepishly admitted, guys, I forgot that this elevator needs a key to function. Howard responded, no worries, let me take a look, give me a moment. The group refrained from criticizing Li Chen's oversight, which only deepened his embarrassment. Howard knelt before the elevator buttons, tinkering with them, and before long, the elevator surprisingly whirred to life. Huh, with me here, this was a piece of cake. Alan, what do you think? Howard proclaimed triumphantly. Li Chen chuckled and replied, Good job, my friend. You truly have a talent for this. They then descended to the basement, where they found numerous rooms, leaving them uncertain about which one contained the axle bomb. At that moment, Carter suggested, We need to devise a plan. There are so many rooms here. Howard chimed in. Indeed, follow me. There must be a distribution box down here. Perhaps I can work some magic. Subsequently, the 4 individuals arrived at the distribution room, where Howard opened an iron box affixed to the wall. Inside, a multitude of red lights blinked ominously, indicating that all the rooms were securely locked. After a moment of tinkering, Howard successfully transformed all the red lights into green ones, signifying that he had unlocked every door. Observing this, Li Chen nodded and remarked, Excellent. It appears all the locks have been disengaged. Let us split up and search each room for the axial bomb. At this juncture, Carter interjected, Perhaps that is unnecessary. Look, the room above seems to possess additional security measures. Given the significance of the axial bomb, it is likely stored there. The 4 exchanged knowing glances and proceeded towards the designated room. Upon their arrival, Jarvis opened a wooden box to verify the contents, stating, Indeed, this is it. Li Chen then retrieved the bomb from the box and placed it on the table, declaring, All right, Jarvis, it's your turn. You need to transfer these 2 axial tubes into our box, much like one would remove a souffle from the oven. Howard, observing this, remarked, Come now, Alan. There's no need for such dramatics. Jarvis's hands are remarkably steady, and I have complete faith in him. The 3 held their breath, watching Jarvis intently, fearful of uttering a word that might disrupt his concentration. At that moment, any misstep on Jarvis's part could have sent them all to meet their maker. Fortunately, the entire process unfolded without incident, and Jarvis successfully completed the transfer of the axial tubes. With a collective sigh of relief, Li Chen suggested, All right, let us return. Howard, you shall handle this matter from here. Howard assured him, Rest easy, Alan, I will manage it. Jarvis, still trembling slightly, turned to Li Chen and said, Mr. Allen, I must point out, this is nothing like removing a souffle. The 4 then returned to their vehicle and made their way back to the villa. Upon their return, Howard took the axial tubes to the laboratory. Li Chen, seated on the sofa, poured a drink for Jarvis and Carter, exclaiming, Mission accomplished. We have successfully salvaged everything. Cheers. The 3 clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Li Chen then inquired, Peggy, how are you feeling? Do you feel significantly better upon waking? Carter responded, Indeed. I have never felt such relaxation after waking. Li Chen smiled and added, Moreover, I must tell you that the scars on your body have been eliminated. You can check for yourself when you return to your room. Carter chuckled. By the way, that supreme sorcerer called you Li Chen. Is that your Chinese name? Li Chen confirmed, Indeed. My original name is Li Chen. At that moment, Howard emerged from the laboratory, having overheard Li Chen's words. Ah, so that's how it is. I suspected you had 2 names. Howard seated himself on the sofa and poured himself a drink. Observing this, Li Chen asked, Is everything settled, Howard? Howard replied with a smile, Of course. Those 2 uranium bombs have been rendered inoperative. Upon hearing this, Li Chen began to ponder. The 2nd season of Agent Carter, in essence, revolves around the matter of zero material, which has now been thoroughly resolved. As for the so-called Council of Nine, Li Chen had no desire to engage with them. He was not inclined to become entangled in their sordid political games. However, it must be acknowledged that the influence of the Council of Nine is indeed substantial, to the extent that they dare to orchestrate assassinations even against the president. Nevertheless, Li Chen preferred to remain indifferent to them. As long as they did not obstruct his path, he had no intention of targeting them without cause. Li Chen was certainly not idle. In any case, the 2nd season of Agent Carter has reached its conclusion. The next chapter would be Captain Marvel, yet currently, Carol Danvers had yet to be born. She would not arrive until 1968, and it was still 1947. There was still a considerable amount of time ahead. It seemed that Li Chen would have to remain unoccupied for quite a while. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent 4 years in the Marvel Universe. Time truly flies. Following this operation, everyone returned to their respective duties and resumed their daily tasks. Howard was busy filming again, while Carter and Li Chen returned to the New York branch, engaging in their routine work. One day, while Li Chen was dozing at his desk, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Attention. Attention. Please take note, host. In 3 days, the first spatial traversal will commence. Please prepare for the world selection in your mind. Startled awake by the voice, Li Chen realized that after so many days, the system had finally reacted. The first spatial traversal. Li Chen quickly began to examine the list provided by the system, which displayed 3 worlds: Resident Evil 1, film, World War Z, film, and Gantz, Japanese drama. Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. All three worlds were rather gruesome. It seemed the system deemed his idle time excessive and sought to expose him to more bloodshed. Each of these films featured numerous monsters, particularly Gantz, which was teeming with various creatures. Rubbing his temples, Li Chen thought, let us commence the selection. Instantly, the list began to spin wildly. In no time, it came to a halt. Ding. Selected world confirmed. Resident Evil 1. Verifying accompanying personnel for this traversal. No accompanying personnel. The traversal will occur in 3 days. Please prepare, host. Ding. Please note, host. Death in other worlds will result in actual death. Exercise caution. Good luck. Chapter 63. Preparing for traversal. Resident Evil 1. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Li Chen gradually shelved his frivolous thoughts. Indeed, it was wise to exercise caution. A moment's negligence could lead to the loss of his life, which would be catastrophic. Li Chen promptly called Howard, and soon the call connected. Hello, Alan, what prompted you to call me? The actor on the other end needs to be more serious. As Howard attended to a phone call, he simultaneously supervised the film set. Li Chen, without engaging in idle chatter, stated with utmost seriousness, prepare for me the finest combat protective gear. And don't you possess numerous high lethality weapons? Gather them all. I am flying to Los Angeles immediately. Howard, taken aback by Li Chen's urgent tone, pondered how an ordinary day could suddenly escalate into such a predicament. Hey, buddy. Have you encountered a problem? I don't have many weapons at my disposal right now. Most have been destroyed, as you know. However, I can rush to manufacture some, though their efficacy might be compromised. I do have the protective gear. What is going on, Alan? Rubbing his temples, Li Chen replied. It's like this. I must venture to a perilous location in 3 days. No, a profoundly dangerous one. A mere moment of carelessness could cost me my life. As he spoke, the thought of the virus from a zombie apocalypse movie crossed his mind, a dilemma he felt ill-equipped to handle. Being infected would mean either transforming into a zombie or facing death. Li Chen found it perplexing how characters in previous zombie films seemed to emerge unscathed after engaging in frantic battles with zombies. What if during the struggle, zombie blood were to splatter into their mouths or eyes? Wouldn't that spell disaster? This, perhaps, was a flaw of the directors or screenwriters. But Li Chen had no desire to take such risks. Unless absolutely necessary, he was determined to avoid hand-to-hand combat with zombies. Even the slightest wound could lead to infection with the zombie virus. While the original narrative featured an antidote, he could not place all his hopes upon that. Howard, alarmed by Li Chen's words, pressed him further. Where are you headed? Come on, brother, don't be reckless. If the danger is insurmountable, we should simply retreat. There is no need to gamble with our lives. Li Chen, with a hint of exasperation, responded, It's not like that, Howard. I can't explain everything over the phone. Let us discuss it in person. Meanwhile, please prepare the items for me. Thanks, I'm on my way to Los Angeles. After bidding farewell to Carter, Li Chen boarded the plane bound for Los Angeles. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Howard hurried back to his villa, urgently setting to work on producing high lethality weapons for Li Chen. Moments later, upon disembarking from the plane, Li Chen found Jarvis waiting for him at the airport. Jarvis approached Li Chen, speaking quickly, Mr. Dale, I have received some information from Mr. Stark and I wish to assist you. Is there anything you require from me? Li Chen smiled and replied, Please prepare some sustenance that is both high in energy and can stave off hunger. Additionally, if it could be made more palatable, that would be splendid. Thank you, Jarvis. Now, let us hurry back to the villa. Jarvis nodded in agreement, and the two drove back to the villa, where Howard was still engrossed in his lab work. Upon entering the laboratory, Li Chen found Howard clad in a lab coat and safety goggles, diligently engaged at the workstation. Noticing Li Chen's arrival, Howard quickly inquired, What is the matter, Alan? What has happened? Li Chen, with a hint of resignation, remarked, My good brother, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. In 3 days, I must embark on a journey to another realm, one fraught with peril. And I find myself bereft of any choice in the matter. Howard, taken aback, exclaimed, Another realm? Goodness, are you jesting? Yet, as memories of the Ancient One's prior revelations surfaced in his mind, he endeavored to calm himself and come to terms with Li Chen's words. What is this other realm like? Alan, enlighten me. Li Chen replied, It is a world infested with zombies, creatures that will bite upon encountering a human. Those who are bitten inevitably succumb to the same fate, transforming into zombies themselves. And there are even more grotesque monstrosities, such as zombie dogs. The chaos stems from a virus that has been unleashed in that world. He rubbed his temples, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Howard, deeply shocked by Li Chen's declaration, responded, Have you informed Peggy? This is monumental. My heavens, brother, with only 3 days remaining, I can only strive to craft weapons for you. If only we had a bit more time. Li Chen shook his head, saying, I have not told Peggy, as I wish to spare her the burden of worry. I trust that the ordinary zombies will pose no threat to me, provided I take adequate precautions. Therefore, the protective gear must be reinforced. Howard, make it thicker. Thicker. And even thicker. The system has warned me that it will impose various limitations on my equipment to prevent any semblance of invincibility. It is highly probable that Caesar will be affected, and that would indeed be an awkward predicament for me. Thus, it is prudent for you to prepare an additional set of protective attire as a contingency. Howard, hearing this, quietly acquiesced and returned to his task of weapon crafting. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the moment of transcending approached. With merely 10 minutes remaining before the transition, Li Chen sat on the sofa. His mind abuzz with anticipation as he glanced at the system interface within his thoughts. Meanwhile, Howard and Jarvis busied themselves in the hall, preparing for Li Chen's departure. Jarvis announced, "Mr. Dale, I have packed an ample supply of food in this bag, sufficient for several individuals, while also enhancing the flavor to the best of my ability." Li Chen, smiling, replied, "Thank you, Jarvis. I trust you are an adept chef." At this moment, Li Chen was clad in a full-body black multifunctional combat suit, which undoubtedly offered protection against the typical zombie's bite, but the same could not be said for the lickers and zombie dogs. On either side of his thighs rested dual desert eagles, while two well-tempered Nepalese kukris were secured to his calves. These kukris, crafted from the finest materials Howard could procure, now gleamed with a striking orange hue after their meticulous processing. Additionally, Li Chen was laden with ammunition, and on top of his dual desert eagles, he had prepared a rifle, believing fervently that all fears stem from insufficient firepower. Lastly, he fastened 7 high-explosive stun grenades, hastily assembled by Howard, to his waist. These grenades possessed immense power, capable of unleashing a colossal suction that would create a shockwave, obliterating anything caught in its wake, reminiscent of the Dark Elves black hole grenades. Due to time constraints, Howard was only able to prepare a few items, but Li Chen was astonished to discover that Howard had also crafted 3 nitroglycerin bombs for him. Howard remarked, "These are 3 inactivated nitroglycerin bombs, and as you know, their power is formidable. I have made enhancements, and together, these 3 possess enough force to obliterate everything within a 500-meter radius. It is akin to a miniature nuclear bomb." Chapter 64. Biohazard. Howard continued earnestly, "I have set a delayed detonation mechanism, or you can press this button for an immediate explosion. However, in that case, you might not escape the blast radius. Exercise utmost caution, Alan." At that moment, Li Chen rose and secured the 3 nitroglycerin bombs firmly in front of him. He slung his backpack over his shoulders, tucking a canteen filled with exquisite wine into the left pocket of his jacket. With a smile, he assured, "Rest easy. I am armed to the teeth now. Just wait for my return, my good brother." Li Chen raised his rifle, silently observing the countdown in his mind. Howard and Jarvis stood up, urging, "Alan, return swiftly. Mr. Dale, good luck." Li Chen smiled at the two, saying, "Don't worry, my friends. I shall return shortly." The countdown commenced for the spatial traversal. 3, 2, 1. Initiating spatial transition. In an instant, Li Chen found himself engulfed in a blinding whiteness, devoid of any discernible sight. Meanwhile, Howard and Jarvis watched as Li Chen, who had been standing before them, gradually transformed into particles of white light, ultimately vanishing from their view. Howard observed the spectacle, silently wishing, "Alan, you must return safely soon." Li Chen found himself in a vast expanse of whiteness. At this moment, the voice of the system resonated. The host is currently within the system's spatial realm, and calculations for spatial traversal are underway. Calculations complete. Disabled items, Caesar's belt. Disabled skills, regenerative healing, dual-wield energy desert eagle charge function. Mission issued. 1. Engage and ensure the safety of the main character, Alice. 2. Eliminate 300 zombies. 3. Exterminate 10 zombie dogs. 4. Destroy 3 lickers. Completing missions may trigger random rewards. There are no penalties for mission failure. The host can view the mission panel in their mind at any time. Now commencing teleportation. Li Chen stood in the system space, observing the mission panel before him. In the next moment, the true spatial traversal began. A whirlwind of chaos ensued, and when Li Chen opened his eyes once more, he found himself at an underground train station. Upon his arrival, Li Chen activated his disguise mask, transforming it into a sleek, black mechanical visage, altering his voice to a robotic tone as he began to survey his surroundings. He approached an open train car, where he noticed a black handbag quietly resting in the corner of the compartment. Understanding the implication, Li Chen concluded that the main characters must have arrived here not long ago, and he might soon catch up with them. Li Chen opened the bag to reveal a striking white briefcase containing the antidote to the virus. However, it was secured with a password that he could not decipher. Unfazed by this predicament, Li Chen thought to himself that he need not concern himself with the fates of others. His sole focus was on self-preservation, completing his mission, and ensuring Alice's safety. As the protagonist, Alice surely possessed a modicum of fortune, and with his protection, she would likely not meet a grim fate so easily. He promptly returned the case to its original place, slung his gun over his shoulder, and continued onward. Li Chen lifted his gaze to the various surveillance cameras, aware that this location was monitored by the artificial intelligence known as Red Queen. Yet, he harbored no fear of her. Soon, he spotted a group entering the hive. And Alice, clad in a thin red nightgown, stood out remarkably. She seemed utterly unperturbed by the cold. Just as Li Chen was about to approach the group, one of the Umbrella Combat team members on alert noticed him. "Halt! Raise your hands," the individual shouted. Upon hearing their comrade's call, the others turned and aimed their weapons at Li Chen. "Stop immediately. Otherwise, we will open fire." Li Chen found himself at a loss, muttering as he walked. "I truly despise being aimed at with guns." The Umbrella team, staring at the arm to the teeth Li Chen, hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed, and looked to their black captain for guidance. As Li Chen strolled leisurely towards them, a sudden voice resonated in his mind. Ding! System activation initiated. Instantly, a haunting melody filled the minds of everyone present, including Li Chen. The eerie yet bizarre tune unmistakably echoed the opening music from the Resident Evil film. With each step Li Chen took towards the group, the unsettling music played on, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. As they listened to the music while witnessing the figure in black combat attire approach, they were momentarily stunned into silence. Before long, Li Chen stood before them and halted, successfully embodying a dramatic presence enhanced by the system's orchestration. The black captain was the first to regain his composure and inquired, "Who are you?" Li Chen, fixated on the imposing door, responded, "As for who I am? My dual pistols will provide the answer." He tapped the side of his leg where a desert eagle rested. The black captain aimed his weapon at Li Chen and demanded, "Who are you, really?" Li Chen glanced back at him, a whimsical thought occurring to him as he replied, "The hunter." The black captain, momentarily bewildered, lowered his weapon, sensing no malice from Li Chen, and continued to question, "The hunter? What kind of hunter? This is Umbrella's territory. Outsiders are not permitted here." Growing impatient with the captain's incessant inquiries, Li Chen turned to face the gathered crowd and declared, "I am the Phantom Hunter, and I am also the Zombie Hunter. You may call me as you wish. My purpose here is quite simple. The hunter inevitably preys upon the quarry, and therein lies my target." Li Chen, seized by a sudden inspiration, recalled the ghost hunter from the game Crossfire, who wielded twin Nepali daggers. Thus, he whimsically adopted the moniker Hunter. His words left the gathered crowd momentarily bewildered. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Given that the host has encountered the protagonist of another world for the first time, a reward has been granted. The disguise mask has been enhanced. Ding. Enhancement complete. Please check at your convenience. Listening to the system's announcement, Li Chen delved into his mental inventory. Disguise mask, enhanced version added features include toxin resistance, night vision, and automatic repair capabilities. Note, as long as it is not completely shattered, it can undergo gradual restoration. Li Chen regarded the enhanced disguise mask with immense satisfaction, well aware of the myriad gas viruses present in the world of Resident Evil. Furthermore, the toxin resistance would prove invaluable in any future realms he might traverse. Delighted by this enhancement, Li Chen felt the mask would serve him exceptionally well. Chapter 65. Entering the hive, Li Chen then turned to the crowd and remarked, "Did you not come here to address the matters within? Surely you have been dispatched to shut down Red Queen, have you not?" In truth, I am here to assist you, and I must say, working for the Umbrella Corporation has brought you nothing but misfortune." The captain and others were left utterly perplexed by Li Chen's words. Meanwhile, Alice, ever observant, had been keenly observing him from the side. At this juncture, Alice spoke up. "You seem to possess quite a wealth of knowledge. You must know something, don't you, Hunter?" Li Chen gazed at the golden-haired, azure-eyed Alice, contemplating for a few moments. Indeed, as the heroine of the Resident Evil series, her beauty remained striking. He then continued, "Indeed, I shall divulge the truth. Within this building, a lethal virus has erupted. Under its infection, all individuals have transformed into zombies, attacking anyone they encounter. Those bitten will also succumb to the same fate. Moreover, there are various other monstrous entities lurking within. My aim is to hunt these creatures down, and all of this is the handiwork of the gentleman beside you. Welcome to the apocalypse." Li Chen's thoughts turned to the man before him, whose actions had led to the demise of so many lives. While the Umbrella Corporation was not blameless, this protagonist bore significant culpability as well. Resolutely, Li Chen unleashed a powerful punch, striking him squarely in the face. The male lead of Resident Evil collapsed to the ground, unconscious from the blow. Li Chen approached, stripping him of his coat. Without hesitation, he drew his Desert Eagle and, with a single shot, sent the protagonist to his demise. Bang! With the crack of a gunshot, the protagonist was struck directly by an energy projectile, vanishing in a blue haze from the sight of the onlookers. Li Chen's sudden action startled everyone present. Just moments before, he had displayed no signs of aggression. Yet in the next instant, he raised his hand and dispatched a person in an instant. The squad members quickly raised their weapons, aiming at Li Chen. But the African-American captain remained composed, unlike the others. He had begun to entertain some belief in Li Chen's words, as many of his predictions had indeed come to pass. Raising his left arm, the captain signaled for everyone to lower their guns and remarked, "Indeed, we are here to shut down the Red Queen. If it is as perilous inside as you claim, we must proceed with utmost caution." Li Chen cast a glance back at him, thinking to himself, "If I were you, I would have turned tail and fled long ago." It seemed the captain still harbored doubts. However, Li Chen was unfazed in his eyes. These squad members were rigorously trained and could be of assistance. At that moment, Alice regained her composure and inquired, "Mr. Hunter, could you enlighten us about what lies within?" Li Chen approached Alice, gazing at her with a sense of helplessness. He couldn't help but lament the fate of the protagonist he had just eliminated, thinking how unfortunate it was that a valuable asset was squandered. Alice was still experiencing amnesia, her memories flickering in and out of focus. Meanwhile, a female squad member was diligently attempting to breach the iron door with a welding tool. After handing his jacket to Alice, Li Chen addressed the group with a calm demeanor. To eliminate the creatures inside, one must strike their heads. Attacking their bodies proves futile. There are also zombie dogs and, more terrifyingly, lickers. I assure you, as long as you are not overwhelmed by ordinary zombies, they pose no threat. However, when facing zombie dogs and lickers, you must rely on your own wits. I do not have the luxury of time to rescue you. But one crucial point remains. If any of your team members are bitten, you must eliminate them immediately. Otherwise, they may turn and attack you in an instant. Of course, where there is a virus, an antidote exists, currently located on the train, though I do not know the access code. This lady in red may know, but she has lost her memory. After donning the jacket, Alice expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the captain turned to signal two team members to retrieve the antidote box, simultaneously asking, "How do you know all of this?" Li Chen shrugged his shoulders, responding with a hint of exasperation. "If I didn't possess this information, what kind of hunter would I be?" With that, he ceased further interaction with them. The two team members returned to the train to collect the antidote box. Shortly thereafter, the iron door was finally breached. The two who had gone for the antidote box returned, one of them holding the white case. Li Chen had shared this information as a precaution. Should he himself fall victim to a bite, the contents of the box could serve as a contingency plan. Inside the hive, darkness reigned. With that, Li Chen activated the night vision feature of his mask and strode boldly into the abyss. As the crew behind him absorbed Li Chen's words, they hesitated to advance. Humanity often harbors a profound fear of the unknown, and these team members were no exception. Those at the entrance witnessed Li Chen gradually disappearing into the darkness. At that moment, the African-American captain hesitated, contemplating whether to enter, when suddenly, the interior of the hive illuminated with brilliant lights. Li Chen had switched them on. Turning back to face his companions, he remarked, "What is the matter? Are you too timid to proceed? Let us not be so cowardly, shall we? And please hand a pistol to this lady in red and that young man. After all, an extra hand strengthens our resolve." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the captain handed 2 pistols to Alice and Matt. Thus, the group ventured inside, gradually exploring the labyrinthine hive. As they explored, the captain and one of the team members inspected the elevator. Observing this, Li Chen approached Alice and whispered, "If any danger arises, take refuge behind me." With that, Li Chen raised his weapon and began his own search. Alice, taken aback by his words, realized that Li Chen's actions were solely for the sake of fulfilling their mission. He had no desire to delve into anything beyond that for now. Meanwhile, the trio struggled to pry open the elevator doors, only to discover that the elevator had plummeted. Consequently, the group was compelled to descend the stairs on foot. Li Chen remained close to them, recalling that accompanying this team would likely lead to encounters with numerous zombies, thereby enabling him to complete his mission while also safeguarding Alice. Truly a twofold benefit. Once they reached the lower level, one team member exclaimed, "The Red Queen knows we are here. She has locked onto us." Alice, concerned, inquired about the Red Queen, and the captain took the time to explain the situation to her. Recognizing that they might soon face peril, Li Chen raised his voice, declaring, "Let me reiterate, if you encounter any individuals, do not hesitate. Shoot for their heads, if close combat becomes necessary. Be mindful to avoid having zombie blood splatter into your eyes or mouth. At this juncture, we are the only living beings left in this place. If you see anyone, open fire without delay." Chapter 66. Deactivating the Red Queen. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the team members felt an intensified sense of urgency. They soon arrived at a corridor lined with numerous tanks filled with a yellow liquid. One team member remarked, "This is far too time-consuming. We still have many laboratories to traverse." The captain promptly commanded, "Kaplan, seek a shortcut while remaining vigilant." He continued, "In 5 hours, the Red Queen will seal off the hive and eliminate everyone. I am uncertain why we were dispatched, as our mission is merely to shut down the Red Queen. However, based on the information from the hunter, if there has been a virus leak, it all becomes coherent. Just then, as they conversed, a woman floated ominously from a tank behind Matt, startling him into a sudden leap. The rest of the team was equally taken aback by Matt's fright. At that moment, Li Chen finally laid eyes on his very first zombie in history. Li Chen gazed at the woman in the water tank and remarked, "Behold, this is a zombie, superficially lifeless, yet it remains very much alive. They yearn for flesh and blood and are exceedingly sensitive to sound." At that moment, the team members returned, having found the entire floor submerged. They had no choice but to seek an alternative route, and the team devised a plan to traverse the dining area. Li Chen then said, "Captain, summon your team to witness this. This zombie is likely to awaken imminently." Observing the situation, the black captain gathered everyone together. After approximately 2 minutes, impatience began to set in among the group, and they expressed skepticism towards Li Chen's assertions. Just as they were about to leave, the woman submerged in the water suddenly opened her eyes and began to pound on the glass, mouth agape. Though no sound emerged, it was evident to all that she was roaring in their direction. "My heavens, what in the world is this creature? Oh God!" The group was struck with astonishment, and the team members were equally startled. Li Chen, observing the zombie in the tank, calmly stated, "All fear stems from inadequate firepower. I believe our arsenal is considerable. Remember, aim for their heads." With that, he proceeded towards the dining area, prompting the others to hurriedly follow him. At this moment, Li Chen's words had been validated, and doubts regarding his credibility dissipated. Along the way, some team members hesitated to continue the mission, but they were reassured by the black captain. In Li Chen's recollection, this dining area seemed to harbor numerous zombies. He then cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. This place may be crawling with zombies. Ensure your weapons are ready. We are entering a combat scenario." They soon arrived in a room filled with vertical cultivation tanks, each brimming with various tubes. Li Chen vaguely recalled that each chamber contained a liquor. The black captain promptly ordered a dispersed search. Li Chen teamed up with Alice and Matt to provide protection for the two. It had been many years since Li Chen had watched the Resident Evil film, and many details had faded from memory. He cautiously raised his weapon, scanning the surroundings, while Alice and Matt followed closely behind. Suddenly, Alice inquired, "Hunter, how did you know there might be zombies nearby?" Without turning his head, Li Chen replied solemnly, "Hunter's intuition." However, he mused internally, "Intuition, my foot. It's because I know the plot." Hearing Li Chen's words, Alice and Matt clung tightly to him, seeking his protection. The journey unfolded without peril. The group split into 2 factions. One remained at the dining area, while the other proceeded to the control room. Li Chen found himself alongside the others at the entrance of the laser corridor leading to the control room. In the original narrative, the black captain met his demise here. As the programmer unlocked the door, the group prepared to enter. However, Li Chen obstructed their path, declaring, "Do not enter. Something is amiss. There is danger within." The black captain inquired, "How do you know?" Li Chen, maintaining his serious facade, replied, "Hunter's intuition. There must be a weapon system inside. Programmer, shut it down immediately." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to stand still, waiting. After a moment, the programmer remarked that it was futile. There was no weapon system to be found. Li Chen pondered, convinced that it was impossible for there to be none. It had to be here. Suddenly, an idea struck him. They needed a decoder to unlock the door across from them in order to trigger the weapon system. Li Chen then declared, "Hand me the decoder." Alice, alarmed by his intent, rushed forward and asked, "Are you planning to go in? It's far too dangerous." Li Chen shook his head, saying, "I want to go in. I intend to throw it directly over." The crowd was skeptical, believing it impossible. The distance was at least 20 meters, and they needed to land it precisely beneath the keypad beside the iron door, a minuscule target. Undeterred by their doubts, Li Chen stood before the door, took a deep breath, aimed at the spot beneath the keypad, and forcefully hurled the decoder. It spun gracefully through the air before landing securely beneath the keypad. Li Chen had successfully thrown the decoder. The crowd was left in awe of his remarkable feat. The programmer then began to crack the code, and after succeeding, he commenced the search for the weapon system. Soon enough, they discovered that this passage indeed contained a weapon system. The programmer exclaimed, "It's true. This passage has a weapon system. It's a laser corridor." At this revelation, the group gazed at Li Chen with gratitude, realizing that had they entered unawares, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Alice, too, was impressed by Li Chen's actions, her eyes sparkling with newfound admiration. At that moment, the programmer, Li Chen, and Alice entered the control room while the others waited outside. As the programmer prepared to shut down the AI known as Red Queen, a virtual image flickered to life. "I beg you, you cannot shut me down," it pleaded. The programmer, unfazed, continued his operations. Li Chen recalled the storyline, remembering that shutting down the Red Queen had led to the zombies being unleashed. Thus, he refrained from intervening if the Red Queen remained active. His mission would likely remain unfulfilled. Although deactivating her would usher in greater peril, wasn't that precisely why he had come? To confront these dangers? Just before the Red Queen was deactivated, she ominously declared, "You will all perish in this underground." The programmer pressed the remote, and an electromagnetic pulse emanated throughout the area. The underground lights extinguished, only to be followed by a few backup lights gradually illuminating the space. The Red Queen had been successfully shut down. Chapter 67. The zombie assault. At this moment, Li Chen tightened his grip on his rifle and stated, "With the Red Queen disabled, those creatures will no longer be hindered. We will soon encounter them. Remain vigilant." Alice and the programmer nodded in agreement, and the trio made their way back to the dining hall to reunite with the others. At this moment, as the crowd had just gathered, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted from a distance. Li Chen, upon hearing the noise, raised his right arm and declared, "We have a situation. Stand guard." Responding to his command, the group swiftly readied their firearms, poised for action. As Li Chen cautiously advanced, intending to investigate the source of the commotion, the African-American captain shook his head, signaling Rain to follow him, while Alice instinctively trailed behind. The trio moved forward slowly, soon discovering an iron canister rolling on the ground, evidently knocked over by some unseen force. Turning the corner, Li Chen encountered the first zombie, dressed in a white lab coat. It leaned against the wall, resembling a human. Without hesitation, Li Chen aimed for its head, pulling the trigger of his rifle. The zombie collapsed instantly. Concurrently, a notification resonated in Li Chen's mind. Ding. Killed one ordinary zombie. Task progress, 1300. His decisive shot echoed throughout the room, prompting the others to rush over. Weapons in hand, Li Chen calmly stated, "This is a zombie, and I fear their numbers will only grow." No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of rustling sounds surrounded them, accompanied by the scraping of a metallic object across the ground. The group glanced around, spotting numerous zombies staggering toward them from all directions. The metallic sound was caused by a zombie dragging an axe as it walked. Upon noticing the group, the zombies intensified their guttural roars. Li Chen shouted, "Form up, aim for their heads. Open fire." In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, weapons discharging incessantly as the group encircled the advancing zombies, unleashing a torrent of ammunition. Li Chen remained composed, methodically shooting at the zombies before him. With the system's notifications ringing in his ears, ding. Killed one ordinary zombie. The zombies on Li Chen's path diminished at a visibly accelerated pace. Each of his shots precisely eliminated one, as if he had activated a cheat code. However, the other team members struggled, despite their prior preparations. They were taken aback by the sheer number of zombies. Some, overwhelmed with anxiety, inadvertently emptied their magazines, resulting in many bullets striking the zombies ineffectively. A portion of the ammunition even ricocheted off a nearby incubation chamber. At that moment, the chamber, struck by the bullets, reached a critical threshold and detonated. The explosion abruptly shattered the group's formation. Li Chen, who had been diligently dispatching zombies, was also caught in the blast, propelled several steps forward uncontrollably. Seething with anger, he exclaimed, "Damn it, what are you doing?" At this moment, Li Chen turned around to see the chaos around him. Some people were crouched down, while others sat on the ground, firing their weapons in a state of panic. It was evident that their formation had completely collapsed. Only a few individuals managed to regain their composure and continue to shoot. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, forcing everyone to retreat towards Li Chen while firing. Suddenly, two screams pierced the air. Two team members had been bitten by zombies after exhausting their ammunition. Witnessing this, Li Chen thought, "Damn it, they ran out of bullets so quickly. Those two foolish imbeciles were reckless. Truly, they are beyond saving." The black captain, seeing the predicament, attempted to rush to the aid of the two, but Li Chen stopped him. "Don't go after them. We must focus on our own survival. They've already been bitten." At that moment, Leah, standing behind Li Chen, shouted, "I'm nearly out of bullets." Meanwhile, the two unfortunate fools were overwhelmed by a horde of zombies, who were ravenously devouring them, silencing them in mere moments. The black captain turned away, stating, "There are too many zombies. We must fight our way back." Just then, one team member opened the elevator and turned to boast to the others, oblivious to the horde of zombies lurking behind him in the elevator. The zombies swiftly grabbed him and dragged him into the elevator, where they feasted upon him. Li Chen, witnessing this, swiftly pulled out a stun grenade and hurled it into the swarm of zombies in the elevator. In a matter of seconds, the explosion obliterated both the zombies and the unfortunate team member, reducing them to a thick layer of gore. The zombies had perfectly absorbed the grenade's impact. Li Chen's mind was flooded with system notifications. Ding, ding, ding. With a moment to breathe, Li Chen looked at his team, who were still valiantly fighting while retreating. However, he suddenly noticed a figure was missing from the crowd. Alice was gone. Damn it, Li Chen thought in frustration. He quickly recalled the storyline, realizing that in the original narrative, The explosion of the incubation chamber had triggered Alice's memories. Before he could gather his thoughts, he spotted a red figure dashing around a corner and hastily followed. Li Chen was determined to complete his mission perfectly. Damn it. In just a few strides, he caught up with Alice, but before he could question her, he noticed that the narrow passage was littered with broken cages. Zombie dogs. Before they could speak, 3 zombie dogs appeared before them, growling menacingly. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chen fired 3 shots, and before the dogs could charge, they were dispatched instantly. Li Chen mused to himself that these zombie dogs were merely fast, lacking any other formidable traits. Turning to Alice, he exclaimed with anger, "What do you think you're doing running around in such a perilous place?" Alice lowered her head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she gazed at Li Chen, softly murmuring, "I seem to have recalled certain matters, and I am truly sorry." At that moment, Li Chen observed that Alice was devoid of any weapons, prompting him to offer her a military knife from the side of his calf. Locking his gaze onto her eyes, he urged, "Take care of yourself." Alice lifted her gaze to meet the sight of Li Chen, whose mechanical mask obscured his features, and then glanced at the orange Nepalese military knife he had extended. She accepted it in silence. Unbeknownst to Li Chen, his unintentional words had stirred within Alice a flicker of ambiguous emotions. Chapter 68. The Phantom Hunter. Just as Alice received the military knife, more than 10 zombie dogs emerged from the passage before them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Chen shouted urgently, "Run!" The horde of zombie dogs charged towards them, and Li Chen, taking up the rear, opened fire while retreating. Engaging in direct combat with so many in such a confined space was unthinkable. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets rang out, each striking true to the heads of the zombie dogs. Subsequently, the pair retreated into the adjacent room. Before entering, Li Chen hurled a grenade outside. Once inside, he forcefully braced against the door, and a resounding bang echoed as he peered through the glass to witness the zombie dogs reduced to mere pulp. Relieved, Li Chen and Alice were about to exhale a sigh of relief when a series of ominous growls erupted from behind them. It turned out that a zombie had been feigning death on the floor of the small room, and the noise they made had roused it from its slumber. Just as they had entered, they had yet to take stock of their surroundings. The zombie lunged at Li Chen, attempting to bite into his shoulder. Taken by surprise, Li Chen felt a sudden, intense pressure on his shoulder. In a flash, Alice reacted, driving her knife into the zombie's skull. This swift action freed Li Chen, who quickly turned to inspect his shoulder. To his relief, he discovered only faint bite marks on his combat suit, with no flesh compromised. He couldn't help but marvel at the significance of the suit. Without it, he could have been in peril. Seeing this, Alice hurriedly approached Li Chen, her face etched with concern, and asked, "Are you all right?" Li Chen took a deep breath, responding, "I'm fine. Fortunately, it didn't pierce through my protective gear. We must exercise greater caution. Every room we enter requires thorough inspection." Alice, hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over her and inquired further, "Do you know what I was doing before?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen replied, "You seem to be the security guard at the entrance of this hive, correct?" Alice shook her head, saying, "Fragments of memories flicker in my mind, yet they remain unclear." Li Chen reassured her, "It's all right. In time, you will recall everything." As they readied themselves to proceed, Li Chen was suddenly interrupted by the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully eliminated 10 zombie dogs. This marks the host's first completed task, unlocking the title system. In light of the host's inaugural unlocking of the title system, a random title reward has been bestowed upon the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the title, Ghost Hunter. Title of Ghost Hunter, when equipped. It increases damage dealt to zombie-type monsters by 50. Simultaneously, allies within the same faction are inspired by the Ghost Hunter, enhancing their damage against zombie-type monsters by 10. Additionally, the host acquires Hunter's Physique and Hunter's Perception. Hunter's Physique, immune to zombie virus infection. Hunter's Perception, capable of sensing all nearby zombie monsters within a radius of 10 meters. Li Chen, upon witnessing this, promptly equipped the Ghost Hunter title. The moment he donned it, he felt an innate calling to hunt these zombies. "I am the Ghost Hunter." Memories of previous games he played, such as Crossfire, flooded back. Indeed, the Ghost Hunter in the game was immune to infection and could only be killed. Just then, Li Chen suddenly sensed a small horde of zombies not far from them, prompting him to beckon Alice, and together they proceeded towards it. Soon, they arrived at an office, where they unexpectedly encountered a person, Matt, who had somehow wandered into this place. Meanwhile, from the adjacent corridor, a dense throng of zombies emerged. Witnessing this, Li Chen raised his rifle and began to fire wildly. The bullets, empowered by the Ghost Hunter title, exhibited a significant increase in potency. Previously, a single bullet could only kill 1 zombie, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps 2. However, now, after the enhancement, 1 bullet could eliminate a zombie and continue its relentless onslaught. Astonishingly, a single bullet could now directly slay 2 to 3 zombies. The amplified power was visibly remarkable. In no time, Li Chen dispatched this small wave of zombies, and the three of them began their journey to regroup with the others. On the way, Matt recounted the backstory of their mission. They were there to gather evidence of Umbrella Corporation's illicit activities. They aimed to expose all the nefarious deeds committed by Umbrella. Yet, it was evident that one individual had betrayed everything for monetary gain. The value of a vial of virus speaks for itself. This individual was none other than the male protagonist whom Li Chen had eliminated at the outset. Driven by greed, he orchestrated everything, leading to the disintegration of this world. That foolish donkey's demise was well-deserved. Before long, the group reconvened, but the surviving members were few and far between. Even the black captain had perished. Upon inquiry, Li Chen learned that he had succumbed while attempting to rescue other team members, ultimately falling into the horde of zombies. At this juncture, only the programmer, Ryan, Alice, Matt, and Li Chen remained alive. Once they reached a safe location, Li Chen settled on a step, removed his mask, and pulled out a bottle of water from his bag, gulping it down thirstily. This was Li Chen's first experience killing zombies, and maintaining such intense focus had left him somewhat fatigued. Beside him, Ryan was inspecting her firearm and remarked, "I'm out of bullets. There's only one in the chamber, and just one magazine left." Meanwhile, Li Chen opened his backpack, revealing an abundant array of provisions prepared for him by Jarvis. Li Chen took out all the food and water from his bag and distributed it among those present. After the tumultuous battle, everyone was utterly exhausted, and upon receiving the provisions from Li Chen, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude. With a gentle smile, Li Chen remarked, "These provisions have been prepared by top chefs. Make sure to replenish your strength. We shall continue our escape shortly." Meanwhile, a programmer, huddled in a corner with his hands clasped over his head, timidly inquired, "Hunter, what are we to do? Where should we go?" Observing his distress, Li Chen replied, "You need not call me Hunter any longer. Simply refer to me as Alan. As for the viral outbreak, there is nothing any of us can do. This bioweapon is spreading across the globe. We are already in an apocalyptic scenario. Each day we survive is a blessing. There is no escape for us." Li Chen's unyielding words pierced deeply into the hearts of those present. He then handed his rifle and magazines to Rain, who in turn passed her gun to Alice. Alice, still in a fog of confusion, received the weapon. Li Chen continued, "If you are fortunate enough to survive, return home and make necessary arrangements. From this day forth, simply living is a stroke of luck." After speaking, he produced a fine bottle of wine and took a hearty swig, then offered it to Alice. She took a sip before passing it to Rain. Li Chen, observing this, chuckled, "This is the finest and most expensive wine. Once we finish it, we shall resume our tasks." As the programmer drained the last drop, all eyes turned to Li Chen, who had now assumed the role of the group's leader. Chapter 69. Restarting Red Queen. Everyone had prepared themselves and was ready to depart when Alice inquired, "Alan, what shall be our next course of action?" Donning his mask once more, Li Chen declared, "We shall restart the Red Queen." Rain, standing nearby, cautioned, "That may not be a wise idea." Li Chen explained, "We have no choice. The underground is teeming with monsters, and only the Red Queen knows how to escape." The group then made their way back to the control room. And after a flurry of operations by the programmer, the Red Queen was successfully rebooted. "Ah, you have returned. Is the situation out of control?" "Haha." The Red Queen greeted them with a sarcastic jibe aimed at Li Chen and his companions. Li Chen, undeterred, retorted, "Who said that? In fact, I could fight all day. It's merely that my team needs to evacuate." He borrowed a famous saying from Steve without hesitation. Subsequently, he ignored the Red Queen, prompting Alice to step forward and engage in negotiations with her. In a short while, guided by the Red Queen, the group arrived at a water and electricity conduit tunnel. Li Chen thought to himself, "Thank goodness it's not a sewer. I have no desire to linger in a sewer." Descending the ladder into the tunnel, he recalled the plot. If his memory served him correctly, this place was infested with numerous zombies. It was the perfect spot for scoring points. As the thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the task panel in his mind. 1. Establish contact and ensure the safety of the protagonist, Alice. 2. Eliminate 300 zombies. 117,303. Eliminate 10 zombie dogs. Completed. 4. Eliminate 3 lick eaters. Only 300 more zombies remain to complete this task. The only ones left are the lick eaters. At this moment, Alice and her companions reached the tunnel below. The programmer, possessing some knowledge about the hive, informed the group that this tunnel lay beneath the hive, transporting water, gas, electricity, and more. Li Chen then cautioned, "Everyone, be careful. I sense there may be numerous zombies in this area." Following the path indicated by the Red Queen, the group proceeded cautiously. As they traversed a long corridor, Li Chen's hunter sense suddenly detected a multitude of signals. Numerous zombies were rushing towards them. Li Chen raised his right arm and shouted, "Alert! Something's amiss." Within moments, they were surrounded by zombies from both front and back. Before anyone could fire their weapons, they heard the sounds of thrashing and growling from the barbed wire on their side. They were besieged on 3 fronts. Seeing the barbed wire about to give way under the weight of the zombies, Li Chen urgently pushed against it. "Damn it! Clear the zombies quickly," he shouted. With one hand bracing the barbed wire, he frantically fired at the zombies within reach. 13 energy bullets were swiftly expended, and most of the zombies behind the wire were eliminated. Turning back, Li Chen noticed that the group's firearms were limited, and their firepower was insufficient. Zombies were closing in from all directions. At that moment, Alice spotted 2 thick pipes above their heads and shouted, "Quick! Climb onto the pipes." Li Chen echoed her urgency. "Hurry! Get up there! I'll cover you." With dual pistols in hand, Li Chen unleashed a torrent of bullets towards the horde of zombies. Soon, both Desert Eagles ran out of ammunition, and reloading would take some time, but there was no time to wait. The others had already climbed onto the pipes. Seeing this, Li Chen produced 2 concussion grenades and hurled them into the mass of zombies. A powerful suction pulled the zombies in, followed by 2 resounding explosions. The majority of the zombies on both sides were obliterated into a fine mist. Yet, a relentless stream of zombies continued to advance. Li Chen sprinted a few paces, leaped, and climbed onto the pipe. With 3 concussion grenades remaining, he pulled out 2 more and threw them down at the zombies below. Soon, a continuous stream of notifications filled his mind. Ding. Killed 20 ordinary zombies. Ding. Killed 30 ordinary zombies. Ding. Ding. Killed 300 ordinary zombies. Task completed. Li Chen gazed down at the thick layer of gore beneath him and thought, no wonder Howard's products are so exceptional. They truly deliver. A few grenades had decimated a large horde of zombies. It was no surprise that Howard had become a world-renowned arms dealer. His products were undeniably effective. Turning back to the group, Li Chen inquired, "How is everyone? Is anyone injured?" Upon confirming that everyone was unharmed, Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. The group then ascended through the pipe, emerging from beneath the iron grate above, one by one. At that moment, Matt quietly inquired, "Where are we?" Li Chen retrieved his Desert Eagle and replied nonchalantly, "In any case, it is certainly not a pleasant place." As the group cautiously ventured forward, Rain jested, "If we manage to escape from here alive, I am definitely going to find someone and indulge in a passionate encounter. I think Alan would be quite suitable." Alice, overhearing, laughed and remarked, "You might want to take a shower first." Li Chen, hearing Rain and Alice's banter, couldn't help but feel a few black lines appear on his forehead. Thinking how open these Western girls are, good grief. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he assured them, "Rest assured, I will ensure that you all leave here alive. I promise." Finally, the group arrived at the train station. Suddenly, Li Chen sensed several intense presences. It was the Lickers. Realizing the danger, he urgently shouted for everyone to board the train and started. Recalling the storyline, Li Chen remembered that Lickers were not particularly formidable at first. They only became more aggressive after consuming humans, undergoing a transformation that enhanced their ferocity. By this time, Alice and the others had boarded the train. But Li Chen remained on the platform, waiting quietly. He understood that if he joined them on the train, the Lickers would likely follow, preventing him from completing his final task. Thus, he had to stay behind to cover for the others. Li Chen declared, "Alice, you all go ahead. Many monsters will be arriving shortly, and I will hold them off. Otherwise, you will be caught." The group protested, insisting they would stay and fight alongside him. Before Li Chen could respond, 2 Lickers appeared before him. These grotesque creatures had their brains exposed, crawled on all 4s, and displayed sharp fangs. The people on the train were equally horrified by the sight of the Lickers. Without hesitation, Li Chen raised his Desert Eagle and began firing furiously, while those on the train provided cover for him. Chapter 70, Blood-Soaked Battle. One Licker was struck by the fire from the train, prompting Li Chen to swiftly deliver a finishing shot, claiming the kill. The other Licker, however, began to circle around the concrete pillars at the train station, playing a game of cat and mouse. Suddenly, it lunged from the ceiling, charging directly at Li Chen. Reacting swiftly, Li Chen performed a backward roll, narrowly evading the creature's attack. The Licker now exposed itself, leaving its entire body unprotected. Aware of the adage to seize the moment of weakness, Li Chen raised his Desert Eagle and fired with both hands. Bang, bang, bang. The Licker was struck and dissipated into the air. Ding. 2 Lickers eliminated. The crowd on the train erupted in cheers. However, their celebration was short-lived. Li Chen suddenly sensed 2 even more powerful presences approaching, accompanied by the overwhelming scent of ordinary zombies. Suddenly, the crowd beheld 2 even more colossal and swift Lickers, accompanied by a horde of zombies hastening towards their location. These 2 Lickers, having evidently fed on human flesh, had now evolved into a more formidable form. Li Chen, upon witnessing this, shouted, "Quick, activate the train. You all must leave. I will provide cover." With that, he produced his last explosive grenade and hurled it at one of the Lickers. In an instant, the grenade adhered to the Licker and several zombies, causing the liquor to thrash wildly under the immense gravitational pull. However, just as the grenade was about to detonate, the liquor astonishingly broke free from the attraction. The imminent explosion had dissipated the force just in time, allowing the liquor to seize the moment and leap forward with great vigor. Though it managed to escape, the ensuing explosion severely injured it, leaving it convulsing on the ground. Observing this, Li Chen delivered a finishing shot, decisively claiming the liquor's head and nullifying all its efforts. What did it matter if it evaded the pull? It was still destined to perish. Ding! The task of eliminating 3 liquors had been accomplished. Now, the only objective remaining was to ensure Alice's safety, after which Li Chen would complete all his missions. At that moment, another liquor charged furiously towards Li Chen. He fired several shots, yet the agile creature dodged each one with ease. The mutated liquor's heightened senses and agility had significantly escalated its threat level. Li Chen, realizing the urgency, called out, "Alice, toss me the knife." He sheathed his dual pistols and swiftly drew out the crimson-orange Nepalese military knife from his calf. Responding promptly, Alice threw him the other knife, which he deftly caught mid-air. Now, with his right hand gripping the knife and his left hand in a reverse grip, he assumed the iconic stance of the ghost hunter from the game. Meanwhile, the liquor lunged towards him with ferocity. Li Chen, stealing his resolve, decided to confront it head-on. He took 2 strides forward, leaping into the air, crossing his arms for a powerful strike that was primed and ready. The enhanced liquor extended its massive claws toward Li Chen as they met in midair, the onlookers on the train watching intently. After a brief clash in the air, they both descended. Li Chen faced away from the liquor, and the liquor, likewise, turned its back to him. Moments later, the liquor's brain slowly slid from its head, marking its demise. However, Li Chen glanced down at his abdomen, where a deep wound was oozing blood. He too had sustained an injury. The mutated liquor was not to be underestimated. Although it lay dead, it had left its mark on Li Chen. Fortunately, his superior physique had sustained him. Otherwise, this could have been fatal. Witnessing Li Chen drop to one knee, the crowd felt a surge of anxiety. Alice hurriedly descended from the train, rushing to his side to assess his wounds. With urgency, she inquired, "Alan, how are you?" "Quickly, I will help you onto the train. We must leave together." Alice spoke thus as she attempted to assist Li Chen to his feet. After taking a few deep breaths and feeling slightly better, Li Chen raised his gaze forward. Before him loomed a dense horde of zombies, among which were numerous ordinary lick-eaters. Several mutated lick-eaters were also present, all rushing towards the group. Observing this, Li Chen stood up, forcefully pushed Alice aside, and resolutely declared, "Hurry, get on the train." Alice stumbled back 2 steps from Li Chen's shove. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she looked at him. Yet, upon hearing his firm conviction, she steeled herself, turned her head, and returned to the train. Li Chen turned to see the train gradually pulling away, a heavy weight lifted from his heart, knowing that everyone was safe. At this moment, Li Chen stood on the platform, his dual blades dripping with blood. With unwavering determination, he shouted at the seemingly endless horde of zombies, "Come on, you bastards. Bring it on." He then charged into the throng of zombies, slicing through them and the lick-eaters with ferocity. The onlookers aboard the train fell silent, their spirits dampened as they watched Li Chen engage in a brutal battle. Alice, gazing at his retreating figure, silently shed tears. They all understood that Li Chen's choice to sacrifice himself was to ensure their safe escape, a promise he had made to them. Before long, Li Chen bore numerous wounds, his battle attire tattered and torn, these injuries inflicted by the lick-eaters. The ordinary zombies posed little threat, but even a single man could not withstand such overwhelming odds. At that moment, Li Chen's mind was devoid of thoughts. He was consumed by a singular desire for relentless carnage. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had begun to shimmer with a faint orange hue, radiating a delicate glow. An aura of fiery light encircled his form, and his dual blades appeared enchanted, emanating an orange halo. Li Chen's sole thought was now, kill, 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 as he continued to cleave through the sea of corpses. The ordinary lick-eaters within the horde had become too fearful to advance against him, possessing a measure of intelligence unlike the mindless zombies that craved flesh and blood. Meanwhile, several mutated lick-eaters continued their relentless assault on Li Chen, who had transformed into a figure drenched in blood, unsure whether it was that of the zombies or his own. Just then, a voice echoed in Li Chen's mind from the system. "Ding. Alice has reached a safe location. Congratulations, host. You have completed all tasks. You may choose to return immediately or remain in this world. Rewards for the tasks will be issued upon your return." Do you recall the moment in the fireplace at Nightfall Manor when you awaited the transformation into a ghost hunter? After reading this chapter, please proceed to the supplementary chapter before continuing to Chapter 71. The supplement can be found in the directory. Chapter 71. Return the System's voice jolted Li Chen back to clarity, just as 3 mutated lick-eaters formed a triangular formation, encircling him. It appears that Alice and the others have successfully evacuated, and my mission is complete. Allow me to present you with a grand gift. At this moment, the three mutated leeches observed Li Chen's actions from a distance, none daring to make the first move, resulting in a tense stalemate. Li Chen retrieved the three formidable nitrate weapons that Howard had prepared for him, hanging prominently from his chest. He promptly pressed the activation buttons of the three weapons and discarded them onto the ground. The three mutated leeches sensed the presence of the nitrate weapons, their instincts heightening to an acute sense of danger. Without hesitation, they turned and fled in the opposite direction of the explosives. The other leeches followed suit, all retreating in fear. They were running. They were afraid. The nitrate weapons, now abandoned on the ground, began emitting a series of beeping sounds. Beep, beep, beep. Li Chen watched the leeches escape, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, so you too can feel fear? Run away. If you survive, I shall concede defeat. At that moment, the beeping from the nitrate weapons intensified. Beep, 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 beep. Li Chen closed his eyes and silently intoned, "Return." With the command issued, he vanished from the platform in an instant. Meanwhile, the three nitrate weapons reached their critical threshold. Boom, boom. The entire underground hive was obliterated by the nitrate explosion. On the other side, Alice and her companions had just returned to the surface when they were met with the deafening sound of an explosion from below. Alice hurriedly turned to look, only to witness a massive crater where the underground had once been. Fearing for Li Chen's safety, she could no longer suppress her emotions and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. However, before Alice could mourn for long, the front door of the villa swung open, revealing a group of individuals clad in white protective suits. They entered, swiftly administering tranquilizers to Alice and the others, before transporting them away on gurneys. Meanwhile, within the villa, a full 7 days had elapsed since Li Chen's disappearance, and dusk had settled over Los Angeles. Since Carter's arrival, Howard and Carter had taken turns waiting in the villa for Li Chen's return. At that moment, it was Howard's watch. Noticing that twilight was approaching, he rose from the sofa, ready to partake in dinner. When Li Chen finally opened his eyes again, he found himself within the villa. His mind was clouded, and his body felt utterly drained, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. This was his first experience of such brutal combat. Even his previous encounters with Hydra had not left him in such a dire state. Emerging in the villa, Li Chen strained to call out to Howard, who was departing. Howard. As he uttered the name, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Hearing the voice from behind, Howard quickly turned around, only to find Li Chen, clad in battle gear, lying on the floor. At this moment, Li Chen's protective suit was in tatters, the entire battle attire marred by various cuts and tears, a testament to the fierce battle that had ensued. Howard, upon noticing this, rushed over, lifting Li Chen while shouting, "Alan! Quickly, someone come! Jarvis! Peggy! Alan, how are you? Can you hear me? Alan, don't frighten me." Yet, Li Chen remained deeply unconscious. Upon learning of Li Chen's return, Jarvis and Carter hurriedly arrived at the villa's hall. As they entered simultaneously, Carter was unable to contain her emotions upon witnessing Li Chen's dire condition, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Jarvis, taken aback for a few seconds, quickly regained his composure. "Mr. Stark, let me assess Mr. Dale's current condition," he stated, moving forward to examine him. Carter, having regained her composure, hurried to Li Chen's side. After a brief moment, Jarvis concluded his examination and announced, "Mr. Stark, Miss Carter, you need not worry. Based on my preliminary assessment, Mr. Dale is not in serious trouble. Although his battle suit is severely damaged, there are no wounds on his body. He is merely unconscious. We should take him to the bedroom for proper rest, and then summon some doctors for a thorough examination." Upon hearing this, Howard and Carter, along with Jarvis, promptly transported Li Chen to a bedroom, where Jarvis took charge of dressing him in fresh clothing. Once they exited the room, Howard exclaimed in anger, "How could this happen? Who on earth could have done this to Alan? Let me find out who it is, or I will not let them go unpunished. Jarvis, hurry and call those doctors. I don't care what the situation is. I want them here immediately. I pay them a substantial amount each year, not for them to falter in critical moments." Jarvis, upon hearing this, rushed to make the necessary calls. Carter, standing nearby, remarked, "Fortunately, Alan has returned. Although we are unaware of the circumstances, at least he is back, which is a positive sign." Howard, with a lowered head, replied, "I apologize, Peggy. Alan had previously mentioned he was heading to a very dangerous place. But we didn't want to worry you, so we kept it from you. I am truly sorry." Carter shook her head in response, saying, "It's all right, Howard. This is not the time for such discussions. Let us wait for the doctors to conduct a comprehensive examination of Alan." They then stood by the doorway, awaiting the arrival of the medical team. Before long, Jarvis returned to the villa in a van. Following Howard's instructions, he personally oversaw the doctor's efficiency. Soon, several physicians in white coats emerged from the vehicle, opening the trunk to retrieve various instruments for their work. They proceeded to Li Chen's room, and after a thorough examination, the doctors concluded that Li Chen was not gravely injured. He He had merely exhausted himself to the point of fainting. After the doctor administered a bottle of glucose to Li Chen, he settled into the guest room of the villa, ensuring he was ready to respond to any situation at a moment's notice. Upon learning that Li Chen was truly unharmed, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Subsequently, Howard and Carter headed to the dining room to prepare for dinner, while Jarvis, acting as the butler, typically adjusted his dinner schedule accordingly. Do not underestimate the protagonist. The mutated lickers are formidable adversaries, especially in groups of 3. It is essential to remember that 1 plus 1 does not always equal 2, particularly when one considers the countless ordinary zombies in the mix. Chapter 72, Task Conclusion. Meanwhile, at Kamartaj, Master Ancient One had been preoccupied with training his apprentices over the past few days, neglecting the situation concerning Li Chen. As he found himself with some leisure time, he decided to cast a spell to locate Li Chen. To his astonishment, he was unable to detect any trace of Li Chen's whereabouts. This perplexed the Ancient One. What could be the reason for this? Was his spell ineffective? Thus, the Ancient One repeated the incantation several times, yet the results remained unchanged. The spell itself was flawless, leading him to conclude that Li Chen was not present in any corner of this universe. He had vanished. An entire living being had simply disappeared. The Ancient One proceeded to employ other mystical methods to sense the location of the ring, but again, it eluded him. The ring had vanished as well. This left the Ancient One in a state of bewilderment. Days passed, and he once more cast the spell to probe for Li Chen's presence, and this time, he finally received a response. Li Chen was currently in the villa in Los Angeles. Without a moment's hesitation, the Ancient One opened a portal and transported himself to Howard's villa in Los Angeles. At that moment, Howard and Carter had just taken their seats in the dining room, with Jarvis serving dishes to the two. Suddenly, before them, bursts of orange sparks materialized, and soon formed a circle of orange fire. The Ancient One then stepped through the portal into the villa. Having encountered this spectacle before, the 3 rose to their feet to greet him. The Ancient One smiled upon seeing them and said, "There is no need for such formality. I apologize if I have interrupted your meal. I have come to see Young Chen. May I inquire where he currently is?" After exchanging glances, Howard replied, Supreme Master, Alan is resting in his room. Allow me to escort you there." The Ancient One nodded, and the 3 led him to Li Chen's room. Upon their arrival, they found Li Chen fast asleep, his eyes tightly shut. The Ancient One then performed a spell to conduct a thorough examination of Li Chen, and upon confirming his well-being, he felt reassured. After completing the incantation, the Ancient One clasped his hands behind his back, turned to the 3, and stated, "I have checked. Young Chen is not in any grave danger. He is merely in a state of deep slumber and may awaken at any moment. Please convey to him that he should awaken and visit Kamartaj." Upon uttering these words, the Ancient One turned aside and opened a portal. She then addressed the others, saying, "I sincerely apologize and hope I have not disturbed you." With that, the Ancient One stepped through the portal, returning to Kamartaj, which promptly closed behind her. After her departure, the 3 exchanged glances, eventually returning to the dining room. Howard resumed his seat at the table and remarked, "What on earth has happened to this world? It seems everything changed drastically shortly after I met Alan." Carter added, "This world appears rather complex, but I have a feeling that Alan might hold many answers." Howard concurred, "Indeed, with Alan still in a coma, we can only wait for him to awaken and enlighten us." Thus, Howard and Carter began their dinner. Meanwhile, upon waking, Li Chen found himself enveloped in a void. He immediately recognized this place as the very system space he had encountered before. "System, what is happening?" he inquired. The system responded, "Host, upon your return, you fainted. Your physical body remains in a comatose state, while your consciousness resides in the system space." Li Chen shook his head, reflecting on the past events. He recalled that during his fierce battles with the mutated lickers, his focus had been razor-sharp, pushing him to his limits. Indeed, he had collapsed shortly after returning to the villa. "So, what is the current situation?" he asked. "Also, during the fight, I felt as if I had entered a peculiar state. What was that about?" The system explained, "Each time you traverse back, the system repairs all your injuries and purges any foreign substances you may have carried from other universes. You have now fully recovered with the system's assistance and can return to your physical form at any moment. You currently reside in the system space for task settlement. To facilitate the distribution of rewards." Contemplating the system's words, Li Chen realized, although he possessed the hunter physique rendering him immune to biohazard viruses, the various bloodstains on his clothing still harbored such pathogens. A wave of dread washed over him. If he inadvertently unleashed a zombie apocalypse in the Marvel Universe, it would spell disaster. The system, as always, was considerate. "Truly, you are exceptional," he thought. The system continued. "Another aspect of your current condition stems from your life and death battles in the biohazard world, which unlocked your physical potential, placing you in the Ghost Hunter's hunting state. This state enhances your melee weapon abilities, increases your resilience against blows, and envelopes you in a protective flame. Once activated, this state cannot be re-entered for a period. And its conclusion is accompanied by intense exhaustion. With that, the system conjured a large screen in the void, showcasing Li Chen in the hunting state within the biohazard world. Subsequently, a scene was played, depicting Li Chen unconscious in the villa. In the footage, he noticed himself surrounded by a faint circle of flames, his dual blades emanating an orange glow, and a soft orange hue beginning to manifest in his eyes. Truly spectacular. This was the state of hunting. He had been so engrossed in battle that he had failed to recognize his own transformation. No wonder he had survived the onslaught of 3 mutated lickers and other zombies. The hunting state, coupled with his superior physique, was indeed formidable. However, it came with considerable limitations, such as an extensive cooldown period and the debilitating symptoms that followed its conclusion. Nonetheless, it proved invaluable for preserving his life in dire circumstances. Realizing this, Li Chen promptly stated, "Let us proceed with the task settlement. I am eager to discover what rewards await me." The screen then shifted, displaying the following. 1. Engage and ensure the safety of the protagonist, Alice. Completed. 2. Eliminate 300 zombies. Completed. 3. Destroy 10 zombie dogs. Completed. 4. Vanquish 3 lickers. Completed. Task completion level. Perfect. Epilogue. Carter and Jarvis. Several days had passed since Li Chen traversed into the world of Resident Evil, and after venturing to Los Angeles, he had fallen silent, prompting Carter to sense something amiss. Despite numerous attempts to contact Howard, he remained evasive and unable to articulate a coherent response. Thus, Carter resolutely boarded a flight to Los Angeles, arriving at Howard's villa. Upon seeing Carter at his doorstep, Howard realized he could no longer conceal the truth and thus divulged everything to her. At that moment, he was reassuring Carter within the villa, saying, "Peggy, do not fret too much. You are aware of Alan's capabilities. He is exceptionally skilled. Moreover, I have equipped him with weapons, so he should be fine." Carter, seated on the sofa, lamented, "I know. I simply cannot fathom why you did not inform me of such significant matters." Observing her distress, Jarvis interjected, "Miss Carter, Mr. Dale specifically instructed me to withhold this information to spare you worry. In truth, even if we were to tell you, we would still be left waiting for his return." Indeed, Li Chen had vanished from the villa, and it was universally assumed that his return would also be to the same place. Howard remarked, "Indeed. Alan has been missing for a full 5 days. He should be returning soon." He then suggested, "Jarvis, why don't you accompany Peggy to take her mind off things and procure some supplies? When Alan returns, we can prepare for him properly." Jarvis then drove Carter to gather provisions. During the ride, he said, "Miss Carter, if I may be so bold, you need not feel this way." Taken aback, Carter responded, "What do you mean?" Jarvis continued, "It is Mr. Dale. I can sense your subtle affections for him." With a resigned sigh, Carter replied, "I fail to see how this concerns you, Mr. Jarvis." Jarvis continued candidly, "We all know that Captain Rogers has made the ultimate sacrifice. It is imperative for everyone to look ahead, is it not?" Carter replied, "Mr. Jarvis, I truly do not know what to do. Events have unfolded as they have." Jarvis remarked, "Emotions are beyond anyone's control. The moment I first encountered Anna, my wife, I resolved to spend my life with her. Perhaps, Miss Carter. That is all I can say." At that moment, Carter, her hand resting on her head in distress, responded, "I honestly do not know. Perhaps I still need time." Observing her turmoil, Jarvis pressed the accelerator and drove them to the mall, where they indulged in shopping before returning to the villa. Carter waited in Howard's villa, as everyone sat in quiet anticipation for Li Chen's return. In the original series Agent Carter, the character of Carter is vividly portrayed. Although she is a secret agent, she is also a woman. In that era, women were often undervalued and relied on men, yet every individual possesses desires and emotions. Li Chen had been a constant presence in Carter's life, which is why she harbored a slight affection for him. Rest assured, Carter will ultimately be with Steve. As for this side story, I merely wish to explore the inner workings of Carter's character. Women of that time were often in such predicaments. It is worth mentioning that in the original series' second season, Carter had a flirtatious relationship with a black doctor and subsequently dated Sousa. Therefore, each person experiences emotions and physiological needs. No one is exempt. For instance, Li Chen's previous involvement with a blonde is something you all can comprehend, right? We are all adults here, huh? Those who are underage will understand in a few years. Chapter 73. The lottery draw. Again, Li Chen gazed at the large screen before him, displaying the completion level of his tasks, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. His efforts had not been in vain. The rewards were being calculated and distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 crossing selection card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 crossing companion card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a basic AI template. Ding. You have earned one lottery draw opportunity. The rewards have been fully distributed. Would the host like to proceed with the lottery draw now? Li Chen, reflecting on the single lottery opportunity displayed on the screen, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Such opportunities were indeed rare. After all his hard work, he had only secured this one chance. He recalled his first lottery experience, which was both torturous and exhilarating. Let the draw commence, Li Chen thought, resolving to let go of his expectations. The large screen transformed into a familiar spinning wheel, which then began to whirl frantically. Li Chen closed his eyes and silently prayed, "Grant me something splendid. I beseech you. Dear God, amen, amen, and may the Buddha be merciful." He continued his internal chant until, moments later, the spinning wheel came to a halt, and the system's voice echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Eagle Eye. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the system, Li Chen abruptly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredible. Ha! The heavens have not forsaken me. This ability is truly remarkable. Who doesn't know the signature skill of the great sage, equal to heaven? And now it is mine. Ha ha." Li Chen laughed maniacally within the confines of the system's space, utterly elated by this turn of events. However, the system's voice interjected, somewhat inopportunely. "I advise the host not to rejoice too soon. Beware that excessive joy may lead to sorrow." Still chuckling, Li Chen retorted, "What sorrow could possibly arise? Are you suggesting you might take it back?" The system responded, "You need not worry about that. Since you have drawn it, I certainly will not retract it." However, at this moment, Li Chen's excitement was dampened by the system's words, prompting him to inquire with a frown, "However, what? Speak clearly, you wretched system. You always ruin my good mood. You scoundrel." Unfazed, the system replied, How typical of a mere mortal to be oblivious to the underlying intricacies. It seems you have never read the original Journey to the West, have you? Would you like me to gift you a copy, so that you may study it before conversing with me?" Li Chen, taken aback, hastily asked, "What? What's going on? I have indeed not read the original. I've only watched the television series. What of it? Is there some hidden meaning within?" After uttering this, he noticed the system's silence, which made him feel as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Feigning anguish, Li Chen implored, "System, my dear brother, I beseech you, enlighten me." The system, hearing his earnest plea, leisurely began to explain, "Given your sincerity, I shall graciously impart knowledge unto you. Is your exuberance not due to having drawn the Eye of Insight? Allow me to ask, what functions does the Eye of Insight possess?" Confronted with this question, Li Chen found himself at a loss for words. While the prowess of the Eye of Insight was widely acknowledged, its specific functions had not been thoroughly examined, making it difficult for him to articulate. "Brother, how many years has it been since I last watched Journey to the West? I implore you, do not keep me in suspense. Please, do tell." The system, now impatient, replied, "Very well, I shall divulge this information. The Eye of Insight has three functions. 1. The ability to discern illusions to a limited degree. 2. The ability to see 1,000 miles away. And 3. X-ray vision. But do not rejoice too early, for the Eye of Insight also has significant drawbacks. It causes tears in the wind and is easily affected by smoke. Reflect on the television series you have watched. In my view, the Eye of Insight is rather mediocre." At this revelation, Li Chen's mouth hung agape, as if an egg could fit within. The system's words had truly astonished him. "What? I am aware of its shortcomings, as depicted in the series, but what do you mean by the ability to discern illusions to a limited degree?" The system replied, "Consider this, even Sun Wukong, when encountering monsters, has often misjudged them. Many times, his conclusions were drawn from inference, such as observing the winds and clouds. These were his methods of deduction." The system continued, stating, "In truth, Sun Wukong was born with remarkably powerful eyes. Upon his birth, the golden light emanating from his eyes shot directly into the heavens, reaching the celestial palace. However, what transpired thereafter? After entering the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord Laozi, he could no longer emit the golden radiance, nor could he ascend to the celestial palace. The so-called fiery eyes of insight. Humph, for Sun Wukong, it was merely a case of red-eye affliction, laden with flaws and ultimately of little utility. At the core, he remains a pitiable monkey. Nonetheless, while the fiery eyes of insight may hold little value for Sun Wukong, they are of considerable benefit to you." Li Chen was left in a state of shock by the system's analysis, unable to regain his composure for a long while. He had never encountered such information before. To think there were such hidden truths. Upon hearing the system begin to drop hints, he refrained from shouting. Knowing all too well his lack of education, Li Chen quietly inquired, "But what?" The system continued, "As you are aware, the skills and items produced through the system's lottery have all been modified and enhanced. I certainly cannot allow a skill with such significant flaws to be bestowed upon you directly from the system. Therefore, I have reinforced it. It now possesses no weaknesses. However, as a consequence, the ability of clairvoyance has been sacrificed. In other words, the remaining functions are limited to seeing through illusions and providing X-ray vision, which should suffice for your current needs. Upon hearing this, Li Chen opened the skill introduction panel for the Fiery Eyes of Insight. Fiery Eyes of Insight, enhanced version sacrificing the ability of clairvoyance, the fatal flaw has been rectified. It can now, to a certain extent, pierce through illusions, and is accompanied by X-ray vision. Li Chen remarked, "No wonder you advised me against excessive joy leading to sorrow. After learning the origin of these Fiery Eyes of Insight, I now have a clearer understanding of this skill. I was so preoccupied with joy that I nearly overlooked many details. Alas, regardless, it remains quite potent for me. Please proceed with the loading." The system complied and began the operation. Ding. Loading the skill Fiery Eyes of Insight for the host. As the system's voice faded, Li Chen felt a searing pain begin to radiate from his eyes. Burning. Stinging. It felt as if 1,000 heated needles were simultaneously piercing his eyes. The agony compelled Li Chen to his knees on the pristine white floor of the system's space. He knelt, desperately clutching at his eyes. Li Chen's anguished cries echoed, unaware that the system had quietly uttered a phrase. The immutable law of all things. Your journey is still long. Chapter 74, Li Chen awakens. At this moment, Li Chen remained oblivious to the fact that in his ethereal form, blood was streaming from his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Howard Villa, Li Chen lay in bed, and a faint white mist began to rise from his eye sockets, as if they were boiling, each emitting a wisp of steam. As time progressed, the white mist emanating from his eyes grew denser. However, the room was empty, and had anyone been present, they would surely have been terrified. As the scene returns to the system space, Li Chen has curled himself on the ground, desperately shielding his eyes with both hands, enduring immense pain. His agonizing cries have not ceased, revealing the excruciating torment of his transformation. At this moment, Li Chen feels as if his eyes have been rendered blind, the intense agony compelling him to wail incessantly. Before long, a sudden surge of unbearable pain causes his screams to escalate in volume. Enraged, he mutters, "Damn it, is it just pain? Bring it on." Trembling, Li Chen rises again, fists clenched, shouting furiously into the void. As the agony in his eyes reaches a critical point, his roar peaks as well. Suddenly, the torment dissipates, and his cries abruptly cease. With a deep breath, Li Chen opens his eyes wide, and to his astonishment, 2 beams of radiant golden light burst forth from them, as if they were tangible. Breathing heavily, he blinks rapidly, and his eyes have transformed entirely into a brilliant gold. With each swift blink, the golden glow intensifies. Moments later, Li Chen collapses onto the ground, fully aware of his success. He has persevered. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the skill Fiery Eyes of Insight. Sitting on the ground, Li Chen chuckles wryly. I truly did not anticipate such pain. Damn system. You've tricked me again. The previous full-body transformation was not nearly as painful. The system responds, I would never deceive you. The transformation of your eyes will greatly benefit you in your future endeavors. For instance, should you acquire other ocular techniques, you will be able to integrate them painlessly next time. Of course, if the skill's level surpasses that of Fiery Eyes of Insight, you will need to undergo the integration process anew. Keep in mind, Fiery Eyes of Insight is a skill of the mythic realm, thus there are very few ocular techniques of a higher caliber, so there is no need for concern. Furthermore, the pain you experienced during your prior enhancements was minimal, as it involved improved substances. Upon hearing this, Li Chen understands. Essentially, by enduring this trial, he has laid a solid foundation for the future. Any subsequent ocular enhancements will no longer intimidate him. Taking a deep breath, he states, I comprehend now. You truly have my best interest at heart. That said, I genuinely felt as if I had gone blind just moments ago. Ridiculous. The system replies. Your original mundane eyes were indeed blinded during the enhancement. A skill of the caliber of Fiery Eyes of Insight cannot possibly integrate with your original mundane vision. This is what it means to break through and establish anew. Sacrifice begets gain. This is the price you pay. You have lost your original eyes, but in exchange, you have gained the Fiery Eyes of Insight. Does this not seem reasonable? Li Chen ponders this, but the profound reasoning is not easily grasped. Just then, the system adds, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, your irises are now golden. Do not be startled by your own reflection. If it is too ostentatious for your liking, you may use a disguise mask to alter your appearance. Moreover, although the Eye of Insight currently only possesses a modest ability to pierce through illusions, this does not imply its lack of strength. While it may not reign supreme in the realm of mythology, it certainly holds its own in the Marvel Universe. Upon this revelation, the system produced a mirror and presented it before Li Chen. As he gazed into the mirror, he beheld the transformation of his eyes, which had shifted from their original brown to a resplendent golden hue. At that moment, the golden gleam reflecting in his eyes radiated with both sharpness and finesse, as though dawn and dusk, light and shadow were engaging in a playful dance. Li Chen stroked his chin and exclaimed, "Wow, how stunning. With these golden eyes. I could easily captivate countless maidens. Truly remarkable. The Eye of Insight is incredible. It is indeed a skill worthy of the mythological realm." He continued, "Well, despite the pain, it is undoubtedly worth it. I absolutely adore it." Li Chen epitomized the phrase out of sight, out of mind, as if he had not just endured hardship. Now grinning foolishly in place. Let me explore the other items the system has bestowed upon me, he mused. Crossing Selection Card allows the user to select a specific world for traversal during space crossing. Companion Crossing Card enables the user to designate a target to accompany them during space crossing. Artificial Intelligence Basic Template, a foundational template for artificial intelligence technology, upon which one can refine and create their own unique AI. Indeed, quite impressive. It seems that while traversal may harbor dangers, it also brims with opportunities. Li Chen began to contemplate the skills and items he had acquired from this journey: the Ghost Hunter title, the Eye of Insight, the AI template, the Crossing Selection Card, and the Companion Crossing Card. Truly, it was a bountiful harvest, affirming the adage that effort yields reward. The system echoed his sentiment, stating, "You are correct, host. Without effort, there can be no gain, regardless of the location." Li Chen remarked, "It's about time for me to return. Otherwise, Howard and Peggy will be anxiously waiting." System, initiate return. The system replied, "Understood. Executing command now." Upon reopening his eyes, Li Chen was greeted by the opulent ceiling of the villa. "At last, I am back." He sighed, reflecting on the journey. Just then, Howard entered the room, eager to check on Li Chen. He happened to catch sight of Li Chen's newly opened eyes and rushed forward, warmly inquiring, "Alan, you've awakened? Do you realize what has happened to your eyes?" At that moment, Li Chen's irises glimmered a brilliant gold. Howard approached the bedside and gazed at Li Chen, who shook his head with a smile, replying, "It's nothing. Just a slight change. I have brought you a gift, Howard." With that, Li Chen retrieved the artificial intelligence template from the system's space and extended it to Howard from beneath the covers. Having experienced so much, Li Chen no longer felt the need to conceal the truth. He had been in the Marvel Universe for 4 years, and in the blink of an eye, he was nearing 26. The friends who stood by him during this journey, Howard, Peggy, and others, were of utmost importance to him. Howard's eyes widened as he took the template that Li Chen handed him, inquiring, "What is this?" Simultaneously, he examined the template meticulously in his hands. Li Chen replied, "It is an artificial intelligence template. With a bit of modification, it can transform into genuine artificial intelligence." Upon hearing this, Howard ceased his movements. "What? Artificial intelligence? That is merely a concept at this point," Howard exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Li Chen. "Alan, tell me the truth. Did you acquire this during your recent travels?" Li Chen nodded in response. Seeing Li Chen lying on the bed, tears uncontrollably streamed down Howard's face. "You scoundrel! How could I possibly accept something so precious? You risked your life for this." Li Chen chuckled softly. "Howard, why are you crying? I cannot research this. It is far more fitting for you. Besides, I have returned alive, haven't I?" Howard wiped his tears and grasped Li Chen's hand, declaring, "No more words are needed, Alan. You will always be my dearest brother. I must inform Peggy. You cannot imagine how frantic everyone has been waiting for you." With that, Howard hurried out to share the news of Li Chen's awakening with Carter. After Howard left, Li Chen continued to lie in bed, following his fierce battle in the world of biohazard and the skill fusion in the system space. Although the system had healed his injuries, it had not restored Li Chen's body to its optimal state. He was still fatigued and unable to rise from the bed. Additionally, the regeneration spell had recently been used on Howard and was still on cooldown. Before long, the doors swung open, and Howard, Carter, and Jarvis entered. Gazing at Li Chen with warmth, Jarvis was the first to speak. "My heavens, thank God. Mr. Dale, you have finally awakened." Carter hurried forward, taking Li Chen's hand. "Alan, how are you feeling now?" We rushed over as soon as Howard shared the news. Li Chen smiled at the three of them. "I am fine, just a bit exhausted. There is nothing to worry about." At that moment, Howard inquired, "Alan, what exactly transpired? Can you share it with us?" Li Chen replied, "Well, it is time to enlighten you. This world is far from the tranquil facade it presents. For now, let us set that aside. Recently, I discovered a new ability. I can traverse to other worlds, and this time, I found myself in a different realm." Carter exclaimed, "A different world? Alan, are you joking?" Li Chen shook his head. "Peggy, if you doubt my words, you may ask Howard. I just brought him a gift, though I regret that there is none for you this time." Howard interjected, "Indeed. What Alan gave me is not of this era. Even decades from now, it is unlikely to be produced." Jarvis added, "Good heavens, this is simply unbelievable." Li Chen, "Indeed. After traversing to different worlds, I am tasked with various missions, and upon completion, I am rewarded by the deity. You may interpret deity in this manner. What I just presented to Howard is one of the rewards for this traversal mission. Li Chen continued. Furthermore, I cannot ascertain the time or location of my journeys. I have no other options, and many worlds are fraught with peril. Upon hearing this, Carter inquired, where did you venture this time? Li Chen replied, to a realm teeming with monsters, where a virus has been unleashed, infecting the vast majority of humanity and transforming them into beasts. These creatures attack on sight, and those who are bitten will also succumb to transformation into similar monsters after a period. Among them are even more formidable beings. And animals have also been infected. It is a true apocalypse, where order has completely collapsed. The three were left astounded. Everything Li Chen spoke of was utterly unfathomable. Howard, lowering his head, remarked, how terrifying. I never imagined that apart from our world, there exist others. Meanwhile, Jarvis could not help but ask, Mr. Dale, how many worlds are there in total? Li Chen responded, countless. Some are dangerous, some are not. I have no choice regarding my destination, and at times, I may even have to bring others along. Suddenly, Howard exclaimed, Alan, listen, this secret must not be disclosed to anyone else. Li Chen chuckled, of course. I am not foolish, Howard. Are you not all my dearest friends? What is there to fear? The three were deeply moved by his words, especially Jarvis, who, despite being merely a butler, was regarded as a true friend by Li Chen, which touched him immensely. Howard and Carter then spoke in unison, indeed. We are the best of friends. Li Chen turned to Jarvis with a smile and said, Jarvis, could you please prepare some food for me? I am feeling a bit hungry. Upon hearing this, Jarvis immediately stepped out to prepare lunch for Li Chen. Li Chen then asked the two, how long have I been gone? Howard replied, it has been a full week as of today. Carter suddenly recalled the visit from the Ancient One and said, Alan, while you were unconscious, the Ancient One came to see you. She asked that you visit Kamar Taj once you awaken. What is Kamar Taj? Li Chen explained, that is her sanctum. You may understand it as such. Very well. I shall seek her after I have eaten. Shortly thereafter, Jarvis returned with a bowl of porridge, some vegetables, and meat for Li Chen. In no time, Li Chen finished his meal. Wiping his mouth, he said, thank you, Jarvis. The taste remains exquisite. Hearing Li Chen's praise, Jarvis smiled, stating, it is my honor to prepare lunch for you, Mr. Dale. Once Li Chen finished, the others exited the room, allowing him to rest. Subsequently, Li Chen lay on the bed, reaching for the ring on his left hand while mentally calling out to the Ancient One. Soon, a portal began to open slowly above his bed. Li Chen lowered his head upon hearing the sound, but before he could react, he found himself in a state of free fall. Startled by the sudden teleportation, he closed his eyes tightly, bracing himself for a potentially severe tumble. However, after a brief moment, the anticipated fall did not occur, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was cradled in the arms of the Ancient One, held in a princess carry. It turned out that his nervousness had prevented him from realizing he had been safely caught. Feeling embarrassed, Li Chen stammered, Ancient One? I apologize. I'm feeling a bit faint. The Ancient One chuckled softly, shaking her head, and gently set Li Chen down onto a chair. Chapter 76. The Ancient One's thoughts. The Ancient One then turned her gaze towards Li Chen, who was seated in the chair, and remarked, your eyes are quite remarkable. They must not be of ordinary origin. It seems you have encountered many events during your disappearance, little Chen. As she spoke, she poured a cup of tea and handed it to Li Chen. Hearing her words filled him with a sense of awkwardness. Indeed, those golden eyes were rather conspicuous. Anyone who saw them would surely comment. After taking a sip of tea, he sheepishly replied, it's really nothing special, just a pair of colored contacts. The Ancient One raised an eyebrow at Li Chen's response and said, little Chen, are you jesting with an old woman like me? Colored contacts won't be invented for several decades. Do you take me for someone unworldly? Li Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and he decided to be forthright. All right, Ancient One, I confess, he said, and proceeded to recount the entire saga to her. Upon hearing his tale, the Ancient One was visibly astonished. Other worlds? She exclaimed. Indeed, Li Chen affirmed, and moreover, my abilities may face various limitations after traversing. However, it is evident that the rewards for completing tasks are quite substantial. These eyes are one such reward. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One stood up from her chair and began to pace the room, lost in thought. After a while, she remarked, no wonder I couldn't locate you with my spells before, yet you suddenly reappeared days later. It turns out you were not even in this universe at the time. That explains everything. It's no wonder I couldn't find you. Little Chen, you have undergone significant changes after your journey. Indeed, Li Chen replied. I have only recently discovered this ability, and there are still many uncertainties surrounding it. The Ancient One continued to inquire, little Chen, you mentioned earlier that when you traverse, you can bring others along. Yes, Li Chen confirmed, but it is entirely random. These factors are beyond my control, though sometimes there are exceptions. Intrigued, the Ancient One pressed on, when might those exceptions occur? Li Chen's candor towards the Ancient One stems from her profound respect for the supreme sorceress. The Ancient One has quietly safeguarded the earth for centuries, only to be questioned by her own disciples, ultimately facing a tragic fate, one that she chose herself. Yet, despite this, Li Chen harbors immense admiration for the Ancient One, from her understanding prior to her transmigration. The magic within the Marvel Universe is often accompanied by pain with every spell cast. In stark contrast, the Ancient One endured this torment for centuries solely to protect Earth from external threats. How could such a venerable sorceress not command respect? Contemplating this, Li Chen refrained from answering the Ancient One directly. Instead, she posed an unrelated question. Ancient One, may I ask you something? Is there pain accompanying your magic every time you wield it? Or do you pay a price after casting a spell? Upon hearing Li Chen's inquiry, the Ancient One turned her gaze sharply towards her, feeling a sense of astonishment. With a smile, she refrained from providing a straightforward answer, cryptically responding, Li Chen, it seems you possess some understanding of the magic in this universe. The Ancient One's words neither confirmed nor denied Li Chen's assertions, leaving her feeling increasingly unsettled. Recognizing the burdens the Ancient One had silently borne, Li Chen pressed on, am I correct? Is it truly as I have stated? Observing Li Chen's earnestness, the Ancient One smiled helplessly and replied, my dear Li Chen, some matters inevitably require a sacrifice. At this, Li Chen lowered her head, acknowledging the truth in her own words. The conditions for wielding magic in the Marvel Universe are indeed exceedingly harsh. How much has the Ancient One endured for the sake of the Earth over the years? As the Ancient One gazed at the dejected Li Chen, she felt an indescribable emotion swell within her. It had been so long since anyone had shown such genuine concern for her well-being. She could hardly recall when it last occurred. With a gentle smile, she addressed Li Chen, saying, you are a good child. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I recognized your uniqueness. I also understand that your arrival has significantly altered the predetermined course of our universe. I recall the first time you saw me, you were quite taken aback. Your anxious demeanor back then was truly amusing. As the Ancient One spoke, her smile grew ever more radiant. She continued, to speak candidly, Li Chen, I hope you do not hold it against me. I initially intended to eliminate you as an uncertain variable. Li Chen responded, I can understand, Ancient One. As the Supreme Sorceress, it is only natural that you would approach uncertain factors with caution. The Ancient One chuckled softly and added, when I prepared to act, I found myself unable to do so. As I looked upon you, I realized you were merely an ordinary person, a child in my eyes. At that moment, confronted with you, I truly found it difficult to act. However, as I observed you over time, I gradually discovered that you were indeed a good soul. Your heart is brimming with righteousness, and since your arrival in our universe, you have never committed a single misdeed. Throughout these years, you have tirelessly dedicated yourself to the pursuit of peace in this world. Consequently, I slowly came to accept all of this. Perhaps it is the arrangement of fate. And I wish to see just how far you can go. You have been in our universe for several years now, and during this time, you have transformed significantly. Xiaochun, you have begun to mature, no longer the helpless child you once were. Rest assured, upon your return this time, I shall not observe you as I did before. In truth, what I called observation was more akin to protection. Upon hearing the thoughts of Master Gui, Li Chen found himself momentarily unable to calm his mind, unsure of how to respond. After a while, he gathered his thoughts and said, thank you, Master Gui, for everything you have done for this world, and for me as well. Gui smiled at his words, but remained silent. Li Chen continued, now, allow me to address your previous question. Chapter 77. The Shield Agency. Li Chen composed himself and said, when it comes to traversing to other worlds, I cannot determine the various factors most of the time. However, there are exceptions, such as the use of specific artifacts. For instance, this time I acquired 2 cards, a selection card and a companion card. The selection card allows me to choose one out of 3 worlds to traverse, while the companion card permits me to take someone along with me. Upon hearing this, Gui nodded, understanding the situation. Then, a hint of shyness crept into her demeanor as she inquired, did you just mention you possess a companion card? Following that, she added, Xiaochun, although I have lived for hundreds of years, I have yet to venture into other worlds. You see, Li Chen was taken aback, realizing that Master Gui was seeking a predetermined place for traversal. This left him both amused and exasperated. With this thought in mind, he promptly said, Master Gui, space traversal carries certain risks. I have already mentioned this when I first arrived. Gui chuckled, Xiaochun, I have faced countless dangers throughout my life. For instance, the apocalyptic world you just described is, in my eyes, merely a trivial matter. Li Chen began to ponder. Indeed, Master Gui had protected the Earth for centuries and must have encountered innumerable perils. A mere zombie apocalypse was hardly a significant threat. Resolutely, he declared, very well. Master Gui, if the opportunity arises for the next traversal, I shall bring you along. Hearing Li Chen's words, Master Gu Yi smiled with satisfaction, saying, "That's wonderful. I have lived for so long and have yet to explore other worlds." As Li Chen gazed at the exuberant Master Gu Yi before him, he felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. "You say I resemble a child. Look at you now. You're acting just like one." However, Li Chen soon pondered a question and remarked, "If that is the case, Ancient One, what will happen to Earth's safety if you and I venture into other worlds?" In response, the Ancient One reassured him, "Do not worry. The Earth will continue to spin regardless of who is absent. Even if I depart, there are other sorcerers in Kamartosh. Besides, we are not the only ones safeguarding the Earth." At this juncture, she recalled a one-eyed elder. Li Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing her words. He was concerned that while he and the Ancient One were in other realms, Earth might be left unguarded, allowing all manner of calamities to infiltrate and wreak havoc. That would indeed be a grave loss. Satisfied with Li Chen's response, the Ancient One said, "Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall send you back. Your friends will surely worry if they find you missing." Li Chen drained his teacup and rose, saying, "All right, then please assist me in returning." The Ancient One then conjured a portal beneath Li Chen's feet, and he was instantly engulfed by it. "What the?" Li Chen exclaimed in panic. Meanwhile, in the villa, a figure unexpectedly descended from the ceiling. It was Li Chen. "Ah!" The sound of a thud resonated within the room as he landed back onto the bed. That familiar sensation of falling. "Ugh, how irritating," he grumbled, rubbing his head. In the days that followed, Li Chen recuperated in the villa, gradually regaining his strength and returning to full health. One afternoon, he strolled to the villa's swimming pool and stretched lazily, preparing to dive in for a swim when he spotted Howard arriving. Noticing him, Li Chen inquired, "Hey, Howard. How is the research on artificial intelligence progressing?" Without delay, Li Chen plunged into the pool, swimming with abandon. Howard, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "There has been no progress at all. Perhaps the technology of this era is simply too primitive. However, we have made groundbreaking advancements in hovercars." Howard then joined Li Chen in the pool, and after a few laps, Li Chen leaned against the wall, gazing up at the azure sky, and mused, "Howard, the life of the wealthy is truly splendid. I hardly wish to return to the Strategic Scientific Reserve." Howard swam over and said, "Ha, of course. Why else would I strive so hard to transcend social classes? I come from an ordinary family myself." He continued, "If you wish to avoid returning to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, that is quite simple. It is on the verge of retirement." Li Chen, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean? Retirement? I was unaware of this." Howard climbed out of the pool, explaining, "Did I not mention it before? We are to establish a new department. If all goes as planned, the Strategic Scientific Reserve will be replaced by our new entity." Suddenly, it dawned on Li Chen. Ah, indeed. During his time in the Arctic Ocean, Howard indeed called himself to discuss this matter, though it had long been forgotten by Li Chen. Li Chen inquired, "What is that department again? The one related to Homeland?" Howard took a sip of his drink and replied, "It is the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support." So, it turns out that the establishment of the SHIELD Bureau was indeed set for 1947, while the agency itself was officially founded in 1949. In this light, it certainly seems plausible. Li Chen then remarked, "Howard, may I ask who on earth came up with such a cumbersome name? Could it be any more convoluted?" Before Howard could respond, Carter arrived at the pool, initially intending to invite the two for lunch, but upon hearing Li Chen's comment, he interjected, "Alan. As far as I know, the name was designated according to the department's relevant functions, not by an individual." Li Chen responded, "Then allow me to propose an alternative name, the SHIELD Bureau. Simple and straightforward." Both Howard and Carter felt this was a splendid suggestion. Howard agreed, "Indeed. That name is quite appealing, but we don't hold the authority to decide." Perplexed, Li Chen asked, "If we have no authority, then who does?" Carter replied, "That would be Colonel Phillips. You know how significant his influence is." Li Chen sighed in relief, thinking, "I was worried it might be someone else. Phew. It's just Colonel Phillips. This should be manageable." He then declared, "No worries. I'll find some time to visit him and ensure this matter is resolved." Hee. At this point, Li Chen reminisced about his parents from before his journey. Regrettably, he was unaware of their current status. Colonel Phillips had always treated Li Chen well, and having such a figure watching over him in an unfamiliar world brought him considerable comfort. Chapter 78. Another journey into the world. After resting for a few days in Los Angeles, Li Chen returned to the Strategic Scientific Corps with Carter. There was no way he could continue to be idle. It was time to rally himself. Upon returning to New York, Li Chen found an opportunity to visit Colonel Phillips. Knock, knock, knock. Li Chen stood outside the door and rapped gently. Moments later, Phillips' voice came from within. "Enter." Upon opening the door, Li Chen stepped into Colonel Phillips' office. "Hey, Colonel Phillips, how have you been? It's been a while since we last met." Phillips, seated behind his desk, looked at Li Chen and remarked, "Is that you, Alan? What brings you here? Do you have time for a visit?" "HM, is this a gift for me?" Li Chen smiled and replied, "Indeed, I brought you some fresh fruit I picked up along the way." He placed the fruit on Phillips's desk and settled onto the sofa. After sitting down, he cheekily added, "What else would I come here for, if not to pay my respects to you? How have you been lately?" Phillips let out a cold snort. "I'm in excellent health, so spare me the pleasantries. What do you actually want from me?" "Certainly. If you wish to visit Greenland in the Arctic, I must discourage you from entertaining such thoughts." Li Chen chuckled at the remark, responding, "What would I do there? I'm not a polar bear. That place is frigid. After a year, I would have had my fill." Colonel Phillips, taken aback by Li Chen's words, inquired, "Oh, I assumed you were still intent on searching for Steve Rogers. If that is not the case, what brings you here?" Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing of great importance. We are currently planning to establish a new department, and I have a suggestion to offer." Colonel Phillips acknowledged, "Indeed. We are in the process of forming the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. What proposal do you have?" Li Chen replied with a hint of exasperation, "Colonel, do you not find that name rather convoluted? My suggestion pertains to the nomenclature. In my opinion, how about we call it S-H-I-E-L-D? It's succinct and straightforward." Colonel Phillips considered this and remarked, "I will take that into account. S-H-I-E-L-D. This seemed rather appealing." With Phillips' response, Li Chen's face broke into a broad smile, relieved to no longer have to utter the cumbersome name. Colonel Phillips then added, "Alan, I must say, it feels as though you have undergone a significant transformation in these past few years. You seem akin to a hunter. My military instinct tells me so." Li Chen laughed. "Oh, one inevitably makes progress. I train diligently every day, and of course, I grow stronger. It's a mere trifle." At that moment, he thought to himself how fortunate he was to have maintained his disguise during recent outings. He had transformed his golden eyes back to their previous brown hue. Otherwise, Colonel Phillips would surely have been startled by the sight. Observing Li Chen's playful demeanor, Colonel Phillips said, "Alan, you handled that matter quite well. Keep up the good work." Li Chen, puzzled, asked what matter. Phillips replied, "The case of Howard's stolen weapons. You have no idea the magnitude of its impact, yet you resolved it adeptly." Feeling a bit bashful at the praise, Li Chen responded, "Oh, that? It was the least I could do. Howard is a dear friend, and it is only right that I assist him." Colonel Phillips gazed at the somewhat elated Li Chen and continued, "Do you have any further business? If not, I suggest you return to your responsibilities. You scoundrel, if I recall correctly, today is a work day, yet here you are, swaggering into my office while I have not had a moment's rest." Li Chen chuckled awkwardly, "Ah, ha ha, then I shall take my leave, Colonel Phillips. Please remember to take care of your health." With that, he swiftly exited the colonel's office. Colonel Phillips shook his head in resignation, muttering, "That rascal." As Li Chen stepped out of Colonel Phillips' office, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and gazed up at the cerulean sky above. Colonel Phillips did not refuse the request put forth by Li Chen, who, in turn, experienced a long-lost sense of paternal affection in his presence. Reminiscing about his own parents, Li Chen gazed at the sky and softly murmured, "Father, Mother, I hope you are both well." Following this, he returned to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, resuming his leisurely days. A year passed in this manner, leading to 1948, where Li Chen, now 27, had spent a full 5 years in the Marvel Universe. At this moment, he sat at his desk in the Strategic Scientific Reserve, perusing various documents. Over the year, he had gradually acclimated to the routine of desk work. With the world now at peace, there were few instances requiring his direct intervention. Throughout this year, the system had not provided any items or skills, nor had it initiated any new traversal plans. As the days went by, that evening, Li Chen had arranged to meet Carter at a restaurant for a small gathering. After work, the two arrived at the eatery. Li Chen was the first to inquire, "Why have we heard nothing about the formation of S-H-I-E-L-D lately?" Carter replied, "It seems there are issues with funding. I'm not entirely sure. The current economic situation is quite dire." Li Chen awkwardly remarked, "I see. In any case, I have no money. My monthly salary is barely sufficient for my expenses." The $9,500 from the system's space had long been spent, and now Li Chen could only manage to save a small amount each month. At that moment, after a year of silence, the system abruptly resonated in Li Chen's mind. Ding. "Attention. Attention. Please take note. Host. In 2 days, spatial traversal will occur once again. Please prepare to select a world for traversal in your mind." Li Chen's heart surged with excitement. He would finally have the opportunity to explore another world. Sitting in the office day after day was becoming monotonous. He immediately focused on the 3 worlds presented in his mind: Squid Game, Korean drama; Gambling Apocalypse, film; and Kakagurui, Japanese drama. "My goodness, I've discovered a common trait among these 3 worlds," Li Chen exclaimed inwardly, astonished. "That is, they all involve vast sums of money. System, you truly are like a worm in my belly. Speak. Are you secretly prying into my thoughts every day? Li Chen scolded in his mind. The system, unfazed, responded. You are overthinking it. I am merely a system, not a voyeur. The worlds for traversal are randomly selected. This is purely your luck. Now, let us dispense with the small talk. Would you like to use a traversal selection card or a traversal companion card for this journey? Upon hearing the system's words, Li Chen calmly contemplated. These three worlds, in truth, did not present significant danger. For instance, Kakagurui and Gambling Apocalypse primarily tested one's courage. Upon reflection, Li Chen was reminded of Yumiko Jabami from Kakagurui, a striking beauty with long, alluring legs clad in black stockings. This thought ignited a resolute determination within him. Should he traverse into that realm, he would undoubtedly strive to bring glory to his country. The Gambling Apocalypse series, while entertaining, often culminates in the protagonist's utter ruin, leaving them destitute and exploited, truly a case of misfortune incarnate. In contrast, the Squid Game offers a modicum of peril. There was no need for self-selection, and certainly no requirement to include the Ancient One. What purpose would it serve to bring her along? To gamble? Ridiculous. With this in mind, Li Chen made a firm decision. He would refrain from using any tools and opt for a direct draw instead. The system responded promptly, understood, commencing the draw for the host. Before long, a slot machine materialized before him, the three worlds spinning wildly within. Moments later, the machine came to a halt. Ding. The world has been confirmed. Squid Game. Now confirming the accompanying personnel for this traversal. Howard Stark. The journey will commence in 2 days. Please prepare accordingly. Ding. Attention. All weapons and tools are strictly prohibited for this traversal. Please take heed. Li Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Squid Game. With Howard. What on earth is happening? Frustrated, he exclaimed, System, are you not aware that only one person can survive in the Squid Game? Are you trying to endanger Howard? The system replied, unperturbed. That is your concern. I am merely responsible for the draw. Please await the traversal in 2 days. With that, the system fell silent, ignoring Li Chen's desperate calls. At that moment, Carter, seated across from Li Chen, noticed his agitation. Li Chen, gripping a fork with heavy breaths, glared at the food before him. Sensing something amiss, Carter gently nudged him, asking, Ellen? What's wrong? After a couple of nudges, Li Chen snapped back to reality, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, Peggy. Something grave has occurred. He hastily set down his utensils, snatched his coat, and rushed towards the vehicle outside. Carter hurriedly followed, asking as they settled into the car. What is going on, Ellen? What happened? Take your time. Li Chen started the engine and sped away, declaring, in 2 days, I will undertake my second traversal. And this time, I must bring Howard along. Damn it. Unable to contain himself, he let slip a curse. Carter, taken aback, responded, Howard is going too? Where exactly are you going? Is it dangerous? Li Chen replied, From what I gather, the defining trait of this world is that only one person can emerge alive. Instantly, Carter comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a monumental crisis. Subsequently, the two hurriedly made their way to the airport, bound for Los Angeles. They journeyed through the starry night directly to Howard's villa. Early the next morning, upon their arrival in Los Angeles, they hailed a taxi and swiftly proceeded to Howard's abode. Soon, they found themselves at the entrance of the villa, where Li Chen, with a furrowed brow, pressed the doorbell. In a short while, the villa's door swung open, revealing Howard, sporting a small mustache. Overjoyed by their unexpected visit, Howard exclaimed, What brings you here without notice? Come in and make yourselves comfortable. The trio then settled into the living room, taking their places on the sofa. Howard, with a cheeky grin, initiated the conversation. Haha, what brings you to my humble abode? Just as Howard finished speaking, a blonde beauty descended from upstairs, clearly indicating that Howard had entertained a guest the previous night. With an awkward chuckle, Howard remarked, Oh, it's nothing. Heh, just a girl I recently met. Li Chen, observing Howard's flamboyant demeanor, felt his initial urgency dissipate. After a brief interlude on the sofa, during which Li Chen and Carter exchanged glances, Howard returned to join them after bidding farewell to the girl. Li Chen, no longer in a hurry, languidly inquired, Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? Howard, taking a sip of his drink, replied, Naturally. I would like to hear the good news. I am not fond of bad tidings. Let the unpleasant news wait. After a brief exchange of looks, Li Chen and Carter decided to reveal the news. Well, I must tell you that in 2 days, I will embark on my second journey through dimensions. And you are to accompany me, meaning you will venture into another world with me. Upon hearing this, Howard leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, No way. Is this for real? This is exhilarating. Off to another world. Li Chen, observing Howard's exuberance, responded with a hint of resignation, Indeed, you are my companion this time, and rest assured. This world does not pose significant dangers. In fact, there is a chance to earn a considerable fortune. Howard erupted in laughter. Money? We can win money. Fantastic, oh yes. Li Chen continued. However, the bad news is that, as I understand it, upon entering that world, We will have to participate in a game where typically only one person emerges alive in the end. The sole survivor will claim a substantial prize. Howard, who had been jubilant until that moment, suddenly wilted upon hearing Li Chen's words. Alarmed, he stammered. What? Such a thing exists? What are we to do? Alan, I do not wish to die. Can I decline to participate? Li Chen, closing his eyes in exasperation while rubbing his temples, replied. I am uncertain about what to do either. I certainly will not allow you to perish. I will find a way, so do not worry. As for your desire not to go, I fear that may not be possible. But fret not, Howard, let us consider it merely a game. Chapter 80. Arrival in Korea. Li Chen continued. Do not overthink it, Howard. Setting aside reality, I believe you are remarkably fortunate. Just consider, Delta belongs to you. And you were the first to journey through dimensions with me. It must be said that Howard is indeed impressive. He was the first to possess a unique artifact. And he was also the first to traverse alongside Li Chen. The fortune of Iron Man is truly formidable. Upon hearing this, Howard lamented, I must be incredibly fortunate. He then quickly added, I need to prepare some weapons. When the time comes, anyone who dares to provoke us will be sent flying. After declaring this, Howard made his way toward the laboratory, but Li Chen hurriedly stopped him, saying, This journey is different from the last. We cannot bring anything from our world, including weapons. Hearing this, Howard plopped down onto the sofa and asked, What shall we do then? Li Chen, feeling a bit guilty since his system had involved Howard, replied, We can only await the journey in 2 days. There is no other option. Seeing Howard's forlorn expression, Li Chen placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, Don't be disheartened, my friend. We are about to embark on an adventure in another world. Lift your spirits, consider it a journey. Rest assured. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you. Initially downcast, Howard quickly regained his composure upon hearing Li Chen's earnest promise and optimistically declared, No, Alan. Do not speak such words. Neither of us will perish. We are returning together. You are right. Ha. Others would likely envy our opportunity. What do I have to fear? I am a genius. I am Howard Stark. Oh yeah. Li Chen was momentarily taken aback by Howard's swift transformation in spirit. Indeed, a person who could rise from nothing to become a prominent arms dealer is certainly no ordinary individual. Once Howard had adjusted his mindset, he shouted, J-A-R-V-I-S. Prepare the most splendid attire and watch for me. I shall lead the charge myself. Carter, observing Howard's acceptance, expressed her concern. Alan, you both won't encounter any trouble, will you? When you returned last time, you were barely alive. Do you know that? After J-A-R-V-I-S changed out your combat suit, we all saw the countless scratches on it. It was terrifying. Li Chen smiled and reassured her, It's all right. This world is not as perilous as the last. You can rest easy. We will return safely. He then glanced at Howard and whispered, I will protect him with my life. Carter, still worried, said, Please take care of yourselves. Li Chen smiled, Do not worry. 2 days later, in Howard's villa, the two stood in the center of the hall, with Carter and J-A-R-V-I-S watching them anxiously. Howard, dressed resplendently and meticulously groomed, nervously remarked, Phew. I'm actually a bit anxious. Li Chen reassured him, Feeling nervous is normal, don't worry. Ding. The countdown for the traversal begins. 3, 2, 1. Initiating spatial traversal. Suddenly, the two in the hall were enveloped in a beam of white light. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Jarvis urgently exclaimed, Mr. Stark, Mr. Dale, please return safely. Howard chuckled, raised his thumb in a gesture of encouragement, and soon thereafter, the two vanished from the villa. In the next moment, they found themselves within a pristine, ethereal space. As Howard opened his eyes, he began to survey his surroundings and inquired of Li Chen, Where are we? Alan, have we arrived? Li Chen replied, Not quite. This is merely a transit station. You may understand it as a place where we will receive our tasks and other directives. Shortly thereafter, the two were greeted by the voice of the system, calculating prior to spatial traversal. Curious, Howard gazed around, while Li Chen suddenly heard the system's voice echo in his mind. Calculation complete. Disabling items, all except the disguise mask, are disabled. Disabling skills, regenerative healing and top-tier physical constitution downgraded to advanced physical constitution. After delivering this information, the system continued. Task announcement. 1. Participate in the Squid Game. 2. Survive until the end. Note: this mission is mandatory and must be undertaken. This implied that failure to complete the task would prevent their return to the Marvel Universe. Successful completion of the task could trigger random rewards, while failure bore no penalties, except, of course, for the grim fate of death. As they regarded the task panel before them, Howard remarked, The Squid Game? What on earth is that? I rarely consume seafood. No sooner had Howard spoken than the system chimed, ding. Detecting that Howard Stark is in possession of weaponry, confiscating items, Li Chen then observed a small object slowly drifting from Howard's concealed pocket, an item reminiscent of a cigarette. Surprised, Li Chen queried, "What is this?" Realizing his secret had been laid bare, Howard sheepishly replied, "Just a little trinket. I didn't expect it to be discovered." The system then announced, commencing teleportation, "Confiscated items will be returned upon your return." In an instant, both felt a dizzying sensation before losing consciousness. When they opened their eyes once more, they found themselves on the bustling streets of South Korea, surrounded by an array of Hangul characters. Howard tapped his head in bewilderment, gazing around and exclaiming, "Is this Korea? Have we completed our traversal?" "Indeed," Li Chen affirmed, "we have arrived in Korea of another world." The system then communicated within Li Chen's mind, loading Korean language proficiency for Howard Stark and the host. Initially bewildered by the unfamiliar environment, Howard blinked rapidly and suddenly proclaimed, "Alan, I realize I can understand these characters." "Indeed," Li Chen responded, "I can too. This is the advantage of traversing to another world. Abundant rewards await." Howard burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh? I never imagined learning a language could be so effortless. How delightful to grasp it so swiftly." At this moment, Howard was laughing heartily, while the system announced, "Identity information has been arranged for the host and Howard Stark, along with a small amount of cash, which has been placed in each of their pockets." Li Chen, upon hearing this, reached into his pocket and indeed found an identification card in 50,001. Chapter 81. Encountering the protagonist, the identification card bore the name Kang Eunjun, gender, male, ID number 123456789. Li Chen turned to Howard and said, "Howard, check your pocket to see if you have something." Howard, upon hearing this, rummaged through his pocket and, to his surprise, found an identification card in 50,001 as well. Name, Han Tianzong, gender, male, ID number 9876544321. Upon seeing the photograph on the identification card, Howard exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, is that me? Han Tianzong? What on earth?" Li Chen explained, "This is our identity information in this world, along with some money." Together, they possessed a total of 100,001, equivalent to nearly $600. The system had designated Howard as Li Chen's foreign cousin, who had recently acquired South Korean nationality with Li Chen's assistance. Howard gazed at the identification card in amazement, exclaiming, "This is truly astonishing." The two then began to walk and converse. Howard initiated the dialogue, saying, "Alan, this place is nothing like our era. Everything seems so advanced here. Look at the cars on the road, the shops outside. None of this resembles what we have." Li Chen replied, "Of course, this is the year 2021, right? I'm not entirely sure. Let's head to a convenience store for a bite." Howard, taken aback, exclaimed, 2021? 73 years later? This is insane. Back in our time, it was just 1948. They then entered a convenience store. Howard, marveling at the diverse array of products, couldn't stop chattering, attracting the bewildered gaze of the store clerk. After perusing the store, they each purchased a bento and a drink, subsequently settling down at a window seat to eat. Li Chen gazed out at the scenery, becoming entranced, as it had been years since he had witnessed the sights of this era. Noticing Li Chen's distraction, Howard asked, "Alan, what are you looking at?" Li Chen snapped back to reality and replied, "Nothing, just admiring the view." Howard chuckled and said, "Do you know what I see?" Li Chen, puzzled, inquired, "What do you see?" Howard crossed his arms and declared, "It's money, a vast amount of wealth. The products of this era far surpass those of our time. Just look at the variety of items in this store. They are things we don't have back home. If I could take these items back with me, I would make a fortune." Li Chen was taken aback by Howard's insight. Truly, the commercial genius of Howard was evident, while Li Chen saw merely the scenery. Howard perceived countless business opportunities. This exemplified the distinction between individuals, the difference between a commercial prodigy and a reclusive man. Howard gazed at the astonished Li Chen and continued, "However, I have no interest in such trivial matters. How much can one earn from these baubles? Compared to arms, they are utterly insignificant." With a dismissive glance out the window, Howard's disdain was palpable. Li Chen, internally shaken by Howard's words, couldn't help but admire him, despite recognizing the business opportunities. Howard exhibited a disinterest so profound that he deemed them beneath him. Indeed, the most lucrative industries in the world are but three: energy, arms, and luxury goods. In the future, Stark Industries would dominate in two of these sectors, consistently leading the way. At present, Howard's arms industry stood as the unequivocal leader. Not to mention Tony's forthcoming ventures in energy. No wonder he was the wealthiest man in the world. Who else could it be? With a hint of resignation, Li Chen replied, "Howard, I lack your brilliant mind. I am quite impoverished." Howard, with a scoff, retorted, "What does money matter? I can earn as much as I desire. Rest assured, Alan. What is mine is also yours. After all, you are my dear friend." Li Chen was nearly moved to tears by Howard's words, akin to the world's richest man declaring, "Friend, everything I possess is yours. Do you understand that feeling?" Howard then inquired, "Alan, You mentioned a bonus. How much was it? After pondering for a moment, Li Chen responded, it amounts to 456 billion Korean won, which converts to approximately $38 million. Exchange rates as of now. Howard's interest was piqued. After all, in 1948. That sum was considerable. He remarked, oh, that's not insignificant, though not excessive, fairly standard, I would say. As Li Chen looked at Howard, he felt utterly inadequate. He had never encountered such wealth. To Howard, however, it was but a trifling sum. This clearly illustrated the immense profitability of the arms industry, prompting Li Chen to contemplate stepping into that realm himself. Their conversation caught the attention of the store clerks and other patrons, who stared at the pair in disbelief. Unperturbed. After finishing their meal, Howard queried, Alan, what should we do next? Li Chen began to reflect. In the original narrative, the protagonist encounters a figure at a subway station who distributes cards for a squid game. However, he couldn't recall which subway station it was. Thus, their only course of action was to locate Ching Chi-Xuan, the protagonist, and follow him into the squid game. But where could they find Ching Chi-Xuan? Just as Li Chen found himself at a loss, a sudden melody began to resonate in their minds. The system had been activated. Ding. Initiating for Howard Stark and the host. Soon, the two heard the music, a renowned tune of this world, akin to a cheerful children's song, yet with an undercurrent of eeriness. Such a joyful melody heralded the beginning of slaughter. Upon hearing the music, Howard panicked and urgently questioned Li Chen, who, placing a finger to his lips, signaled for Howard to be silent. As Li Chen beheld Ching Chi-Xuan, he stood merely 20 meters away on the bustling street. Under Li Chen's gaze, Ching Chi-Xuan entered a bank's automated withdrawal area accompanied by another individual. Howard, too, noticed the person Li Chen was observing but refrained from speaking. As Ching Chi-Xuan stepped into the bank, the music that had played for 2 minutes and 31 seconds in his mind concluded. Li Chen then slowly uttered, let us proceed. Howard, our mission has commenced. Once they reached the street, Li Chen remarked, did you see the man wearing a duckbill cap? Indeed, I did. What of it? Howard replied. Li Chen responded, he is the pivotal figure in our undertaking. By following him, we can advance to the next phase of our mission. He continued, Howard, how did you find the music just now? Howard responded, it was pleasant and quite cheerful, yet it evoked an indescribable feeling that eludes me. Gazing ahead, Li Chen solemnly declared, such is the nature of this world. It is one of slaughter. Chapter 82. Safeguarding the kidney. Subsequently, the two men took refuge in a corner, silently observing the duo within the automated withdrawal area. To Li Chen, the fates of those in this squid game were inconsequential. They were destined for demise. Yet, amidst the entire narrative, one individual ought not to have perished, but did, the diligent young man from Pakistan, who, despite his earnest efforts, fell victim to a heartless employer. He saved countless lives, only to be deceived by xianxia, continuing to call out for his brother Xianyo until his last moments, lamenting that he too had a family. Li Chen then resolved to rescue this Pakistani youth, for he truly did not deserve to die. In truth, even the protagonist Ching Chi-Xuan elicited little sympathy from Li Chen. Had he not perished in the squid game, his organs would surely have been harvested due to overwhelming debt. A gambling addict drowning in financial obligations, who remained dependent on his family. Why should he be saved? Li Chen and Howard stood by the roadside, observing Ching Chi-Xuan within the automated withdrawal area, where he appeared first exasperated and then elated. Ultimately, he jubilantly leaped in joy, having successfully guessed his elderly mother's bank card password. Before long, the two men exited the automated withdrawal area, prompting Li Chen and Howard to hastily follow suit. Ching Chi-Xuan, along with another man, then entered a horse racing gambling establishment. Resuming his gambling, Li Chen and Howard, witnessing this, followed them inside. As they crossed the threshold, they were immediately enveloped by a thick cloud of smoke, which overwhelmed both Howard and Li Chen. Howard pinched his nose and waved his hand in front of him. Though Li Chen was also a smoker, he found the smoke stifling and quickly made his way to the window, opening it for a breath of fresh air. At that moment, Li Chen and Howard turned their attention to the raucous crowd within, where Ching Chi-Xuan was at the forefront, vociferously cheering. Yet, the outcome was all too evident. Ching Chi-Xuan suffered a devastating loss. Observing this, Howard chuckled. Horse racing, huh? I dabble in that occasionally. What do you say, Alan? Care to join in a round? Li Chen pulled out the scant Korean won from his pocket and inquired, are you certain? If we lose, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Howard chuckled at this. I've wagered on many races before. Rest assured, victory is ours. Doubling our funds would be quite splendid, wouldn't it? Just as Li Chen was about to hand over the money, he suddenly recalled that the horse named Ching Chi-Xuan had won a substantial amount in the second race. It seemed he had bet on either number 6 or 8. Thus, Li Chen promptly said to Howard, let us bet on number 6 or 8. We are bound to win. Hand me the money. I shall purchase the ticket. Upon hearing this, Howard handed the money to Li Chen, and the next round of horse betting commenced. Li Chen stood in line behind Ching Chi-Xuan, who wore a troubled expression as he pondered. Ultimately, he marked number 6 on his ticket. Witnessing this, Li Chen decided to go all in on number 6 as well. He then returned to the hall to watch the live broadcast on television. As fate would have it, number 6 surged past number 8 to clinch victory. In an instant, Li Chen and Howard witnessed their fortunes multiply 100-fold. 90,000 Korean won transformed into 9 million. That amounted to $480,000. It was no wonder so many were drawn to gambling, risking everything they had. After all, the odds were heavily against them. Why else would Ching Jixuan be in such debt, ultimately facing dire consequences? Gambling truly is a perilous vice. After collecting their winnings, Li Chen and Howard followed Ching Jixuan out of the racetrack, where they found him on the phone with his daughter, exuberantly boasting. Li Chen turned to Howard and asked, "What kind of man do you think this is?" No sooner had Li Chen spoken than they heard voices calling out Ching Jixuan's name from both sides of the street. His creditors had come to confront him. Upon seeing this, Ching Jixuan abruptly ended the call and bolted. Li Chen and Howard hurriedly followed. However, just as they reached the hall, they witnessed Ching Jixuan collide with a girl. After hurriedly apologizing, he attempted to flee again, but was quickly cornered by his pursuers and dragged away to the restroom. Li Chen halted his steps, feeling a strange calm wash over him as he understood the situation had escalated. Standing in the hall with Howard, as Howard began to speak, Li Chen approached the girl and blocked her path. He calmly stated, "Hand over the money." Yet, the girl feigned ignorance, attempting to evade him. Enraged by her audacity, Li Chen seized her and executed a shoulder throw, sending her crashing to the ground. The impact caused her to wince in pain. Li Chen then crouched down and retrieved Ching Jixuan's money from her pocket. Rising to his feet, he declared, "This time, I shall let you off easy. Next time, I will not hesitate to call the authorities." With that, he dismissed her. The girl, casting a silent glance at Li Chen, hurriedly fled. As he watched her retreating figure, Li Chen murmured to himself, "With hands and feet, there are countless honorable pursuits. Why resort to theft?" Upon witnessing the scene, Howard approached and inquired. Upon learning that the girl he had just encountered was a thief, he felt a sense of relief. For one must understand that Li Chen had never laid a hand on a woman. Subsequently, the two made their way to the restroom, where they found Ching Jixuan sitting disconsolately on the ground, leaning against the two urinals, in a most pitiable state. The debt collectors, noticing their entrance, shouted, "Hey, someone's in here. No unauthorized persons allowed." Li Chen disdainfully retorted, "What? Is this restroom yours? I can enter whenever I wish without your permission." Seeing that Li Chen was a tough adversary, several debt collectors charged at him, but Li Chen promptly dispatched one with a swift kick. Then came a punch and another kick, swiftly neutralizing the gang members in the restroom. Howard, standing behind Li Chen, cheered enthusiastically. "Yes, just like that. Straight punches. Uppercuts. Haha." After a brief while, the restroom was devoid of anyone standing except for Li Chen and Howard. Li Chen, witnessing the aftermath, bellowed, "You dare lay a hand on me without even inquiring who I am? How audacious." His fierce presence intimidated the remaining gang members on the restroom floor. At that moment, Howard picked up a black folder from the ground, opened it, and discovered it contained a document titled Body Renunciation Guarantee. Li Chen leaned in to examine it alongside Howard. Howard, glancing at Ching Jixuan, remarked, "Wow, they require a kidney and an eye from you." At that moment, Li Chen comprehended the gravity of the situation. The document revealed that Ching Jixuan owed them 70 million Korean won, equivalent to $300,000, hence the demand for his kidney and an eye. Li Chen, incensed, shouted, "Hey, Ching Jixuan, how much do you actually owe them?" Ching Jixuan, cowering between the urinals, replied, "Oh, not much, not much. I owe them 20 million Korean won." Li Chen smirked and continued, "Is that so? This document states 70 million, not 20. Ching Jixuan, filled with trepidation, looked at the debt collectors and exclaimed, "Usury, how could you impose such exorbitant interest?" Indeed, what began as a debt of 100,000 had tripled in mere days, not including interest. For an ordinary person, such a predicament could lead to a lifetime of despair. In a fit of rage, Li Chen delivered another kick to the leader of the gang on the floor, shouting, "Damn it, are you a harbinger of death? I hereby declare the debt between you and Ching Jixuan null and void." The gang leader, lying on the ground, protested, "On what grounds? Even if you waive the interest, the principal must still be repaid." Howard, witnessing this, stepped forward and stomped on him twice, silencing him once more. Li Chen then calmly stated, "You are correct that the principal must be repaid, and I am a reasonable individual. However, do you know how much I charge for my services? Therefore, consider your principal as payment for me and this handsome gentleman beside me. Just a token of appreciation for our efforts, understand?" At this point, Li Chen's fury surged once more. This gang had undoubtedly harmed countless individuals. Thus, he dealt each remaining gang member a resounding slap. Howard, witnessing the scene, could hardly contain his amusement and remarked, "Ah, indeed. Do you have any idea how expensive my shoes are? Being stepped on by them is truly your fortune. You rascal, At this moment, the gang leader comprehended that the two individuals before him were not here to reason. No, it seemed he had treated Cheng Qixuan in the same manner not long ago. What a fitting retribution. The gang leader silently raised both hands and implored, "Brother, I beseech you, spare me. I shall let it go. I truly beg for your mercy." Meanwhile, the gang members sprawled on the ground resembled swollen pigs. Li Chen, seeing this, calmed down and said, "Hey, Cheng Qixuan, did you hear that? If they dare to trouble you again, just invoke the name of our Avengers Alliance. Let us see who dares to provoke you." Upon hearing this, Cheng Qixuan burst into tears, kneeling before Li Chen and Howard, bowing deeply in gratitude. Li Chen and Howard exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Chen hurriedly shouted, "All right, enough with the bowing. And you lot, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, I shall take your lives." The debt collectors immediately scrambled up from the restroom floor and hastily exited, accepting their defeat. It was Li Chen and Howard who emerged as the true sovereigns of the restroom. Once Cheng Qixuan saw them flee, he approached the two, hands clasped together and bowed deeply. To him, Li Chen and Howard were now like deities. Li Chen then retrieved an envelope, saying, "This must be your money, which was just stolen from you." Cheng Qixuan, upon hearing this, eagerly took the envelope and examined it, realizing it was indeed the money he had just lost. Overflowing with gratitude, he exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your names? Allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of my appreciation." Li Chen replied, "I am Jiang Injuan, and this is Han Tianzong. Just call me Injuan. No need for a treat. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." With that, Li Chen and Howard exited the restroom, and just before leaving, Li Chen turned back and said, "Buy a nice gift for your daughter." Afterward, Li Chen and Howard departed, while Cheng Qixuan remained in the restroom, barely able to believe that all of this was real. After giving himself a hard slap, he realized it indeed was true. Thus, Cheng Qixuan solemnly knelt again in the restroom, paying homage to the heavens, bowing to the east, south, west, and north, grateful for the arrival of these two saviors. After a short while, once his rituals were complete, Cheng Qixuan left the restroom and headed to a gift shop, purchasing a delightful present for his daughter. He then sought out a fine restaurant, preparing to celebrate with his daughter that evening, for it was her birthday. After their meal, Cheng Qixuan carried his daughter step by step back to his ex-wife's home. Li Chen and Howard followed closely behind him, and as Li Chen observed Cheng Qixuan, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, he turned to Howard and inquired, "Howard, have you ever thought about marriage and having children? When do you plan to get married?" Howard replied, "Oh, not yet. I haven't considered it much. It seems I'm still quite early for that." "And you? Alan, when do you intend to tie the knot? You are not exactly young anymore." Li Chen shook his head upon hearing the words and said, "I have not yet made up my mind. I shall decide when I meet the right person. But tell me, do you prefer a son or a daughter?" Howard replied, "Of course, a son. Who else would manage such a vast enterprise? Ah, by the way, I've heard there is a saying in China about adopting a godfather. How about you become the godfather of my son?" "Haha," Li Chen exclaimed with excitement. "That would be splendid. I only fear that you might have a daughter." Haha. At that moment, Li Chen thought to himself, "Poor little Tony hasn't even been born yet, and already his father is selling him to me. This is quite the deal." Howard was equally pleased with Li Chen's response. Their bond had grown remarkably strong, surpassing even that which Li Chen shared with Steve. Poor Steve, unbeknownst to him, was still hibernating somewhere. Howard joyfully remarked, "You previously inquired about my opinion on Cheng Qixuan. From what I can see, he deeply loves his daughter and has a decent nature, but that does not change the fact that he is utterly useless. Such individuals are often found at the lowest rungs of society, and their plight is largely of their own making." Hearing this, Li Chen began to ponder. Alas, for the sake of that little girl, perhaps he should lend Cheng Qixuan a helping hand. Soon after, the two followed Cheng Qixuan to a subway station. Upon arriving, Li Chen sensed that the main event was about to unfold. At that moment, Cheng Qixuan missed the train and sat on a bench at the station, looking dejected. Before he could settle in, a well-dressed man in a suit approached and sat beside him. Li Chen perked up at the sight of this man, who was none other than Kong Lu, the gentleman distributing business cards for the squid fishing game. Kong Lu opened his briefcase and retrieved 2 cards, engaging Cheng Qixuan in animated conversation, gesturing and speaking fervently. Chapter 84, Obtaining a Business Card. Kong Lu explained the rules of the game and the mechanics of playing cards, colloquially known as fan cards, where the objective is to flip the opponent's card to win. He stated that if Cheng Qixuan managed to flip his card, he would win 100,001, approximately $529. Cheng Qixuan, intrigued, found his gambling instincts reignited. Before long, both stood up to commence their duel, with Cheng Qixuan taking the first turn. With a buildup of energy, he struck out. Slap. Kong Lu's red card remained unflipped, and it was now Kong Lu's turn to attack. With a swift motion, he flipped xianxia's card over. Li Chen and Howard observed closely from nearby. Then, after an exchange of words, Kong Lu delivered a resounding slap to xianxia's face. The two resumed their game, with xianxia enduring several blows. His face reddening from the slaps. Li Chen understood that xianxia had lost but was reluctant to part with his money. Following Kong Lu's suggestion, he opted to reciprocate with a slap instead. Their antics drew curious glances from passengers arriving and departing at the subway station. All intrigued by the spectacle unfolding between xianxia and Kong Lu, Li Chen counted, and it seemed that xianxia had received nearly 10 slaps by that point. Until the very end, xianxia finally secured a victory, and in his excitement, he shouted joyfully, contemplating delivering a slap to Kong Lu, only to be thwarted by him. Without delay, Kong Lu produced 100,000 Korean won, equivalent to over 500 yuan, and handed it to xianxia, who, upon seeing this, resumed his gaming fervor. Before long, he had amassed a considerable sum, although he had also endured his fair share of slaps. Observing the situation, Li Chen sensed it was about time, exchanged a knowing glance with Howard, and approached the two. xianxia, upon seeing Li Chen and Howard, exclaimed, "Ah, it's you, Brother Injuan, and Brother Tianzong. What a coincidence." Li Chen, smiling, inquired, "What are you up to?" xianxia replied, "Playing a card game. I get 100,001 for each round I win, huh? If I lose, I only receive a slap, and look, I've won quite a bit." Howard shook his head and said, "xianxia, you must understand that dignity cannot be purchased with any amount of money." xianxia, holding the money, laughed and retorted, "Brother Tianzong, you jest. I am indifferent. I only relish the tangible rewards, haha." Li Chen, sensing the moment, turned to Kong Lu and, with a charming smile, asked, "Hello, may I join you in the game?" Kong Lu did not immediately acquiesce but rather queried, "May I ask who you are?" Li Chen answered, "I am Jiang Injuan, and this is Han Tianzong, my cousin." "Is there an issue?" Kong Lu responded, "Ah, please hold on for a moment. I need to make a phone call." With that, he stepped aside to make a call, glancing occasionally at Li Chen and Howard. After a brief interval, Kong Lu returned with a smile, saying, "All set. So, who among you wishes to play with me?" "The rules remain unchanged." Li Chen replied with a grin, "Of course, it shall be I. However, I have two conditions. The game cannot conclude until the money in your box is entirely depleted. Furthermore, if anyone wins, we shall continue until they lose." "I'm not keen on switching back and forth." Kong Lu chuckled. "Oh, it seems you both possess quite the appetite." "Very well, you may go first," Li Chen responded. Naturally, he picked up a red card and struck decisively. The blue card flipped in response. What a farce. With such superior prowess, how could one falter over a mere card? Kong Lu applauded from the sidelines and then handed 100,001 to Li Chen. Li Chen, eyeing the 100,001 in Kong Lu's hand, chuckled and then swiftly delivered a slap to Kong Lu. This left Kong Lu momentarily bewildered. It was his first encounter with someone who would win without demanding payment. Kong Lu stood dumbfounded, clutching his face as he stared at Li Chen. Amused, Li Chen picked up the red card once more and dealt another blow. Flipping the blue card again. Smack. Another slap followed, and thus began a relentless cycle. Strike. Smack. Strike. Smack. Meanwhile, Howard, watching from the side, was doubled over in laughter. Kong Lu could only witness Li Chen's relentless victories, yet he had not even been afforded a chance to touch a card. Although Li Chen emerged victorious, the money in the box remained untouched, for Li Chen had no interest in wealth. It was a perpetual cycle. Kong Lu, covering his face, shouted loudly at the approaching Li Chen, "I concede. Take all the money." "I concede." A sharp slap resounded, knocking Kong Lu to the ground. Li Chen gazed down at the fallen Kong Lu, remarking, "Ah, have you surrendered? Then I shall graciously accept the money in that box." In truth, Li Chen had restrained himself considerably. Otherwise, he would have long since ended Kong Lu's existence. Now on the ground, Kong Lu covered his face, casting a resentful glance at the three men and said, "Would you care to engage in a grander venture? With just a few days, we could amass a fortune." Intrigued, Li Chen inquired, "Oh, how does one play?" Kong Lu, rising with gritted teeth, began to enumerate. Jiang Injuan, male, 27 years old, middle school education. An orphan who has survived by doing odd jobs. Han Tianzong, male, 28 years old. The age of Howard remains unknown. Jiang Injuan's cousin from America, who fled to Korea after a business failure. xianxia, male, 47 years old, high school education, has worked as an automotive assembler and in various businesses, all of which have failed. He has a 10-year-old daughter from his divorced wife and currently owes 90 million Korean won, approximately $480,000 in high-interest loans and 250 million Korean won, approximately $36 million in bank loans. Among the trio, Cheng Qixuan stood out as the most remarkable, having achieved considerable success and a stable family life, a rare feat indeed. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qixuan stood up and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you investigating us?" At that moment, Kong Lu produced 2 business cards from his pocket, stating, "There isn't much space left, gentlemen." He handed over the cards, one of which Li Chen accepted, while Cheng Qixuan took the other. With a sinister grin, Kong Lu remarked, "Remember to get in touch." He then packed his suitcase and boarded the subway, flashing a thumbs-up gesture to the 3 as he departed. Cheng Qixuan examined the card and asked, "Injuan, do you know what this is?" Li Chen glanced at him and replied, "This is the key to hell." With that, Li Chen and Howard left. Cheng Qixuan remained at the subway station, scrutinizing the card before pulling out the money from his pocket. A smile crept across Cheng Qixuan's face as he declared, "Ah, who cares?" He then hummed a cheerful tune and made his way home. Chapter 85, The Game Base. After enjoying a meal at a fine restaurant, Li Chen turned to Howard and said, "Are you ready, brother? We are about to delve into the heart of the matter." Howard nodded in agreement, and Li Chen dialed the number from the business card. Moments later, the call connected, and a voice on the other end initiated, "Hello. Do you wish to participate in the game? If so, please state your name." Li Chen replied, "Zhang Injuan and Han Tianzong." The voice then provided them with an address, instructing the 2 to proceed there and await further instructions. After a while, a van appeared before the 2 individuals, and the driver, clad entirely in pink attire and wearing a black mask, spoke first. "Are you Mr. Zhang Injuan and Mr. Han Tianzong?" The code word. Li Chen replied, 123, Wooden Man. Upon hearing this, the driver opened the door of the vehicle. To Li Chen's astonishment, he spotted Cheng Qixuan, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, his neck tilted awkwardly. There were several others inside the van as well. Seeing this, Li Chen and Howard climbed into the vehicle, after which the door was shut behind them. Soon, a gas that induced unconsciousness filled the interior. However, Li Chen, wearing a disguise mask, remained unaffected, while Howard fell into a deep slumber beside him. Li Chen feigned unconsciousness, subtly observing the route through the van's windows. In truth, the precautions of this squid fishing game were not entirely foolproof. For instance, some participants had brought lighters, cigarettes, and even knives. There were ways to circumvent the rules if one was clever enough. Ultimately, Li Chen, Howard, and the others in the van were transported to a large room. After the staff escorted everyone to their beds and changed their attire, they withdrew. Before long, the room was filled with the sound of music. Li Chen, hearing the commotion, sat up in bed, glancing down to discover he bore the number 457, while Howard, still in slumber, had the number 458. Moments later, Howard stirred groggily, checking his clothing before quickly turning to see Li Chen already sitting up. All the occupants of the room had been dressed in green athletic suits. Initially alarmed, Howard felt reassured upon seeing Li Chen and relaxed back down. This rascal knew that Li Chen would not abandon him. He had it all figured out. After lying there for a while, Howard sat up and exclaimed, "Alan, do you have any idea how expensive my suit and watch are? They wouldn't have kept them for themselves, would they? Ha ha, this is exhilarating." Li Chen felt a bit embarrassed at his friend's nonchalance, then got out of bed. Observing this, Howard followed suit, joining Li Chen. Li Chen moved to a corner, ensuring no one could overhear their conversation, and quietly said, "Howard, from now on, I will call you Han Tianzong, and you will call me Zhang Injuan. This place is a venue for a deadly game. Out of the 458 participants, only one will emerge alive. But don't worry, I will find a way for both of us to return safely. Here, everyone must participate in the game. Elimination means death. So we must remain vigilant and meticulous in our actions. The first round is 123 Wooden Man. Have you heard of it? Just follow my lead." Upon hearing this, Howard instantly shifted into gear, affirming, "Injuan, rest assured, I know about 123 Wooden Man." At that moment, a large screen in the room displayed the number 458. Just as the two finished their exchange, they heard a commotion erupt in the room and turned to see what was happening. It was the female thief from earlier, caught red-handed by a gang member and currently being beaten. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two individuals, Li Chen and Howard came to the realization that the gang was, in fact, the boss of the female thief, who, after repaying her debts, had betrayed him in a bid to assert her independence and no longer be manipulated by him. Li Chen, witnessing this, shook his head, at a loss for words. Soon after, the gang leader resumed his violent assault on the female thief. His brutality towards a girl was so severe that Li Chen found it unbearable to watch. Although Li Chen had previously executed a shoulder throw on her, it had been done with considerable restraint. At this moment, the girl's mouth was bloodied from the blows, prompting Li Chen to step forward and shout, "Hey, you scoundrel! Stop hitting her, bastard!" The gang members, unimpressed, retorted, "Huh? And who are you? What is she to you?" Li Chen replied, "I am merely a passerby, a faceless stranger. Listen closely. The gang leader, upon hearing this, sneered and prepared to retaliate against Li Chen. In that instant, Li Chen acted decisively, striking first, and delivered a powerful punch that sent the gang leader crashing to the ground, writhing in pain and clutching his stomach. The gang leader understood that Li Chen was not to be trifled with. Li Chen then approached the girl, extending his hand to help her up from the ground. "Oh, it's you again. What a coincidence," he remarked. The girl glanced at Li Chen but remained silent, as a series of alarm sounds resonated throughout the room. Suddenly, the main door swung open, and in strode 8 individuals adorned with round black masks, accompanied by one wearing a square black mask. The square-masked figure stepped forward and announced, "We sincerely welcome you all to this place. Over the next 6 days, you shall participate in 6 games, and those who emerge victorious from all will receive a substantial reward." The crowd began to murmur with curiosity, while some raised numerous doubts regarding the authenticity of the situation. The square-masked figure responded, "The circumstances surrounding your arrival here were necessitated by the need for confidentiality. Once the games conclude, we shall return your belongings. Furthermore, the identities of our staff cannot be disclosed to the participants. This is our policy, established for fairness and confidentiality. We ask for your understanding." At that moment, a voice of dissent erupted from the crowd. It was xianxia, a childhood friend of xianxia, who exclaimed, "I do not believe a word you say. You have lured us here, kidnapped us, and imprisoned us, engaging in such unlawful acts while concocting various excuses. You must provide us with a reason to trust you without revealing your identities." The square-masked figure pressed a button on a remote, and the television screens above the crowd displayed xianxia's personal information. Number 218, xianxia, 46 years old, former leader of Group 2 at Joyful Securities Investment. Embezzled client funds and failed in investments involving financial products and options, currently incurring losses of 650 million won, approximately $3.48 million. One cannot help but acknowledge that xianxia indeed had audacity, choosing a perilous path that led to an overwhelming burden of debt. If everyone finds the writing commendable, please kindly give a gentle nudge for more updates. Thank you all. Chapter 86, The Wooden Man. It is essential to acknowledge that xianxia possesses a prestigious educational background. It is akin to a top-tier scholar ultimately resorting to begging, an act of pure self-destruction. Subsequently, the television shifted through several scenes, showcasing the profiles of others present in the room. Number 107, Jin Meiyu, indebted to 540 million Korean won, approximately $289 million. Number 118, Wu Yingxiu, with a debt of 102 billion Korean won, around $547 million. Number 322, Zheng Mintai, owing 880 million Korean won, approximately $472 million. In summary, every individual present bore an average debt of $5 million, truly remarkable talents. One might presume that a barbecue restaurant owner would find great delight in this gathering, where each participant is both eloquent and burdened with substantial debts, a veritable paradise of calamity. The speaker in the square mask continued, addressing the assembly. Each of you harbors various debts, teetering on the precipice of existence. Initially, you may have doubted, yet as you can observe, we have engaged in this game together, providing the promised sums. Thus, your participation is entirely voluntary. We have not coerced you. Now, you stand before an opportunity to choose once more. Will you return to a life of utter despair, or will you seize this final chance we have bestowed upon you? The crowd fell into a profound silence, as they recognized the harsh truth of their existence. Each one a castaway, languishing at the societal margins. Howard and Li Chen leaned against the wall, absorbing the words of the square-masked figure, when suddenly, xianxia interjected, "What might the reward amount to?" In response, the square-masked figure pressed a button on the remote, and a cascade of golden light descended upon the heads of the assembly. Accompanying this luminous display was a colossal transparent jar. With each competition concluded, the prize money would accumulate within the jar. The total sum would be revealed after the first match. Those who wished to abstain should voice their intent now. Upon hearing this, no one dared to voice a refusal. Indeed, this was a rare opportunity, and with the game yet to commence, each individual yearned to partake. Subsequently, they formed an orderly queue to sign the consent forms, which stipulated: 1. Contestants must not arbitrarily interrupt the competition. 2. Contestants who refuse to participate will be deemed eliminated. 3. The competition may be halted if the majority of contestants agree. Observing this, Li Chen inscribed the name Jiang Injuan in bold letters. Howard, meanwhile, pinned his name beside Li Chen's, jesting at the circular mask. "That mask is quite impressive. Can you still see once you don it?" Haha. After Li Chen and Howard completed their signatures, Li Chen heard a voice resonating in his mind. Ding. Task 1. Participate in the fishing game. Completed. Once everyone had signed the agreement, the announcement echoed. The first competition will commence shortly. Please follow the staff's instructions. As Li Chen and Howard aligned themselves in the queue, they proceeded at a measured pace, with Howard being the last, and Li Chen second to last. Subsequently, the group, guided by the staff, arrived at a grand corridor. The entire expanse was adorned with several layers of staircases, predominantly in shades of pink, resembling a castle from a fantastical realm, immense and utterly enchanting. Each individual then stepped before the camera to capture their likeness, and with each completed photograph, a corresponding avatar appeared on the floor of a nearby room, displaying each participant's number alongside their freshly taken image. Following this, all contestants were ushered into a field-styled arena. The announcement continued, "Welcome, everyone, to the first competition. Please hold for a moment on the field." Observing the scene, Li Chen quickly pulled Howard aside and said, "Have you noticed what lies ahead? When it turns its back to us, we must dash forward. If it faces us while we move, countless bullets will be unleashed from the metal windows above, sealing your fate. Do you understand? That is a sensing robot. It will detect any moving objects. This is the red light, green light game." Li Chen continued, "We need to accelerate and rush past together. Otherwise, with your physical condition, you'll surely lag behind." Howard nodded gravely in response. Li Chen's strategy was to charge forth in two swift waves rather than proceed cautiously step by step. Any hesitance could lead to chaos as people jostled about, potentially causing collateral damage. Before long, the heavy doors behind the crowd slammed shut. The competition was about to commence. The announcement declared, "The first game is red light. Green light. You may advance while the robot calls out. If it detects any movement when it turns, you will be eliminated." At that moment, the robot before them slowly pivoted. Li Chen seized Howard and positioned them at the very edge of the starting line, ready to spring forth. Once more, the crowd began to murmur, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Within 5 minutes, those who did not get eliminated and crossed the finish line would succeed. And then the game commenced. Beep. The timer began its countdown. 4 minutes and 59 seconds. As soon as the countdown commenced, Li Chen propelled himself and Howard forward. At this moment, Li Chen's superior physique played a crucial role. Had his peak condition remained, he would have easily covered the several hundred meters in the initial surge. However, he hesitated to sprint too swiftly, concerned that Howard might struggle to keep pace. Thus, he moderated his speed while still covering a significant distance. Meanwhile, the robot continued its rhythmic chant, "Red light, green light." Howard felt as though his feet were barely touching the ground, being dragged along by Li Chen rather than running alongside him. Sensing that the robot was nearing the end of its phrase, Li Chen abruptly halted. While Howard behind him gasped for breath, Li Chen, without glancing back, hastily commanded, "Hold still. Do not move under any circumstances." Chapter 87. A scene of chaos. At that moment, Li Chen had already distanced himself by several meters from the character known as Huang Mao, who met his demise first in the original narrative. Just then, the oversized doll turned around, while the frenzied sprinting of the character labeled 324, who had charged too recklessly, resulted in him losing control of his body. Consequently, he was locked onto by the doll, and the announcement echoed, "Number 324, eliminated." Instantly, a resounding bang reverberated across the arena, and Huang Mao collapsed in response. Li Chen and Howard, positioned ahead, remained oblivious to the fallen figure. However, Howard, standing behind Li Chen, was startled by the abrupt noise, nearly succumbing to instinct and moving. Li Chen, fixated on the oversized doll, gripped Howard's arm tightly, causing Howard to suppress his urge to flee despite the pain. At that juncture, the spectators in the arena were still unaware of the unfolding events, with most yet to even step away from the starting line. The doll turned again, slowly reciting, "Slave, oh slave, how pitiful." Observing this, Li Chen resolutely pulled Howard and charged towards the finish line. Li Chen moved with the swiftness of lightning. Even while dragging Howard along, his speed remained unaffected. Within mere seconds, they crossed the finish line, successfully advancing to the next stage. Upon reaching safety, Li Chen released Howard and exclaimed, "What were you thinking just now? You fool?" Breathing heavily, he continued, "That noise startled me." Howard, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I was taken aback by that sudden sound as well, but thankfully, you were there." "What was that noise? Was it a gunshot?" Li Chen turned to gaze at the fallen Huang Mao and confirmed, "Indeed, that poor fellow has collapsed. It seems he moved and was swiftly dealt with. Just wait, the real game is about to commence." The crowd in the arena began to sluggishly move again, though the majority still lingered idly. Shortly thereafter, the doll turned back, scanning the area and fixating on the character labeled 250, a small rogue, who had approached Huang Mao, bowing his head and softly saying, "Hey, you've been eliminated, idiot. Stop pretending, get up." However, the fallen Huang Mao did not respond. Instead, he coughed up a copious amount of blood. Witnessing this, the small rogue was struck with terror. The doll continued its scanning, while the rogue, paralyzed by fear, took a few steps back before abruptly turning and fleeing. One must admit, Such an act was remarkably foolish. Who could execute such a reckless maneuver? Then, a gunshot rang out across the arena once more. The rogue was struck in the chest, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground. This time, every spectator in the arena was met with a profound shock, eliciting a collective gasp of horror. His blood inadvertently sprayed onto the face of a lady behind him, instigating a catastrophic chain reaction. The woman touched her face, then let out a piercing scream. This shriek sent shockwaves through the crowd at the stadium, instilling fear in every spectator present. Another gunshot reverberated, and the screaming woman collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this horrifying scene, many began to frantically flee, devoid of rational thought. The chaos escalated, with most individuals toppling like dominoes. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire and panic. The terrified crowd disregarded everything, fixated solely on reaching the exit. Pushing, screaming, trampling, and death began to spread throughout the stadium. Some individuals fled blindly, shoving anyone in their path, while countless innocents became collateral damage. This was precisely why Li Chen chose not to proceed slowly. The uncertainties were far too numerous. He had no intention of placing his life and Howard's in the hands of these foolish beings. Some continued to flee in a frenzy, indifferent to the bodies beneath their feet, many of which were nearly trampled to a pulp. Li Chen and Howard, standing at the finish line, were deeply moved by the scene before them. However, Li Chen soon found solace in the realization that these individuals were as good as dead, after all. They were encumbered by an average debt of 5 million and belonged to the dregs of society. Who, of sound mind, would come here? Naturally, Li Chen and Howard were exceptions. Observing the chaos, Li Chen advised Howard, "If you wish to avoid the sight, simply close your eyes." Howard, with a complex expression, responded, "I have witnessed such scenes before. Do you remember the Battle of Phino? The circumstances then were quite similar, with bodies strewn everywhere. Yet back then, I only saw the aftermath. Now I am confronting the process." Li Chen replied, "This exemplifies the differences among worlds. Fear not, we shall not perish." Howard nodded solemnly in agreement. Meanwhile, the slaughter continued within the stadium. Many, after enduring countless hardships, finally reached the doors, only to discover they were locked. In the next instant, bullets rained down, claiming lives mercilessly. Eventually, the gunfire ceased, leaving a grim tableau of corpses piled at both entrances. Yet nearly half of the crowd remained, trembling with fear. The announcement echoed twice, reiterating the rules, before commencing a new round of the game. The large-headed doll turned slowly and uttered, "Slave, come forth." After 2 rounds, the remaining individuals remained motionless, paralyzed by trepidation. Only an elderly man, designated as number 001, began to advance slowly. Observing this, the crowd stirred and gradually followed suit. However, sporadic gunfire still rang out, as some dimwits misjudged the timing, either swaying aimlessly or failing to halt their movements. Li Chen shook his head in dismay, losing interest in the unfolding drama, and glanced at Howard. Little did he expect that the old fellow was now gazing at the scene with great excitement. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Howard inherently possessed a zest for novelty and thrill. The transformation from shock to exhilaration occurred in a fleeting moment, and Howard had already fully acclimatized to the situation. Meanwhile, some astute individuals in the arena had discovered a cunning strategy: to hide behind another person to evade detection. As long as the individual in front remained unharmed, they would have a shield against danger. Li Chen observed that xianxia was also gradually advancing, but suddenly, a hand grasped his pant leg. The man on the ground had been shot in the leg and pleaded for xianxia to save him. Li Chen thought him a fool. There was no one else to rescue him besides himself. Unable to comprehend the circumstances, he failed to grasp that if he did not perish, someone else would. Sure enough, it wasn't long before xianxia broke free and continued his advance. Chapter 88. Game suspended. Ultimately, the vast majority reached the finish line with merely 20 seconds remaining. Just as xianxia was about to sprint across the finish line, he unexpectedly stepped on an arm and was about to tumble forward. In that critical moment, a dark arm suddenly grasped him tightly from behind. It was none other than the young man from Pakistan. Li Chen grew intrigued. It was exceedingly rare for someone to save another in such dire circumstances. Yet this Pakistani fellow did, truly a living bodhisattva. However, in the end, he paid the price for his naivety, overly trusting xianxia, which led to his downfall. Such individuals are ill-suited for games of this nature. In the final second, the Pakistani young man and xianxia crossed the finish line together. As time expired, many remained outside the finish line, and the outcome was predictable. Death was their only fate. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out as anticipated. The game concluded, and the bases above the participants began to slowly close. Li Chen understood that everyone was now situated on an unknown island. With the game over, all were returned to the dormitory hall. After everyone departed, numerous staff members arrived, carrying coffins to remove the bodies for cremation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Chen and Howard directly collapsed onto their beds, while the others huddled in corners, lost and bewildered. Howard whispered to Li Chen, "That was exhilarating. I've never encountered anything so thrilling in my life." Li Chen responded with a hint of disbelief. "Weren't you terrified at the beginning? How did you change your tune so quickly?" Howard replied, "That was simply because I was unaware of the situation at first. Now I understand. This is truly delightful." As expected of the arms enthusiast Howard, his adaptability was remarkable. Shortly thereafter, the squares arrived with several circles in the dormitory hall. However, unlike before, this time they were all equipped with submachine guns. Heartfelt congratulations to everyone for successfully passing the first round of the competition. Now, the results of the first game will be announced. Suddenly, the number 458 on the large screen transformed into 203, revealing that 255 individuals had been eliminated from the initial pool. In the first round, over half of the participants had perished. At that moment, a woman identified as contestant number 212 suddenly stood up, crying out, "Sir, I was wrong. I will repay the money. I promise to pay it back." After uttering these words, she fell to her knees, continuing to weep and lament, desperately seeking sympathy with one singular intention. She wished to escape. Upon witnessing her plight, several others also knelt down, pleading for mercy. The figure in the cube observed this and remarked, "It seems there is a misunderstanding among you all. We do not intend to harm you, nor are we here to collect debts. I will reiterate, we are providing you with an opportunity." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each expressing their thoughts. The figure continued, "This is merely a game. Those who were eliminated simply violated the rules. As long as you adhere to the regulations, you can claim the promised rewards and leave this place safely." The crowd responded with further cries of frustration. Li Chen, feeling exasperated and unable to find rest, sat up in bed and shouted, "Hey, if you don't want to play, then vote. If more than half agree, it can all end. What are you all shouting about?" Howard, hearing this, quickly whispered, "Wait, wait, wait. If it ends, how will we complete the task?" After Li Chen's proclamation, the crowd began to rally in agreement, eager to initiate the voting process. The figure in the cube, seeing this, stated, "Of course, you may vote. But before that, allow me to announce the accumulated prize money from the first game." It must be said, the organizers truly understood the psychology of the participants. The lights in the room dimmed once more, leaving only the golden light illuminating the money jar above their heads. Subsequently, a tube descended into the jar, and a flurry of banknotes began to cascade down, filling the jar to a considerable extent. Observing this, the figure behind the cube continued, "In the first game, 255 individuals were eliminated, and each participant's prize amounts to 100 million Korean won. Therefore, a total of 25.5 billion Korean won, approximately 13,539,000 USD, has been deposited into the jar." Upon hearing this, Li Chen scoffed, finding the sum unimpressive, while 100 million Korean won sounded substantial. It translated to a mere 530,000 USD at current exchange rates. A life is worth only 500,000? That's utterly disgraceful. One could sell a kidney for 300,000, he exclaimed, realizing why the original narrative included characters involved in the illicit organ trade, as there was indeed a significant profit therein. The figure behind the cube continued, "If you choose to abandon the game now, the 25.5 billion will be distributed to the families of those eliminated. The total prize pool amounts to 45.8 billion Korean won. Before you, there are two buttons. If you wish to continue, press the circle, and if you desire to withdraw, press the cross. After casting your votes, please step to the side. The voting will proceed according to your numbers." Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly formed a line, and both Li Chen and Howard climbed down from their beds to participate in the voting. At this moment, the first to cast his vote was the elderly gentleman, the organizer of this South Korean game. He hesitated for a brief moment before pressing the cross. Subsequently, the voting commenced in succession. After a while, the tally reached a deadlock of 50-50, revealing the significant sway that money holds over the hearts of individuals. The voting soon reached Annie number 212, who decisively pressed the circle, a stark contrast to her earlier pleas for mercy, as if transformed into an entirely different person. One uncle, who had yet to vote, shouted in disbelief, "Is everyone out of their minds? Do you still wish to continue this?" Annie number 212 retorted loudly, "Of course we must continue. What difference does it make if we go outside? We are still living in hell. Damn it." After this brief interlude, the crowd resumed voting. Li Chen noticed that the Pakistani young man also voted with a cross, which eased his concerns considerably if he wished to continue playing. Li Chen had no authority to stop him. Eventually, the votes reached 100 in favor and 101 against. It was now Howard's turn to vote. He stepped forward and decisively cast his vote in favor. This novel experience thrilled him. The tally now stood at 101 to 101, and the crucial final vote rested in Li Chen's hands. Seeing this, Li Chen resolutely stepped forward and pressed the cross. The tally shifted to 101 to 102. The game was successfully halted. Li Chen's action left Howard utterly perplexed. How could they possibly continue the task now? The block then declared, as the majority of participants have agreed to terminate the game, we hereby cease this session. Chapter 89. The rescue of Pakistani young man Ali. At this moment, the other half of the participants erupted in a frenzy, shouting, "Let us keep playing. If they want to leave, let them go. Yes, continue the game." The block responded, "We regret to bid farewell to you all. However, we shall not entirely close the door on your opportunities. If the majority wishes to restart, we can commence again at any time. So, please take your leave." The block then bowed slightly to the crowd. Subsequently, everyone was transported to various remote locations, with their accompanying clothing returned to them. Li Chen and Howard were the first to don their garments, and Howard hurriedly whispered, "Alan, how can we complete the task now?" Li Chen reassured him softly, "Don't worry. It will restart soon. Many will find it unbearable to return to such arduous days." Upon hearing this, Howard understood, and the two glanced at the money in their pockets. Each possessing a considerable sum, all won in the game. Li Chen surveyed the surroundings and spotted Ali, the Pakistani young man, along with xianxia. The four had been dropped together. Li Chen approached Ali and inquired, "What is your name?" Ali, bewildered and timid, replied, "My name is Ali, brother. May I ask where this is?" Li Chen smiled and said, "I don't know, but just follow me." Thus, Li Chen, Howard, and Ali departed together, while xianxia gazed at their receding figures, lost in thought. Naturally, Li Chen paid no heed to xianxia. After all, they were mere acquaintances. And the incident where Chow had deceived Ali was firmly etched in Li Chen's mind, a quintessential tale of the farmer and the snake. On their way, Ali hesitantly inquired, "Where are you taking me, brothers? Do you have a phone? I would like to make a call, just one." Li Chen replied with a smile, "We don't have a phone, but we will head to a place that does. Rest assured, we mean you no harm." Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a restaurant where Li Chen ordered an array of dishes, and they began their meal. Initially, Ali felt shy and refrained from using his chopsticks until Li Chen feigned anger, prompting Ali to awkwardly begin eating. What an honest and earnest individual he was. While Li Chen excused himself to the restroom, Howard seized the opportunity to ask him, "Alan, why are you assisting this person? Do you know him?" Li Chen chuckled and replied, "I do not know him, but I sense he is a good man. He should not continue to partake in such a game." "Did you not witness him saving that rider in distress?" Howard nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Indeed, it is no small feat to save another in such dire circumstances." Li Chen continued, "That is why I wish to lend him a hand. Do not worry, the game will persist." He patted Howard on the shoulder and returned to their table, where Ali had borrowed the staff's phone to call his wife. Upon their return, Ali stood up and exclaimed, "Brother Injuan, Brother Tianzo, thank you, thank you." Li Chen waved his hand with a smile, lighting a cigarette as he remarked, "By your appearance, you do not seem like one who is in debt. Why participate in such a game, Ali?" Ali lowered his head and replied, "Brother Injuan, I am not in debt. It is my employer who owes me wages and refuses to pay. My family is struggling to make ends meet, and I was compelled to join. Someone mentioned that participating could yield substantial earnings, so I decided to join, intending to earn some money and return home." Li Chen inquired further, "Where's your home?" Ali responded, "Anshan." Li Chen then said, "Have you finished your meal? Let us go to your home. I will help you reclaim your wages." Alarmed, Ali immediately stood up and protested, "Brother Injuan, Brother Tianzo, that employer will simply not pay me. It is futile." Howard, adopting a big brotherly tone, interjected, "Hey kid, there is nothing that the two of us cannot handle, you know?" Heh. Li Chen laughed in agreement. "Indeed, I revel in the pursuit of justice." Howard chimed in, "So do I. I most enjoy embarking on these noble quests alongside you, Brother Injuan." The following morning, after a night of travel, the trio arrived at Ali's workplace, a welding workshop. Upon seeing Ali, his fellow workers greeted him warmly, and most of the laborers in the workshop were Pakistanis. In Korea, foreigners typically find themselves relegated to such labor-intensive jobs. However, at that moment, Ali had no time to engage with his colleagues. Ali pointed towards the room and said, "My boss is inside. If things don't go well, let's just forget it." Li Chen, upon seeing this, lit a cigarette and said, "What are you worried about? Come with me. I want to see how many legs your boss has." With that, Li Chen approached the door and forcefully kicked it open, shouting, "Get up. All of you. You there, rise." Howard, witnessing the commotion, joined in with fervor, yelling, "That's right. You. Get up. Hands on your head." At that moment, the boss behind the computer desk remained unresponsive until he noticed Ali, slowly saying, "Oh, it's Ali. What is the matter?" Ali, filled with anger, stepped forward to confront him. "Why didn't you answer my calls?" The boss feigned innocence, replying, "I didn't know." Li Chen, not bothering to waste words, grabbed him from behind the desk and forcefully threw him to the ground, leaving the boss utterly bewildered. Howard, recognizing the opportunity for entertainment, unleashed a barrage of stomps upon the fallen boss, delivering a harsh dose of American-style retribution. Influenced by Li Chen, Howard found himself increasingly enamored with the thrill of fighting, often feeling the urge to engage physically. Li Chen, cigarette in mouth, squatted before the boss, saying, "Hey, I told you to get up, didn't you hear? And that gentleman over there asked you to rise with your hands on your head, didn't you hear? Get up." At this, he seized the boss by his hair and began to slap him mercilessly. Before long, the unscrupulous boss's face resembled that of a swollen pig, feeling it was nearly sufficient. Li Chen continued, "I've heard you owe many of your workers their wages and refuse to pay them. Is that true?" The boss trembled as he stammered, "And no." Howard, hearing this, delivered a fierce kick that sent the boss howling in pain. "Stop. I beg you. I have money. I have money," the unscrupulous boss cried, tears streaming down his face. Li Chen, standing tall, inquired, "Where's the money?" The boss, trembling, pointed towards his desk, saying, "It's in the drawer." Howard opened the drawer and, as expected, found a thick stack of cash sitting inside. Chuckling, he exclaimed, "Found it. Ollie, come over and see if it's all there. Is it enough?" Ollie approached, took the money, and counted it, confirming, "Indeed, not a penny short, and in fact, it's more than I expected." Li Chen remarked, "The excess will serve as interest, you scoundrel." With that, he delivered a powerful kick to the boss's face, knocking him unconscious. Howard, disappointed, exclaimed, "I wasn't he finished yet? How did he pass out so soon? What a letdown." Ollie then bowed deeply to both of them, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Li Chen and Howard. With this money, I can return home. Thank you." As Ollie spoke, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Observing this, Li Chen hastily remarked, "All right, let us return home and gather our belongings to flee. Be cautious, for that unscrupulous boss may awaken soon." Subsequently, the trio of Li Chen, Howard, and Ollie departed from the welding workshop. Ollie expressed his gratitude once more before heading home. Meanwhile, Li Chen and Howard strolled leisurely down the street. Howard then remarked, "Alan, there is a certain satisfaction in acting heroically, utilizing one's abilities to assist others. It feels truly rewarding." To this, Li Chen replied, "Indeed. In every realm, the same holds true. Injustices occur at every moment, and we cannot extend our aid to every individual." Taking this to heart, Howard pondered deeply before exclaiming, "By the way, isn't our establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. in dire need of funds? Perhaps our return could resolve this issue." Do not inquire why Howard refrained from dipping into his own pockets for S.H.I.E.L.D. He simply preferred not to, as his wealth did not come effortlessly. Li Chen then inquired, "Yes, but Howard, have you considered the purpose behind the formation of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Without hesitation, Howard replied, "It is for protection. As you mentioned, countless injustices and superhuman incidents unfold every moment. Our aim in establishing S.H.I.E.L.D. is to safeguard, to protect the world and all its inhabitants. We must strive to shield the global populace from any harm, mustn't we?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen began to contemplate the notion of protection of everything, anticipating every potential threat. The Marvel Universe teems with dangers. Without a dedicated agency to oversee superhuman incidents, ordinary citizens would face dire consequences. One must understand that while a superhero may seem unscathed in the Marvel realm, including those so-called children of destiny with extraordinary prowess, not everyone possesses such superhuman abilities. The majority of the Marvel Universe consists of ordinary individuals. Hence, the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. is to protect the common populace, to safeguard the Earth, even to shield those very superheroes. The essence of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence is protection. When individuals are victimized, it is not always that a superhero arrives to the rescue. This concept is perfectly exemplified in the television series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Marvel Universe is not solely inhabited by countless superheroes. It also comprises innumerable ordinary people and agents, all diligently fulfilling their roles to protect one another. The Avengers' philosophy, in simple terms, is to unite the mightiest superheroes to combat formidable, unknown forces, thereby safeguarding the Earth and human civilization. Conversely, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission is to shield ordinary civilians from the disruptions of supernatural events or advanced technologies, ensuring their safety. Thus, whenever a superhero emerges, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement is inevitable. S.H.I.E.L.D. not only assists superheroes but also imposes limitations on their actions, while superheroes can rely on S.H.I.E.L.D. for support in times of need. This is the essence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Chen contemplated and remarked, "Indeed, I believe that under our leadership, S.H.I.E.L.D. will flourish. He then thought to himself, Hydra, as long as I, Li Chen, am here, you shall never infiltrate Shield. At this juncture, he recalled a certain agent known as the Black Egg. The king of agents must be about to make his grand entrance, alongside the earnest Coulson. Come quickly and lend me your assistance. I am utterly exhausted. Observing this, Howard interjected, Alan, what exactly is this game about? Are you aware? After taking a drag from his cigarette, Li Chen responded, it is a game conceived by the affluent, where victory yields a substantial monetary reward, all merely to satiate their desire for spectacle. Every nation in this world hosts a myriad of games. Countless, indeed. But for those at the very bottom of society, those who are already facing demise, it may represent a glimpse of opportunity. Who can truly discern? Howard, taken aback, exclaimed, is that so? The wealthy in this world certainly know how to indulge. In our world, I was unaware of such games. It seems our existence is rather peaceful. Haha. Li Chen cast a resigned glance at Howard, musing to himself about the notion of peace in the Marvel Universe. In a few years, you will come to fully understand the reality of peace and conflict. As they walked along, rain began to fall, prompting the two to hasten into a convenience store to take refuge. Just moments after stepping inside and warming up, they spotted a familiar figure entering the store, none other than Cheng Qixuan. He appeared troubled as he approached the counter to purchase cigarettes. Li Chen stepped forward and exclaimed, well, if it isn't Cheng Qixuan. Upon hearing this, Cheng turned around and recognized Li Chen and Howard standing nearby. He promptly exclaimed, Injuan, Tianzong. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, hey, you're already 47, much older than I am. Just call me Injuan. The trio then settled under a large umbrella outside the convenience store. And Cheng Qixuan spoke up first, Injuan, I have an inconvenient request. Howard, noticing the expression on his face, interjected, hey, you're not thinking of borrowing money, are you? Cheng looked at them and silently nodded. Li Chen chuckled, borrow money? As far as I know, you are currently burdened with over 300 million Korean won in debt, and you wish to ask me for more? Chapter 91. The rescue of the protagonist group. Li Chen exclaimed, what are you thinking? You fool. He displayed an exasperated expression, his voice raised in frustration. Although both Li Chen and Howard possessed a considerable amount of money, they were not particularly close. So why should they lend any to Cheng Qixuan? Upon hearing Li Chen's outburst, Cheng Qixuan fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he cried, Injuan, it's my mother. She has been diagnosed with severe diabetes and was hospitalized yesterday. However, she left the hospital without permission and urgently needs surgery, but I lack sufficient funds. Alas, she is in such a state yet refuses to be hospitalized. Li Chen gazed at Cheng Qixuan, who was nearly 50 and kneeling on the ground, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Howard, witnessing the scene, remarked, what about the insurance? Where did your previous winnings go? You scoundrel. Only now do you wish to be a filial son. Cheng Qixuan, still on his knees, replied, I terminated the insurance policy. Oh, Injuan, Tianzong. I beseech you to assist me. I promise to repay you by toiling endlessly. I will never misbehave again. Upon hearing this, Li Chen looked up at the sky. When he first arrived in this world, he had no intention of rescuing anyone beyond Ollie. Yet, seeing Cheng Qixuan in such distress, Li Chen felt a profound unease. Indeed, both Cheng Qixuan and Chao Shangyo had aging mothers. The thief girl had a younger brother, and Ollie had a wife and children. Each individual bore familial responsibilities, with elders to care for and children to raise. As Li Chen had previously stated, he could not save everyone. However, saving the person before him was sufficient. With great power comes great responsibility. If he were to turn a blind eye, these faces would haunt him forever. Li Chen was not a villain, on the contrary. He was a good man. He could not stand idly by while others suffered, especially since he did not care for money. Life seldom unfolds as one desires. He merely sought to live without regret. At that moment, Cheng Qixuan continued to kneel, saying, I intended to borrow money from my ex-wife, but she would surely refuse. Injuan. Tianzong, you are my only hope. Li Chen sighed. Rise, you scoundrel. Tell me, how much more do you need for your mother's surgery? Cheng Qixuan rose unsteadily and replied, the funds I had were insufficient. I still require approximately 30 million Korean won, $25,000. Li Chen began to rummage through his pockets, and Howard's heart softened at the sight. His own mother had long since passed, and he felt a deep sympathy. Li Chen, too, was unaware of his own mother's current condition. Both he and Howard envied Cheng Qixuan while harboring resentment towards him. He possessed the most precious treasure in the world yet remained oblivious to its value. Subsequently, Li Chen and Howard counted their money, leaving a small amount behind before handing the rest to Cheng Qixuan. Upon receiving it, Cheng Qixuan bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Li Chen sighed in resignation. Listen, Cheng Qixuan. You need not repay us. We are not in need of this small sum. Do not participate in the next game. It may cost you your life. Qing Qixuan stared at them in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Chen lit a cigarette and added, "Take good care of your mother in the hospital. Do not wander around. In due time, I will provide you with an opportunity for a fresh start. Also, please give me Chao Shangyo's contact information." At these words, Qing Qixuan burst into tears, exclaiming, "Benefactors. Injuan, Tianzong, I shall never forget your kindness for all eternity. Thank you. Thank you." With a sense of urgency. After conveying the address of Chao Shangyo to Li Chen, the city rider hurriedly returned home to take his mother to the hospital. The two then proceeded to follow the address provided by Qing Qixuan. As they walked, they passed by a seafood shop named Xianxia Seafood. Li Chen paused to glance inside and observed a modest store brimming with shelves filled with various aquatic products, prominently featuring a framed photograph on display. At that moment, only an elderly woman was busily engaged within the shop. Noticing her, Li Chen approached and inquired, "Excuse me, could you please provide me with a fish?" The grandmother responded warmly, "Of course, which type would you prefer?" Li Chen smiled but did not answer the question. Instead, he remarked, "Is that your son in the photograph?" The elderly lady replied with pride, "Indeed. He graduated from Seoul University, majoring in business management. He is currently working in the United States." Both Li Chen and Howard felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this. Indeed, in a mother's eyes, her son is always a source of pride. Unfortunately, the elderly woman was unaware that her son was deeply in debt and wanted by the police. Li Chen then requested, "Could you please prepare a cooked fish for me?" "Don't worry, I'll pay extra." Initially hesitant due to the shop's focus on selling live fish, the elderly lady was swayed by the generous offer. She soon selected a signature fish, cooked it in the kitchen, and packaged it for Li Chen. "We welcome your next visit." She cheerfully bid farewell as the two departed. As they walked away, Howard solemnly remarked, "If only my mother were still alive. By now, I have achieved much success and accumulated wealth. But where is she?" Li Chen, feeling a similar sorrow, replied, "I share your sentiments, Howard. I deeply miss my mother as well. Yet, we must look ahead, mustn't we? Let us find strength." They then arrived at Chao Shangyo's hideout. Knock, knock, knock. Li Chen rapped on the door. Shortly after, a drenched Chao Shangyo opened it for them. Li Chen and Howard entered without extending any pleasantries. Taking a seat on the sofa, Li Chen initiated, "Chao Shangyo, you must recognize me, right?" Chao Shangyo appeared momentarily bewildered before exclaiming, "You are number 457. Having only seen Li Chen and Howard lying on the bed together, he had a vivid impression of them. Li Chen added, "I have brought you a gift, you scoundrel." He then handed the fish to Chao Shangyo. After a moment of confusion, Chao Shangyo accepted it and began to eat, having gone a day without food. Observing him devour the fish, Li Chen taunted, "Hey, scoundrel, is it delicious?" Chao Shangyo slightly lifted his head and weakly replied, "It's good, but the taste feels oddly familiar." Howard sneered, "It seems you've indulged in fast food too often to even recognize your mother's culinary skills." Li Chen then bellowed, "This was freshly prepared by your mother herself. You scoundrel." Upon hearing those words, Chao Shangyo's chopsticks clattered to the ground. May all the wonderful mothers in the world be safe, joyful, and in good health. Chapter 92. The game continues. Li Chen, filled with anger, exclaimed, "How could you commit such an act and face your mother? Have you even considered her feelings? You scoundrel." With that, Li Chen delivered a resounding slap. As Chao Shangyo fell to the ground, he wept uncontrollably, crying out, I'm sorry, mother. I was blinded by greed." Howard, standing nearby, added, "Your mother has always regarded you as her pride. Is this how you repay her? You wretch." Following this, Howard also struck him in anger. At that moment, Chao Shangyo lay on the floor, sobbing loudly, consumed by thoughts of his mother, filled with regret. Once Li Chen had calmed down, he said, "Do not participate in the next game. In a few days, I will grant you a chance to start anew. Take some time to call your mother." With that, Li Chen and Howard departed from Chao Shangyo's hiding place. After rising from the ground, still weeping, Chao Shangyo continued to eat the fish until nothing remained. Then, Li Chen recalled the last young thief, xianxia, who, in her pursuit of caring for her brother and searching for her mother, had been struggling at the bottom of society in Korea, doing anything to survive. Li Chen sighed, having already assisted so many. He thought it wouldn't hurt to help one more soul. After all, one should see things through to the end. Subsequently, Li Chen and Howard made their way to the orphanage, and indeed, they found her sitting on the steps with her brother. Li Chen called out, "Hey, you there? Come here." Upon hearing, xianxia turned and spotted Li Chen and Howard. At that moment, Li Chen had a cigarette in his mouth, hands tucked into his pockets, resembling a little delinquent. Seeing this, xianxia instinctively shielded her brother behind her, recalling how Li Chen had thwarted her previous attempt at theft. As Li Chen and Howard approached, Li Chen spoke first, "Let the little one play aside for a moment. This is a conversation for adults." Realizing she could not escape, xianxia reluctantly allowed her brother to step away, then coldly remarked, "What is it? Are you taking me to the police station? Are you a cop?" Li Chen, with a devilish smile, replied, I am not a police officer. I am your angel, here to save you. Why did you steal when you have hands and feet? To this, Xianxia responded coldly, what does that have to do with you? Li Chen continued, do not participate in the next game. It could cost you your life. You have a brother to take care of, do you not? In time, I will assist you in resolving your parents' issues. After saying this, Li Chen turned with Howard and walked away. Xianxia, anxious, called out, who are you? How do you know about me? Hearing her voice behind him, Li Chen raised an arm and waved dismissively, continuing on with Howard without looking back. At 6 p.m. that evening, upon returning to their hotel, the doorbell rang. Li Chen approached the door and found a new business card slipped through the crack. It read, 8 p.m., same address. The Squid Game is about to restart. That evening, the two men, as before, made their way to the roadside to board the van. Li Chen had not prepared any small tools such as knives or lighters, for he deemed such items utterly unnecessary. After a brief interval spent changing his attire, he rose from the bed. Once he roused Howard from the other bed, the two descended to a corner to engage in conversation. At that moment, the screen displayed that 187 participants remained, with 16 yet to return. Li Chen surveyed his surroundings and noted that indeed, several members of the main cast had chosen not to continue competing, including the thief, Jiang Xiao. This realization brought a sigh of relief to Li Chen. Had he warned them and they still chosen to face certain doom, he would have felt helpless. Observing Howard's fidgeting demeanor, Li Chen inquired, hey, Tianzong, if you have something to say, just say it. What is going on? Upon hearing this, Howard glanced around to ensure their conversation remained private before responding, I have a question. How did you know the game's content? Are you some sort of seer? Li Chen chuckled at this, for indeed, he felt as if he possessed foresight. His familiarity with the plot was undeniable. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. Instead, he replied, did you not notice the illustrations on the back wall by the beds? They clearly depict the game's rules. Startled, Howard feigned indifference and began to scrutinize the artwork on the wall. After some time, he acknowledged the images but struggled to comprehend the specifics of the second challenge. Li Chen then elucidated, you must use a needle to carefully extract the design from the sugar cake. Should the design break, you will be eliminated. Howard responded, what about you? My hands are steady, so I'll be fine, but what about you? Li Chen replied with a grin, I'll just lick it. Loosening the pattern at the seams with my tongue should suffice. Howard's eyes widened in understanding. Just as they were conversing, a woman's voice interrupted them. Could you gentlemen allow me to join your group? Li Chen turned to see it was the woman from contestant number 212, who had initially begged for mercy but had later agreed to participate upon hearing of the substantial prize. Li Chen refrained from commenting on her change of heart. The woman continued, oh, you both look so handsome. Number 458, your little mustache is quite alluring. May I join you? Howard felt a stir of interest. After several days without female company, the temptation was palpable. Yet, Li Chen promptly interjected, no, thank you, madame. The two of us are sufficient. He jested, recalling that in the original story, this very woman had led a gang to their demise. Such a woman might easily latch on, but extricating oneself from her grasp would prove difficult. Li Chen was determined to protect Howard from falling into this trap. The woman, slightly embarrassed, turned away, muttering, TCH. Before departing on her own, Li Chen then remarked, seriously? Are you an animal? You would entertain such notions at this time, Tianzong? Howard, with a playful grin, responded, it's just that I haven't indulged in a while, you know? Once I return, I must seek out a couple of Korean girls. Li Chen could only shake his head in exasperation. Subsequently, the intercom within the room announced, it is now mealtime. Participants are requested to gather at the central dormitory and queue for their meals. Shortly thereafter, Li Chen and Howard received their meals, consisting of a bento box. It included rice, a fried egg, pickles, bean sprouts, and black fungus. A simple yet nourishing repast. As night fell and everyone settled into slumber, a voice pierced the silence, fervently exclaiming, I need to use the restroom. Li Chen glanced up to see it was the boisterous woman from room 212, before resuming his sleep, fully aware that she was merely stepping out for a smoke. As for where she concealed her cigarettes, I leave that to your imagination. Chapter 93. The Candy of Yarrow. The following morning, the intercom crackled to life once more, prompting everyone to line up for breakfast, which consisted of a small piece of bread and a bottle of milk. For an adult man, this was scarcely sufficient. Before long, the announcement echoed again. We will soon commence the second competition. Participants, please follow the staff's instructions to proceed. Observing this, Li Chen turned to Howard and said, in a moment, various patterns will be presented for your selection. Whichever pattern you choose, you will have to carve out that shape shortly. Do you understand? Opt for the simpler one. Howard nodded in comprehension and resumed his meal. It must be said that Li Chen and Howard looked quite appealing in their sports attire. They then passed through the pink hall and ascended the staircase, arriving at a second large room. The theme of this expansive space was reminiscent of the sky, with walls adorned with clouds. The sandy arena was equipped with various playthings for children, such as slides, resembling a miniature amusement park. The intercom chimed again. Welcome to the second competition. Before we begin, please choose one of the 4 patterns displayed ahead. Before them stood 4 doors, each depicting a different shape, a triangle, a circle, an umbrella, and a pentagram. Undoubtedly, the umbrella and pentagram were the most challenging, followed by the circle, while the triangle was the simplest. Li Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Howard, and they both gravitated towards the triangle. Soon, everyone began selecting their patterns, with choices varying widely. The intercom announced once again, "The selection time is now over. We will now reveal the game details." Each door corresponding to the chosen pattern swung open, revealing a stall laden with numerous small metal boxes, tended by a round staff member. "Participants, please take 1 box from the table before you." Once everyone had obtained their boxes, the intercom continued, "Now, please open your boxes and confirm the contents." Upon opening their boxes, Li Chen and Howard discovered that they indeed contained triangular shapes, the simplest of all patterns. The shapes chosen would dictate the form of yarrow candy they were to extract. The time limit was set at 10 minutes. Successfully extracting the shape within the allotted time would deem them victorious. With the competition underway, Li Chen and Howard moved aside to begin their task. Li Chen surveyed the surroundings and, without hesitation, picked up the yarrow candy and began to lick it. Observing this, Howard followed suit. Their unconventional approach left the supervising staff utterly bewildered. This is quite unexpected. Not long after, the entire design on the candy began to loosen. Li Chen gently pried it apart, effortlessly detaching the edges of the candy. He and Howard had successfully removed the pattern, a testament to the advantages of the triangular shape. In most instances, other designs would be utterly unyielding. Otherwise, it would lead to a dead end. At that moment, a sudden gunshot echoed through the room. Bang! A man slid down the large slide headfirst, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The deafening sound terrified everyone present. A woman, upon hearing the gunfire, trembled violently, and it was evident that a small piece of her circular pattern had shattered. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and she collapsed to the floor. Then, a series of gunshots erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of gunfire heightened the atmosphere of anxiety, making mistakes almost inevitable, with the dire consequence being one's own life. After Li Chen and Howard presented the pattern to the staff, an announcement followed. Number 457. Success. Number 458. Success. They were then escorted back to the dormitory hall. Once back in their quarters, as Howard lay on his bed gazing at a piggy bank, he mused, "In June, how many do you think will survive this ordeal?" Li Chen shook his head, replying, "I don't know. The more who perish, the better for us. It expedites the completion of our mission." Howard, upon hearing this, shook his head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the competition continued within the room, with many still engaged in the challenge. You may wonder why Li Chen refrained from sharing the method with everyone. With so many still alive, how could he accomplish the system's task? Moreover, there were surveillance cameras present. Drawing attention would be detrimental to him. Such sinister manipulations would not go unnoticed by the staff. Li Chen considered himself neither a villain nor a paragon of virtue. Saving the main characters was sufficient for him. He merely wished to let events unfold as they would. After a while, the 10-minute mark arrived. As time expired, a significant number of participants had neither completed the task nor failed, and death awaited them still. Each time the clock ran out, a group of foolish individuals who had not completed their tasks deservedly faced the consequences, and this situation was urgent. Many had barely completed half of their progress. Indeed slow. Thus, they could only continue their sluggish pace in the afterlife. The relentless gunshots echoed, signifying the end of countless lives. The azure walls and various amusement props were now drenched in blood. What was once a joyous paradise had transformed into a hellish nightmare, an ironic twist of fate. Li Chen had only rescued xianxia out of consideration for his mother. Otherwise, he had no intention of saving him. Xianxia's predicament was entirely self-inflicted. Soon after the successful participants returned to the dormitory, the announcement declared, "We now present the results of the second game. In the second game, out of 187 participants, 79 were eliminated. The accumulated prize money stands at 7.9 billion Korean won. $41,600,000 subsequently cascaded into the savings jar, followed by an influx of 7 billion Korean won. The accumulated prize now stands at an impressive 350 billion Korean won, equivalent to $185 million. As mealtime approached, a team of staff members wheeled in several food carts. The crowd once again formed an orderly line to receive their meals. Though this time the provisions were evidently scarce, only a single egg and a bottle of soda were available, clearly insufficient. Li Chen, positioned at the back of the queue, remarked to Howard, "Hey, Tianzong, the food this time is patently inadequate. Shouldn't you consider taking a few extra portions?" Howard, taken aback, responded, "Is that even allowed?" With a mischievous grin, Li Chen replied, "Of course. But by taking more, a few others will inevitably miss out. With my capabilities, even if I were to take a dozen extra portions, what could anyone do about it? Howard swallowed hard and said, participating in such a game without stamina is tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. Li Chen chuckled. The organizers are, after all, hoping for a spectacular show this evening. Howard shook his head in disapproval. No way. That would be akin to murder. I have no desire to bear such psychological trauma. Once was enough with the Pheno battle. Chapter 94. A chaotic night. Seeing Howard's concern, Li Chen shook his head in understanding. The two of them decided to merely collect their allotted portions and retreat to eat. Suddenly, a man's furious shout echoed from the front. Hurry up with my egg and soda. A woman chimed in. I haven't received mine either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are still 5 people left. Feng Kuai stepped forward, asserting, the food was prepared according to the number of participants. Then why don't we have ours? Hurry up and give us our share. Li Chen peered forward and realized that the food stand was entirely devoid of provisions. Some had taken more than their fair share. Damn it. I wasn't even planning to resort to robbery. How dare they encroach upon my territory? Li Chen and Howard had been slow to rise when the food was distributed, resulting in their position at the end of the line. Realizing this, Li Chen turned to Howard, who seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. With a sudden burst of energy, Li Chen shouted, damn it. He charged toward the group of gang members, directly seizing the gangster numbered 101, Deshio, and flung him to the ground of the dormitory. Without hesitation, Li Chen unleashed a series of fierce kicks to his abdomen while bellowing, where the hell is my food? Huh, damn it. Deshio, taken aback by Li Chen's ferocity, quickly begged for mercy. Big brother, it's right here. I'll get it for you. Having been educated by Li Chen on his very first day at the base, Deshio was acutely aware of his own inferiority and dared not confront him directly. Trembling, he approached their sleeping quarters, exclaiming, hurry up and bring out the food. Soon, someone retrieved the portions belonging to Li Chen and Howard, just in time before they could be entirely consumed. Li Chen, seeing this, promptly delivered 2 resounding slaps to Deshio's face. Hey, I remember my share isn't just this. Keep it coming. At this moment, Li Chen was filled with fury, poised to deliver another 2 slaps to Deshio when he noticed Deshio hastily waving his hand. Consequently, his entourage produced 2 bottles of soda and 2 eggs. Seeing this, Li Chen and Howard each took a portion and returned to their beds to begin eating. The other 3 individuals who had not received food were also eager to demand their due. Alas, their aspirations were grand, yet reality was harsh. Brother Deshio took a vigorous gulp of soda, attempting to alleviate the pain in his abdomen. Suddenly, a frail man who had not received food mimicked Li Chen's approach, exclaiming, return what is mine. Deshio, upon seeing this, let out a cold laugh. How dare anyone bully me? I may not be able to take on Jiang and Juan, but can I handle this scrawny monkey? He then advanced, seizing the frail man's collar, and delivered a heavy punch to his face. The frail man collapsed to the ground. Li Chen and Howard made no move to assist. This was a world where the weak were devoured by the strong. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at the man's frailty. As Brother Deshio continued to strike, he cursed, damn it. A scrawny monkey still has such an appetite. Go to hell. In a fit of rage, he emulated Li Chen's previous heavy kick, ruthlessly striking the scrawny man's abdomen. Venting his anger. Even as he did so, the staff merely observed from the entrance, showing no inclination to intervene. At that moment, the frail man lay on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, his eyes tightly shut. He had tragically succumbed. He was too weak. After enduring several heavy blows, he had departed this world. Poor soul. Soon, someone approached to investigate, and before long, a loud shout echoed, he is dead. Those nearby shouted towards the staff, hey, he is dead. Didn't you hear? Shortly thereafter, an announcement echoed, number 271, eliminated. The number on the large screen changed from 108 to 107, and the prize money increased by 100 million Korean won. Subsequently, the dormitory doors swung open, and 2 staff members carried in a decorative coffin, placing the frail man inside before leaving the dormitory unceremoniously. The announcement then stated, in 30 minutes, the lights will turn off. Li Chen lay on his bed, remarking, heavenly grace, once the lights go out, we can sleep soundly. They will surely fight tonight, worry not, with me around, no one can approach you. Sleep peacefully. Howard nodded in agreement, aware that when it came to fighting, he could rely on Li Chen's bravado. However, if he were to confront someone on his own, the outcome would likely be dire. Thus, Howard did not hesitate, nodded in affirmation, and lay back down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and the dormitory lights abruptly extinguished. Observing this, Li Chen swiftly rolled off his bed and landed on the floor with a thud. The sound of his plastic shoes echoed loudly against the ground. He then wrapped his arms around his shoulders, leaned against Howard's bedpost, and closed his eyes to rest. Before long, A piercing scream from a woman echoed throughout the room. The occupants, who had been feigning sleep, immediately abandoned their ruse. Howard, resting atop Li Chen's head, hastily threw off the covers and sat up. Li Chen, upon hearing the commotion, lifted his head and said, "Hey, Tian Zone, rest assured, I am right below." In the pitch darkness, visibility was non-existent. Yet Howard felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Li Chen's voice. However, he found little inclination to continue lying down and remained seated on the bed. Suddenly, the dormitory was illuminated by flickering lights. The staff had created a strobe effect for everyone. At that moment, several bed frames had already been overturned. Remarkably, only the area where Li Chen was situated remained untouched. No one dared to provoke him. Chaos, fear, carnage, blood. An ominous atmosphere enveloped the dormitory hall. Li Chen found himself perplexed. Why resort to murder? Wouldn't the others be eliminated from the game eventually anyway? He shook his head, contemplating that perhaps the killers were merely seeking to fulfill their own desires, or perhaps they aimed to conserve ammunition for the staff. In the enveloping darkness, Li Chen had acclimated to the shadows. In truth, he had no need for adaptation, for his keen sight was unaffected. Subsequently, beneath the guise of his mask, he activated his extraordinary vision. As he blinked, his eyes glimmered with a golden hue. At that moment, he surveyed his surroundings, and to him, everyone was laid bare. He could discern precisely what each person was engaged in. Within the room, there were both the murderers and the victims. Li Chen looked up and spotted an elderly man crouching atop the highest bed. This old man had been hastily fleeing from the onset, seeking refuge in a place of safety. This elderly figure was none other than number 001, the highest authority of the Korean organizers. Chapter 95. Trouble approaches. Li Chen raised his gaze and observed that the old man was peering down from his perch, taking in the chaos below. Yet, at this moment, Li Chen had little interest in the old man. Should he wish to confront him, ample opportunities would arise later. Li Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head, only to suddenly notice 4 ruffians approaching him in a huddle. He was not taken aback. Rather, he felt they were somewhat tardy, considering he had already taught Deshio a lesson twice. Given the circumstances, it was only natural for Deshio to attempt to retaliate. Though Li Chen was surprised that Deshio himself had not come, he had merely sent 4 lackeys. It appeared that Deshio had dispatched 4 dim-witted thugs in a desperate gamble, lacking confidence in his own ability to contend with Li Chen. The 4 spirited young men soon stood before Li Chen, each wielding a metal rod, attempting to assert dominance. Observing this, Li Chen crossed his arms and, with a dismissive smile, remarked, "Is this all that your elder brother Deshio sent? What is your purpose? To deliver me dinner?" The first spirited young man grinned wickedly and replied, "Hey, what do you think we're here for? We're here to take you down. You may be formidable, but we are many and armed. It's not certain that you can withstand us, is it?" With a scoff, Li Chen shook his head and flexed his wrist, disdainfully declaring, just a bunch of insignificant fools? Come at me together." Immediately, the 4 spirited youths brandished their iron rods and charged at Li Chen with raucous shouts. However, in the dimly lit environment, their visibility was severely compromised, forcing them to rely on the flickering lights to discern Li Chen's position. In stark contrast, Li Chen, endowed with keen eyesight, found the darkness utterly inconsequential. To him, it was akin to daylight. On the bed, Howard, witnessing the imminent clash, shouted urgently, "And Juan, be careful. I'm coming to help." He attempted to leap from the bed to assist Li Chen, unable to remain passive while his comrade was besieged. Unfazed, Li Chen replied without turning, "There's no need. Tianzong, stay up there and keep watch." With that, he launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick toward one of the spirited youths. Despite knowing he might be of little assistance, Howard disregarded Li Chen's words and resolutely jumped down from the bed. Li Chen effortlessly sent one of the spirited youths flying with a single kick. The resounding thud echoed as Li Chen's shoe made impactful contact with the abdomen of youth number 2, sending him hurtling backward with tremendous force. In an instant, youth number 2 felt himself propelled into the air, and then darkness enveloped him. He was no more. Thud. Youth number 2 crashed to the ground, lifeless. At that moment, Howard charged down with fervor, shouting, "Who dares to harm my brother? Come on, bring it on." As he yelled, he seized the iron rod from youth number 2 and rushed toward youth number 4. Seeing Howard leap into action filled Li Chen's heart with warmth. Although he could swiftly dispatch the 4 insignificant foes alone, Howard's bravery and camaraderie deeply moved him. Without hesitation, Howard charged down to fight alongside Li Chen, embodying the essence of brotherhood, sharing both fortune and adversity. While dealing with these 4 nuisances was hardly a monumental task, it is essential to remember, if one cannot assist you in trivial matters, they will surely not support you in significant ones. Howard, now fiercely shouting, swung the iron rod toward youth number 4, who felt a chilling gust brush past his head. Instinctively, he raised his rod to defend himself. With a resounding clash, both Howard and youth number 4's rods fell to the ground, a testament to the reciprocal nature of force. With determination, Howard charged at youth number 4. And the two soon engaged in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, after sending one spirited youth flying, Li Chen continued his advance toward the remaining two. At this moment, the two spirited youths were utterly bewildered. A living person was just kicked away like that? What on earth? Is this a superhero? Bang. Li Chen landed another punch directly on the abdomen of spirited youth number 2, sending him flying through the air. After soaring several meters, spirited youth number 2 spewed a copious amount of blood, his head tilted as he succumbed to his fate. At this point, spirited youth number 1 was in complete disarray. His hands trembled as he gripped the iron rod tightly, as if it were the only source of safety he could cling to, while his legs quaked incessantly. As he watched Li Chen approach him step by step, he cried out in panic, "Don't come any closer." However, Li Chen did not halt his advance. Spirited youth number 1 was overwhelmed with terror. He flung the iron rod aside, collapsing to the ground in fright and scrambling backward. Li Chen, gazing at the crumbling youth with a sinister grin, remarked, "The moment you laid a hand on me, you were already dead. If you wish to lay blame, direct it toward your leader, Brother Deshio." Spirited youth number 1, now utterly defeated, seemed to see Li Chen's eyes glowing with a fierce golden light in his dazed state. "Why, you're a demon! A demon!" he shouted frantically, pointing at Li Chen. Advancing forward, Li Chen grasped his neck and lifted him up, saying, "I am no demon." At this juncture, spirited youth number 1, unable to utter a word, struggled to free himself from Li Chen's grip. His eyes wide with trepidation as he stared into Li Chen's golden gaze. "May you be reborn into a better life," Li Chen said nonchalantly. Crack! A sharp sound resonated from Li Chen's hand. Spirited youth number 1 had met his end. Li Chen, upon witnessing this, discarded him nonchalantly, having resolved the ordeal with the 3 spirited youths on his side. Meanwhile, Howard was engaged in a fierce tussle with spirited youth number 4. They exchanged punches and kicks, rolling on the ground as they grappled with one another. After enduring several blows, Howard, incensed, shouted, "Die!" Instantly, spirited youth number 4 was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Chapter 96. The third game. Hearing Howard's shout, Li Chen quickly turned to look at him. He saw Howard standing there, panting heavily while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Concerned, Li Chen hurried over and asked, "How are you? Are you hurt?" Howard, grinning widely, replied, "I'm fine. That scoundrel has been dealt with. In fact, I took him down in one blow." Haha. Li Chen, puzzled, remarked, "Really? Then why do I recall seeing someone just now rolling around on the ground, grappling with another?" Howard laughed, "Haha. That was merely me holding back. I was just testing my fighting skills. Once I unleashed my ultimate move, he was entirely defenseless, only destined for demise." Upon hearing this, Li Chen suddenly realized and said, "Oh, I remember now. It must be the lingering power of Delta within you. Haha, I was just wondering how you could send people flying like I do. It turns out it's like this." Howard, scratching his head in response, replied, "Of course." Li Chen then placed his hand on Howard's shoulder and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Howard. I truly didn't expect you to come down to assist me." Howard, with a firm tone, retorted, "What are you saying? How could I possibly ignore you? You are my good brother. Don't come at me with that nonsense again, you rascal." Li Chen chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, good brother." At that moment, while most of the others in the room were engaged in combat, Li Chen and Howard conversed about their brotherly bond, reveling in their camaraderie. Ever since Li Chen and Howard had sent 4 individuals flying, no foolish troublemakers dared to disturb them again. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the figure in a black robe and geometric mask, one of the former champions of the game, was utterly bewildered by the infrared surveillance. In the room, while chaos ensued with others grappling and fighting, Li Chen and Howard stood apart, not wrestling for survival but rather propelling adversaries outward. One moment, someone flew out, then another. Without pause, in no time, 4 individuals had already been sent soaring from their vicinity. One kicked away by Li Chen, another punched away, one choked, and then thrown, and the last one electrified by Howard. Their area was a spectacle of aerial combat. Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out within the room, pleading, "Please, stop. I am terrified that if this continues, we will all perish. I am so frightened. Please halt." The owner of this voice was the elderly figure known as number 001. Signaling to the staff, the geometric mask, understanding the implication of the elder's distress, promptly issued an order, "Game over." Upon hearing this, the other staff members immediately illuminated the room and opened the massive iron doors. As the doors swung open, a multitude of armed personnel, who had been waiting outside, rushed in, firing into the air as a show of force. The sound of gunfire echoed, causing everyone inside to abandon their weapons and surrender. Observing this, Li Chen exchanged a glance with Howard, and the two stepped aside to undergo a search. The room, now a scene of devastation, displayed overturned furniture and various corpses illuminated by the lights. The staff began scanning the bodies for identification, and soon an announcement echoed through the room. Number 103, eliminated. Number 198, eliminated. Number 6, eliminated. This wave resulted in a significant number of casualties. Subsequently, more staff entered the room with coffins, taking away the fallen for cremation. The screen now displayed that only 80 individuals remained. The accumulated prize money has reached 37.8 billion Korean won, equivalent to over 200 million yuan. However, when converted to USD, it amounts to merely over 31 million. At this moment, Li Chen and Howard were seated on the steps, taking a moment to rest. Before long, the self-proclaimed 19-year-old woman, number 212, along with the gang leader Deshio, headed towards the restroom in succession. It was evident what their intentions were. Do not inquire why Li Chen did not directly take Deshio's life. The rules had prohibited contestants from killing one another once the lights were turned on. Nevertheless, Li Chen knew he would have ample opportunities to deal with Deshio later, so there was no rush. Howard, watching the two leave, swallowed hard and remarked, "Hey, if you had agreed to let her join back then, I would have been the one accompanying her to the restroom." How infuriating. Li Chen chuckled in response. "All right, if you want to indulge, feel free to do so later. For now, just behave yourself. You're acting as if you're desperate for attention." Howard immediately retorted, "You know nothing. I am merely a diligent gardener, tirelessly sowing seeds. What do you understand?" Li Chen waved his hand in resignation, conceding to Howard's fervor. The night passed without further incident. The following morning, the group was awakened by a blaring music broadcast. Li Chen and Howard stretched and prepared to rise from their beds. While only they seemed unfazed, returning to sleep. Most of the others had spent the night seated, resulting in a state of fatigue by morning. The announcement continued. The third competition will commence shortly. All participants are to follow the staff's instructions for movement. This time, the group did not proceed to the previous young ladies' hall, but to a new location, a pristine white space that instantly reminded Li Chen of his system's realm, so strikingly similar in its brightness. The upcoming competition was a team event, requiring 10 participants to form a team. The time limit was set at 10 minutes. Deshio then instructed his subordinate, "Go find someone who appears strong." The subordinate nodded and set off to scout for candidates. Li Chen and Howard were aware that this third competition was a tug-of-war, and with Li Chen on their side, they had no reason to worry. Victory was all but assured. Li Chen leaned towards Howard and whispered, "Do you see that solitary old man, number 001? We should invite him to join us for this round." Howard, taken aback, replied, "What do we need an old man for? How much strength could he possibly have?" Li Chen chuckled, "Let me tell you, this old man is no ordinary figure. He is the highest authority in the Korean games. Building a rapport with him could be beneficial for us. Besides, I am indifferent to the capabilities of the other participants. We are bound to win regardless." Chapter 97, Tug of War. "I will handle recruiting this old man. You focus on gathering the others." With that, Li Chen and Howard momentarily parted ways. At that moment, the old man stood bewildered, gazing around helplessly, eliciting sympathy from those who observed him. Li Chen, with his hands tucked into his pockets, approached the old man from behind and playfully tapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, elder, would you like to join my team?" The old man turned around, his eyes wide with surprise, and asked, "Really? Is that truly possible? You don't mind having an old man like me?" Li Chen, smiling gently, replied, "Of course not, elder. To me, all beings are equal. Come along." The old man chuckled in response, "Ah, thank you. Otherwise, I might have been left without a place to go." Soon after, the two found Howard, who had already recruited 6 individuals of various backgrounds, men and women alike. With Li Chen's addition, the team now comprised 9 members, just one short of the required 10. However, the others in the group were somewhat dissatisfied upon seeing an elderly man join, feeling that he was less useful than a woman. To this, Li Chen simply stated, "If you don't want to stay in the team, you can leave now." This declaration silenced the group, as everyone had witnessed the remarkable performances of both Li Chen and Howard in the previous challenges. It was evident that associating with these two was a wise choice. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the pristine white room. "Let's form another group," Deshio declared. "Are you kidding me?" Lady 212 exclaimed in a flustered tone. Deshio, unyielding, responded, "We have enough members. Can't you see? Just the right number, 10. The lady was on the verge of tears, feeling aggrieved as she implored, "Appa, why are you doing this to me?" She then knelt down, beseeching, "I was wrong. I will perform better. Appa, I can do anything. Please, don't do this. You know I can handle anything." Yet, Deshio remained resolute, dismissing her without a second thought. It was a classic display of unfeeling rejection. Seated on the ground, the lady gazed blankly ahead, uncertain of her next move. However, Lady 212, known as Han, was no ordinary character. Within moments, she regained her composure and swiftly made her way toward Li Chen and Howard's group. Upon realizing they still needed one more member, she hurriedly approached them, exclaiming, Can I join you too, please? I beg you. Li Chen cast her a sidelong glance and replied, suit yourself. All right, we're all set now. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Upon hearing Li Chen's response, Han felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, her excitement palpable. Yet, she shot an angry, venomous glare at Deshio. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the air. The time for selecting team members has concluded. All teams, please line up at the entrance. Subsequently, everyone gathered in an indoor arena, where they beheld a structure resembling a grand bridge, albeit with an empty space in the middle. 8 teams had now assembled at the competition venue, and as they looked up at the bridge-like construction, confusion spread among them until clarity was provided. Welcome, everyone, to the third competition. This time, we will engage in tug-of-war. The objective is to pull the opposing team off the edge. The explanation is refreshingly simple and easy to comprehend. Falling from such a great height inevitably leads to one fate, a shattering demise. The spectators, upon hearing the details of the competition, displayed a mixture of elation and trepidation. Let us now commence the draw for the battle groups. We shall begin with those on the left. The first group is none other than Deshio's team, who had anticipated the game as content well in advance. Every member is a formidable figure, rendering them nearly invincible. Moving to the right, we have the 7th group. In contrast, this group as composition is less impressive, featuring a mix of both male and female participants. Li Chen belongs to the 4th group, and he secretly hoped to face Deshio, as it would allow him to settle old scores. Alas, he narrowly escaped that fate. The 1st and 7th groups are set to clash. Now, let both sides enter the arena. Soon, both teams were brought to the towering platform, their wrists shackled by chains to the rope above. With no possibility of escape, only life or death remained. Observing the 7th group trembling beneath him, Li Chen knew they were doomed. At the sound of the starting gun, both teams summoned their strength and began to pull with all their might. However, it became apparent that the 7th group lacked the power of Deshio's team and soon found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. In a short while, all members of the 7th group were yanked off the platform and suspended in midair. At that moment, the guillotine in the center descended, severing the rope. The 7th group plummeted to their demise, 10 lives extinguished in an instant. This competition would eliminate half of the participants. The scene unfolding before everyone was a stark reminder of the brutal reality they faced, utterly insane. The broadcast announced, the eliminated participants include numbers 120, 37, 408, among others. Next, the draw continues with the 4th group. This is the group that Li Chen belongs to, and upon hearing the news, he couldn't help but smile. For reasons unknown, he found himself relishing the thrill of this carnage. The 5th group, composed entirely of men, their presence elicited exclamations of frustration from the onlookers. Please welcome the 4th and 5th groups to the arena. As they arrived at the lift, the members of Li Chen's group appeared dejected, as though defeat were a foregone conclusion. Only Li Chen and Howard leaned against the wall, eyes closed, calmly conserving their energy. Seeing the grim atmosphere, the elder exclaimed loudly, "Do not despair. Tug-of-war requires more than mere strength. It demands strategy and teamwork. I played many rounds of tug-of-war in my youth. Even against professional wrestlers, we emerged victorious. Allow me to share how we achieved the triumph." Just as the elder began to elaborate, he was interrupted by Li Chen. Opening his eyes slowly, Li Chen stated, "No need for such complexities, old man. Our group is destined to win, rest assured." Hearing this, Howard smiled broadly. The others exchanged glances, thinking Li Chen had lost his mind. Clearly, their group was at a disadvantage. Li Chen scoffed and retorted, "A bunch of weaklings. I could easily take on 2 or 3 of them by myself." At this moment, Li Chen was still putting on a brave front. Howard wholeheartedly believed in Li Chen's words. However, the others in the team believed that Li Chen had lost his sanity, and thus they eagerly continued to inquire about the old man's winning strategy. The old man, upon hearing this, elaborated, "Firstly, the person standing at the front is of utmost importance, for he faces the opponent directly. He is also the figure that the other team members look up to, making his role crucial. Furthermore, the last person must be someone steadfast and composed. Positioning is equally vital. We shall adopt a formation with one on the left and one on the right. Simultaneously, we must secure the rope tightly under our arms. Stand with your feet parallel and upright. Only then can we exert genuine force." Chapter 98. The competition begins. This final point is paramount. For the initial 10 seconds, we merely need to hold our ground. Lean your body backward, raising your lower abdomen skyward. This way, you shall not be pulled over. Then, we only need to await the opportune moment. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their agreement. Li Chen shook his head, declaring, "Then I shall take the last position. Tianzong, you take the lead. Use your spirit to suppress the opposing souls." Howard, upon hearing this, chuckled, "Rest assured. I fear the opponents might simply concede upon seeing my handsome visage. Haha." Soon, both teams took their positions, each member's wrists shackled with iron chains. Bang! At the sound of the starter's gun, the competition commenced. All members of Li Chen's team immediately leaned back, raising their lower abdomen skyward. Only Li Chen remained still at the back. As his teammates leaned back, Li Chen could even see the first opponent across from him. He observed the first opponent gritting his teeth and pulling with all his might. Yet, Li Chen's team remained steadfast, not yielding an inch. At this moment, Li Chen had yet to exert any effort, proving the old man's method to be indeed effective. Truly remarkable. After a few seconds, the opponents began to wonder why their efforts had not shifted Li Chen's team even slightly. During this moment of distraction, Li Chen suddenly shouted, "Pull!" Instantly, all members of Li Chen's team began to pull with all their might, and Li Chen joined in, exerting significant force. The opponents were caught entirely off guard. With Li Chen's strength added to the team, their efforts surged dramatically. Within moments, the opposing team was drawn over, lacking even a chance to resist. A few seconds later, a loud crack resounded. The central guillotine fell once more, severing the rope anew. The 10 opponents tumbled to the ground, unaware of their fates. And even if they were still alive, they likely had but a breath remaining. As the guillotine descended, the team members collapsed from exertion, including Howard. Yet, Li Chen stood resolutely at the back of the team. Subsequently, everyone was escorted back to their dormitory to rest. Inside, Brother Dashio was astonished to see that the beautiful Han had survived, and she showed no sign of shying away from his gaze, maintaining a steady stare at him. Their enmity had become an unending cycle. At this moment, the screen displayed a count of 40, with the prize pool accumulating to 41. 8 billion Korean won, over $20 million. That night, the group's dinner consisted of merely a single ear of corn. Meanwhile, the beautiful Han boasted before everyone. "I truly believed we were doomed. I truly did not anticipate this outcome. Your method, dear sir, is indeed effective. How did you come to know this?" At this moment, the other team members unanimously believed that the old man's approach had borne fruit. Only Howard and Li Chen were privy to the truth. It was Li Chen who had single-handedly annihilated the opposition, yet he was disinclined to speak of it or reveal his identity, for they were merely acquaintances. Li Chen understood the principle of not drawing attention to oneself. Observing Howard's hand, Li Chen inquired, "How's your hand?" Upon hearing this, Howard opened his palm, revealing it was already chafed and had even sustained some wounds. After all, Howard was merely an ordinary individual. Li Chen reassured him, "It's nothing. You'll be fine once we return." After giving Howard a knowing glance, he made his way to the restroom. Howard comprehended Li Chen's intent and followed him there. In the restroom, Li Chen was leisurely smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke with great satisfaction. Upon entering and witnessing Li Chen's demeanor, Howard exclaimed, "Where on earth did you procure that cigarette?" Li Chen chuckled in response, "Do you think I would struggle to acquire something? It's quite effortless. Feel free to ask any questions. I can tell you have something on your mind." Howard immediately approached Li Chen and remarked, "Have you not realized that the Korean beauty was deliberately abandoned? Moreover, the Xiao's group has assembled a contingent of men. There must be something amiss. I suspect they are similarly informed about the game as content. Could they have also noticed the paintings on the wall?" Li Chen exhaled a puff of smoke. Reflecting on the storyline as he replied, "It's unlikely. They probably have other staff members acting as informants. However, it poses no threat to us, so do not worry." Howard, puzzled, queried, "Staff members? Why would they assist them?" Li Chen elucidated, "It's not so much assistance to them as it is to the doctor within the Xiao's group. What can a doctor do? Naturally, they could be involved in organ trafficking. There are likely several staff members in this base engaged in such dealings, which is why they would aid this doctor, creating a symbiotic relationship." Upon understanding, Howard exclaimed, "So that's the case." Observing their mechanical demeanor, I now realize they are human too, grappling with the same financial concerns. By the way, Alan, what is the next game? What should we do? Li Chen extinguished his cigarette, rubbing his eyes as he explained. "The next game will involve playing with glass marbles. Each person will have 10 marbles, regardless of how it's played. Victory is achieved by winning all of the opponent's marbles. Therefore, we must act separately in the next game. As for the consequences of losing the 11th game, it goes without saying, so you understand the gravity of the situation. Are you prepared?" After a moment of calm contemplation, Howard assured him, "Rest easy. Do you think I built my success from nothing without skills? I possess a wealth of knowledge. I'll manage just fine." Li Chen, with his exceptional perception, felt confident he could navigate the game without loss, though he was concerned about Howard's capabilities. With a sigh of relief, Li Chen cautioned, "Be careful, Howard. Let us head back." Subsequently, Li Chen and Howard returned to their dormitory, lying down to rest and recuperate. The following morning, the group was not awakened by the usual melodic tunes, but rather by a jarring alarm. The doors swung open, and a squad of armed personnel stormed in. "Everyone, stand in the center immediately. Hurry." Upon hearing the command, all complied and gathered in the middle of the room for inspection. However, the elderly man designated as number 001 remained motionless on his bed. The personnel approached and abruptly pulled back his covers. It turned out that the old man had soiled himself, which was why he had hesitated to rise. Although this elderly figure was the South Korean organizer, he was gravely ill, suffering from a tumor in his brain, with only a few days left to live. Thus, he had chosen to participate in the game for a brief respite, seeking entertainment. In essence, he was simply indulging in a bit of fun. Eventually, the old man stumbled to the center of the room. Observing his frailty, Li Chen kindly tied his jacket around the old man's waist to spare him embarrassment. The old man, grateful for the gesture, expressed, "Thank you, young man." Li Chen smiled gently and replied, "No need to thank me, sir." Chapter 99. The Marbles Game. At that moment, the announcement echoed. The fourth game is about to commence. Please follow the instructions of the staff. The group was escorted once more to the pink hall, where they lifted their gazes to see 4 staff members and a doctor, all suspended high above, serving as a stark warning to the spectators. Their clandestine dealings had been exposed, and they faced retribution from the higher-ups. No one could blame others. Those who sought quick profits must bear the associated risks. A nearby staff member explained, "What you see now is a violation of the rules of this world for personal gain. We apologize to all contestants and assure you that such incidents will not occur again." Soon after, the group was led into a pristine white room. The announcement continued. "Welcome to the fourth game. This round will be conducted in pairs. Please find your partners within a 10-minute time limit." The message was reiterated. The participants swiftly began searching for their companions. Observing the situation, Li Chen quickly pulled Howard aside, saying, "One person has already died. There are only 39 left. One person will end up without a partner. Just wait here. Do not agree to team up with anyone. If you are the last one standing, you won't have to participate in this round." Howard nodded eagerly in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. After their discussion, Li Chen approached the elderly man again, extending his hand and saying, "Sir, shall we pair up?" The old man looked up from the steps, confused, and asked, "Why aren't you teaming up with your friend, the one with the little mustache?" Li Chen chuckled and replied, "We've decided to separate this round to maximize our chances. We'll team up in the next one." After a moment's contemplation, the old man nodded in agreement and extended his hand, thus forming their partnership. As the 10-minute selection period came to a close, everyone had successfully formed their teams. The onlookers all presumed that the individual left alone would surely meet their demise, leading to a frantic rush as each contestant hastened to secure their partnership. At present, Howard stands alone, seemingly lost in thought. Observing the awkwardness of the situation, he absent-mindedly touches his nose. The time for selecting team members has concluded. Participants, please proceed to the game area with your companions. Just as everyone prepares to move, Li Chen suddenly exclaims, "Hey, what about those who are alone?" Upon hearing Li Chen's shout, the crowd turns their attention to Howard. Shortly thereafter, a staff member responds, "This oversight on our part has resulted in one participant being without a companion. Therefore, this remaining participant will be escorted back to the dormitory and will not partake in this round of the game." Upon hearing this, Howard breathes a sigh of relief. His earlier tension alleviated. However, the rest of the attendees erupt in a frenzy of protests, eager to bypass the current challenge, which they perceive as a much simpler option. In response, the staff member fires 2 warning shots into the air, urging all participants to move toward the game area. Faced with no alternative, the crowd reluctantly steels themselves to commence the game. They arrive at a location reminiscent of a quaint, Japanese-style neighborhood akin to those found in Doraemon. The announcement continues. Please follow the staff to your designated locations. Upon reaching their respective spots, the staff member addresses Li Chen and the elderly gentleman, stating, "Now, each of you will receive a bag." The staff member then holds up 2 small fabric bags, prompting Li Chen to promptly take one. Opening it reveals 10 glass marbles inside. Each bag contains 10 marbles. Please confirm the quantity, as these marbles will be utilized for competition against your partner. The victor will be the one who secures all 10 marbles from their opponent. This is reiterated for clarity. Many in the game area are left bewildered by the announcement, some unable to accept the grim reality. Most participants had paired with close friends, spouses, or family members. This felt like a death sentence. Yet, the rules remain immutable, and no participant can alter them. The game duration is set for 30 minutes. Let the game commence. Li Chen, rolling the marbles in his pocket, asks, "Elder, how do you wish to play?" The elderly gentleman, seemingly oblivious to Li Chen's inquiry, wanders off on his own. Li Chen, undeterred, silently follows. "This is strange. It must be nearby. I could have sworn it was in this alley. Where has my home gone? I just want to go home," the elder mutters as he walks. Li Chen, patient, continues to shadow him, reflecting on his surroundings. It dawns on him that the decor and layout of this room must have been tailored to resemble the elder's former residence. The elder, whether lost in his thoughts or feigning confusion, meanders about in search of his home. With only 10 minutes remaining, the elder suddenly exclaims, "Ah, I found it. This is the one. Right here." My wife and children used to live in this house. Li Chen gazes at him and inquires, Elder, have you decided how you wish to play? The old man chuckled as he gazed at the ground and said, Let us engage in a game of guessing odd or even, just like everyone else. I appreciate your patient listening. It is rare for the youth nowadays to quietly hear a stranger speak. Li Chen smiled in response. Indeed, esteemed elder, respecting one's elders is a commendable virtue. Now, shall we begin? Guessing odd or even involves one player concealing a certain number of marbles in their hand while the other guesses and simultaneously places a wager. If the guess is correct, the opposing player must surrender the equivalent number of marbles. Conversely, if the guess is incorrect, the guesser must forfeit the wagered marbles. The old man spoke first. You may make your guess, young man. Li Chen replied, Certainly. The two settled upon the steps. And Li Chen produced marbles from his cloth bag. At that moment, the old man remarked, Young man, you are quite extraordinary. Li Chen responded with a smile. You are equally remarkable, sir. I have always sensed there is more to you than meets the eye. The old man continued. It seems you have an uncanny ability to see through everything. How did you know the rules of the game? Li Chen replied. Is it not inscribed upon the wall of the dormitory? The old man chuckled helplessly. Ah, your powers of observation are indeed keen. Now, can you discern whether the marbles in my hand are odd or even? Li Chen said, Let me take a guess. He then activated his keen insight. And with a mere blink, he perceived that the old man held 4 marbles. Subsequently, Li Chen declared, Even. Upon hearing this, the old man opened his hand and exclaimed, Ah, you guessed correctly. Truly impressive.